good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Pulled out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, yo, ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang onto your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Put metal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV. you did to me. Yeah. Temperature's hot and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. Yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit, oh, is never enough. Just a little bit, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit, oh, is never enough. Just a little bit, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down, and we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I wanna go with you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up never see your pretty face again. Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
street. People pass you by. You don't meet their eye. You don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
A very good morning to everyone tuning in this morning. It is miraculous that yesterday's series, somehow nobody locked themselves in on either upper half or lower half of the group stage. But today, there is no avoiding it. We will have teams guaranteed making it through or even potentially eliminated. So there's a lot to talk about, a lot to go through, and a lot to enjoy, especially when accompanied by the PogChamp Pandas. Overflowing for the Pandas today. Thank you for that. That makes for an extra energetic morning. Isn't that right, Jenkins? Good morning to you too.
That's right, Cheever. Good morning.
Good morning. Also, you're watching DreamLeague Season 24. I forgot to say that.
Season 24.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have 24 teams eliminated today.
Out of?
There's 8 teams left. I did the math wrong. We're definitely gonna see some eliminations today, though. Finally, the guillotine is closing in on the necks of some of these teams, and then I don't know what the positive version of that is, but teams are also going to be locked in, and I'm finally excited to see that happen. How did that not happen yesterday? What the hell, Fogged?
I don't know.
You're a useless kind of guy, aren't you?
Good morning to you as well, Fog.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you, Dendy, on the drums, by the way.
Very cool.
He does look like Dendy.
That's what they're spamming. They're spamming it the whole time.
He looks like Dendy. That's a compliment, Jens, by the way. Dendy's a very attractive guy.
Legendary Dota 2 player.
He looked him up.
Yeah.
Dude, we got to get Jens a Na'Vi jersey or something.
We did. We
Or a
do.
Dendy jersey, you know, at least, you know, a Dendy jersey.
A bait jersey, is that what you said?
That's what Dendy's on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
I'd love that, yeah.
He was on bait for longer than he was on Na'Vi now, actually, didn't
That's
that?
not
That's not true.
No, there's no way.
I'm pretty sure.
That's not true.
There is no way. There's no
computer. Pull up whatever I was just talking about.
I don't think
You
you
guys
can
can do that.
That's your little chat
Wait.
AI thing.
My chat AI.
You want me to look it up?
I can't.
I got the power of technology.
There he is.
That is Dendy, but it doesn't show.
Wait,
how
is that
long.
Jens or Dendy? It doesn't have a drumstick.
Easy to tell.
I just
I'll
diverted
find
the
it.
entire conversation. We were at one just instantly with one comment.
Is that, that
I will
looks like
find
it
it.
could be actually, is that Gods and Shiva behind him?
It's
Could that actually be you
definitely
and God?
possible.
Okay, it is very unlikely that it's me, considering
imagine-
that would be
You might be
me very
crouching.
short.
You might be sitting down.
Sitting down at shoulder length with Dendy.
I think it could be, you know.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay.
There it is.
But Jens, come here and stand next to this guy.
Leave the ants alone.
Dendy has been on Na'Vi since he joined in December 2010. So let's
Okay.
say January 1st, 2011 for a
Yeah,
math
just beginning
sake.
of the year, 2010 to what?
Till Do we count the inactive here? He's been a year inactive on Navi.
We'll count that as well.
There it is again.
We'll count it as well.
2019.
9 years.
August 2019. So yeah, 9 years
9
he was
years.
there. And then he was on Tigers and the Pango, and he's been on Bait since 2020. So that is 4 years.
Not even close.
That's not even close.
Not even close. He barely scratches half.
Computer, run the numbers, pull a picture of Jens up on the screen.
I think you can just get a camera shot, no? Oh, it's computing. I like how it makes yellow. But we can make this be an AI. Maybe it is already. Look at that. It's just thinking.
There it is.
Hell yeah.
Oh, we got the Harry Potter style pictures moving.
He's good. He's good.
He is good. It is actually pretty similar. Especially with the hairdo. Sorry, distracted. Owen, how are you doing this morning?
No, I'm doing good, yeah. We had some crazy games yesterday. I think it all kind of kicked off with the third series. It was a 2-0. We didn't get the 3 games, but the second game in particular got pretty wild towards the end.
Yeah.
It was 70 minutes, ended up being
70
around.
plus.
And it was one of those games that you had to watch till the end because even though there was this incredible lead for BetBoom, there was still a chance that maybe Falcons in these fights were actually getting a chance to make a comeback. They didn't in the end, of course. Spoiler. But great series. And then the series after, which I'll be honest, I did start to fall asleep in, but I think some of you guys stayed up for it, right? And it went to 3 games.
Yeah.
I didn't stay up for it. I watched the highlights.
Okay, but we will get to those games in just a little bit because there's one thing we got to talk about first. Fogg, you want to take this one?
EPT points, baby. Escalating.
EPT.
Yes, it's very important in order to do well at all points throughout the year, but very important in the beginning so you can dodge the qualifiers in particular, but it's escalating the entire year. But more importantly, heavier points being committed into those lands.
Yeah.
ESL 1 Bangkok 2024 and ESL 1 Spring 2025. We see those points going up
Look at that.
as every single one of the months go by.
Let's decide right here, right now, where ESL 1 Spring is going to be.
London.
We said Tokyo.
No, I'm voting for London.
I think it should be in Madagascar.
No.
Why?
It's an island.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what a really cool island to do it on would be? Easter Island. You know, the one with the cool statues?
Oh, the
middle of the
that's
ocean.
a part of Chile.
Yeah, but
With the heads.
It's right in the middle of the ocean. It's probably a nightmare to
We can
travel
use this.
to.
We can use the same way that they got the heads on the island to get the Dota players on the island.
Exactly.
Which is aliens.
It would be really cool.
Aliens.
Let's see. ESL 1 Easter Island. I'm down.
How do we get
By the way,
here,
also points when you place high in your group as well too. You get extra points. So can't forget about that. Very important for the
Thank
EPT.
you.
Every little thing counts. As we've
Every
seen,
game matters.
some of these points we've seen in the last 2 years, people have missed it by a sliver.
by 0.5.
Everything matters.
By 0.5 points in the DPC, but still, it's the same sort of point system.
Yeah. Thank you for touching up on the points. I do want to talk about yesterday's series and the results we've had because I will say the game. I do want to start with the last series actually with Liquid versus Waska because that was it's such an important series. I feel like we've seen Liquid go from oh my goodness, they're just gonna get not a single win and getting eliminated, and now they're looking like they're clawing themselves back, Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm really trying to find trends here in this current Dota patch and with the teams we have in this tournament. It is hard to find them. It does seem like comebacks are much more viable on this patch for whatever reason. The first game, Liquid was not winning, and then Mickey had a god-tier performance on Morphling, which he's had a couple of times during this group stage. Then they proceed to go lose game 2, which leads to this game 3, where Liquid actually pretty much stomped them. And they did it with Tiny Mid, which we have not seen work out at all.
And that hero's been bad.
It's been bad, but apparently Nisha is the one guy that can seemingly make it work.
Dude, this hero as well. Ogre Magi's win rate's really high in this tournament,
This
right?
hero is insane.
It's actually got one of the higher win rates
Yeah.
in terms of a hero that's been picked a lot. I don't know what it is exactly, but I think it's at least like 60 plus, 65% plus.
I feel like it's
crazy.
the hero in a vacuum is not that sick. It's more so just in the current meta, and then also with the current carries, it's really strong. Like an SF or a Muerta or any of these range carries love to have an ogre running in and bodying. And Fogg, you had an interesting
We were talking
opinion
about it, yeah.
on the shield, right?
I feel like
yeah.
it's like in the past, Fire Shield was probably looked at like this is super weak, right?
Yeah.
It was a meme.
But now it actually, because these hyper carries hit like a truck, let's be honest, it feels like this, it's 85% block
yeah,
on
you
three
have like
attacks,
Alacrity, Tusk Shrinking Buddies on some carry with the Daedalus.
Exactly.
They crit for 2,000.
Now they crit for 250,
200, yeah.
300 damage, something like that.
It's enough to turn the tide of who wins in the carry-to-carry matchup when you have the Ogre and then they don't.
But we don't see it that often,
The Ogre?
right? The Ogre. We see it. We see it
We've
pop
had
up.
quite a few.
obviously.
I think it's been in like what? Again, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's been in at least like 20 games here.
I'm gonna
for this
find
tournament, I
out.
think. Have a
Liquid
look.
likes it the
It's
most.
not
Great
that
man.
low in this tournament.
Right? Liquid's the one who's been the one spamming
There's so,
it.
It feels like
it's
we
very
see it.
specific teams.
We see when Clockwork and Tusk
Yeah.
are banned.
Yes.
And it's the one melee.
Naga.
And Naga, of course. Well, Naga.
Of course.
That's a guaranteed ban.
Sure.
But when those other melee bruiser frontline guys are banned and you want somebody for like your SF carry to stand in front, then Ogre's the hero. But maybe it should be the higher priority one out of some of those heroes.
I'm pretty sure the win rate is like better than the others.
Yeah, it is. To be fair, though, it is a second phase pick,
Sure, it's
which could change
which
the
gives
win
it a bit
rate
of a-
because people are,
Yeah.
if you pick a clock, then
Ogre
people are
Magi.
preparing for an SF.
It's good, isn't it? Or am I
Win
crazy?
rate 74%.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
That's crazy.
And how many?
23 games.
It's 23. There you go. I knew my stats.
That's
It's
a
good.
lot of games.
moly.
This is like one of the highest win rate heroes in this tournament that has like a decent pool of games played. It's Ogre Magi.
I wonder if also the heroes that it pairs with are very strong level 2 timing heroes.
It is the highest with more than 5 games. Like,
Yeah,
it's like
exactly
it's not even
the
close.
hero.
That's
The second
crazy.
one is actually Chen with also 19 games played and also 74% win rate.
Chen also
I
seems
think that
pretty-
one's less surprising, right? Because
Yeah, Chen was already OP.
It's already
it felt
getting
like.
banned and things, but Ogre's just kind of come in this tournament is winning.
Chen always having a 70% or whatever win rate, I will never be surprised by. That is like a Dark Shear type hero where it's always good in the meta. Almost always.
Yeah. Let's just talk a little bit about Extreme because they won their first series yesterday. And the first
did.
series, but also their first series.
I mean,
Finally.
in a very convincing fashion,
Yeah.
too, right?
Look at that.
Oh, of course they're going to show the clip of when they did the weirdest Tormentor I've ever seen from Tundra, but
Why do you think they did that?
I don't
They
know,
just-
Owen. I really don't know. It's like when you're being chased and you do Tormentor and the game's like in an even state, that's really dangerous to do so. But Ame, this fight in particular, he initiated as Nature's Prophet,
Nightfall
TPing
should have
into
TP
5.
here. That would have been perfect gameplay.
And this
if
was
he
what
had
the
TP'd.
game where they let them have last pick XM sniper, right?
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah, which
Which
was maybe a potential. Well, the puck anyway was a potential misclick. There was a little bit of talks
It
afterwards.
wasn't a potential. It was a confirmed misplay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
PYW was having a little bit of a giggle about that.
Like,
But
yeah,
it worked out.
We misclicked and we picked a better hero. Because I don't think they were expecting an Ember pick to come as a response.
I mean, maybe
to
they
Sniper.
misclicked when they picked Ember.
I don't
We
know.
don't know. We didn't get a
Dude,
talk
the
to 'em.
absolute last pick. How the hell does that happen? That must have been a mid player like Lornoff, like, okay, what do you want to play against this? All the other spirits are banned. Just get me Ember. But then you just go,
But you're playing versus XG.
I'm never letting my mid tell me his last pick
Yeah.
again. Because mids, they have these egos. They think they can play anything. Hey, give me Ember into Huskar. 1 in 5, end of laning stage. You know, not good.
Sure. Well, you got to step in as like the captain or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
say,
and be like,
"Look,
bro, I'm
buddy."
not picking you,
No.
Ember. You're gonna get dumpstered in lane by Sniper. It's XM Sniper. Show some goddamn respect.
That's true.
Very true.
I mean, we see it banned out a couple times. Mostly his Viper is getting respected more heavily than his Sniper, actually.
The
I'd be
Sniper's-
more scared of his sniper.
I'm more
Yeah.
scared of a Sniper too. It's just Sniper's worse on the patch than when they were picking the Sniper a lot.
And obviously, to go back to the first game of that series, that was the series where they do try this Terrorblade offlane.
Yeah, they did.
And that game it didn't look great. I mean, what did you think of the TB offlane?
I think it's a flavor of the month thing that's going to be not picked eventually by players. Like, there's always these heroes. They come into the meta. Pros fall victim to these things all the time. A great example is the puck misclick. You think that they're perfect and they know everything and they're god tier. Well, they are a lot of the time, but they also are humans and they screw things up. So
I think there can still be maybe like some X Factor games where a TB can look and it just fits absolutely perfect. I think there still
Maybe.
can be, but I still think it's too niche.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
It just feels like it.
It
And
needs
you
to be
were
worked out
saying
more.
if you really wanted to work it into a draft, maybe you do go back and just work it in as a support.
That's what
rather
I was
than an
thinking
offlane.
too, right?
Does
Like-
it need to be the offlane?
yeah, I don't
Yeah,
get
I'm
why
not
it's
sure.
not being played as a 4. I liked the 9 class, like Dagon Armlet TV. I genuinely thought that, like, it scales because you just turn a guy to 1 HP and then you Dagon him.
But then you're not playing to save your ally, so it's like against the whole entire concept of saving the Doom target.
I get it. I'm sure there's some
I don't know.
way.
There may
I'm
be
sure
some
there's
way to play it, but
It just ban Doom, man, or pick Centaur. Like there's
a lot of answers. By the way, there was now also an answer to Team Spirit. Team Spirit has been winning every series, so they're on the other side of Extreme, but they did not manage to win their series yesterday, so they lost for the first time. Before we look at standings, I wanted to touch upon that as well, because Paravision was just able to 2-0. Now, the day before that, we saw Paravision getting 2-0'd, and I kind of feel like, I don't know what kind of talk they had after that, but it must have been a very good one, because they came back with a vengeance.
with a Necrophos.
With the Necrophos, yes.
It was both
hype.
games, right? DM said he was playing the dead offlaner.
Yeah.
He did one on the Necrophos. He did one on the Tide, another hero that I think we'd only seen up to I think it was 2-2 on the win-loss
Yeah.
before that game. So yeah, wanted to change it up, do something different. It
That's
worked.
literally what he said.
That's
It's
what
like,
he
I've
said.
been
He said,
playing the
"I played
same
dead
heroes,
heroes."
and I don't like that.
This game was an absolute beatdown. Both kind of in a way, right?
Yeah.
They had a little bit of like a slowdown in the first game, but
Sure.
overall, I have to highlight no one. I think he played out of his mind yesterday, like just completely dominating as this Earth Spirit with some cool little clever plays, but goodness gracious. That was pretty dominant by
that
Paravision.
was some of the like most satisfying eye candy team fights that I've watched in a long time.
It was a nice, like, a win in which it was flashy. There wasn't a lot of slowdown. There wasn't a lot of
No.
let's wait for the Roshan, then the next Roshan, then the next Roshan.
Yeah, we talked about like Paravision having superior macro play, but it was macro play in terms of killing people, not in terms of taking Tormentors and taking Roshans, and like they were diving Fountain or near the Fountain
Into Aegis,
against
right?
Aegis.
That's how they won that first game,
Yeah.
right? It got to that point where it slowed down, but they just, they went in, they take the Morphling down twice beneath his tier 3.
That was such a good
Get
fight.
the win.
That was so cool.
Yeah.
You're not seeing every team do that. Not even some of the other teams that have like this crazy win-loss rate. They're not doing these same sort of plays.
No, they are not. We should take a look at the standings to see where this brings us today, because the series with Spirit yesterday, the series with Extreme yesterday, those were all series that could have meant the teams would have been either eliminated or advancing to the playoffs. But that's not that didn't happen yesterday, so that is happening today. So guaranteed today, someone will be locked into the playoffs. If we can stay on the screen for just a little bit, because there's a lot to break down, especially if you know the matchups that are happening today.
What we got?
So the most important one is Team Spirit, that is 4-1, will go up against BetBoom, that is 4-1 as well. So one of those teams will get 5-1, and therefore will be moving on to the playoffs. For Tundra, Extreme, and Waska, I think very excitingly, none of them are facing each other. So they all still have their own faith in their hands, and there is a chance nobody goes home today. So that's pretty exciting. And I'm very interested in how this will develop. Of course, it looks pretty straightforward still, apart from Falcons and Liquid. But I just have no idea, Fog, how it's going to play out, because we've seen Liquid winning now, and there's a chance that they'll end up 4-3, and who knows?
Yeah, today I feel like could be a big indicator, at least just because these first two series, at least for me, I feel like there's two teams that should probably win them. At least Paravision has looked quite a bit better than Tundra. Tundra's been having a lot of slip-ups, a lot of problems, in particular with their offlane. We've been talking about 33 and Soxus struggling a little bit. And then Liquid, kind of on the rise. So in theory, they should probably win over Extreme too.
Yeah.
So that could cement a couple things at least.
But how come we're talking about Tundra in like, they're having some troubles with their offlane, even though they did so well in one tournament that happened recently? What's the name?
Wallachia.
Jeez. They actually did do okay in Wallachia as well. But, Wallachia, that's how you say it actually. But I mean, Bibidasha. Jeez. The hard one.
I don't want to add to the counter.
No, you don't want to add to the counter.
I don't add to the counter. You guys are making
understand.
fun of me.
But they literally came second, and it was so close. The grand finals there was so close. They almost did it. Went to game 5, undefeated Nightfall there on this Ursa, and it's like, they're gonna do it. They're gonna be strong here as well. And now they're 1-4. What's different?
God, Nightfall's the funniest carry player to ever have graced us. He's such a good character.
I feel like we should have a tally for that as well, but continue.
I watched the Vince McMahon documentary about wrestling. No, it's about wrestling. And they have these characters. They just have these characters that do funny, goofy things. And we have some of them in Dota. Nightfall BKB TP's like 5 times in a series. That's funny. I want him to win because I want people to be... It's incendiary, you know? It makes for a great story to see this guy. I really hope they can somehow claw it back. I want to see him BKB TP and then lose another grand finals. It's just too good.
What do we think? Because let's look at the schedule first, because you already heard Paravision Tundra was going to be first, but let's take a look at the schedule just to get that cemented and to just quickly go over the other ones. We already mentioned BetBoom Spirit, which is guaranteed to put one team in the playoffs. At the end of the day, Waska is going up against Falcons. What do we think about that, Owen?
I think that's obviously a series that I think with the results so far, at least in this stage of the groups, you would expect Falcons to win. But I don't know, that could be an upset. You know, I could see Waska getting it together. We know that they can do because of their performance in like the previous groups they've coming into this. So I don't think that's going to necessarily be a walk in the park for Falcons.
And yesterday, they honestly should have 2-0'd that. They won game 2, and game 1 they were like 20K ahead going high ground. And then they threw going high ground. So we question, why do people not go high ground? Why do Falcons not go high ground? Well, it's trauma. It's PTSD from going high ground and then losing to BK Morphling.
Yeah, it is. We got ourselves Extreme Liquid as well as our second series of the day, Fogged.
Could be difficult for Extreme.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if they just play and pick normal, I think all of us will be very happy so that we can see Extreme play actually good Dota.
Yeah.
It could be a contested series. If they start to pick a little wacky, then Liquid will probably dominate. But we did hear them yesterday, too. They were talking about their scrims, and they're like, we've had success with Jog. I think you guys were saying in particular, but they're like, maybe it's not going to translate into these real games. Let's stick it normal.
It's basically what you want to see Arme on Luna, Alchemist, or Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet. First phase that shit, dude.
You would first phase.
They're well, maybe not first phase.
Because the ones they've won with it, he does like last pick it, right? I think normally they get a last pick.
I just think that that team they look peak when they're accelerating the game. I think they should just keep trying that. If it's working, just do that.
I agree. Prophet and Alk, I think, are the two best.
Yeah. Alk is good because it accelerates in the same way. In terms of farm, maybe not in terms of towers, but it's the same idea.
It's working out for them. And with that said, I mean, we all look forward to Paravision versus Tundra. But to talk more about that, we're going elsewhere. So, gentlemen, have fun preparing for that match. And we are getting ready for Paravision Tundra right now.
Boggers.
Paravision versus Tundra will guarantee have a team locked into somewhere. Whether that is a team that will be guaranteed out or moving on, it will happen right here. And on this table, we're going to talk more about that with Lacoste and Kezu.
Yeah, they can't even see me on camera. Jenkins is blocking me. Thank you.
It's good to see you.
How you doing?
Doing good. PogChamp Pandas, they always get me in a good mood.
They do.
One of the best bangers we had so far at the DreamLeague.
It's true.
Dandy on the drums, let's go.
Do it one more time.
Dandy.
Hey, Kezu, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. Got to listen to a nice pre-show.
Yeah.
Jenkins talking some stupid shit. Now some good dotes.
And for this upcoming series where both teams are, on the cusp of either...
I'm nervous.
Oh my God, you're so sweaty always.
I'm nervous, guys. What can I say?
On either moving on or getting eliminated. What do you got for us?
I got some Paravision.
Yeah.
About some of the things that they actually do very well. And if you're Tundra, you need to be doing better because we know they're not doing well. So hopefully, they look at some of their replays where they can kind of play some of these moves because let's play the clip. Let's look at what Paravision do that is so good.
Where's the clip?
Computer, play the clip.
Computer.
So we have Mr. 9 Class. Lacoste is a big fan of this man. He watches mid. He sees that Lars Bottle was out of charges. So there's a high, chance that he would move into the river. So they go mid, flame break back, boom. First play of the game, easy kill for no one, sets him up for success. Later, no one is about to hit level 6. So 9 Class, makes his way to the mid lane. No one kicks a creep, gets level 6, they magnetize, they go on Laurel. And now look at how nicely they Like, they don't even dive the tower. They kill him in the tower, but they don't really commit their heroes too far, just magnetize, keep popping the stones, and they get the kill there. And so this is how they like set up the early game. Now later, they kill the Morphling, and they know he's about to respawn. So if Morphling TPs, Chrysalis is very ready to go to the gate. The moment they see the TP, he's gonna angle towards the gate, go down bottom, and this is gonna make it really hard for Spirit, because first of all, their heroes are not good at responding. Look at Tango.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have ult yet. Like, he's level 5. They go bottom, they drop the ring on Monkey King. There's not many Monkey King players who would even skill the ult level 6, but it gives him 15 armor. It allows you to tank the tower. Same with the Tide. So like already this stuff in the early game is like helping them a lot. They're up like what, 3k gold, nearly 4k gold. And this is not the end yet. There's one last thing that I really like that they do. If you look at the map right now, they're fully controlling mid lane and they're fully controlling the bottom lane. So they're now smoking to the last area that Spirit can play in. And now people might feel like, oh, but they're only killing an Ench. Honestly, this smoke isn't even about the kill, but rather about what it does to the map. They're still now fully controlling mid, they're fully controlling bottom, and they have full control of top as well. So if you're Spirit at this point, what do, Jenkins?
You cry.
Yeah, you cry and you call it.
You sit in your base. And you weep. Cheever.
I think actually Spirit probably wouldn't, considering they were having such a good time and they have been able to come back from things, but they definitely did call GG eventually at that game.
They did.
Yeah, let's see how Tundra is going to deal with that, because we touched upon it just now a little bit in the pre-show, but Lacoste, what's wrong with Tundra?
It's definitely the offlane, because Whitemon, he's having the best time of his life right now. He looks like the best player in the team, which a lot of the times we don't say for position 5, but he's been so stable every single performance when he's playing these Chens, these type of summon heroes. He's Phoenix as well. Very good at securing the lane. I think problem comes from the offlanes. I praised this offlane for years, back when they were playing on the old Tundra.
Yeah.
Saksa and 33. Something's just not clicking. The way they've been playing, there's some like random dead. Saksa walks into the tower, they try to go for the first blood, he dies immediately, it ruins the lane completely. Saksa is also a player that has the most deaths, most average deaths in the tournament, which is pretty uncommon. And I always say that these two guys are in my top 2 probably combos when it comes down to the offlane duos, but something is just not right for them right now.
They might be overcooking a little bit. I
That's
feel
also
like.
true.
I mean, maybe, but like it looks so strange, like so much more strange than usual, because 3-3, if I think of the player who will like give himself a good early game, I would think of Amar and 3-3. But there's like stuff going on where it doesn't transition, or he dies in scenarios he shouldn't. So I also, because this is hard to talk about as well. Maybe it's like the atmosphere or the nerves, you talk about that after the games, but fixing that from one day to the other,
nervous?
maybe he could be nervous, yeah. Back to you, Jen.
Oh, you're just letting. I think like a good example is when 33 stayed in the safe lane on Visage in the series I think we saw yesterday, and then died, TPing top, and then died when he TP'd to his lane, like right after TPing in, and then he walks to the lane. It's like if that's a pub, you probably have your mid laner going down mid, or somebody's flaming the shit out of you, and you're getting reported after that. Yeah, you feel like the game is over. And it's like, that's the we're talking about this from a high expectations perspective.
Yes.
I would rate 33 as in contention for being the best player in the world, like one of the best players that have ever graced Dota, especially with how he thinks about the game. It's just, people have figured out the stuff that they've cooked and they're countering it, and they need to either cook something new or just go back to playing normal for a little bit.
His hero pool is really small this tournament. Like a lot of the times you would see Doom get banned out, Sanking is in a lot of games banned out immediately. So he's playing some Visage, he's playing some Bristleback, maybe Enigma, tried Terrorblade. It was not working out. And I want to see something different from them. I would love to see, where's his Beastmaster? Because this hero is one of the best to clear the stacks with, and also the way they play it, it opens up the Roche. We saw a couple of games so far in the DreamLeague where Beastmaster with the Aghanim Scepter build takes over the game.
It's it's often banned, just like this game.
Yeah.
So I do feel like as we're saying, he is getting targeted pretty hard in the bans as well, and it's definitely showing. We are in the draft, though. Paravision will be on the Radiant side this time around. Tundra, Dire, and first pick, as we just saw, was Paravision's, and they picked up the Sand King. They also banned out the Doom and the Alchemist and the Beastmaster, whereas Tundra removed some of the usual suspects in terms of the Naga, but also Monkey King, Pugna, and Chen.
There was an interesting interview with Miero the other day when he was talking about two offlaners, Beastmaster against Sanking, who's getting the farm priority and how that's going to affect the game. I think it's going to come down to the same one in this one, probably, something similar, whether you want to invade the stacks or you want to just be clearing your stacks on your own side, because seeing these two heroes, these are the best offlaners pretty much to clear the stack with, and once they come online with some Bloodstone for Sanking, with some Aghanim Scepter and Bristleback, you're going to be ready to fight at 14, 15 minutes in.
Yeah, I think for Paravision, this is a team that really likes to invade your stacks.
Oh, yeah.
So depending on what Tundra decides,
there he is.
Where the
camera.
Prime
your
ball.
boy.
Ah, there he is. Prime carry, prime carry. God, what a treat it is watching Nightfall. I can't wait for his pick to come out. Let's see some Ursa, baby.
I mean, his Ursa is actually the best in the world, I think.
He's so good at Ursa.
Because that's like one of the heroes where I'm not sure if it's how well he understands it, but I feel like he's a different player on Ursa. Because he will go Fury, but still kill everyone on the map.
Yep.
Whereas if he's playing other heroes, it's like the default. I need BKB.
Yeah, he'll
to deal damage.
Farm the
1800
armlet
camp.
BKB 22-minute 000. Awesome.
It is quite fun to see Tundra banning out the Razor. I feel like it's one of the few teams that have, when there's only one ban available, they'll still go for that Razor just because Crystallis is so good on that hero and it will disrupt so many
That's good
plans.
respect. Oh, this is...
There it is.
This is interesting. I feel like you're really risking getting timbered, or honestly, DM could go back for the Necro here. Like, I feel like you don't pick it here. You
Right
pick
away.
You pick it, you pick it in the 4th slot. But like, if Tundra goes for Tusk, you gotta. I genuinely think he's gonna go Necro again.
There's a break mechanic still available, something that they didn't play. Hoodwink, they didn't touch Hoodwink at all on side of Paravision, which is a bit of an interesting one, considering how good of a game it would be playing into Dragonite, playing into Bristleback.
I mean, you have a couple of routes for sure. Like, you could also... I think you mentioned the Necro. I think there's stuff like Viper as well.
Viper for sure.
Yeah,
but then
Viper's good.
Maybe Tundra are like, oh, but then the Sand King goes mid. We get to counterpick him there. I'm not sure. But you're seeing two super tanky cores, and obviously you share a lot of the same counters.
Yeah,
I like the Hoodwink.
Well, we got the Enchantress coming out first, so that will be our support duo on one side. Done. Paravision takes Ancient Tusk.
Okay, now Tundra has to show a couple of more picks. Let's see some tanky strength heroes so we can get the Necro coming.
Some tanky position 5s.
I mean, what does Tundra want here? I don't know. I don't think they've played as much Bad Rider as other teams, but I think Bad Rider would be good. I think Hoodwink would also be good for themselves.
I was thinking the Bat exactly as well. I feel like it blocks the Timber, the Necro, like the heroes you're expecting to come out.
It covers really nicely.
It covers for the counters to the Bristle and the DK. Which, in that case, then I would think for Paravision, Viper looks really good if they do pick Bat Rider.
I would be fine with Bat Rider / Muerta for position 4 inside of Tundra.
Yeah, Muerta sounds good.
Just to have...
Ooh, how about
it's more melee heroes. This could really backfire for Tundra.
This could, yeah, this is rough.
But it's considered to be also a counter towards Enchantress, right?
That's
so
true.
it
That's true.
Gets a couple of boxes ticked.
And it can be pretty good against Sand King in teamfights, because you can, I mean, Sand King is so big, Sandstorm is so big, so you can always stun him.
Yeah.
I mean, Tundra could just run back the Whitemon Phoenix, maybe? Is there something else on 5 that we would really like here? There's no Chen. No Pugna. I feel like you don't really want Clock, because you have Nyx. So you probably want like a range.
You want the range position 5.
Yeah.
The range 5s that he has played so far, a lot of them are banned out. Most of them are banned out.
Why does
So
Mightman have so many computers? 2 backups. Standing at the ready.
He's a gamer.
It's a computer, I don't know.
I know, Shiver.
Sorry. Distracted.
He has been carrying his team. So
He does.
By using multiple CPUs.
One is for practice, one is for the officials.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the Whitemon Warlock.
It could be.
Ooh.
I couldn't give you any reasoning, because anytime the Warlock came out, I don't know
I
why,
don't
but-
understand it either, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, cleave damage from DK, Bristle does a lot of AoE damage. Maybe
But
you
you
spread
would
it with the
wanna,
Fatal Bond.
the Phoenix you mentioned first. Would be the one.
That's another great cover hero for the counters to the tanky boys.
Yeah.
Whether it's Viper, Necro, or Timber, Phoenix is pretty good against all of them.
So now, like, their question is, how many carry matchups do they feel like they have in this game?
What do you mean? 3?
Like, in terms of, yeah, but like, how many of them do they feel like they win with?
Okay.
Like, do they need to pick a Morphling here? Or, ooh!
They go for theirs, sir.
I feel so deja vu right now. I feel like we had a different
I'm
draft the other
confused.
day where Jenkins talks about Ursa coming out, and then the other team picks
I
it.
like this team because they are not afraid to pick new heroes.
I
We
agree.
saw some like really cool stuff coming out. DM talked yesterday in an interview about him playing the same heroes for pretty much 3 weeks because they've been on the boot camp, and the new stuff is coming out, and I really like this. It's not a we're gonna win the game. Like we've seen something similar with Tundra in the grand finals against Falcons, game 5, where he was 15-0 and still lost the game.
Yeah.
I want to see something that can deal some tower damage, because right now I'm not seeing any. So this is a problem that Ursa a lot of the times does have to face, because you can't close out the game.
I just think it's amazing that this drum actually makes drum sounds.
Actually, that's true. Like, really real.
Like, really. I mean, it's
jamming.
an actual functioning mini drum kit. Fantastic. We got an Enigma ban out coming out from Paravision, and I need you guys to explain that to me, because in my head, the Dragon Knight is going for Nightfall carry, and then
Bristle
the Bristle
offlane, yeah.
offlane. So you wouldn't put Enigma mid.
They're thinking, they're really concerned about the Ursa lane. Like Nyx plus Enigma is really strong, and maybe it's worth flexing the DK to mid and then having the
Okay.
Bristle go carry, even though every time we've seen the DK mid, it's dog shit. Oh, they actually banned the Necro.
actually
Oh
banned the
my
Necro.
god,
I
I
love
never
it.
thought I would see the day.
That's really funny, actually.
I mean, I'm still fine with Viper if they want to run this sanking in the mid lane.
You
I mean,
got to ban Viper here, surely, right? Like,
Probably.
don't
I mean, you can also run Viper in the mid lane.
Yeah.
You can put Sanking in the offlane. That's why it makes
Yeah.
such a good pick. And also, if you're playing Tusk plus Viper lane, that's one of the
You're
best,
destroying.
one of the best lanes that you can pair up Viper with.
Yeah, I agree. I think that ability to follow the lane, and depending on what Tundra picks, is really important. Their first pick on Paravision, so they are not going to get the absolute last pick. So having that flex is super value, because I feel like the heroes, there's not many heroes that will lane well against Sand King and also the Viper, and also can follow them to both lanes.
Okay, they banned Invoker.
They're getting Vipered, 100%.
I mean,
Well, you know what? They could also be getting Dazzle.
Dazzle, I was about to say, because
Ooh.
there isn't that much burst damage. Damage from Nyx sure is burst. Dragonite needs to get those couple of hits, and Bristleback only burst damage is Bristleback. Phoenix is also a bit slow on the damage, so if they want to play this sustain game with a lot of healing, I'm also down to see some Razzle Dazzle.
I would say for most teams, this would be a Vipering that's occurring, but because it's Paravision and they have the balls to pick Ursa, they're going to go for the cheesier pick, which is the Dazzle.
But Tundra has overall last pick.
yeah.
That's
So
why I
they can
prefer
counter it.
Viper over
Yeah.
Dazzle. I mean, you can still run Dazzle
But both
mid.
can go
You could,
both
yeah,
lanes.
both
Yeah,
can.
I really like that.
I'm just thinking if there's anything else. I mean, I would prefer if they pick a new offlaner and just put the Sand King mid. But I'm
Okay.
thinking if there's anything that's like really cool that you can pick for mid. But I can't really find anything. I feel like we're kind of on point with these Dazzles, Vipers maybe in the offlane. Maybe you take out some Pangolier. I feel like Tundra needs something that will allow them to play the game and actually fight back. Because you know, Nightfall is probably not going to be fighting back for a while. He needs time.
It needs something that's going to be less greedy. I'm leaning towards some maybe Earth Spirit that could come out.
Yeah.
Because this hero doesn't need that much farm. You have Dragonite, you have also Bristleback, which means that you're not going to be coming online anytime soon. And also you have... Okay.
Interesting.
That is very normal
Very
going out
normal,
from
very
Paravision with the Storm Spirit. They ban out the Viper themselves. Let's see what Tundra gets in reaction to this. So what is still in the pool that would do well against Storm? I feel like there's quite a few counters left, and there's even still Puck in
Yeah,
this.
Puck is
Puck
very
is
good.
very good. Either Puck or Earth Spirit.
There's very little disable for a Puck right now. It's just the Sand King, really. Okay, they go for the counter.
They love Lorenoff on Ember
Yeah.
Spirit.
This is
It's just this hero, right? They,
Yeah.
they also picked it into Sniper, which
Yeah,
didn't end up
yesterday.
too well.
devastating. Yeah, it was devastating for him. We should always go to the Ember after a Storm gets picked. I feel like that's
Yeah.
the default for pros right now. For whatever reason, I don't think it's that sick. But I haven't played the matchup myself. Maybe these mid players have a much better read on the matchup these days. I know people are often maxing chains, and maybe it feels different than like the old Ember that would go for the Flame Guard and push out the wave. Maybe it's a timing thing. Maybe it's Mage Slayer is good against the Storm Shard, which did that get nerfed? There was a small patch. That
I don't
was
think
like a bug
I'm gonna say no.
patch.
I'm gonna say no.
Because if it did, then I don't think this is as necessary as a counter, because then Storm just probably sucks.
I mean, it's still good against the Sanking too, but okay, let's see. I like both drafts. I'm gonna cheat a little bit over here. Thank you. It flipped to something else.
Oh shit. Sorry.
No, but anyway, let's
pardon,
see.
my friend.
You have.
There you go.
Okay, so I like both drafts, but I feel like this last pick for Parivision is not kind of giving it to me with the Storm.
Okay.
I feel like they could have done something else. I love the Ursa, but this time I believe in the Nightfall Dragon Man. He will be prime carry this game, Jenkins.
Nightfall Dragon, Lacoste.
I'm leaning towards Tundra slightly, but I also want to see Paravision do good because they protected themselves nicely, banning out Enigma, banning out Viper. We talked about Viper maybe getting picked for them, but it also says to me they want to give Crystallis a really good laner. So it's not a hero that plays well from behind. I think it's going to be very interesting. Paravision, they need to go for kills. They need to go for these pickoffs with Storm, Ursa, and also Sanking. So going to be an interesting game to watch.
Yeah, I feel like, Jenkins, when we have the opening 2 picks with the Bristle and the DK, obviously very tanky heroes, did Paravision get enough damage to deal with that?
The Ursa, if Crystallis can have a solid start, then yeah, you can burst through these heroes, but I don't feel like it's that good on this patch. Ursa's a bad hero, DK's a very good hero. To me, it all comes down to how are 33 and Soxa feeling today. Like, are they going to have one of the bad lanes, or is 33 actually going to get a lot of stacks in this game? And can Paravision invade those stacks?
Well, we're going to find out. How is the offlane going to play itself out for Tundra for this first game of the best of 3 series? We're finding out with Odapixel and Fog, but of course first, some Puck and Pandas.
Time for Tundra versus Paravision. I'm only Pixel here with Fog, and we're getting ready to get into the actual game 1 between these two. Fog, what do you make of this? We're getting what the good old Dragonite carry, the solid, the staple here for Tundra for Nightfall. Whereas Paravision, they've got something a little bit new on the carry position. Well, at least a hero we don't see a lot. We're getting an Ursa coming in.
Yeah, definitely an interesting approach. We see the tiers, though. Super comfort draft, super comfort heroes for Paravision. Grandmaster, Master, Grandmaster, another Master, 4 of them across the board. Very stable draft for them. Maybe lacking a little bit in the team fight compared to what I've seen some of the times for Paravision. But they wanted to go with this Ursa for Crystals versus these tanky cores versus the DK Bristle. Let's see if it works out. Tundra, they have more of a standard draft that I think we've seen a lot of times. Some counter picks coming into play with the Nyx versus the Enchantress, and let's see if they can deliver, because also Phoenix has been struggling a bit.
Yeah, as well, 6 and 16, I believe, is the win-loss right now.
Oh, and Sox is looking really dead.
And indeed, they get the Burrow Strike on, and the both of them. That's first blood for the mid, first blood for no one.
And Whitemon actually uses a flood grenade in the end there, so they end up wasting one of those inside of it. And tag team and those level 1 fights, it's similar to something like a Soul Assumption. Like we see that a lot with these teams just walking into it and losing a hero. They're even positioned to attempt for another go. I see Ducalis in 9 class are waiting potentially for another hero sitting around up top. And let's see how this matchup goes. Lorinoff getting his Ember Spirit again. This time, of course, he's not versus a sniper counter pick completely, but let's see how he does versus no one, because no one has been very good on these spirits.
Yeah, he's been crazy recently. And Paravision in the wins, they've just run teams over.
They have.
With this lineup, is this a lineup where Paravision can continue to try and do this very Paravision-esque style of just dominating from the lanes onwards and just never letting go?
I feel like it's a little bit slower because of the Ursa in particular. Yeah, I just think the Storm can absolutely accelerate things massively, so that's probably the one to look at to get that quick momentum, since he's going to be playing. It's going to be like Storm, Ench, and the Tusk running around and making this early aggression.
You say that, but with the Ursa, are you going a Battle Fury farming build, or is there not a world where you can go for like some diffusal and start chasing people around the map?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I guess there's potential for it, but I will have to see what Crystals wants to go for with his overall.
Because the Battle Fury is a concept, right?
It's slow.
And the item's just not great right now. Like, people aren't picking Battle Fury heroes.
Yeah, I'll check for you just to see what Crystals in particular, what he does on his Ursa, because he's a bit of a different player.
Mid lane so far.
Pretty even in 9-3 against the 8-2.
Oh,
sorry, 6-0. So actually, no. Sorry, I was looking at the DK. Yeah, this is a pretty good start here for no one on the first few waves.
Crystallis is not, at least not in pubs.
Not played in a while?
No, he's literally just playing the same 3 heroes every single game. It feels like it's DK, Medusa, Morphling, a couple gyrocopters in there. But yeah, not so much of this Ursa. So it's interesting to see.
I feel like I've got to check. I want to see when he last played it then.
Yeah, you can check that.
Yeah. That might have been a while ago.
Yeah. Because overall, yeah, this hero can definitely have its downfalls depending on item build. If long duration team fights go on though, you can see the advantage of what he wants to play for when he's playing versus a DK and a Bristleback. It's just, is this hero any good at the moment? Because we did see, of course, Nightfall. I think they've said it like 500 times, especially Jenkins talking about Bibidasha's Nightfall ending up like 15-1 or 15-0, whatever it was in that game in the grand finals, and ending up losing the game because he's just playing versus so many kiting mechanics, playing versus Force Staffs, Wind Wakers, and just crazy things.
Yeah, he won a game 17 days ago in a pub.
And he doesn't deviate though,
It is just the Battle Fury,
Fury
into Blink, BKB, Basher,
Yep.
so the very, very standard build of all.
I think if you're playing versus, like, let's say Morphling and Medusa, that's when you can go to
You
Fusion
go some
Blade.
aggressive build,
But I
yeah.
think without that matchup, you probably just want to do standard. But we'll see.
Yeah,
If he
because
doesn't deviate.
it's not going to be very fast, right? It's going to be slow. And as I say, you know, we're not seeing other carries be picked
33.
that build Battle Fury in this patch.
They're racking up the Fury swipes.
That's
That's
just
5.
this could be a kill.
That's 6. That's 7.
It's a lot of Quill Spray stacks in return, and indeed it's too many. They might have been stacking up the swipes, but 33 was stacking up the quills, and he'll get the double.
Seen that happen a lot this tournament. Bristol, you underestimate how tanky he really is. Wasn't even that close to them bringing him down, even though they had 8 stacks of the Fury swipes. Even Enchantress gets burst.
Yeah, that's super rough. Yeah, that's one of those plays where, as you say, they completely underestimated how much damage they were going to be taking from this Bristle, and maybe just overestimating how much Crystallis was going to be able to do with the swipes. That's just down to the fact that they're not that used to playing with the Ursa in this pack or in a long time, right? It's just not a hero that this duo lane has had involved in it.
No.
So very hard and easy to make the kind of miscalculation on when you're trying to go for that sort of play.
Did he just slight steal? I think he slight stole the rune there.
He's done it a few times in his games.
Yeah,
He's very good at this.
I think he actually just did it there as well, so he was able to get the water rune even though it was being contested from the edge. Saksa, he's a much easier kill. They've got the Wild Wing to drag back. He'll kill it, but it gets the drag in time, so he'll go down.
There we go.
But it's going to be a fast timing for 33 in particular, a good lane, and he'll be able to farm stacks as well as the Bristleback. So overall, the lanes from Tundra are looking pretty solid right now, even though they did end up giving that kill. Mid lane, though,
It's the mid.
no
The
one
mid
is
is
just
rough.
dominating.
The mid is very, very rough. I mean, it's 9 class.
Can he actually play himself out of this?
That was a nice little shards, actually, just giving sort of just a little bit more space to get round and stop the Phoenix from
Mid.
getting on top of him.
He's got stick,
He's got one
fairy.
down fairy fire.
But
It's
they got
enough
him.
to save him, indeed. Good move from Saxa. Comes in to help Lorinoff out. And Lorinoff, he needed that. Was
He
having
did.
a tough time in this mid lane.
Heads up play, though, from Saksa. Gets the bottle refill as well, so Lorinoff, he's healthy. And now that he's got the 2 points in Flame Guard, he should start to recover nicely. Some good levels coming out for Saksa, too, even though he died. Since he gets that kill mid, he's actually 4 and change, and 33 can be left on his own a little bit.
He's
against
perfectly
Bristol.
fine.
Yep.
But, after they've made that failed attempt, and then they gave a double kill to him.
Striking back. Can Lorinoff play himself out of this one? He looks to be in a dangerous spot.
Yeah, he's going down.
These 4 position moves, very strong. So much damage that comes out from Storm. DM will start to work on at least one of the stacks, as we saw there. Will be pushed out of the lane, though, as the Sand King as well. Since the movements happened there from 9 class, that means DM is going to have to be on his own to be able to get that recovery. He can farm stacks very well, but bit of a slower start than we've seen from Paravision in most situations, where they usually just do excellent in lanes and snowball massively. No one is having that explosive time, and he might just be able to find one.
He's got another remnant.
He actually just hangs it. Chains. Not enough. The rune.
Got the setup, and indeed he's going to be able to go over and get the amplified damage rune for himself. Shards to block Lorinoff off, but he has the remnants. So we'll manage to get away from the 2 of them.
So it looks like the name of the game is, yep, our side lanes are going to struggle a little bit on the side of Paravision, but enable no one, right? Enchantress creep to set up for the runes, no at 9 class even to set up. Crystallis again. He's got 21, he should be fine. DM. Will kill the sentry in time, but they've got a dust.
Yeah, he's looking pretty dead. The dive forward, burn him down with the breathe fire.
No one's making a move again. With this amp damage, Nightfall is a bit low on HP.
He's going to go straight for him.
Gets the stun off. No one doesn't want to commit.
It doesn't have enough mana to keep chasing that.
Are scanning.
Whitemon will not go for that. And they'll be able to get 1-for-1 wisdom.
Radiant's middle
Test,
tower
but no one
is
might go for the kill, because there actually was a dive used by Whitemon.
Oh, he's surely going to have this. Oh,
The tree!
okay, never mind the tree.
Whitemon! What a block. He's had very good games for this team, even if they've struggled a bit throughout this tournament. Whitemon has been the shining light in a lot of them. 4-4. A 1k advantage for the side of Tundra. Crystallis, again, should be okay, but 33 is going to try to force. He's actually not 6. He needs TPs. He'll get them.
Look at the shards down, but yeah, Crystallis in no sort of shape to turn and try and fight back. Lornoff swinging over.
He's scouted. They're bringing more. Whitemon again!
He just feeds.
He just
Okay.
walks in and dies. Just kidding. Sorry, Whitemon. 9 class. He's got the snowball at the ready.
And shards are going to be up as well in a second. There's the snowball. There's good towards Saxa. Crystallis, he's going to be able to get the kill.
He's 6 now.
He can stand his ground for a bit. Further deep is coming in. He'll put the ult now. He's
That
very
image.
low. Can he kill 33 in time? The chains will hold him back. They turn, but 33 gets the cleanup, gets the double. No one. He will be able to kill him afterwards, though.
Okay, Whitemon just hand-delivered.
He just walked in and died.
He did a cool play, tough to survive, but 2 times he dies in a very funny fashion. Mid lane to just a remnant, and then bottom also just to a quick move that he just takes way too much damage. He didn't expect it. All right.
I mean, they kill Crystallis, but I got some money out of that before
He's doing
it goes
good.
down.
He's doing fine. DM is the one who's struggling the
Radiant's
most.
middle
He is
tower
having a
under
very,
attack.
very slow start since he's been left completely alone with 9 class moving around all over the place. As we said, he does have stacks to be able to go back to. And he should be able to farm these pretty reliably, as we've said multiple times for the Sanking. It's one of the harder ones to contest. Almost catches the stun mid-dive.
Yeah, DM just a little short on that burrow.
They are limiting a bit of his farm, though, as we see there. The sentry to block the camp. He'll ping it out. Won't get dewarded at the 9-minute mark, and he won't get the stack on the Ancient because of that little mini-invasive play from Whitemon, so restricting the catch-up there from DM.
Gotcha.
Sox is 6. Pretty early. See, Ducalis has his 6 on the Enchantress, but overall the Nyx 6 can start to set up and start to get some sneaky kills potentially.
Yeah, definitely to try and mess around with Crystallis. Whilst he's trying to back up the jungle.
Radiant's courier.
He can also just catch no one off guard in particular if he just looks to like play on top of, maybe just play on top of Lornoff. If no one does make an aggressive move, he can get punished because how early this Nyx 6 is coming out. Stacks. Could we actually get a counter if we have a chance to see how many of those have been made? Because I'm not going to count all over the place. Thank you. It hasn't been that many. Which I feel like when we've seen a lot of these games with the Bristle and the Sankings on opposing teams, it's usually insane how many stacks we have coming out. No one will be able to snag himself an Invis, and he is showing which build he's going for. So he's going down the Orchid route, playing versus the Ember. It's good versus the Nyx and the Phoenix as well, too. It's very valuable to go for this here. There's the M. Will be able to hide himself. The 9 class, that's a fast snowball. He had the sentry down.
Whitemon's going to be in with the dive. 9 class. He's actually able to walk away from the 3 of them, though. Now the backer comes in. They'll get the sacks there. Now no one's jumping over towards Whitemon. They're going to be able to get a second one out of this as they take out the 2 supports.
Lornoff's coming up to contest.
Gotta be a bit careful.
Oh, that was a weird remnant. Did it during the slight. He's limited mana. Yeah, he has to be cautious.
He can't fight this now.
A very quick move. A 9 class dodging the stun there coming out from the Nyx. Very quick reaction because of the sentry he's got. Be able to turn the fight completely. Little thing I will try to keep track of also is I sometimes forget this, but Nyx does have that Nyx sense. So versus Sanking, versus the Sandstorm, that he will always have that extra detection from his innate. It's not massive, but it's something, you know, we can always factor in at times to be able to look for this Sanking. Could be an extra reason why they picked it besides the Ench. Mostly the Ench, of course, but small little things to point out. Whitemon has it 6. They're going to get the D-ward as well. They want to be able to take this down.
They don't want to let Crystallis get as much space as he's been getting down here.
He's getting more than honestly, I think more than he probably should have as this Ursa in a lot of situations, because that's why we don't see it picked so much. It can struggle a lot. He's going to have a pretty okay timing at his battle.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Yep. And no one is having, as you said, an explosive game so far as the Storm Spirit's up to 8 Galvanize. That Orchid's going to be coming soon. And it's very good versus 3 of these heroes on the side of Tundra. The tower. Saksa gets the deny. Nicely timed. Another power rune. No one's getting a lot of these. They're setting him up for most of them, but he's getting good RNG on them as well.
And sorry if you mentioned this already, but do you like this 9 class, this game, going for the brown boots, Aghanim's Rush?
Oh!
Because we don't normally see that, right? Just
no.
Aghanim straight up.
Definitely not just a point booster like this. Very interesting.
Who's he looking to kick?
Boot out
just
the Bristle.
The Bristle.
Yeah,
just
kick him out.
In the middle of the fight, just kick the Bristle out. Yeah?
Not a bad idea.
Yeah?
And overall, I mean, their draft is strong in terms of scaling on the side of Paravision. If they can slow game down, yeah, DK and Bristle scale, but if you can keep punting someone
kick them out.
That could be cool, especially if you're going to get it probably in one of the fastest ones ever, right?
You're going to have doing this as a rush, yeah.
Potentially at 20 minutes unless he starts dying multiple times, which can slow things down massively, but cool. We'll see if it works for him. Does mean that they're not going to have a Solar Crest in particular to buff up the Ursa or the Storm inside of some of those mid-game fights, but looks like they're going to build for themselves, so that's cool. Because even the Ench is also building for herself, as we see most of these Enchantresses do. And there's that Orchid. Very fast for no one. So kill threat, mostly on 3 different heroes. The Phoenix, the Ember, and the Nyx are the big ones that he can target early on. A little bit harder to go for the DK, since Nightfall does have good timing on Armlet. And Blink is now done. So Paravision, 2 big item timings they can look to start to pressure. 33, he has his Ags, so they can look to fight around him, and I believe Lorinov also has Mage Slayer. So both teams hitting a bit of a similar timing in terms of the mid and the off lane having these fighting items. While both of the safe laners probably want to farm. DK can show up a bit more to the fights, I would say, than the Ursa.
Yeah, he's got the Mask of Madness now right on top of the armlet.
Yeah,
so
but they probably still just want to farm.
He hits hard and fast.
And there's the 4. So that Orchid timing, that Blink on DM, smoke on smoke. No one. Let's get that's some nice change.
Oh, it's a good jump there with the Burrow and the Epi straight away. They're going to try and burst through 33. No one zips across. They'll deal with the Bristol as 33. He does kill off.
No one dies first.
No one indeed in return with the Quill. So they'll get the kill there, and they might get more if they get the chains connection. And now moving in. Crystallis, he's turned up to the fight. He has managed to take out Whitemon. I mean, he's getting involved pretty early here, Crystallis. It's allowed them to get 1, but it won't allow them to get the Lorinov kill, as Lorinov has the Remnant at the ready. But yeah, they killed the Bristol, but a lot of damage was done on the way down.
He literally, how much did he actually end up doing? He literally killed that Storm Spirit 100 to 0. And I mean, look at those chains by Lorinov, right? The initial kind of thing, starting things off, applying the Mage Slayer to these heroes is actually massive, right? Being able to just limit their damage burst, potentially if they don't have the Mage Slayer debuff on the Storm, 33 dies first. So, cool little interactions.
Oh, down bottom. He's looking for the solo play, no one. Has he got enough? It's close, but last little zip.
So close.
Oh, he can't get him. Loinov's going to live, and now 33's in with the Quills, and no one's out of mana. No one goes down again. So 33 finding these opportunities to punish no one.
And 9 class, very likely dead. No one going for these solo plays. He gets punished this time around. Not enough to finish Lorinov.
Oh, some of the greed getting punished potentially with these builds. When the 9 class, sort of halfway through the Aghanim's build, it just doesn't have the items to help himself or anyone else until that Aghanim's is done.
It's back-to-back deaths for the Storm. Galvanized stacks, we were mentioning he had 9 or something, now he's down to 3 and top.
Easy setup here from Saxa, an easy kill for Nightfall.
There you go, the Nyx sense coming into play right there. Don't need the detection. This Nyx assassin just stands on top of him, they didn't even have to pop a dose.
Never refuse good.
Saxa will tip him.
Radiant's top tower
4K lead now, just off of that, and it's right next to a Roche, so they can quickly go for it on the side of Tundra.
Crystallis obviously has the Battle Fury,
He does.
so his farm will start to ramp up. Should allow him, honestly, to close up to the DK, I'd expect, right? These 2 heroes probably can farm at a similar pace now.
Yeah, and we'll have to see just how that matchup is going to end up actually going.
Yeah, if he's actually just able to get in the fight and actually get the chance to stack the swipes up on these tanky heroes.
Definitely going to be interesting to see, because now they're going to have to play into this Aegis 33. He's going to be able to claim that one up. Imagine he buys the Shard after he has this Voodoo Mask. Oh, sorry, he already has it, actually, sorry. He's huge on 33 with that. So these team fights could be quite difficult for Paravision. As we saw, their double item timing did not actually benefit them more than Tundra's double item timing inside that fight in the mid lane.
I mean, all in all, it's just been a bit of
Radiant's top tower.
a few rough decisions from Paravision on when to fight in the Bristol. You know, stemming back right to the laning stage. You know, we had that situation where the safe lane duo Paravision is running into him, and then it's the mid fight where sure they get kills, but no one overcommits, he dies, and then down on the bottom lane once again, got to fight in, overcommits, dies. Now 33 diving up to tier 2s. Surely he's going to want to go in and finish the job.
He's got a hairball. Bang!
That'll do it. I mean, he's getting out of control now, 33. They've chosen too many bad fights to fight into him, and he is a steaming ahead.
It's a big problem. Because as I said, even as the times he died, he was able to get those big cleanup kills, 8, 2, and 2. This time around, Sox and 33 having a much better time. We saw a couple games where they've been struggling. This is not one of them.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They can claim quite a bit of the map now with this Aegis. See how Paravision looks to strike back versus this, because Sox is continuing to just give some very good scout information. Believe he has the Dagon done also. So can look to start setting up on some of these squishier heroes. I mean, even no one at this point. Not the tankiest on the Storm Spirit. He has a shield rune right now, but once that wears off, of course, there is some fear for him. 7k lead. It's accelerating quick, Owen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No one. So he said with the shield rune. He's still going to go down to these after the chains.
It's just too easy for them to kill him right now.
He's lost literally every single point of momentum that was there for no one in this game. It's completely gone. Literally down to 0 galvanized. I think he was at 8 or so, as I was mentioning from before, but 3 or 4 back-to-back deaths that Tunja's just prepared for him. And Lorinoff, I like that he's adapted his build a little bit this game. Maybe we do see Soxa go down since he steps up past the river. Can Lorinoff bail him out? He gets the Yules.
They might even be able to turn. They're dancing around him.
They will turn.
Heads across, and indeed they'll get the 1. They might even get the 2.
Nice play from Lorinoff. Good bait from Soxa.
It's looking rough, and kind of the Ursa. Chris, this would maybe be their backup plan, right? If he was getting the space, was able to hit the creeps, get his farm up, but making moves like that, again, around that cursed river area in the middle of the map, that... If you can't rely on the Ursa to try and carry you through this game, I don't know who's going to carry them through it.
They're going to go for Lorinoff. They should have this. Good chain stun, so they'll get this kill to slow down some momentum, but yeah, an 8k lead. And even though Lorinoff is dying, the Bristol DK, they are absolutely massive.
Huge. Yeah, 33 and Nightfall so far ahead right now at the early time of 19 minutes.
DM. He's getting caught.
It's just too easy for Saxa.
Solos him.
Completely counters him.
And Ducalis could even go down to Nightfall. He hits hard. Enchantress can be sometimes an issue, but not for this farm DK.
It's getting out of control.
It's really out of control.
This is getting out of control.
Because even though Lorinoff is dying, but it doesn't really matter because his hero overall in this game, he's not this carry. He's this like this anti-carry. He's preventing a lot of the damage that's coming out from both the Storm and the Sanking, and this one in particular, because he has this Bristle DK to rely to. So he dies in some of these situations, but I don't think it feels that bad for him. Because his items, I love the way that he's built. Mage Slayer's natural, but the Yules is so valued this game. Versus the Ursa, even versus that Storm in a lot of situations. Since the Storm built Orchid, right? The Yules feels like it has a double function, either to protect him or to use it aggressively. And 9 class, as we mentioned, his Aghanims, he's still getting it. I mean, probably at a pretty fast time, but they're losing so much control.
And Carlos.
They got the Tormentor.
Yep, they take the Tormentor, they take the kill. They can even see if they want to push for the tier 2, depends how strong they feel.
No one feels like he actually has to accelerate a BKB into his build because of these last few deaths. He can't go for the shard explosive damage that we see most of the times on the Storm. And DM, he's 0 and 4, and they're spotting him again in the mid lane.
And maybe this was 9 classes' plan all along. You know, it's like, well, you guys are getting dumpstered. I'm just going to rush the Ags, so at least I have that by the time they're pushing our tier 3s. And he will have it. You know, he's going to have it for the kickback.
He will, and he's got Philosopher's Stone, right? So he is going to get that extra gold. See if he gets a cast range neutral item at that tier 3. So DM again playing it so far
He's got to be careful.
Super dead.
I mean, I feel like, you know, if DM wants to bring the Sand King into the games again, which he almost certainly will, because the hero's great right now. If they're going against someone like Tundra, you got to respect the Nyx Assassin pick, because Saxa is just completely destroying him.
Yep, just Carapace, even Nyx Sense, just everything. Yeah, he's playing it beautifully on Soxa this time. This is probably one of the better games I've seen from Soxa in this tournament, as we said. He's been struggling a bit, but this time, he's level 15. He's the same level as his mid laner. And he's going to build also toward a Eul, since it's such a good Eul's game. Just more and more answers for this Ursa, as DM might even just get surpassed from the supports at this point. How many deaths he's been having, and even Whitemon. Look how many Euls are being built. This is why we don't really see Ursa. It's just the hardest counter versus hero. They've already countered him. They've already addressed him most of the time in this game, and now they're going to have even more answers as the game progresses.
It feels like, you know, we saw it yesterday. Paravision obviously coming in hot with the Necro pick as an answer to this tanky core meta. And they basically tried to come in today with another idea, right? The Ursa, it's an idea against these heroes. They're incredibly beefy because of the power of Fury swipes. But maybe in doing so, they sort of overlooked a lot of the downsides of the hero right now, which I think are just evident in the build that you have to go. The fact that you have to go this Battle Fury build. You're doing this in a meta where one of the strongest, if not the strongest carry, and the one that's in this game, he has a built-in Battle Fury.
Yeah, and everything goes faster. He can show up to fights. He actually contributes in fights. That's the difference, too. He has a stun, he has a damage reduction, breathe fire, and he takes buildings with Ursa. The only objective Ursa takes is Roshan. He doesn't take buildings.
Yeah, and it's not as if we're in a meta where lineups are struggling to take Roche.
No, everyone takes
So it feels like they maybe looked for an answer, and they didn't find it in this hero fogged. But we'll see. Maybe they get some crazy comeback.
Hey, it's
We've
possible.
Had some crazy
We've had
games.
some nuts ones.
We've had some crazy comebacks.
And especially with Tusk, right? We've had some insane ones with the kickback.
If he can get the blink on top of the Ags.
And a cast range neutral, which will come in the next 4 minutes.
Yep.
Probably.
Then maybe there's a chance to turn this. But
It's
overall, it's looking to be all Tundra so far in this game one.
Yeah. They're going to smoke up. They're going to gather as 5 with the BKB on the Ursa.
All right.
They want to start fighting. They want to try catching Tundra off guard when they're not together. Whitemon.
I'll get him first.
Get another.
Towards the Bristol. Have they got enough damage?
They should.
They'll be able to get the two of them.
Bloodstone.
Ooh, you say that? He's
Bloodstone.
healing up. He's healing up. 33 still alive. They could not kill him. They're trying desperately to finish him off. They'll finally get him, but they get team wiped for it, Fogged. I don't know. I feel like you might even be tempted to call GG after you go for a play like that, and it goes so horribly wrong.
They got him, but he did 8,000 damage to them.
Yep.
He did the same damage that the entire 5-man team did it back to them. Vampire Fangs with the Bloodstone combination. The two of them in conjunction.
I mean, just so many times, unfortunately, for Paravision this game, fighting to the bristleback from the laning stage to this later point, it's all gone horribly wrong, and they know it. Both sides know it. There's smiles coming out from the both of them, because at this point, what can you do?
Yeah.
You threw everything on the Bristol. He dies, but so do all of you.
I think they do know that this game has gotten pretty out of control, and I don't think we'll see that Ursa in particular again.
It also,
the thing, to be honest with you, with Paravision, it doesn't feel like it fits their style.
It really isn't. Because you see Chrysalis on, it's like, it's Monkey Kings, it's Razors running at them with the rest of the team. You put him on a hero that has to AFK farm, Battle Fury, Blink, BKB. It's a completely different style.
I mean, Ursa's just a bit of a weird hero at the moment, because you'd look at him and you'd be like, yeah, this is a mid-game hero. But he just doesn't feel like it lately, because he takes so long to get online, where these other mid-game heroes are just immediately online because they can build naturally into like a diffusal, or they can just fight better naturally early. Again, Paravision, this is desperation, but they have to try to do these plays. Just fight as 5, try to catch people split off guard, and we saw Falcons do this type of play the other day where they were able to break people, but this one's a bit harder for them.
They should be able to burst the D.
Chain stun, they've got it.
That one they can do.
Those are pretty decent kills. Tundra splitting up and getting punished. That was pretty shard. I actually thought that was with the Storm Shard, how much damage they did. No one.
So Sax will do this on his own.
He's gonna try.
It's gonna be a lot, but not
They're ready
enough.
for him. Tundra, these kills, they matter. When you're this far ahead, giving this type of gold, especially to the Ursa.
Every little definitely helps. Can they make the comeback, Paravision?
If Roche was up, that would have been pretty huge for them, to be quite honest, because they are positioned right around top. But it is 1 minute until it spawns, so Tundra will have time to be able to respawn. Ember has gone Lincolns. Pretty value this game versus that Storm in particular. And, of course, the kickback that'll be coming out. Good little punch back there, though, from Paravision. They need to find a few more. Tundra, I don't know how much more we're going to see them fully split up like that, though. After those type of pickoffs, I'd imagine they'd start telling each other, guys, we just need to group up. We can't just let them do those type of plays when we're this far ahead. And Roche, it'll be Good thing they go for in about 30 seconds. Ducalis does have a creep inside of it there. And Paravision does have a ward up here. So they do see 33, but I believe they saw the Phoenix as well. I'm keeping tabs on the Tusk. Just gonna keep watching what neutral item he gets, and if he gets the Blink Dagger as Whitemon, we'll find that ward. And they are grouping up. So 4 heroes positioned at Nightfall is separated from his team at the moment. He does have a TP to join them though. As back to business for Tundra. Grouped up as 4 with Nightfall available to TP. Rosh, it's up. They're gonna bring him.
Yeah, they could get the Rosh and go straight for the push. So
do they have a ward to catch somebody? I don't think.
I mean, they've been cautious just in case Paravision were set up to contest this Rosh.
I think they'll just hit the Rosh.
Yeah, they realize now no one's around.
Let's check what neutral items. 9 classes Philosopher's Stone has just been consumed. He's got the Blink. Does he get cast range? And at the end of the day also, are the kickbacks really gonna matter? That's gonna be the biggest question. Because they are still pretty far behind. And 33 with this Aegis can look to force the issue here. And he buys a pretty interesting item too on this Bristle pack. He buys Ghost Scepter. So if you don't 100 to 0 him and he gets Ghost Scepter plus Bristle off, he's gonna kill you all again.
So now, I mean, he's yet to spend his money. If you're Chrysalis and you see that, do you just... Oh, he's already spent it now.
I was thinking the Nullifier could be an option.
Because if he would have seen that Ghost Scepter, do you think that money would have gone elsewhere?
Maybe.
Just straight into the Nullifier instead?
But maybe he's just thinking about the grand scheme of the game and just wanting like natural itemization. Just the Basher is normal on the Ursa, and then just going for that Silver Edge versus these two could be an option, but we'll see. If he has time to finish off a Nullifier too, pretty expensive. Tundra. Grouped up. Level 20 hit on the DK also.
Yeah, Nemesis
and he's got Nemesis.
He's got a lot of damage, Nightfall.
Big deeps.
He's coming for your buildings.
And he's got the backup constantly of this Solar Crest. Whitemon will be able to throw that onto him. And the Sunray, plus the Shard. I mean, eyes on 9 class, really. I see he's holding on to tier 3 neutral. He did get the headband.
Oh, he did get it.
He got cast.
Oh, there we go. So he's got the tools for the kickbacks.
They'll see him. They'll be able to scout that out, so they should be very ready for it. And as we did point out, Lorinov, he does have a Lincolns to be able to throw onto one of these siegers potentially. Our vision, they're inching forward. They see Nightfall without the Aegis. 9 class was attempting to go for the kick, but the ward, it's scouting all of them.
33's ready to charge in.
They're all in the area.
He likely doesn't care too much if he gets kicked back.
No. Likely. But it still is, it is scary. The stupid Tuskags. It puts fear into a lot of these teams. High ground is already terrifying. This adds another element to it. As they're smoked up again, they want to try to find that catch if Tundra splits up.
What do they go for? Do they want to try and tackle 33? No, they're going elsewhere. They see the Bristol bottom, so they're going to swing towards the mid, see what they can find.
They saw people around the Watcher, around the triangle here. Whitemon, scouted.
It's pretty deep.
From no one. He's low
That's
on
a lot of mana. I mean, Stax is going to be able to turn. No one has to put the BKB and zip TP.
And here's 33.
Yeah, they have to bail out Paravision and Carlos not going to get the chance to change to there.
Whitemon was very ready, hiding inside the tree line.
He was able to just keep that little bit of an edge and distance against the Storm, against no one, so no one had to go really far to try and have a chance of taking him out.
Tundra not making more of those slip-ups as we saw a couple of those kills. This time, not even going to hemorrhage one. Banners on the high ground. 33. DM is going to hit it. That's crazy.
Oh, that's risky. He's not going to be able to finish it.
Here comes the poke. They see the toss.
And straight away there, able to eliminate him. That's 9 class gone, and he does not have the gold for buyback. Chris has put the BKB in the array, tries to fight back, DMs him with a Burrow Strike. They'll be able to get Whitemon, but the cores, they're too much. As Tundra, they're diving in under the tier 4s. 33, he'll turn his back and finish off Chrysalis. Chrysalis does have buyback available. Lorinov's getting caught by the fountain. He's dove pretty deep for this one. Can he dance away? Impetus is coming in. Lorinov will die. May have dove a little too far. 33 gets the triple, but the Burrow strikes in. They'll take the Aegis out, and they'll kill Ossak, so they're going to set up now for round 2 against 33. He's still a very tough one to bring down.
Him versus the world. He's got the Ghost Scepter and the Hairball. He's trying to push the limit.
just
He
gonna
is
still-
outside their fountain.
And just BKB
Buys the
TP out in
He
front
just
of them.
bought it. He literally just went to the fountain to buy the BKB to BKB TP. Sold the Ghost Scepter for it. Nightfall.
Oh.
The BKB's there. They've got the pull.
They do.
That's another kill.
They're going to get him. Okay, so the game goes on, but indeed it is the quad buyback that had to come in there from Paravision to push back Tundra. Tons of damage to the base,
but
the melee rack still stands.
They didn't lose the melee rack somehow.
They didn't lose the melee rack. So the game goes on.
I think I've seen this from 33 a couple of times where he pushes a little too far forward under fountain, but they force massive buyback.
Yeah, it's a lot. They do this once more, it's going to be game over.
Yeah.
So,
how much did they get out of this, though, in terms of XP and gold? I actually, pulling up the graph. Let's. In total, they got.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they actually think with the buybacks, it's about equalized. They get a lot of experience, though, for these kills. So up to level 21 now for the Ursa. And, oh, crystals. Should be able to go for this. Gonna go for the Tormentor. And he will finish it off. Who gets it? 9 class gets it. And the other thing is they did get a gem out of that dive, so we're able to get that one for 9 class. Yeah, quite a bit of injection of levels, though. DM also is now hit level 20. I think he was like level 15 when that fight was happening. So, all these little things can add up. Tundra still in a very comfortable spot, of course, but they did not claim a Rex. And no one is going to have a Linken's to protect himself versus at least some of these Yules and some of this control from the Nyx. Tundra probably doesn't want to slip up like that again.
they're going to be ready to go once more here with the smoke. They know that pretty much any of these catches they find will spell the beginning of the end for Paravision with the lack of buybacks.
Paravision, they're just sticking as 5. They're going to go for the smoke play again to catch Tundra when they're split, but Tundra
it's
are
risky.
quite together.
They're taking a big risk here, Paravision.
They're going to go. They
jump.
Lorinov.
And they're able to get the control. They're bursting him low. Dive forward. Lorinov, he's going to be up in the air. He's surviving, and now they're ready to fight back. Sleight of Fist Remnant out to the side, but Lorinov will die. DM's revving up the epicenter. Chrysalis tried to TP out. He actually makes it away, but it's not going to be the same for no one as no one's gone. He's dead without buyback. Dakalis caught in the river. They're going to have to try and hold 2 versus 4 here, Paravision.
I can't believe Crystallis actually gets out, I think with 30 HP or something. It was a desperate move, trying to find them split, but Tundra, they weren't split. Nightfall ends up being able to just cleave them down. 7,000 damage from him, and Whitemon actually doing the secondary most damage. 6k from the Sunray. Yeah, Dakalis. He's knowing this one is just very difficult.
Tundra, they're ready to come and end this one.
That should be, could be 3 sets.
I mean, 9 class is going to be back up in 5 seconds.
But he's got...
So the kicks are going to be back on the table. But the barracks are going down. And no one for a full minute still.
They're limited on their damage, even with the Tusk kickbacks. Without the Storm, he provides quite a bit as Crystallis.
He's ready to mess around with the Ursa.
He's got
no
connection.
BKB, no TP at the ready. Oh,
bashed.
Okay, he just kills the Phoenix. And hang on, actually backup comes in for 9 class. Wait, hold up. Can he do something here? He's going to get caught by the stun into the silence. Is there any way to save him? There is not. He's out for 2 minutes. No buyback on him. They've got 30 seconds until no one's back in. They get the kickback. It's on to 33. He's happy to be in the fountain. As the quill sprays stack up, DM's got to be careful. 9 class comes in with the buyback.
Oh, he wanted to catch 33 again.
He was looking for another kickback, but again, even if he gets it, 33 really does not care about the fountain.
Yeah, he has Ghost Scepter, so we've just probably been able to survive and potentially kill them. Storm respawning in 8.
And they're buying time.
They're going to try again.
They're going to have the 4 of them. Sure, they're not going to have Chrysalis, but they're going to have 4 up. 9 class. He gets the kickbacks, a good burrow follow-up, and there's no one in with a big zip. They're looking towards Nightfall. They'll get him. That's the Dragon Knight gone, but no one's dead again. 9 class is out. It's just DM and Dakalis left for a full minute. Surely these 2 can't hold against the 4 of them, and indeed they can't. DM to go down. This game, it's over, folks.
It is. The Ursa does not work out as Tundra. I mean, honestly, very, very nice early game. A very, very nice mid game as well as 33. 33 in Soxa, they dominate this game, as the GG is called from 9 class. He tried to go for the big play, trying to buy this Ags, maybe feeling like the game was already in a dangerous position with what they've gone for, as Tundra with a more standard approach. It looks good. And yeah, Saksa, a world of difference between some of the games that we've seen him have on his core position. This one's 6-6 and 21 on the Nyx, and 33, of course, the Bristle. It absolutely popped off. 18 and 3.
It did. They made a lot of, I think if you go back in this game on the replay Paravision, a lot of points to the game where they're probably going to be like, well, we probably should have gone for the Bristle in that fashion. You know, starting off in that lane where they gave him a double kill, and then there's kind of early to mid fights. They kept trying to fight into him. He just did so much. This Bristle was out of control from the very early moments of this game, 18-3 and 15. And yeah, they tried something different. They tried to bring the Ursa. And, you know, Chrysalis, he doesn't have bad farm. He doesn't necessarily have a bad scoreboard. At the end of it all, it's 10-6 and 4. Arguably one of the better ones on the team. You know, he was getting stuff done. So if anything, I think this speaks to the fact that this hero as a hero just might not be it at the moment, Fogged.
Yeah, and because of, like, you can see, like, maybe repercussions of what happened because they need to make sure that the Ursa can do well. DM gets completely sacked this game. Yeah. We saw 9 class.
He was the Ursa basket,
Yeah, 9 class was kind of moving around between mostly the mid lane to set up No One for success, but then No One lost all his momentum. 3 or 4 back-to-back deaths, loses all his galvanized stack, and yeah, overall Tundra's approach just felt a lot safer.
Yeah, well there we go, ladies and gentlemen, with this first game, Tundra. They look fantastic. 33 pops off. They take the first game.
They do take the first game. It's a very important series for them. Keep in mind, if they lose this series, they are eliminated from this Dream League. For Paravision, also an important series for them. If they win the series, they will advance to the playoffs. But this first game did not go their way. We talked about how important it was going to be for Tundra to have a good offlane, to have 33 and Saksa gel well. The Nyx Assassin and the Bristleback would need to have a good time, and my gosh, Lacoste, they did.
They did. I liked the rotation from Saksa, what he was doing in the lane. When they decided to kill him in the bottom lane, like 5 minutes in, they get the kill, they get the double kill. They're also stacking for 33. This was one of the fights where it shows how Ice Frog hero this Bristleback is. It's a very cool hero. I like to see it.
Yeah, really
unkillable.
balanced.
I think it's also very good plan to attack him from behind in this situation where he has Vampire Fangs, he has Bloodstone, so he kills pretty much the whole team, dealing 10,000 damage in that fight.
Right, he's called Bristleback. So
yeah,
the
that bristle front.
It's the most vulnerable part of his body, clearly. Now, I think that Nyx and Bristle is one of those interesting like melee and melee combos where it actually kind of works, because the way Bristle wants to play the lane is to not actually lane. He would prefer to just cut creeps and go farm jungle and then farm his own stacks. And Nyx also likes to do that and make rotations and maybe kill like a hard camp creep and then stack some camp. So that really worked out. I honestly feel like this game was carried almost entirely by Saksa. Like the early game, he was getting every kill, and he was being so annoying mid. Like actually both of the 4 rotations.
It's the dream game for your position 5 when he gets level 6 before 10 minutes, so he's ready to go, especially for someone who doesn't have that many farming tools. Sure, with the Mind Flare you can kill creeps, but it's hard sometimes to get levels on Nyx Assassin, and he was ready to jump in, go and gank mid one more time with his Nyx Assassin with Vendetta. I also like that they shut down Storm Spirit completely, because he was having I think what the Paravision wanted to do is allow this Storm Spirit to get a pretty free entry to the game, which they did in the first couple of minutes. And also DM did go for a Blink Dagger on a Sanking, which did good one fight. But if you're not fighting with this Blink Dagger, you're going to fall off completely.
Yeah, and they kind of did fall off completely. I think also, Jenkins, after the draft was done, we mentioned, you know, how important it was going to be for Crystal's Ursa to have a good start, because you don't want to play Ursa from behind. And it kind of went hand in hand with the Bristle and the Nyx Assassin having a great time. And it felt like that the game was almost decided from that lane.
Yeah, it was. I agree with what the wonderful casters Odie, Fogged, and Pixel were saying, that Ursa doesn't really fit the playstyle of Paravision. I think that Crystalis is an excellent Ursa, and I think they should stick to his, you know, Grandmaster type, like high Dota plus level heroes, because it's working for them. But that's a high Dota plus level hero that also doesn't fit the playstyle. It's not an early game rotator. It's not a hero that is really applying any pressure. He tried though.
He tried. It also depends on the itemization. Battle Fury seems to be very slow in this patch. I was watching Parker's stream the other day, and he was playing Ursa. I'm like, all right, let's see what this guy can do, because he's super aggressive player, and he did go for Diffusal. He did go for Vlad's, because at level 10, you want to still take the other talent. You want to have some kind of mana regen. Fury Swipe's reset time is just way better. So he was very active. Maybe that was the plan, to get more involved active early on, but never really happened. So you're like, okay, I still gotta farm, I still gotta get this Battle Fury, which I think it can work, but it's also Ursa, the hero that is kited by items so easily. They had 3 Yule Scepters. There was a situation where Ember Spirit is forced to get a Yule's because he's playing into Storm, and then he wants to get Yule's. You get double the value against Ursa and Orchid.
Yeah, that was not really a chance for the Ursa to do well after he got shut down in the lanes. And one of the things is, if you want to catch up, you want to farm, you want to be hiding. You can't be hiding if there's somehow vision everywhere. Let's check in with our ward of the game with Kezu.
Absolutely, because we have a ward of the game, but it's a moving object. It's Mr. Saxa on the Nyx Assassin, and we've got, you know, a couple of clips that we need to roll, Shiva, and that we need to look at. Because like you said, when you're behind, you know, you want to be farming those sides, but not only is he moving around catching people, it's also his innate ability, the Nyx sense, where you see invisible heroes. So when you play Sand into this, I mean, here it doesn't matter because of the tower, but also he just has the Carapace, he can move around with the Vendetta, set people up to die, because DM, honestly, he had a pretty hard time in this game, and then later, you know, you're up 10k, now he can even kill Storm. And I will say that this, for me, at least a little bit, goes to the draft. You could have decided to put the Sand King mid, not into the DK, because then DK free farms. That was a big problem. It makes it easier for the Nyx to play around the map. But also, the gameplay. I feel like there were, you know, a couple of mistakes. No one had a good game. Then he dies once, he dies twice. And then suddenly, not good.
Not good. Maybe also the Ursa, which should be replaced, as our panel said just now. Yeah, there's a couple of things
I think so.
that can be addressed in the draft, you'd say?
For sure, but then also, like, if you do pick Ursa, they got double killed bottom when they go on the Bristleback. I think at this point, Bristleback can't be doing the shit that he's doing in this game. He's double killing his lane, then he's nearly killing everyone later solo in a team fight. So, you know, just need to wake up.
Yeah, and this was the first pick that Tundra went for, so it's kind of strange to not see it as addressed as it maybe should be, but I would imagine that one will...
I've been forced to clap by people you cannot see.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Kezu. All in your head, all good. We're going to find out what happens in game number 2.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. I'm bending bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
you are still watching DreamLeague Season 24. We're only at the start of the day, actually. Only one game in out of potentially 12. I know, math. And first game was won by Tundra, which is very important for them because they're in the series against Paravision, and they have the opposite scenario. So Tundra before the series is 1-4, and Paravision is 4-1. So Tundra winning means they can stay. Paravision winning means they advance to the next phase. Tundra winning game number 1 did feel like a very strong start for them. We're going to find out if Paravision can get a comeback there, force out of game 3, Jenkins. But this first one was definitely inspiring of confidence, considering all the things we've mentioned that Tundra was struggling with earlier in this week.
Where has this Tundra been at the whole time?
Where?
What the hell's going on? Paravision's top of the groups, and it's a second group stage. This ain't no normal group stage, Shiver.
No.
This is the top 8 teams on the planet, on the face of this earth.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden Tundra's stomping like there's no tomorrow. What's with that?
One game.
If we exclude this one, they had a really bad, 4 or 5 days, because they won 2 out of 10 games. It's been pretty horrible for Tundra.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're getting back slowly into the groove. They fixed some of the mistakes, especially from the Offlane. 33 popped off completely. This is one of the GOATs. He also wants to be the GOAT himself, making his own team after leaving TI winning team, which doesn't happen. So a lot to prove still. A bit of a shaky start for them, I would say, but I think this team can still bounce back.
I mean, of course, we know how good they are. It's just in the last days they didn't really show it for whatever reason. But at least in game 1, they, I would say, bounced back and showed kind of what they can do. I will say that it is kind of paired up with what Paravision did or didn't do in game 1. So it's also, I think it's on Paravision to step the hell up, because this game 1 is also not really a fair representation of what they have done the last days.
No, they have not. And there's of course a change. Tundra is this time around first pick. We saw Tundra going for their bristleback, and which was overall second pick, but for them it was the first pick in the previous game. Paravision did not deem it to be a problem, considering they have the chance now to counter it straight away if it comes out. But we're seeing Tundra taking so much time. Right now, they're half a minute into their bonus time before banning the Razor.
Surely it's Doom.
No, it's Pugna.
Huh. What an interesting little predicament we're in, Kazu.
That's a very interesting predicament. Is that the right word?
Yes.
Yeah, very good. I mean, perhaps they only value the Doom very highly if there's also the Alk in the pool, which Jenkins, it's not, because it has been banned out in the first stage of bans by Paravision. I mean, but they'll just start their draft very nicely with Pugna. You can't really go too wrong.
Sand King for Pugna trade, you think, or what?
No.
Okay, good call.
Back to you, Lacoste. Let's talk about...
That's interesting. I think Dragonite from the first phase doesn't really work as good as Dragonite when picked on 17, especially 18, because you see the supports, you see what you're going to be playing into. I think we've been proven wrong about Dragonite being the first phase material. It can still work, but you also give them a lot of chance to adapt, because this hero can't really be flexed. It can be flexed to a mid lane, which can work from time to time. I would say there's a good 15-20% chance that the hero is going to look good. There was a Waska game yesterday against Liquid where Dragonite mid did look good. He completely dominated Nisha in the matchup against the Storm Spirit. But other than that, this most likely is going to be carry, so you can prepare with other 4 heroes.
Yeah.
We've seen how Extreme Gaming prepared for it with a lot of percentage-based damage like Phoenix, a lot of nuke damage. They had Queen of Pain, they had Luna, mixed damage. So there's a lot of ways to deal with the Dragonite from the first phase.
Yeah, I think Muerta, Batrider, these magic damage heroes are fairly good. The only issue is that I think a lot of these heroes feel a little weird with Pugna, because Pugna has no disables. So ideally you would have a 4 position who has some better disables. They could also answer it from the other positions and then pick something like Tusk, and that would probably be fine as well for Tundra.
Oh, damn. They straight up Enigma out of the phase.
And leave Gyro in the pool. So, I mean, they could maybe flex this Enigma. I've seen some interesting stuff from Waska yesterday where they picked also Dawnbreaker, but they also wanted Enigma, so they flexed this Dawnbreaker.
I mean, I will say that I don't think Gyro beats DK. So maybe you are fine with them actually picking this matchup. Sure, it's good against Enigma, but is he gonna win the game? I don't think so, or at least I will prefer being the DK matchup in that one. So we'll have to see. But yeah, this does open up the Doom. You did not ban out this hero.
There's still Doom and Sand King.
Yeah.
Which is a little wild.
It is a little wild, I agree.
And so what other heroes do we have in the pool?
There's still Tusk available.
Yeah.
I think they need stun from position 4 because you have Pagna. Pagna can also be played from 4. Tusk, they can swap things around and they have this option open to go for melee plus range or maybe even double melee.
Yeah.
It really depends on the situation.
There's like Tusk, there's Clock. I think Jenkins was mentioning like Bad Rider, which potentially I think can also work. I just don't... It doesn't seem like it's like the Saksa flavor right now of what he has been playing. I know he can, but doesn't seem like it's up their alley.
Woodwink.
Okay, this is what we've seen most people picking against the DK. It's casual, as a lot of players are enjoying saying this word right now.
Yep.
You have the break versus the DK armor and the regen, but you're not really committing to something like a Viper, where it's like the whole point of this hero is to counter the DK. It has a soft counter, and then it's also just a really good laner, generally good hero, good disables.
You need catch. You see Doom, Pagna. Yeah, you pretty much need somebody to keep them in place, so it's gonna come out from the mid lane. Fever, what is so funny?
Nothing. I think we'll see it soon.
We'll see it later.
It's all good. We're all good. As Paravision is looking for some supports, I would imagine, at this point. No?
You are correct, Fever.
Yeah.
That is what I think Lacoste did just say beforehand.
Oh,
They wanna
distracted.
they want a melee man.
Melee for Tusk still available.
Yeah.
One of the best
Jenkins,
ones out
what
there.
speaks against the cockwork here?
What about Cockwork?
Why would they not
You said
pick
what
Clockwork?
speaks against?
Yeah, what would... what could you argue against picking the Clockman here?
I think Clock is good. I wouldn't argue against it at all. It's just player preference, I guess. I mean, whenever I see Enigma, I always think of Tiny as a great 4 with it, but it's just not a good hero right now.
We've seen Nishek rush with it, but that was as a core.
Tusk is
makes
the middle ground. I mean, you get the slow from the tag team against, or with the Eidolons, which is very nice. You don't get the damage, unfortunately.
Oh, there it is. Look, Jenkins, they got devastated.
Oh, yeah, they did get devastated.
They had a rough night.
When you have a rough night of pubbing, all you can do is
get devastated.
Devastate yourself.
Did you say clubbing or pubbing?
Either.
Both together.
Really, they're one and the same, aren't they?
Pretty much.
It's all self-destructive self-indulgence, isn't it?
It is. Predicament.
All right, one more pick for Paravision.
I mean, this is probably Whitemon's hero. Could it just be a Phoenix? No, sorry, this is the wrong team.
I mean...
That's Lucalis' hero.
Enchantress is banned.
10 is 2.
10 is 2. So how do you want to protect your Dragon Knight? I'm going to assume for the time being that the Dragon Knight is played as a carry.
Have they played Ogre on Paris Vision?
Nope. The ranged ones that they played, Crystal Maiden, Disruptor, Lich, but this doesn't sound like that good of a Lich game.
No.
It needs to be some physical. I'm down with some Crystal Maiden casual here. Throw it in.
I honestly don't mind the Disruptor either, because then at least for a portion of the game you can send the Doom back.
Is there a chance this Enigma is then...
Oh, they want to keep it open until the very end with the Enigma pick, I believe.
Or the... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Could be about the Enigma, unless you have a big brain.
No, my big brain is not that big.
No, it's not brainy.
No. Big head, small brain.
Okay, so... Because now Pango can be 2-3. Your Enigma could be 3 or the sub.
5 seconds.
Okay, so if you're Tundra Esports... Jenkins, what would you pick here if you were Moon Meander Psychotic drafting?
So Pango can be flexed between off and mid still, but I would say it's much more likely that it's going to go mid, so I would draft something that counters, I would say Puck, like something that counters the Pango mid.
Lauren also likes Storm, no?
He likes Storm,
You have Mr. Battery.
Storm is pretty good.
Puck, Storm. What about
Honestly,
the carry matchup?
They could just get him Ember again, too. I could see that. Like, he's just clearly enjoying the hero. I think it's a good Mage Slayer game again.
Tundra Esports.
Gyro.
Okay.
What do we think about the Nightfall Gyro?
He doesn't like it. He hates it. At least Kezu does.
I hate Gyro.
I think this mid guy needs to be popping off. You did mention Storm. I'd be down with that. It needs something that also can scale. Because a lot of the times you would see Gyro just falling short against Dragonite. Dragonite, like, he has Butterfly on Gyro. Dragonite with no MKB just hits him 5 times and dead.
I mean, like, maybe the Doom can help offset this matchup, because you Doom the DK and maybe that can help the Gyro, but yeah. I feel like that Pari are pretty happy with this Gyro coming out. Yeah. There's a reason they don't ban it even though they have Enigma, so there's some flexing going on. So let's see, because, I mean, Tundra understand this, because I also think that Pari's last pick is either, it's a core, it's a mid or an offlane.
So we think Enigma is going to be, would you rather have Enigma 5 or 4?
I mean, probably 5 with DK, I think it's...
I had to check if Ducalis played it in the last week.
It didn't look like it.
No.
I mean, Tundra need a mid that helps kind of bring your draft together, I think.
I'm thinking maybe Earth Spirit as well. I imagine Storm and Puck will probably get banned.
Yep.
And then they could go for the Earth Spirit. Gyro's pretty good at being the point of first contact, but not really in the super early game. So I think a hero that can like get in there would be good. Maybe they ban Ember just because once again, like Lornoff has been clearly enjoying it, and it's a similar hero. That just
Earth
get in
Spirit
there.
would check a lot of the boxes because they need something that can join early on. Doom tends to farm a little bit more. Same goes, like Gyrocopter, it really depends. It's also Nightfall, so he doesn't join as much as other Gyros. He's not like Skeeter, who's going through the Twin Gates, being active early on. So I think Earth Spirit would be pretty much a perfect pick. I would say Quap, but it doesn't provide you with any kind of stun. So that's, if they had some stun from the offlane, I would say that it's a pretty good Quap game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
What can they get countered by if they go Earth Spirit?
Dazzle.
Huskar.
Huskar.
Yeah. Are you fine doing that anyway then, because you have Doom and you can always Doom the Huskar, or not? I don't know.
It's almost like too many Doom targets though.
Yeah.
Between I think you really want to Doom the DK right now.
Because then you probably just have to ban the Husk.
But what if you big brain here and just pick Husk just so that he takes away the Doom away from DK? So
Yeah,
that he has
maybe.
a free reign in a team fight.
Even Inva was up, so yeah, I feel like this should be an Earth Spirit.
They're still taking some time. They got 10 seconds left in their bonus time after the normal time ticks out.
10 seconds.
I mean, that's like other heroes, but they don't feel as good to me, like a Puck. It's like okay, but I would prefer the Earth Spirit that we're talking about.
Yeah. If they do pick that Earth Spirit, what do you want to see from Paravision? Oh, they picked Timber actually.
Oh.
Ooh, punishable. Definitely punishable.
Is it? Yeah.
Viper, Dazzle.
You
all,
would
all
say
of these
Timber
heroes are
mid,
looking pretty spicy right now.
Okay, so yeah, I like Huskar, Viper, mid. You could make... okay, is there a crazy offlaner if you do put the Pango mid and pick new 3? I feel like you don't have to. I think you pick a new mid.
And then you put the Pango off lane with the Tusk, the Enigma and the DK.
I don't know, I think when you draft like this, you pick this Timber out of phase with not perfect bans, you're asking to get countered.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure.
So let's see what Astini is cooking up.
Well, they don't have a lot of bonus time left there in the last couple of seconds here. So here it is. It is the Earth Spirits themselves.
I'm looking at these drafts and I like Paravision already. I feel like there is some explosive damage from Tundra. There is healing. There is counter healing for this Dragonite, but Paravision lanes, they do look good. I like the fact that Earth Spirit was still taken by them, because this hero gives you everything. It gives you good backline jump, and there's no catch on Tundra. That's what I'm worried about, because you have Doom, and if they decide to run away, some Rolling Thunder.
Would you not consider Hoodwink catch?
It's sure, but it's not reliable.
Okay.
Like, this is one of the skill shots. It can look pretty bad if you miss it, and then they just run away. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Paravision this time around, Kezu.
Okay, so they still pick the Earth Spirit into Timber, which can be fine, because I think they're playing on kind of what you're saying as well, that you can like rotate and kind of like, go collapse on them when it comes to the laning stage. I am actually not fully sure. I feel like Pari's side lanes and the mid lane isn't as good as maybe Tundra's. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna say from what I see, I'll go with Tundra.
I'm leaning towards that as well. I don't like the Enigma as a support. I feel like there's a reason you don't see it. Picking Earth Spirit into Timber mid is bold. And I assume it means no one is pretty confident in this matchup, but I also think that this matchup can be swayed heavily by the fact that Hoodwink can rotate mid. You drop a tree, Timber can chain to that tree, and I don't see the same thing happening for Paravision. I don't think Tusk or Enigma are going to pressure a mid Timber with the timings that Timber has. So I'm pretty confident in Tundra's draft right now.
Okay, so we're all just not very impressed with the Enigma. Is that the biggest problem in their draft? Because some people might say, even with Enigma, even if they get pressured into the base like they did last time, at least they have a good chance of a comeback because Black Holes can't turn anything around.
Yeah, I think Paravision needs to not lose in 15 minutes to get ran over by Tundra Esports while having this mid-timber. So if they survive with 1-2k gold deficit, they're fine. If it's like 4, they're kind of cooked.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen. Game 2 coming your way right now via the PogChamp Pandas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game 2 here between Tundra and Paravision. And this time round, things are a little bit more normal, right, for Paravision. They get themselves the DK carry, and very much they have a lineup that is looking to do what Paravision do best, and that's run you over in kind of sub 30 minutes, folks.
Yeah,
the question is if they're going to get away with it, because Tundra's lineup, they got some strong ones, right? The Pugna Doom opening doesn't get much better than that.
No, and they get this matchup that they maybe anticipated. They get the Timber versus the Earth Spirit that we've seen. I mean, no one actually did, I think, fairly well when he played versus the Earth Spirit the other day in terms of lane, but then overall throughout the game, if I'm not mistaken, it was a good game for him. As a Decrepify gets skilled level 1 to attempt to save Nightfall, but he is still very dead.
Can they give it to no one? They can.
There you go.
First blood to start things off. He got first blood last time round. Didn't help him out too much, of course, that they lost, but we'll see if it helps him out a bit more here in this game too.
It did help his lane, though.
That's true. The lane was good. Yeah, that's true. Doubled the CS pretty much 5 minutes about that sort of matchup.
And this does give him the stick immediately if he does want to purchase it. I think he did. I saw him.
Yeah, he's got
he bought the full wand, so he'll be able to have that versus the spam that's going to come up in the non-stop whirling death. And they're actually going for Nightfall again.
Oh!
There's a decrep, but he's getting body blocked. I think he's just dead again.
This is rough.
Is he going to live?
Can he live?
He actually is going to live.
It's a good job he lives there. He's out of the lane without TP, and that's going to be the first couple of waves that he'd be losing, but they keep him alive. He can get to the tower and he gets to farm.
Heads up there from Whitemon. Have to give him the credit, right? He doesn't go blast. Saving skill point. Yeah, it doesn't save him the first time around, but second time it does. His top now 33 skill stun immediately on Ducalis to try to go for the pressure.
And what do you make of this? Of course, this was almost certainly done because of the way the draft went down. They left the gyro and the gyro gets picked, so they've moved this Enigma into the support position. Do you have concerns with the hero in the support position at the moment, or can it still work in your eyes?
I think it can work. Obviously, it's not as strong to when you're playing it in the offlane, but you can't put it versus Gyrocopter. I think I've seen so many games where the game is just, you can't play. Like, you literally just can't use Eidolons, and the hero is a lot about Eidolons when you play it as the 3 position. This is going to be just a different approach, right? This is going to be the black hole. This is going to be playing more around that kind of style. And as they were mentioning on the panel, there is some limited disables going. So if they don't end up, saving a Bushwhack or saving one of these spells, Ducalis definitely has position to be able to cast Black Hole in the game.
And they, outside of Ducalis, look at the other 4 heroes. They are all in-your-face heroes.
They are.
You got Pango jumping in, Earth Spirit rolling in, Tusk rolling in, and then DK guaranteed to have a Blink Dagger pretty early on in his build. These heroes are going to be jumping you pretty fast.
And they're going to be doing damage even if they're behind, right? Pango and Earth Spirit. Pango maybe a little bit less so, but Earth Spirit always just deals an insane amount of damage. So they'll always have things to be able to contribute if they do land these type of spells. And overall, Paravision, he actually gets caught by the second Whirling Death. Has to be careful. We always talk about the double debuff. Have to be careful if you get caught from the third one. He'll be safe. But yeah, lots of disables as we see coming out from the side of Paravision this time around in comparison to Tundra, who's a bit more limited on those.
Yeah. I think we're seeing as well, that first blood that gave that extra bit of gold to no one's definitely helped him have the items to be able to lane against this Timber in the first few waves. At the moment, 12 for 2 against the 12 for 3.
Feels like
he's getting an even trade out of the matchup.
Exactly. I think because of that first blood, he's actually going to be even.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, that bodes well when you do end up having this matchup that we've seen some players just do very, very well as this Timbersaw. Bottom, this is kind of what's going to happen because they've had to do the switch up where they put the Enigma as a 5 position. The Pango is going to have a little bit of a slower start. And overall for Nightfall, he should have pretty much a free farm lane down here. 9class is going to do some fun lane mechanics. Let's see where he brings these creeps. It looks like it's just going to be behind the tier 2.
That's how it's done.
He's going to be able to make them meet in time. Probably not this wave coming down the lane now.
This is
unless he wants to make it meet under the tower.
This could be some funny lane positioning. Tundra might look to even play there as a rotation from no one off the mark.
He's took the slow. He's going to look for the body blocks as well, but the root's there from 33, able to make sure that no one can't continue to body block him, and 33 can get back to safety.
Wait, where the heck was Soxa? He just found a courier. He's able to find no one. Says, as you said, this lane is going to get a bit weird.
There's a lot of creep.
It's a triple range creep that Power Vision has under this tower. So Nightfall.
They're trying to fight in underneath the tower with the fact that they've got all these heroes, sort of these creeps to sort of tank the tower.
He's going to be able to dish an insane amount of damage onto him. They're going to miss a good chunk of creeps here, Owen, because of this aggressive posture.
Yeah, they're going to split back away from the tower.
This is smart here from Tundra. And Nightfall with the Afterburner, if he gets a couple connections of these barrages, he's going to be able to run them down. Like, 9class is desperately trying to make sure that he gets XP. Dodges the Blood Grenade.
He's very low. He's going to have a missile heading towards him.
Another creep wave coming under the tower.
And they get the kill.
Dead. Okay.
I mean, obviously 9class made this sort of creep pull to get them to meet here, but
I feel like they only
kind of added just the pressure on towards the two of them.
I feel like they only got, what, I think 5 of the last hits out of, I think, what, it was like 13 or 14 or 15 creeps potentially that was there. So he does get something at the least. So, but nice play. I think Tundra, they just took advantage of best in that type of scenario where they played aggressively around the tower. But now, DM does get all the XP. That's the important thing, right?
He does.
He doesn't get the CS, but he is up to level 4. So it does get that solid XP, which is sometimes the most important thing as a Pango in the offlane, rather than just getting all the CS.
Yeah, but just absolutely no pressure put onto Nightfall.
No, he's free farming. Besides the first death that he had behind the lane. Nice pull there from Whitemon. He's able to actually do it toward the south functions, and it's a double. It actually stacks. So that whole wave very likely to just get denied.
Mid lane. Nearly able to get away with the dive onto no one.
He'll get pushed back.
He's going to have to take the ward back to base to heal up.
Does 9class have a salve?
He wants to come back in, actually. He is.
He does.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Indeed, as you say, 9class making the call. Hey, bro, I got a salve.
Okay. Doesn't want to miss out on that XP, but that does mean that Lornoff is level 6 now. They're going to maybe look for a play onto him. He's got Stick Fairy Fire. Feels like he's fine. His top.
On top, DeCarlis. He's going to tick out. Can Crystallis get Saxay in return here with the help of the Eidolons? He should. He can. Breathe fires enough.
9class also looking to make the aggressive move onto 33.
He's pretty low.
He's going to try. He still has the Eidolons. Tag team. He's back up. And he's got the
Nice moves here from 9class.
Just like last game. I mean, very active around the map.
Helps out his mid with the salve and then makes the play top.
Yep.
To ensure they can shut down 33 a little bit.
This time is queuing up the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, no Axe Rush today.
No, I think that last one was probably just, oh my goodness, you know, we have Ursa. Just kidding, obviously, but it could have been something like that.
That definitely would be what happens in a pub, right? If you're not happy with your carry selection of hero and you're playing something like a Tusk, you're like, all right, bro, I'm just going to build an Axe.
Yeah. Nice catch, though. Soxa, he'll be able to make that similar move that 9class does. Gets a nice kill for Nightfall.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dire scan. Oh, he just TP'd back up here, and they are surrounding him.
They're ready for him.
Again, 9class is here with the tag team. 33 is going down.
Coming in with TPs, but nowhere near close enough to being able to do anything to help him out.
Oh, Ducalis, careful. They did see Lornoff for a quick second.
He's got this Arcane Rune on 9class. He's just got to TP out. Perfectly in time. Stax is trying for the Wisdom Rune.
He's going to get it.
He'll get it. Should die for it, though. Tundra able to secure both Wisdoms.
Pretty huge. We've seen them do it a couple times. And Ducalis even gonna get dove. Lornoff able to make the play. Lornoff might continue. Crystallis was low. And he's gonna see a stack. He can just take that one out.
Yeah, he'll definitely look to clear that. Okay, Crystallis is gonna try and contest. He's got the help here from no one. No one's in with the Magnetize.
He's got Nightfall here.
Coming in over towards the Twin Gate. Yeah, he can just turn and take out no one.
Fast moves from Tundra, speeding up. And Nightfall, he almost has enough mana to just go through that gate again. Very clever movement coming out from him.
Instantly, as soon as they were aware that move from Gnome was coming in, Nightfall he's basically already through the twin gate.
They're playing quick today on Tundra. We've seen them falter a bit in the early games in some of their other games, but this time they're responding beautifully versus Paravision. 5-5, Nightfall shows with very limited mana. DM's got the roll.
It's an awkward angle to try and get through to him.
He makes it work.
He's
got backup.
One connection, and indeed Whitemon turns up, and now DM's kind of stuck.
Nightfall, he's got backup now. DM.
They've got no one here. No one. This time he's in on a Nightfall. He'll get the big kill. Dakalis will go down in return, but no one should be able to continue quite a cleanup here.
Whitemon is 6 already.
Oh, no one's actually scared about going in on towards the Pugna.
You can't kill. I mean, this Pugna might just go kill them both if they're not careful. They get the kick. Saxa almost dies.
Yeah, no one really respecting Whitemon here. He does not want to fight into this Pugna right now.
Just the fact that they get those double wisdom runes just makes a 5 Pugna push away 2 core heroes.
He's coming in with a haste. He's been able to find no one, shut off his escape with the Chakrams. They get no one at the end of it all as well.
What a play there from Tundra, reacting quick. No one. He's trying to make these movements around to fix the early game, but he's getting punished. That's 2 deaths for him. And yeah, the early levels, I mean, this is what happens when you lose double wisdoms. Pugna's already having a good laning phase, 2-0-3. This hero has been very dominant in this tournament, especially if you're given this type of start. And you can see the frustration on no one there, getting cut off guard.
And look at these stacks look glorious here for Tundra.
Such good heroes to take them to if they want to either give it to the Timber or to the Gyrocopter.
I think surely just let Nightfall have it.
It takes a long time for him to kill the Ancient, so it might actually be Lorna who takes it.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Because he kills it just so fast. It's just the comparison. By the time that he gets it, you might be able to just remake the stacks for the Gyro. I will see who ends up grabbing them. Whitemon can just keep them sustained, so Lornoff will be able to have that full HP and mana, and I imagine he's going to take this.
Yeah, I guess there's always the threat of them getting stolen if you do leave them.
It also, that type of stack for a Gyro takes like 2 or 3 potential flaks, so it just takes too long. And right now, Tundra, they're on a roll in this early game. 7-6 doesn't show so much on the kills in particular, but this Gyrocopter's been given a good lane, which sometimes is a bit of a difficulty for him when teams are trying to pressure him. Even though they switched the lanes, it still didn't matter to at least pressure that Gyrocopter. DK's doing very well.
Yep.
Of course, for Crystallis, so he's gonna, I mean, he's probably gonna have his work cut out for him though, because his other 2 cores are falling behind, and at the end of the day too, it is a DK versus a Doom. So in a lot of these situations, if he's the only one doing well, it's gonna be a clear target of what 33 wants to do, just doom him every single one of the fights. So we'll see how Paravision looks to re-establish a bit of this mid-game with their ultis. They do have Magnetize available, they have an amp damage, and they have Rolling Thunder. I think this Pugna being so high level is just going to cause him a lot of issues in these early mid-game fights, because he's just going to be able to play right behind Lornoff. If they don't get on top of that Pugna, he's just going to turn those fights. That extra sustain. No one trying to take out this catapult. They're trying, like, even popping the tag team, they wanted to keep their catapult alive, but it actually gets the last attack onto it, so they can't get too much pressure into the mid tower. Bottom, they'll have some Eidolons, but it's very low levels on these supports, as we mentioned, for Paravision, because of those double wisdom rune steals. DM still level, or Dukal is still level 4.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Saxa, try to slow down the push. He's pretty surrounded. Can he play his way out of this? This range creep. It's just following.
Dire's structures are fortified.
9 class, does he want to try? And he'll get a good block with the shards, but the sharpshooter's there.
I think he's still looking pretty dead.
Yeah, they've got the wraparound coming in as well. Hello. There's nowhere to run. A surprise dragon appears.
And he gets the last hit.
They'll let Crystallis take it.
Good positioning them from him, finishing off his Ancients as well. And they finish off the tower too. So Sox are trying to get the stall of the tower. We'll lose it. 7-7.
Nice close start.
It is. And no one, he does have his Blade Mill finished up. He's still about 1,000 gold behind the Timber Saw after getting the first blood and all, but not bad. That Blade Mill is going to be very strong. Lots of uncontrollable damage versus that Gyrocopter and versus the Timber Saw. So he could definitely catch up very quickly if he just finds a good positioning to tank some of these spells, as Saxa.
Oh, no one does. It's dangerous around this tier 2 tower. They're going to try and go for it. They're leading in.
Nightfall.
Underneath the tier 2, GM's in with the Rolling Thunder, but the TPs are coming in. Paravision,
here.
they've got to back off. There's always going to be a risky point of the map to try and make a team fight happen.
Ooh, no one pops the invis.
He's going to live with it as well. They don't have the detection.
He's considering going back in. Saksa is a bit low here. He's going to actually make the play onto the Hoodwink, and he does get the kill. Heads up move there from no one. He's got his TP up in 5 seconds too, so finds himself a snag.
They get something.
Yep. Heavy TP rotations
they
from Tundra. And
pretty much the entirety of them down here. No one. Looks like he's thinking about maybe sticking around a little longer.
He saw Nightfall being low, so maybe he's hoping that Nightfall comes down here and he finds him isolated, but Nightfall...
Well, that's true. There was definitely a chance of that, but I guess that obviously Nightfall's also...
He knew he
maybe
was there.
expecting that, yeah. Just loses his Hoodwink down there, so...
And Nightfall, that is pretty much his Aghanim's done, so having some very good timings. The DK's matching the farm, though, since Crystallis has had a completely free start this game.
Yeah. And that, that is one of those matchups that we've seen, right, where DK and Gyro, if they're a similar level of farm, the DK can destroy the Gyro.
Absolutely. Especially
like
if
the
he's
Gyro
given...
dies so quickly to a farm Dragonite. Well, I say farm, but literally like a Dragonite that has the same amount of net worth.
By the way, 9 Class is doing it again.
Well, the Axe Rush.
He is. So it doesn't seem like he cares what type of game it is.
What type of game state. He wants to just be able to get this item.
It's a good item.
Especially this game when they have like an Enigma. They have crazy types of ways to extend the game. And okay. Maybe he just likes it. Just some players do like to go for different builds a bit faster than others. Not wanting to get a Solar Crest for his buddy.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fun build. If I'm playing Touch Support, I'm rushing Axe.
Sure.
If I play any support, I'm rushing Axe.
Sure.
This is my kind of build.
Cool.
I think it will resonate with a lot of the viewers as well.
It is pretty OP. But of course, it's going to take some time again to be able to finish that farm. 3 smokes passed over to 9 Class. Lornoff, how close is he to Axe? Halfway there. Spirit Vessel was picked up, as we've seen from DM. We've seen quite a bit of builds coming out from these offlane Pangos. This is one of the more popular ones. Spirit Vessel into Blink, and maybe into something like a Pipe if he feels necessary to do so. But the Vessel, this game versus Pugna versus Timber, can understand why he'd want to go for this.
Dire are scanning.
Is that very interesting that 9 Class does want to go down this route again.
Is under attack.
Does he didn't used to always do this on
I don't
Cusp,
believe
did he?
so.
I gotta check now. I'm gonna check if this is something that he does. He does every game.
He does have his own approach in some of these games.
Yeah.
The 9 Class in particular, a very unique player. Yeah, cool. I mean, their lineup does scale very hard. You know, DK, we've seen what this hero can do once he starts getting farm. And he has been getting this pretty much free farm, as we mentioned. All right, White will be okay.
Hard to dive the tower for him as well.
You know, I'll check as well, too. Like,
I'm trying to check, but it's all in Spanish for some reason.
I got you. Don't worry. I'll do you. It's all in Spanish.
Why is
Radiant's middle tower
Derrota?
So in his pub games, he's doing it as well.
He's the Axe Rush.
He only played one of them recently,
Yeah,
but he did do the Ags Rush in that game as well.
And then the other one, he went Blink before the Ags, but still.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much a similar thing, so.
Values the Aghanims, which is good, because I feel like we have seen some games where the team with the Tusk loses, and they've lost where they're like 2-3 components into an Ags.
Sure.
And maybe if they'd had the Ags, they could have made a comeback.
It's player preference, right?
Yep.
Some players just really like to have that Solar Crest plus the buff up. Also, some players like to have the Drinking Buddies plus the Solar Crest buff up too. This time we do see tag team in these type of situations since he's with Enigma as 33. Caught.
Lornoff is going to try and see if he can get something in return. They've got the setup with the Decrepify to 9 Class. They'll burst through him. A second kill.
He is here.
Yeah, for Lornoff. Get Whitemon, but can they deal with the Timber Saw?
He's a bit of a problem. Is the Vessel enough for them to bring him
Nightfall's
down?
coming in to help over. As Lornoff,
trouble.
he's able to break away with the Timber Chain. They're going to be able to keep this cleanup going. In fact,
DM.
it's Lornoff that gets the last touch on that, so he gets the triple. I mean, rolling forward here, no one. He wants to try and find Lornoff, but Lornoff, he's already out of this.
Beautiful call down. Nightfall landing all 3 of them on top of that Pango. No one wants to try to push forward for more, but can't. And Lornoff now, he does have Aghanims. That was their window to perhaps kill him before he had the Ags too, and now he's going to have it. So it's going to be much harder for them to bring him down until they do get maybe a Yule's or one of these Dispel functions. It looked close, almost being able to bring him.
It was very close.
Nightfall was there just in time. He's being very active. We've seen a couple games where Nightfall is a bit more quiet in these games, not getting involved in the early kills. He's 3-2-3. It's not, not every single one of the kills, but he's shown up when necessary, which is very, very good.
Now, who do you think's happy with the state of the game so far? Is it Tundra? Because they're not getting kind of rolled over by a lineup that I feel could have definitely had a bit of an edge going into this Paravision, but 17 minutes in, they're slightly falling behind.
Yeah, I would imagine Tundra because it's at the end of the day, it is a 4 Protect 1 on Paravision and they have a Doom. So if if 33 finds the angles to just Doom Crystallis in these team fights, the damage is going to be pretty limited. So we'll see how they progress from here. Paravision, of course, wanting to still take constant team fights, but Lornoff, he's just an issue to be able to bring down when he's got this Ags at this point.
Especially when you've got an Illusion Rune in the bottle as well. So ready with the Dispel.
Off the mark with that Bushwhack.
Just a lot of space and farm for Nightfall.
He's big.
That top spot, he's going to have the BKB ready for the next time he turns up.
The fact that he's matching / staying slightly ahead even of the DK says it all. A lot of the times when we see the DK have that advantage matchup for the Gyros because he's like a full 1,000 or 2,000 gold ahead of him. The BKB's about to come out, so Paravision.
I think they're going to want to have to fight. You've got to look for something, get Crystallis involved. You don't want to sit back.
I agree. They have the Blink also, I believe, that was picked up from the Pango, so an easier way to force engagements. Bucalis, though, is looking to be in a lot of trouble. Can he play his way out of this?
Oh, it's a good sharpshooter hit, but he's going to get kicked back to safety by no one. Lornoff's going to still dive on forward, though, beyond the tier 2. They get him anyway.
Lornoff, he's got nothing to fear in this game right now. With this Ags, he can just kind of bypass everybody, and if he just saves that reactive armor, he will survive.
Yeah. And this is one of the concerns, right? When it came to the draft, Paravision, they sort of answered the Timbersaw with the Earth Spirit mid, right? Which, to be fair, the mid matchup didn't go too badly at all. No one was able to do pretty well. But in terms of the overall game, it does mean you don't have a mid hero that's going to cause any issues for this Timber getting out of control, right?
Not till way later, as no one going to take a good chunk of damage. Toxic gets brought down.
He's got backup. They get the Dragon Tail in on towards Lornoff. They're toying with the idea of committing for the Timbersaw, but with shield up, it's difficult.
And here comes Nightfall.
No one, he's rolling away. They don't want to take this fight now that the Gyro's turned up. Paravision on the retreat. As Nightfall pushes them back. The missile connects before the roll's there, and they're able to burst straight through him. The Black Hole will come out.
Gets cancelled.
Indeed, the Doom's down. They've got a little bit of safety in the snowballs. They head over towards Lornoff, but as soon as they're out, Lornoff's able to burst through them as well. Double kill for him. They're trying to deal with this Timbersaw, but they just can't. As Lornoff able to play perfectly around the side of the fight, they can move back in Tundra. Look at towards the jump ball from Lornoff. Gets the triple. The missile connects it onto Crystallis. Crystallis trying to fight back against the 3 of them. Against the 4 of them now with Saxa coming in with the setup. The burst is there. Ultra kill for Lornoff. They just don't have a Timbersaw answer at this point, Fogged. Lornoff is balling out of control. 9-0-4. They just can't do anything about him, and he's playing these fights perfectly.
Crystallis is starting to do some decent damage, but a perfect stop of this Black Hole. I mean, 33. Pump fakes the Doom there for a second, is able to get the cancel. And Crystallis, he's doing good damage, but as soon as the BKB wears off, that's where the Timber comes into play. That's where this big magic damage, this big burst, well, pure damage in particular. You can see he's healthy, but as soon as one stun connects onto him, that's where Lornoff can just evaporate him. That's why this Timber pick was so good for them so far here, as they have now claimed themselves a 6K gold lead and a full separation between that DK.
Yeah, and just again the fact that, you know, even though he's not getting the kills, Nightfall, but he's turning up to these fights and he's doing the most damage. You know, the fact that they have this Timber that's just in the faces of Paravision's heroes, Nightfall's getting all the freedom to get multiple rounds of flak off. And they're going to take them down very, very low. Into the pit they go. I mean, Paravision, they've got everybody back up, but they're just not in any sort of shape or form now to be able to run towards this Roche and contest it.
And as you were mentioning before, too, that it felt like that was the time for Paravision to look for the big team fight to get themselves back into this game a bit there. They got the Blink and the BKB, and he still couldn't do enough during it. It was close. They got to, 20% sub HP, but just not quite enough there as Tundra now.
There we go.
With this Aegis, with a full another item on Nightfall, too. I believe he's got the small crit, and he's level 18.
Radiant are scanning.
And he just gets free 6 Eidolons. Okay, extra money. Still smoked up, Paravision, wanting to look for aggressive plays.
They can't go for this Timber.
Just get reactive.
Right. I mean, they've got the 5 of them here, but can they really do anything about Lornoff?
He's going to pop, and it's a ton of damage.
He's ready to turn as well, by the looks of it. No one put the BKB in the blade might get on top of him, but another Timber change at the ready. No one's going to continue to try and chase Lornoff beyond the tier 2 tower. They really want this kill. Can they get it? They will finally get it. But the rest of the team, they're in trouble. The Doom's been dropped down on a Crystallis. Nightfall will finish the Dragon Knight off. And they've got the control of Ducalis as well. Oh, actually, we'll get away with the Invis. They don't actually have detection for that, so Ducalis will be able to sneak away with the Invis rune.
No one gets a massive injection of gold, but they lose the DK to the gyrocopter.
Yeah, Nightfall's just getting richer and richer.
Yep.
He'll have the Daedalus soon for the next fight.
Yeah, and even though Earthsberg actually said a huge kill bounty for him, but overall it's the DK who needs to be getting a bit more out of this. As Nightfall is pretty much, Daedalus is going to be done, so he's going to have that clear separation of being able to single target the DK as well.
No one has the easy go for that twin gate. Can't stand the risk of being caught by the homing missile this side of the map.
Well, it's going to follow him. So if we want to watch this fun homing missile move faster and faster.
Wait, where'd it go?
It's moving. It's zooming across the map to the base it goes. It actually saw 9 class.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There we go.
Doink. And 9 class, I was mentioning, it saw him on the side there. He's got the Aghanims.
He's ready to kick some people.
But he might just be...
Oh. That's not the way they wanted to start that fight.
Dude, the missile literally passed over him because it was going across the map.
It gave them that intel.
I am bad luck for 9 class, but great luck there for Tundra as it does do that. 18 seconds where they get slowed down.
Yeah.
Any moments where they do get slowed down feels painful for the side of Paravision.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, look at this.
There we go. Uh-oh.
Oh, that happens.
What's the plan?
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's going to be the kickback. I mean, this is why he's done the build again now. He's like, look, we're gonna get crushed in the first 24 minutes.
Yeah.
I need to at least have an Aghanims for the chance for a comeback.
Sure. The kickback and the nullifier in particular on the DK, so we can actually focus fire some of these targets, because that's going to counter the Timber and the Decrep in a way. So maybe that could be the next step of answers that Paravision is looking for, but Tundra's getting a lot out of the map here, and they're going to have time to get the Doom back up. It just comes back ready. No one.
Oh, they see him.
Got the Glimmer.
Yeah, they're not going to take any chances around here, no one in Ducalis.
Nightfall's too far away from joining the rest of his team, too. They don't want to make the aggressive move without him. Still 2 minutes left on this Aegis. He's playing confidently by himself. Yeah, Lorinov just is a big problem, as we've been saying. They have to commit so much to kill him. He's got the regen as well. Tundra, ready to fight, still with 80 seconds left on this Aegis, wanting to perhaps pressure the tier 2 bottom. Sacred Relic's done for Crystallis. The 33's gonna find him.
Hey, straight on
He just gets the Doom. He actually cancels it.
He hesitates. Doesn't want to do it.
Okay. Holding it, but they do force a BKB. And I'm sure they're going to look for a fight after that. 80 seconds without it. No one will find Soxa.
They'll go for the solo play on Saxa. Oh. Say that, though. She's going to miss the roll, and backup now comes in. He has to go for the BKB TP out.
Anyway, be able to survive. Soxa, does he tick out? He dies to the last one. Can't believe he actually does end up dying to that last one. The Whispers of the Dread. The bonus magic damage that comes into play. It's enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
DM getting a little space top to try and finish off the Aghanims. Tier 1 tower. The other lanes, they're getting pushed in pretty heavily. So Tundra bringing both the middle and the bottom.
Yeah, Whitemon's blasting bottom. Now he's connecting toward Nightfall. 30 seconds still on Aegis. No BKB on Dragon Knight still for 40 seconds. So Paravision not wanting to commit for a full kill, a full fight here. They also have a base ward. They snuck this one in. I think Whitemon was able to plant it, and it's scouting 9 class exactly where he's standing. And even though 9 class, you know, we mentioned he has his Aghanims, the blink is still far away.
You need the combo, right?
You need the combo.
And on top of that, the headband. And obviously last time, it wasn't enough last game.
No. Top 33. He's waiting for a move. Quick blink from DM. Collis.
They've got him.
Can't play his way out of that one. Lead continues to grow. And Gyro.
I mean, it's just this carry matchup that sticks out the most. Just not able to find the fight so far this game, Paravision, where Crystallis was really able to get involved and pop off.
No, and he's playing versus 2 pretty good counters at this point in the game with Lorinov having such a good game, right? We've seen the Timber tried a couple times. It's worked a few times versus the DK. This one, it's absolutely working for him. As Nightfall Gets both of the neutral items that he wanted, of course. He got the Vampire Fangs at the 17, now at the 27, he gets the Paladin Sword, and Lornoff gets more Spell Lamp on top of having his Shivas. This Timber and the Gyrocopter just will continue to be an issue.
Yep. They've got a couple of bigger item pickups now. They've got the Nullifier and the Shiva. So this is maybe the chance.
Okay. And how is Ducalis doing
to kill the Timber
if he wants to go for a BKB? He did have the Philosopher's Stone. He's still a ways away. They're going to smoke with this timing.
Yeah.
See what they can find. See if they can kick people back or find people separated. Similar to last time, trying to at least find some type of 1-by-1 sequence kills. Is Tundra going to give them those, or is Tundra going to group up? Looks like at the moment they're going to group up.
If they throw everything down on one of the heroes, it should work. They probably will lose some heroes whilst they do it.
As long as they see the Pugna. Because the Pugna can change things when he just gets the heals off. But yeah, absolutely. If they can full commit onto a hero with the Nullifier, they do have good kill threat. Lornoff, I imagine, yeah, he queues up the BKB next as soon as you see the Nullifier build, so you can protect your reactive armor. You can just walk inside those fights, and then it becomes another element of how do you kill him once he gets that BKB. No one will be given the Wisdom Runes. They're trying to enable this Earth Spirit as much as possible. But yeah, clear separation between the two carries. As Nightfall now, the Satanic is done.
Tundra. Feels like they can take it pretty easy here.
Yeah, I feel like they can chill.
Yeah, they've got the scaling potential. And they would have had it as well, even if they were behind. But the fact that they're this far ahead really puts them in a very comfortable spot.
For Tundra, it's a more standard approach. For Paravision, it's more execution-based and just kind of maybe a little bit of a luck factor if they can get these kickbacks and black holes from some mispositioning from Tundra, but it's hard. It's not the easiest to execute at this point. Did he get cast range neutral? We'll see in a second from 9 class. He still doesn't have the Blink Dagger finished. Let's see if he did. He did not. So he took a Craggy. So it will be a little bit harder for him to find those options of kickbacks as no one's
going for it.
Pushing forward here.
I really want to try and catch Tundra whilst they're not set up as 5. It's hard. Tundra, they're ready to respond.
They're smoked up themselves now. The Blink, the BKB, at the ready for 33. They see Crystallis.
He's got everybody by his side there. 33's in. Doesn't find his initial target. They turn towards him with the silence.
Nightfall gets booted.
Kickback. But he did kickback, but he's able to put the BKB and start fighting back immediately.
Crystallis has the BKB.
He's got a BKB and runners the dragon.
That's very early for him to use that.
They will get Whitemon. Nightfall's BKB now coming to an end, but it's still very risky getting up close and personal to this Gyrocopter. They'll turn over towards Lornoff, but Lornoff with a heavy burst brings 9 class down low. A homing missile is going to be heading his way as well. So 9 class has to get out of the fight.
9 class is going to die to that missile.
They've lost the 2 supports, Tundra, but their cores are still fighting pretty strong. The Magnetize, he keeps it going here. Pretty long, though, one.
He's got Satanic up again on Nightfall.
They're going to try and dive forward, but indeed the Satanic's there immediately to remove the Magnetize. And Paravision, they can get the supports, but I guess same to be said for Tundra. It's just a support trade.
I didn't even see the black one. It just stopped instantly, right? I didn't even get
I think it must have. We'll probably be able to get that on the replay.
Yeah, I actually didn't even see it. 33, the important thing was that he held the Doom for the fight that's upcoming. And Paravision, they used everything. And for Crystallis, you could see the second that he pops the BKB, he's like, oh my goodness, I need to run. He needs to be able to do as much damage as possible in those 6 seconds. As soon as he has to run at the first instance, it's very scary for him.
Yeah, just being pretty much just more than an item behind the Gyrocopter.
Yep.
Makes it very difficult for him to fight when the Gyro is hitting him for free.
And Ducalis, he is getting closer and closer toward this BKB, in particular on the Enigma, but versus the Gyrocopter, and we haven't talked about it so much, in particular in these type of games, but you can just die, even while casting the block hole. The Gyrocopter can kill you.
Radiant
he's just got to be smart with the Glimmer.
Yeah. They're going to smoke up, so looking to get a bit of a timing here. Looking, again, it's just to catch Tundra when they're split up, but Tundra immediately grouping, looking for the Roche. As we said, that Doom, it is available. Can't write off Soxa too. He just, I believe, finished up the Gleipnir after that fight, so his damage is also going to increase more in comparison to the supports on the side of Paravision. And they can perhaps start poking it. They're thinking about it, at least from Nightfall and Lornoff. See how Paravision approaches this fight. As we said, Black Hole not up for 50 seconds. They've got a shield rune on no one. this Rosh. It's dying quick. Nine class. Go scout it. Roll in.
So they're going to stop this. It's close, but Nightfall's able to pick up the Aegis. They secure the Aegis, secure the Roshan, and now they're ready to secure the team fight as 9 class. He's getting low. The flat cannon hits one more round of it. Should do the job. Nightfall blinks in, finishes off the job. They're buying back for this fight, Paravision. But I don't know if there's any fight for them to be had here.
Nightfall's just running at them.
I mean, no one's rolling across. He wants to try and fight. He's coming with this buyback, but 33's in with a jump onto Dekalis. Dekalis is gone. I mean, this is not a fight they could turn, surely. I mean, no one's trying with the Magnetize, but the TP out's there.
I mean, 9 class is still super healthy. He's getting punted out of the fight. They're attempting to kite him.
They'll get the control on a Whitemon, but they just jump straight back in with Lorinov. Finishes off 9 class the second time in the fight. It's dieback from him.
And no one's got to get out of here.
I mean, they really tried to put everything into that. I think that just shows sort of the desperate position they're in. They're using these buybacks on no one and 9 class to try and take the fight. Doesn't work out.
No one gets a lot of damage off afterwards, but 33, he's showing, I don't need to Doom DK. They're showing they have the answer.
He just dies anyway.
Yeah, he dies anyway. They can just Doom the Earth Spirit. As we saw there, an instant one throw onto no one. They get the Aegis immediately. Saksa attempts for a catch. Can't quite do it, but a big win there again for the side of Tundra, forcing those buybacks. And this is a very, very aggressive plays coming out from him. See him just blinking forward into everybody. He has
he's that far ahead at this point. Him and Lorinov just looking to be unstoppable at this stage.
And the 9 class, I mean, the build that he's gone for in both the games, yes, he's gone for this Ags, and we love the Ags build, but it's not really feeling like it's doing as much as he had hoped for it in either of the games.
I think definitely when you kind of compare this sort of 9 class Tusk Ags rush to the other stuff we've seen 9 class on, right? Because in the other games, he's looked insane this tournament. He's had some crazy good games, 9 class.
I mean, his early game has been good, right? The movements that he did around the map were nice.
The tools that he's given himself.
Yeah, it's making it feel like a little harder than maybe he anticipated. As 16,000 gold lead now. Supports continuing to scale on the side of Tundra and Paravision. Christos is just not able to hit targets. He's really not. A lot of these games we did see the DK is able to stand his ground even as the BKB falls off, but this game it's just not the case. It's another catch.
They'll drop a Doom for this.
Another Doom. And do want to highlight 33 with a bit of a deviation in his build as well. Did go for an AC. So pretty cool to be able to tank up his gyrocopter versus that DK as well and just increase some damage potential. It's Lorinov. Won't be able to steal that wisdom. But look how aggressive he's trying to play. He knows how...
No, they can't kill him.
Yeah. With the BKB, with the Ags, it really feels like he is immortal.
I've got the BKB Black Hole online. So maybe some crazy sort of 5-man Black Hole.
It really feels like it's all up to that, right? It feels like it's going to have to be some ridiculous play that comes out from Dekalis, and he could just die.
They've nearly got the damage online for Crystalis. He's just, about half the gold away from the Demon Edge, and then he'll have the full Daedalus.
Yeah.
And at that point, you do still hit crazy hard as the Dragon Knight.
You do. It just, this Gyro is not as squishy as some of the other ones that we have seen when it's been that matchup, right? He has the Swift Blink as well to his armor. He's at, 31? So has quite a decent amount of physical negation as no one.
Look at this burst from Lorinov, just straight down to half HP there. And 33, he actually took us the jump, and no one could be in trouble. He has to put the BKB.
Kickback under tier 4s.
See if they can finish him off.
He gets the blink off.
And he's able to indeed get out, and now 9 class, he's in trouble. Jump forward for Lorinov. The Chakrams going to miss, though, so 9 class will be able to juke his way back to the fountain.
He doesn't get hit by the flak either. He's actually able to survive. That was super close. Nightfall tried to go for the angle, but he lost vision. Good attempted kickback, but Nightfall with the quick fingers of the blink. That's the courier.
Oh, that was going for his Demon Edge, right?
Nightfall. Blinks in aggressively.
The BKB straight away. They're trying to control him. They'll drop the Black Hole for him on the first life. They're controlling the Gyro. Can they even kill him off through the Aegis? They can't. Nightfall, he survives. They're trying their best to take that Aegis out of his hands. Finally, he'll fall the once, but no one's gone without buyback. They get 33.
But Lorinov's on Crystalis.
And now he's ready to jump in. Nightfall's ready to play aggressive once more as Lorinov gets the double. They push Paravision back to the fountain. It's going to be 2 versus 4 here as Tundra can continue with the push.
That's their 2 damage dealers gone. No one. He gets addressed again by 33. Just gets the lockdown onto him. Nightfall, just so confident, right? He knows how farmed he is. He just blinks in on top of the Enigma and forces the Black Hole up to level 25.
They can clean up the base.
They can.
He's dreaming of the Rapier on top of it all Nightfall, but...
He's seen Pure have fun with Rapier in this tournament. He wants to have some fun.
It's probably going to close up before he gets the chance to buy it.
Yeah. That should be pretty much the Megas. 60 seconds, still no Earth Spirit. Chrysalis does have buyback. He's going to have to use it. They're going to get kickback.
Catch him underneath the tier 4s, but he's able to get the BKB off. They get the root round for 2 of them. He's perfectly fine, Nightfall.
And he's back in.
As 9 class is gone. He used to buy back on Chrysalis, but once more, it's 2 against 4. Fortification buying them a little bit of time, 30 seconds or so until no one's back in. Same to be said for 9 class.
But the Megas, they're claimed. Chrysalis, they're poking and prodding him. A blood grenade at the 38-minute mark to slow him down.
And they could be ready to jump him anytime. Nightfall would not be afraid to blink
33, he's ready. Gets his blink stopped by the Midnight Pulse. But at any moment, they could just jump in and
can they survive this 10 seconds with maybe the chance of one final kickback?
It's a full butterfly coming out for Nightfall.
The tier 4s are going.
Route. The tier 4.
They got to do something soon, Paravision, if they want to give it one more fight. Oh, they're respecting the respawns. Okay. Tundra. They don't want to try and force the end yet. They'll hang back a little bit.
Wait for a moment. 30,000 gold lead. Two next full items picked up. Octarine for Doom and Butterfly for the Gyro. They're going to go back in.
Yeah, they're ready for the killing blow.
15 seconds on Satanic for Nightfall. But anybody that 33 sees is likely to jump.
He's in first. Ooh, no one's actually able to get the roll. They get the chance to get the kickback, but the BKB's there for 33. They'll punch him up. Magnetize comes out for no one. It's doing quite a lot of damage. The Tundra, they'll have to split up for now. Inside the base, Chrysalis, he'll die to the Doom. He's out for 100 seconds.
He's just gone. Well, that's their carry.
The Magnetize does end up killing off Saxa. The Mega Creep's building up.
He actually just dies. They don't. I mean, they're on a DK.
9 class, he gets another kickback. The BKB's there, Nightfall. He's not afraid of these heroes, and Lorinoff, he's here to help out. Jumps in with a burst. They kill off 9 class. The game's over. GG is called. Tundra today, they take the series 2-0 against Paravision as they just turned up and just completely crushed the style of play that Paravision have been getting away with. This was a very impressive performance from Tundra, and Paravision, they did not look to be on the same level as we've seen them on other days, folks. They struggled today.
It looked like a kind of different approach that we've seen from them in particular. A much slower approach to be able to fight back. Tundra, they just sped things up today, right? They got good matchups, especially the Timbersaw in that mid lane. Lorinoff, he went absolutely insane. 14-1 and 13. How much damage did he actually end up doing in this game? Probably had some crazy numbers, I'd
Let's
say.
have a look.
It's probably pretty close or higher than the Gyro.
30k damage.
Okay.
Gyro got to 41.
Okay, Gyro got a bit more at the end there. But yeah, overall, I mean, Lorinoff, you could see how much of an advantage he had being able to play versus this getting such an early Ags. As soon as he got it, he was immortal. They tried to go for kills with the Spirit Vessel. They tried to do a bit of a switch up where they have this Enigma as a 5 position. It ends up just not really working. Overall, it gives Nightfall just too damn good of a game.
That really did. Yeah, Chrysalis just had such a slow time this time around. Just couldn't keep up. The sort of Pacers team was not there to enable the Dragon Knight to his fullest. 3, 5, and 6, not a very flashy scoreline at all for Chrysalis. Yeah, Tundra, they needed this. They've had some rough series, but today here, against Paravision nonetheless, a team that's looked absolutely on fire. Tundra come in, they get the 2-0 and make it look relatively easy. They take the series 2-0 against Paravision today.
Yeah, as said, this was such a needed victory for Tundra, and to do it in such dominating fashion is really good to see, really promising for the squad. A lot to break down in this game, though, because I also do want to highlight some things that Paravision did, but let's start with the good things. Jenkins, Tundra, taking this one 2-0 in very much their own style.
This is one of those games where Lorinoff is supposed to have a really solid game. He gets up against the Earth Spirit. It's a counter matchup. He's got to pop off. There's all this pressure on him. And he goes 14-1 and 13. He was playing the fights beautifully, playing on really low HP. I like the itemization, going for the early Aghanim Scepter, because it meant that even though there was Vessel and other ways to deal with him on the other side, it didn't matter. He was unbelievably tanky in these fights. And Nightfall, this was prime fall right here. I don't know what this bullshit is about his gyrocopter being bad. That was impeccable. He was showing up to stuff.
He was joining in some of these early fights using the Twin Gates as well. We're like, oh, what is he doing here? Yeah. He's not fight ready yet. He didn't finish his 2.5 items to be ready to join the fights, but he did, and that's what I like to see. Some stuff needed to be changed, but I also want to go back slightly to the draft where we see this Dragonite being first phased as a response to Pugna. And they don't build any items to allow this Dragonite to shine. When you have Dragonite, you have a lot of these auras, you have Solar Crest, you have Drums, you have Vlads. They didn't buy a single of these items because Enigma is playing for himself some Blink, Glimmer Cape. You also have 9 class who's going 2 times for Blink Dagger. First he goes Aghanim Scepter, then he tries to go for a Blink Dagger on Tusk. So he doesn't have that extra influence between 10 and 25 minutes. You're just buying components that give you stats. But once you get to that, that's fine. But what are you doing in between?
Yeah, he's right. And you know what it is? He got excited. Because I remember there was one game that 9 class, I can't remember who they were playing against. He was doing the kickbacks, and it was a big comeback, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, I remember that, but I also don't remember against who.
It's one of those games that happens where you're like, Tusk Ags is just broken. Like, I'm going to go for this shit every game. But then you realize, like, oh, it's broken in the late game when the positioning really matters. Not in the early game where a mech is healing you for half your HP and the aura.
You have a naked Dragonite. He needs to play for himself, and he's also playing into Doom matchup. So they didn't do any of the itemization. They never allowed Dragonite to actually hit the targets. He never had a free reign. And in a lot of these situations, you would see 33 just go for him with the Doom or Earth Spirit. Like, he did one hell of a job coming into the fights, still doing the job that Earth Spirit needs to do in the fights, but it was not enough. They got shut down so heavily.
Yeah, I kind of feel a little strange about the Earth Spirit because it came out as overall last pick. They knew that that was going to be a Timbersaw that was going to show up in the mid lane, and Earth Spirit, you already mentioned it, Jenkins, he's supposed to lose that matchup.
He is, and honestly, I think no one played very well, given the scenario that he was in. Unfortunately for no one, Lornoff played better.
Yeah.
Lornoff also played really well, showing up and matching the pace of Earth Spirit. And the issue with no one having an excellent performance is that he's playing against Doom. You pick one guy, that guy dies.
Yeah.
So because the DK is countered, I think the casters, Owen and Pixel, were talking about, like, they didn't even need to Doom the DK. They would just Doom the Earth Spear because he's the only guy doing anything. If there's one guy doing everything for a team, you just press R on him, and then the game is over.
Yeah, let's actually check in with Kezu, who's going to have an Acer Predator head-to-head for us.
Yeah, absolutely, because we need to look at the mid laners. In this game, we had, Lower North versus no one. You have the Timber versus the Earth Spirit matchup. But the thing is that even with these networks, so what we need to consider is that no one is the last pick in this game, and he even had First Blood at the start of the game to start it all off. So him being 1,300 net worth down at the 10-minute mark with all of these things, like with the quote-unquote counter matchup that it's supposed to be in terms of when you'll pick after, and him having First Blood, honestly, it just didn't really come to shine that way because we kind of know that Timber is going to beat Earth Spirit. He does well in the lane, you do good in the game, you can always burst him. And yeah, no one is like trying to do good stuff in the game, but whenever a fight kind of drags out more than the first initial 5 seconds, 10 seconds, your magnetize is over, the Timber will always have your number. Like, you just drop so low HP. We can see it in all of these clips. Like, the moment you're caught without roll, Lornoff is just going to destroy you. And this is why, Cheever, this is our head-to-head.
Thank you very much for that, Kezu. And it does pay me. I feel like we didn't really get to see Paravision do as well as we thought. I feel like we know Lacoste, that they can do better.
They definitely can. They were playing fast Dota up until now, where they slowed things down, especially in the first game. Different carries, something that we didn't expect to happen. In the second game as well, they were just not building the items that we did mention, so they didn't have this strong 5-man ball that they tend to get between 15 and 25. A lot of the times, they're just like ready to close out the games as well. They can feel how strong they are, but they got punished in the laning stage. I think they got slightly misunderstood in terms of like the drafting, what needed to be done. They pulled out some position 5 Enigma as a counter to Gyro, which didn't really look that good. He had a good net worth, but he's also been dying a lot. Like, you get Timber on top of you, he's gonna burst you. He doesn't care about your Malefice. He's just gonna run you down if you show in the lane.
Yeah, and I think on the flip side of that, of course, Jenkins, it's good to see Tundra stepping up when they need it most. Now, I will say, their scoreline is still pretty precarious, and I don't think they have their full destiny in their own hands.
Yeah.
But they're on the right track.
I mean, you want to do better in this group stage regardless, because the amount of points you get for your placement is going to matter.
Yeah.
So even if they don't make top 4, which I think they still could if certain, dominoes fall into place, Tundra looked very on point today. The issue that we saw with them prior was not coming from the safe lane. Warnoff's been doing his thing. It's been mostly the off lane, and 33 and Soxa 100% pulled it together today. And I didn't doubt their ability to do this because it's 33 and Soxa. These guys have a ton of experience. They're totally fine, like taking an L and just being like, all right, let's just be better. Like these dudes are not watching their replays, dying, TPing back to the lane, dying, then being like, oh, that wasn't my fault, or like they're like, wow, I'm bad, go next. Like they have the mentality that they can fix these things, and it's good to see that, day to day.
Yeah, you want to know who's they're up against tomorrow, because obviously that's still very important for both teams. But for Tundra, they're up against Waska tomorrow. Is that a good thing for them? How do we feel like they match up?
Waska is a very unpredictable team. They like to flex a lot of their heroes. They showed some like really nice performances so far. A team that can pretty much play anything. Very hipster-oriented team, I would say. And I think this is the Tundra that I expected to show up in the second group stage, but something was just missing. And I think they learned a lot from the last couple of days because they've been losing a lot, and this is the team that knows how to bounce back. So I think I'm going to be favoring Tundra in this one.
You know who else is favoring Tundra?
Who?
Well, damn it, I would hope pretty much all of them on their team. Hello, Big W, good to see you. That's you, you're Big W. He can't hear me. He can't hear me. Big W, do you hear me? I'm coming in loud and clear. Whitemon. Tiggy. Okay, well, that was a great interview with Whitemon. Really appreciate that. Lots of insight, as usual, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to get into the next series.
Is it? No.
We're having technical issues, obviously. He really didn't want to do an interview with me. The moment he saw it wasn't you,
he's like,
oh, yeah,
time to mute.
I can't
Pretend you can't hear him,
yeah.
No, we're fixing the issue. That's all good. While we're on the topic of tomorrow, let's then talk a little bit about who Paravision is going up against tomorrow, because they are... they're 4-1. Statistically, there's a very low chance that they won't be able to make it to the final day, but their final series is up against another team that is 1-4 right now. It's Extreme. What do we think?
Extreme is powering up. This is the team that had... Every series did go to 3 games, and finally they broke the curse, so I think... What are they playing today? Extreme Gaming's playing today...
Against Liquid.
Against Liquid, so that's not going to be an easy one for them, I would say, because Liquid is also powering up, but as long as they're playing normal stuff, they are the team that has the highest hero pool, Extreme Gaming, that is. Because they play everything. These guys are just like kind of random. They played almost 50 different heroes, and 20+ heroes are uncontested so far in the Dream League. But
I wish they were winning. I really do. They're so fun to watch.
Their highs are so high, but their lows are also very low.
Yes. That is, we can see how high or how low they are right now. We can actually bring up the scoreboard as it stands right now, while we're still fixing some tech issues on the interview side. But Paravision just played a series, of course, against Tundra, so they are both now with the only 2 teams out of these 8 that have played 6 matches out of 7. But yeah, Extreme Gaming is sitting pretty low there. Together with Waska, they're both 1-4 right now.
I didn't expect the BBD Boppers to be pounding down so hard. This is quite impressive from them. And they've beat very solid teams so far.
Yep. Same goes for Spirit. I didn't know what to expect in the group stage. 1, they looked a little bit shaky, I would say. They also needed a little bit more time. I think we say that for a lot of these teams that are still here. But they know how to run this 4-protect-1 strategy, and I've been really impressed by Satanic so far. This kid is really good. If you give him some of the good matchups, he will carry the game for you. So everybody on the team is also playing around him. They are finding ways how to make his game easier. I think you have stuff to say about Drew as well, Janky.
He's been killing it.
He has.
He's been killing it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I was... you have high expectations when it comes to Team Spirit.
Yes.
This is, and I also have high expectations for this gentleman that we've got on the interview, Big W. How are you doing? Why are you laughing?
I mean, doing fine. Yeah.
You're good? You're good?
Yeah.
Well, I forgot all my questions because it was a very long time ago. Okay, Pugna. Let's talk about Pugna. You're sucking every single game on the Pugna. What makes this hero so overpowered right now, do you think?
Maybe because right now no one's really want to buy Nullifier, and also the ward's kinda strong. Because every time someone use magic spells, it heals you, and then it's just better like something like save, I think. Yeah.
Your carry player, Nightfall, or as we've been calling him, Primefall, because he's in prime carry mode, he said BKB is a farming item. As his support, do you agree that BKB is indeed a farming item?
I mean, it is farming items maybe when you're losing, but I think when you're winning, it's not like farming items. It's more like offensive items.
Okay, makes sense. That's a good support answer. You guys have lost quite a few series, but a lot of them have gone to 3 games. Do you feel like you just got unlucky and those series just didn't go your way because of comebacks or whatever? Or is there something that was wrong with your team that you've now figured out for this last series?
I mean, for the past series, I think I just don't know what's happening. It's because like we just like throwing our spells, but and we're kind of bad playing maps, and everything is like not clicking. Like the comms kinda like we're not listening to each other, something like that. So yeah, I think it's more about our problem, I think. Yeah, and we're trying to fix that.
Okay, that makes sense. How do you feel when you're supporting in lane? It's level 1, right? The game just started, and there's a Visage Offlane in your lane. Like your offlane Visage. What is that? How does that go? What are the comms like when that happens?
I mean, I don't know. Every time I saw Neta playing Visage, it's like he always have different ideas how he want to play the heroes. Sometimes he is going to my lane and then try to get first blood, or maybe just harass them and then going back to their lane, something like that. I don't know. It's just his Visage is different level, I think.
It looks like it. All right, be completely honest with me here, dude. All right, because I can read if you're gonna lie to me. We've got a lie detector here. If this happens in a pub, if you have a Visage that's in your lane, how do you feel about it? If it's in a pub and it's not Neta.
I mean, if it's in the pubs, maybe I should just tell him just go back to your lane. I think we're gonna be fine.
Okay, that's what I figured. So Neta's cooking. He's cooking hard. Okay, I got somebody else who's been cooking for you, and that is Kezu, who's going to ask you some questions.
Hey, Y1, I have a question about a draft from yesterday. I think you'll also be able to see the picture. It's yesterday when you guys played against Extreme, and you last picked the Ember into XM Sniper. I personally thought that something like a Pangolier could work better for you. In hindsight, how did you feel about this draft? Would you keep the same pick but play different? Would you change the pick if you could?
I mean, I think me and Moon trying to suggest the Pango. I think it's just better for the game, but I think it depends on the Rorenov, right? Because he is the one who play the heroes, and we're asking him which one you prefer, and he's prefer Ember. So yeah.
Okay. Is that a hard thing for you or for Moon to like balance sometimes? Like when people call a hero, right? If a player calls a hero very strongly, it's not very easy to go against it. So how do you feel like you can balance that in a way?
Not sure about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's just hard. Or bad question by me, but anyway, next one. I've heard from many different people that they think you're one of the best 5s in the world. Who do you consider to be like another great 5?
I mean, I don't know if they could call me the best 5, but for me, I'm still not the best. Maybe there's like Snaking and some Insania, Celery. Yeah, I think they're the best 5, I think.
Yeah, is there a preference from those players? Like, do you watch one of them in particular if you want to get better, or do you mainly just look at your own gameplay?
Sometimes I'm just like looking like Dota 2 Protector, like what heroes they're playing and how they play the heroes. Just something like that. But important, I think. More important, I just focus on my gameplay. Yeah.
Yeah. And last question for me. So you swapped from pure tops and Ramses at TI to now you obviously have Primefall, Lorenov, and 3-3. If you had to compare them one by one, do you feel like they bring like very different things to the team? And if they do, can you like tell me like one small thing about each of the players?
I mean, for sure, each player has different gameplay. But if you compare it, it's like I don't really want to compare it because every players have their unique, and I think that they're all good.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for answering.
Thank you, Big W, for the interview. We appreciate it. Good luck in your future series.
Thank you.
Nice one, Jenkins. What's wrong?
What?
What's wrong? Why are you walking
I
like
like him. I want to keep talking to him.
Aww.
He's a good guy.
He is a good guy.
He is.
Yeah. Very
Hello,
wholesome.
this is Whitemon here.
Wholesome answer regarding which fives he's watching. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, with that, I mean, this was a relatively fast 2-0. I think it was probably a lot faster than a lot of people were expecting. That also means that we have a little bit of time before our next series, but that's okay because we've got... What do we got? Oh, we got quizzes. Yay! Always a winner. We got tier lists. Yay! Also always good. And we got a little bit of break here and there as well. You guys up for that?
We got a good tier list. It's going to be a good one.
We got a good game as well.
What's the game? Can you give me a hint?
No, I
forgot
cannot.
what it is.
No, that's the game.
That's a good one too. That's a good game as well. Yeah. We got good stuff coming up.
We got good stuff coming up. So with that being said, without further ado, we'll be right back with the tier list.
Wow. Proud of you.
They stopped playing. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Dream League.
Okay, oh, I thought you wanted to do the
No,
full
he
thing.
wanted to dance.
No, everybody likes
Squeeze
a good
in.
tier list. Squeeze in.
Squeezing in.
And we're going to do a great tier list right now. The 1xBet tier list will be featuring every single team that started out playing here for
Cassie, could you
24,
please?
which is
I forgot
16
some of
teams.
these teams were even here.
Yes.
Was
Please
that long
name
ago?
every team on here,
Oh my
Cassie,
goodness.
without looking. Name every team.
Nouns, Palyanitia.
Yep.
Falcons, Azure Ray, Talon. Tundra, Liquid, Gaimin. Let's see. Betboom, Bibbidi Bob Bobs.
Think Kuro.
Kuro, Extreme Gaming.
Yep.
Team Spirit.
Yep. He's actually doing really
How
good.
many am I
He's missing one.
You're missing two.
It's your boy from the
It's your
mid
boy.
lane.
It's your favorite boy.
My boy from the mid
Your
lane.
Yeah, it's
German
your favorite
boy.
Nouns Dota. I said copy.
The other one.
The other one.
These guys, look.
Oh, Sterling Storm and Invoker God.
That's right.
Avalus.
You also
and
forgot. You also forgot Kuro.
And I think you forgot Heroic.
So we're gonna.
And Power Vision.
Yeah. It's all good. What is that?
That
S.
Can we
Yes.
remove that? Because that is ugly.
That is as ugly as they come.
Here,
You have to actually say what it is.
Yeah, I'm.
So
I was drawing
that's-
the S. I
no,
finished.
but nobody knows the tier list, so it has to be first.
Can we do S double plus, Shiva?
Okay. Here's the tier list. Here's what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna tier list the teams based on how funny they are to watch.
Entertaining. or
Entertaining. For me, that's funny.
fun? Okay.
That's the thing I like the most.
So they don't have to be good.
No, they don't have to be good.
Okay. That's good for some of these teams.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
Keep it up, Fever. You're doing
this
a good
is-
job
this
so
is taking-
far.
taking a long-
Most enter.
You don't have to.
Least exit.
Just write
No,
S.
just write S.
Just write
Yeah,
S.
we'll write an S. Other
Under.
words.
So what are you gonna write?
This-
Second most entertaining?
No,
for A?
and I will do least no, and this will be all letters, and then at the bottom is least entertaining.
Okay.
And
She's
then
good.
everybody
She's
knows
done this
everything.
before.
Your
Give me a
S needs
second.
a little bit on the top there. It looks like a J. Looks Arabic, actually. Enigma up there.
Jenkins
Now it
is
looks
right.
like 9.
Shut up.
Yeah, this is
There
numbers
we go.
actually.
Okay, that's even. You made it worse.
No, I didn't.
Okay, that's all right.
It looks better now. It looks like a snake.
An S does look like.
Yes,
a
that's
snake.
fun. That's fun.
And guys, we have just started the tier list. It's been 2 minutes and we have written S.
Shut up.
No,
We're doing
we've
good here.
we've talked about the teams that are on the list.
Yeah,
We
talk
did,
about the
yeah.
teams. What is after the S? Is that
A.
just A?
B, C, and then
D.
F. No, D. We go F.
We go F tier.
Yeah, we go F. You gotta go for the most.
Fart tier. That's where
violent-
your team goes in. Fart studio.
No, we're
No, they're top 4
Oh,
NA.
sorry. Did I screw up your letter?
No, you're good.
Okay. We're
A, B,
good.
C.
We're doing really good.
F.
Lacoste, how are you doing over
I'm
there?
doing good. I'm holding the board.
Yeah. Hey, Shiver, hurry up and draw your F. God's sake.
Did you know
Yeah?
I should
that we could have prepped this before?
Yeah, we could have.
We had a 6-minute break. We could have just drawn.
I can take the first team. Can
Okay.
I?
Yeah,
do I
go
have
for
permission?
it.
We have nouns.
So we have Nouns Esports. So we
Team nouns. Show it to the camera.
Nouns Esports. What's the camera?
It's the red one. The one that's red.
Yeah, this one is red. Hello, this is Nouns Esports team logo. So they're from NA.
Yes.
Is that
That
good or bad?
means they're going straight to the bottom. F tier.
Well, I'm
Next.
taking talent. I was handing this to
No,
you.
so I think that
gonna do
Nouns
this
should be a C tier to me.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I have to do
Just
it
draw
again.
an
I have
S.
to do it again.
Just draw an S.
Yeah, I will.
It's literally your logo.
You need to elaborate, Kezu.
Okay, I think Nouns are they're not F tier because they do funny stuff. They're from NA.
Stop standing
They
in
have
front
a
of the
very
board.
You be quiet. You're doing nothing.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I don't love watching Nouns, but they're not like I don't tune out when they're on. Like, you know, I keep watching. They do good stuff. They have entertaining games.
Okay, I don't think they're C because I like watching them because they're the boys in blue. They're the only Americans.
Yeah,
that
you're
are-
American, so you're biased.
But that's the thing. You have an entire region supporting one singular team. Where the F is Spotify. They're not here. Nobody's gonna care about. I don't even know
Well done,
another
Peter.
North American
Thank you.
team
Thank
other than these two.
Oh, I'll send it.
They have to be B tier because they have the support of an entire region behind them.
That's a very big region.
No. What? But they're not that entertaining to watch, though.
If they're entertaining for me to watch,
Not
they're
for
like,
me.
I would put them in the middle. For me, they're like B.
Good take, look.
We could
Don't
put
take
them at
sides.
B, sure. We'll give some points to because a lot of American
They're
fans
the
will
only
watch them.
NA
Oh, this is
team?
for you. This is for the viewers.
Yeah.
Okay, we have
Talon.
Talon.
Well, then that's the same for the other ones. And actually, I would say that Talon plays a little
what
bit
about
more
Aurora?
entertaining
Talon
to
are more
watch.
entertaining than Nouns, so you have to put them above them.
No. Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That is actually.
You
they're
can
A
put
tier
them
team now.
between
No,
A
they're
and
not
B if you
A.
want.
They're not A.
You can put them A
they're
and a half.
S, triple S tier. Cuckoo
Why?
playing Venomancer 5, going jungle minute 3. That's just peak entertainment.
Actually,
for me.
Talon is pretty
Cuckoo,
fun.
man.
They are
he's
pretty
a
fun.
good
I like
man.
They're very
Talon. I like
fun.
Talon. Okay.
Yeah.
I think they can be A, but not S.
No, yeah.
They're not S.
They're
not
A.
S. They're fun.
You're biased, Jenkins.
Their games only start 60 minutes plus as well, which I can respect. I feel like every SEA team would naturally be higher on the list.
Okay, I will make one very easy for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This should be. This is
Fortnite
above
man.
the list.
Put it here.
I think he should be top.
Put it
middle.
up there.
He owns the list.
This is his list.
Fortnite man.
Him and Cracker Man. That's the second best name from that team. I don't know, something about this guy. Like it's a huge meme. Thanks, OG. If they didn't beat OG, Fortnite
Thanks,
Man
OG.
would never exist.
You guys
Thanks,
are welcome
Kazu.
for the greatest meme of all time.
It's very good. It's very good.
Okay, we got Team Spirit.
This one is easy. Lacoste, don't.
Oh, come
this
on.
up.
Come on. Team Spirit.
They are so fun to watch right now. They make
They're
comebacks and
so
things.
fun.
This one is easy. This one is easy.
That's S.
No.
What are you doing?
trolling.
Wait. We're gonna put
Oh,
it
yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
this side because Satanic is very entertaining. They're giving pretty much the same vibes as we had them do with the previous roster.
Yeah.
So I think this team is always going to be fun to watch, considering that the core is still the same and the old team members still might come back after they're done with the break.
Do you want to keep going this way?
Keep going, yeah.
Okay. Paravision.
Oh, they're also so fun to watch.
They're fun to watch, but I don't know if they're Spirit level fun to watch. It depends on their games, because today was...
Depends what DM is playing from the offlane. If he's playing Tide, Dazzle,
I would put
Necro
them at
Frost.
a
Necro was
minimum
pretty
of
good.
A.
They did pick
They're
Necro.
definitely A. They're definitely
A. I feel like we got to put them on the same level as Talon.
I honestly think they could be in between.
Yeah,
They play
okay
really
with
fast.
putting
They don't like
people in
sit.
between.
Nah, let's not do in-betweens. It looks ugly.
I think 8th tier.
Unlike that looks fine.
Then A plus. They're A.
A
Put them
plus?
A. Yeah.
A plus? Okay.
Yeah.
Like a high A.
Yeah.
So we're not ordering this in terms... I could move that, and we could order left to right.
Oh, that
We
sounds
can do
like
that.
a great
Let's do that.
thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Because they pick cool heroes. They play really fast.
And
Like
they're
they
more
don't just
of
wait.
an A than Talon. They're both A, but because Paravision is A+, they're at the front. Yeah.
We're cooking.
We're cooking.
I think that's good. All right.
You want to continue going from that side? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Waska.
Is that
This is
Waska?
Jakiro, Team Jakiro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the flip-flops from yesterday. Pantoffel.
I will say it's a bit hit and miss for Waska. Sometimes they're really fun to watch and sometimes they're not. I would put them above Nouns on B.
They have to be.
Yeah,
above.
somewhere in between.
They're definitely above Nouns.
I'm
But are
telling
they
you.
B or A?
I feel like this is like Peruvian teams are so fun to watch.
It is. They have Pike, these South American carries. They looked really good. If you watched it, because you guys were sleeping, I was watching the series against Liquid, and they're really fun to watch.
Yeah. Okay, so would you put them A?
Somewhere in between, like between A and B.
They're better than Nouns.
They're okay.
That's for sure.
We're gonna devote Nouns
are they
to be fair.
We might need
Maybe
to do
we
this.
move that down. Yeah, maybe. Okay, that's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. But I think F tier is. Well, I can think of some teams that will be in F tier. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Not our next one, though.
Nigma?
I'm not touching that one.
So there's a lot of people that are very entertained by their game.
Kryptonite.
I would say that this team has the most, one of the most fans, but
The most
also
of
some of
everything.
the most hate watchers as well. They're really entertaining, regardless if they're doing good or bad, because people will talk about them anyway.
He's right.
I think
S tier.
it's gonna be S tier.
I don't even watch Enigma games. I go straight to Reddit to check the comments.
100%.
And I get all the
That's
information
so
from
right.
there.
That's such a good argument. Like hate watching is entertainment. People
It's
watch
entertainment, yeah.
people watch like crap television, Love Island, all
Yeah.
that crap all the time anyway.
I think there were two teams in the scene that got pretty much the same treatment when it comes down to watching their games and
Okay,
how they
okay,
feel about it.
no, it's
It
not,
was
it's Alliance.
EG,
Yeah.
X,
I thought you were talking about
Shopify,
Alliance.
and Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, 100%.
I thought we were talking about
I was
Alliance.
thinking about OG.
No,
I was thinking of Alliance.
Right.
nah.
We're all getting ourselves in trouble here.
I think they are
Below
one of the
Spirit
more.
or
No, S tier.
I think
Yeah,
no,
but below.
I think they're actually above Spirit. I like the argument that this is the most hated team
I
and
agree
most
with
loved
that.
team
Yes.
of all time.
Yeah. People will watch them for various reasons, but it will generally be more than Spirit anyway. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I disagree with this take, but for Reddit, I think it's correct.
Well, we're going based on the
The
average.
masses.
The
How
average
about
Joe.
heroic?
Heroic. Let me argue for this one.
There's good and bad stuff about her.
They have Schofield.
Yeah,
that guy is hilarious. He's just running on your side of the map for 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds. All of a sudden, you've chased them for 2 minutes. You're not even laning because you're chasing Schofield. It's some Benny Hill shit. Devi Lama, he dies. He goes, "Ah!"
I could watch that instead of the game and be more entertained.
This has
Devi
gotta
Lama
be
has some
S-tier.
really good facial expressions.
Yes, his facial expressions are great, but sometimes I do think the team is not playing that fun to watch when they're not doing well. I feel like they can be a miss.
But Parker literally shits on his team on
That's
stream.
true.
You were at Wallachia. This team was one of the most fun teams to watch.
But also,
peak entertainment when it comes down to Dota.
That's why it's 50-50.
I think they're
because
A
this
tier.
event, they are not like that.
So B.
I think they're A tier.
I think A.
I think A.
I think A.
A tier.
Fair.
A
That's
tier.
not fair.
How entertaining were they at this Dream League?
Well, that's a recency bias, which everybody complains Dota
No, but
is.
that's why it's
talking about
50-50. But I do think it's in between. I think they're more entertaining than Talon.
There's no way Heroic is less entertaining than Paravision, dude. I was so bored in the games today.
Dude, Tarkin is insane.
There you go.
They have
I created
Schofield.
the spot for them.
You're biased because you keep playing against this guy running around.
No,
and
it's
beating
not
your
a
ass.
bias. Devi Lama's hilarious, dude. His team won. His team
are there
doesn't like
anywhere-
playing with him, but he's somehow still on the team.
Are they anywhere close to Spirit though?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think Lacoste and I are in the
Another L take.
We
Big
think
Buzz
A.
wrong.
I think we
Plus.
value the comedy of this.
A+.
A
A++.
A double plus.
But they're in the front.
Okay, can we go S minus?
we can still reconsider
Can we
later.
go S minus?
We can keep it for now and then
Jenkins.
demote it later.
I'm
just
putting
like
that.
that's
I'm the
fine.
guy that's standing over here, so I'm gonna put it there.
I will have it for the record that I do not agree with that take.
Me neither.
We
ranking-
respect, me and Jenkins respect your opinion, but we think you're wrong.
The thing is,
gonna bother
me.
if you find that kind of stuff entertaining,
I don't know
then
about that.
I don't know how many teams we're gonna have on the lower
We're gonna
side.
have no one in F tier like this.
Yeah.
Wait.
I hate to break it to you
Team
guys,
that
but this
starts
is
with
a
F.
competitive tournament with hundreds of thousands of people watching. Nobody's fucking boring.
Okay.
That's the point.
Because we're
that's
doing this.
Well,
I feel
we're gonna
like
get to those teams.
We're
Don't worry.
gonna we're gonna just change it up rather than putting everybody A all the time. We're just gonna make sure that the board is covered.
I will say we can split this in two. I think gameplay-wise,
I mean,
It's
they're
true.
they're
but the alt chat can go up.
Come on, they have Amar. This is an insane take. Sure, they've not been ending games, but Amar, every drama involves Amar.
Kezu,
That's
what do you
true.
say? You hate when Falcons are playing from ahead. They're not an entertaining team to watch.
No, from behind.
From behind.
It was Tundra from ahead and Falcons from behind.
There we go.
Yeah.
I think it was the other way around. but whatever.
Whichever way, one of the ways.
I don't think this. I think we could. If you
Where do you wanna put it?
If you want an F tier team,
The thing is, I don't count gameplay because all of these have good players in them that have amazing moments, and obviously
Wow.
Falcons is an incredible team skill-wise. But in terms of viewer experience, it's not always the most fun team to watch. Apart the drama, sure, I could give them points for that. But are we really
But isn't
talking
that
about
the-
all the drama?
isn't that the same argument that you used for Enigma?
Yeah, they got Reddit S.
Stop metagaming.
There's always something with these guys. You open up Reddit.
That's true.
I think.
uploads.
Okay,
Can we
okay,
put them in the
okay.
middle because gameplay boring, but everything else.
S tier, so
Outside
it balances
of
out.
the
of
game.
it.
Can you put an F on the board? Not for Falcons.
Yes, I can put an F on the board.
I can put an F on the board too.
There.
Oh, wait, we went really fast.
You want NF? There you go. Does anybody disagree with that? I think Gaiman is 15-minute GGs for their whole career.
I would say that when they had the ratio, this team was more fun to
Yeah,
watch.
I
Okay,
agree.
true.
I will
Right now
agree
they're
with
not
that.
entertaining.
I agree. Right now they're not.
Okay, and we put Azure there as well because
I don't think their games are very entertaining right now because they look bad.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know enough about them.
Any counter arguments?
No,
I'm
counter
just thinking during Wallachia Season 2, we talked a lot about Han, his performance. My man, he can't
Don't
catch
do
a
him
break.
dirty.
I'm not going to do him dirty. We saw some improvement, but peak entertainment value, it's really not there.
It's not there.
The moment they lose faith beyond, I don't give a shit.
It's over.
I don't
Well,
care anymore.
I have a news. I saw
He
on
has the
Reddit
news.
that Somnus might be coming back. He's looking for
To
a team.
Azure? 'Cause
So,
then-
But then
I
they're not,
think
don't put them higher yet.
No, I'm
Let's
saying
go for
that
the next
if
team.
Then we can-
Somnus joins,
yeah,
Guys,
yeah.
We're,
this is going to be
we're
right
taking
here.
a little bit too long. I know
let's
we
speed it
love
up.
arguing, but we
Speed it up.
do have to speed it up a little bit. Let's keep it a
they're
little bit
playing
nice
faster
for the
now, yeah.
OCDs out there.
Who's this?
Tundra.
Prime Fall. He's so funny. He's so funny to watch. He
They're
just,
they're either of those two for me.
You can put him in B.
No! Dude, one player cannot do that.
I really like Nightfall.
Okay, you like Primefall. I think the Primefall meme is good.
You can do it A, but A minus.
No way. If you disagree, type in chat. This is some garbage take.
Nightfall's so funny, dude. If you're rating these guys for getting the most drama
Dude,
and
there's
hate,
no way Nightfall actually is more funny than Amar.
I agree.
Well, maybe Amar should be higher.
No, this is
keep
fine.
it this way and over to Extreme Gaming.
Next.
Yeah, Liquid.
Team Liquid.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think also B, but maybe.
I think they're all right.
Maybe B plus.
I think they're fine.
I think they could be A.
I think they're findable. Why are they A?
They play
they have
fast.
Saberlight now, though.
No, they do stuff. They play fast. They have Saberlights.
But they were really bad earlier this week.
But they're still entertaining.
They're an
okay. A or B.
Okay, they do get to 3 games.
I'm gonna go A actually because Saber Chat is hilarious.
Keep it up, guys.
Below
I don't
Talon
know
or
if
what?
you noticed the music tone
I
has
think
changed.
right above Talon. I
Okay.
think Talon and like this is.
Can you get that off? Come on.
Extreme Gaming.
Come on, dude. Every series, 1-2, absolute
They have
devastation.
to be high.
And they pick Juggernaut.
They have to be high.
I think they're here.
Put it up here.
I think they're between.
No. Behind Spirit. Behind Spirit.
You think so?
Oh.
I think I'm.
Okay, this one's for Jenkins.
I mean, I like both of these teams a lot.
Yeah.
I just think they're funnier. They're more
Faster.
Come on, Jenkins.
Well, pick the thing up because I'm organizing it.
Bed Boom is so funny, guys. They play all the stupid things and make it work. I actually think they're very high up. They're going to be right
they lost
here.
GPK, I don't think they're peaking. Avalus is the last
Jenkins.
one.
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
Okay, I will say maybe we should put them at C so that now
Yeah,
it's not
don't
all
let them be alone.
They're already alone in their region. Don't let them be alone.
They lost
in
the
tier.
org. Yeah, they need something. They need some positivity. So.
There we go. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Our tier
got the tier list
of most entertaining team versus least entertaining team for various reasons. As you
I'm
can
not
tell.
taking part in this shot.
You gotta
put this on Reddit. I'm not there.
Put it right there. Okay. That's it. Okay. I think we did very good. We're gonna have a short break and then it's quiz time. have your earpiece in? It has to work. I don't know why. Hello, welcome back. You are joining us for a quiz. And we've had quite a couple of quizzes already. They were all bangers, I think, especially yesterday. But I think we got another good one coming your way. Here's my participants before we get started. We got Kezu. Kezu, how are you feeling about this quiz that you don't know what it is yet? Actually, you do.
Feeling pretty good about it.
Guess the rank.
I will say last time I was pretty bad at it. And Lacoste was he could spot all the heralds and all the guardians and whatever.
I know my boys.
Keep it up.
I also found a really interesting ranks for Dota ranks, actually. Tier 7 rank, Reddit. It's above Immortal or Divine. Tier 6, mid/feed. Then we have Tier 5 rank, which is boosted. Tier 4, Trenchy. 3 garbage, 2 smurf, 1 amputee. And there's also a description saying what you need to do. Learn how to breed. To earn a smurf, you put your icon mid and tell your team that you were 7k before 707. So I still need a cheat sheet though for all the ranks.
Jenkins, can you...
You don't want to be next to him? What are we doing?
Jenkins, can you also, while you're reorganizing the panel, just quickly talk to us about all the ranks that people can choose from here? What are the Dota ranks?
The Dota ranks. You want all the Dota ranks?
Yes, please.
You got Herald, which are not amputees. Those are people that, well, some of them are, but you got people who are stoned, people that are drinking and playing Dota.
I would like to know the actual Dota ranks.
Herald, Crusader, Herald, Guardian, Crusader.
Yep.
Archon, Legend, Ancient, Divine, and then Immortal. And you got top 100.
This guy's good.
And then Nightfall.
And the Nightfall.
And Nightfall.
Primefall.
Okay, all right. So the way this is going to go down is we will have clips. We will need that screen, by the way, guys, because otherwise the people can't see the clip. They'll need to see the clip. We can talk over the clip.
Okay.
And, you know, while we're figuring out, or rather while you're figuring out...
Jenkins.
Keep it there, Jenkins.
Okay.
What the rank is of the player. Yeah, you can just say it when you think it, and you know you can discuss it a little bit amongst yourself if you want to. You don't have to.
Are we on a team?
No.
No, we're playing.
Oh well, then why the hell would I discuss it?
Free for all.
I'm gonna share my expertise with.
Don't we need whiteboards and pens?
That's not what we did last time, Shiver.
Oh, can we get whiteboards and pens?
Game Master,
they're
can I get a whiteboard?
They're on their way. They're on their way.
Okay.
We have them. They are on behind that wall.
Oh.
There's a wall there.
Oh, they're coming. I can see it.
Yes. Very good. A whiteboard plus
Thank you.
Achieved.
I
don't need one.
Oh yeah, I don't need one. Thank you.
Oh, I will. I will
funny.
take one. I will take one because I can. Yeah. Cool.
Bullied at school.
Wow.
Shiver, I'm ready for round 1.
Ready for round 1?
Jenkins?
Let's
Yeah, I'm
play.
ready. I'm good to go.
Clip 1.
Dire structures are fortified.
Okay. This guy is...
We're looking at Juggernaut.
He's very far.
That's good to know.
That's... Oh.
Better build than Amit Juggernaut.
This is turbo.
This is
It's turbo.
Oh, it's turbo. Okay.
No wonder he has 18 items.
Juggernaut is our
Healing ward, not barely microed.
Are you sure
He's
we're
living.
watching Juggernaut?
Yes.
That was a good Omni.
So
he got
what
the
rank
kill.
is Juggernaut? Okay.
What rank?
Turbo
is
makes it
Juggernaut?
much more difficult.
using
Yeah,
a Sir
Turbo
Axis
is
flag.
very difficult. I will say Turbo is.
He has a good...
No,
difficult.
because the type of people that it's not good players.
He has
play
a good
turbo.
build, though.
So there, it's
build is not
below
bad.
it's below ancient.
Yeah, but these are turbo builds,
You're
right?
below ancient.
The question is how below ancient. I also think that Juggernaut is probably better than all the other people in the game, and was just playing with friends that suck.
Oh, that's
Even
not
more.
a bad call.
So
I have locked in my answer.
I have 2 guesses.
2? You have 1.
Well, I have 1 guess. It's like I could give you the MMR range better than I could give you the rank.
Show off. Let's see how close you are then.
Oh, I think we all have the same.
Legend.
No, I was thinking about Legend. I took Archon.
Archon.
Yeah, I'm between
Legend.
Another legend.
I'm like high Archon, low Legend.
There's no faith in this panel. This Juggernaut was divine. No reaction whatsoever.
Kezu, can I ask you a very honest question, and you don't try to like pander to the audience or whatever?
Yeah, just ask.
Is Divine good?
Divine's not bad, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what he expected.
You really believe that?
Yeah, I think Divine's not bad.
You think with the MMR inflation?
Oh, I mean, MMR doesn't mean shit, but if you're Divine, you're still a pretty decent player, yeah?
OD Pixel is divine.
He's immortal. Isn't he
he's immortal
6,500
again.
MMR?
Yeah, he's now actually immortal. My bad. He used to be divine. He went up.
That's what I'm saying. I just think that there's a lot of people that were legend that are now divine. There's a lot of people that are.
It means less now than it did before.
They need to reset the ranks.
Play the next clip.
Let's play the next clip.
0 points.
There is another clip. This time we are going to look at Pudge. Make sure you keep your eyes peeled on what the Pudge is up to.
Please.
Following
Oh my
Pudge,
God, he
he's
has a
looking across
Bassi.
the map.
Bassi and Magic Wand.
This is a normal game of Dota 2.
There's Weaver. Weaver mid.
Keeping mid casually.
this is
Oh
good.
my dude, this camera, I'm about to vomit.
No, here's the thing, though.
Why is he going up and down?
No, here's the thing. He has 3 flesh sheeps already, so this is working for him.
He is moving his mouse with the arrow, his thing with the arrow keys. Oh, got him.
I don't know who this guy is, but that's which rank, but definitely a cheater. So,
This is...
It's misleading.
Jenkins, could you speak your thoughts out loud?
I'm gonna trust my gut read on this because I was watching this. I was just laughing at the little movements.
It was a bit stupid movements. I'll say that.
And whenever that happens, I know what it is. I'm fairly sure I know what it is.
He got lucky, I think.
I have locked in my answer. Jenkins, have you locked in your answer?
Jenkins, what answer did you lock
I think
in?
that's
Herald.
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 I think that's Herald.
That's an Archon.
That's a Guardian at best.
And it is a Guardian indeed.
Nice.
Was I close?
There's a Weaver mid PA carry Offlane Legion commander.
Guardian is.
I wasn't paying attention.
Guardian
I
is the one right above
fully
Herald, right?
focused on
Yeah,
that.
you were close.
Lacoste, you did do very well in the last time, so you gotta step it up to defend your title a little
Step it
bit
up,
more.
Lacoste.
Yeah.
You have 1 point, that's it.
Pathetic.
So far, there's only 1 point on the board. Let's take a look at our next clip. We're following Invoker for this time round.
Oh, Invoker already. That's
This guy is good. Oh, this is Weeha. Force staff.
Double null.
2-9.
Into Ag.
Wait, this
Building
is support.
Ags.
This is support.
This
Invoker.
is support Invoker.
It is about 30 minutes
Well, I
into the
wouldn't say
game.
but his.
He just goes
KDA.
right into the tombstone.
Wait,
Hell yeah.
Dying went in and then... This is not a bad game, is it?
Big team fight.
Well, I'm actually so confused.
What on earth is going on?
Where's Nightstalker? He
Nice tornado.
What is Invoker doing?
Oh, he was trying to catch the.
He's on the other side of the Roche.
Maybe this is fog.
He lives. And the question is...
I mean, he missed a few spells, but I don't think the idea is bad of what he's doing.
Let's keep watching. Do they not...
Do they not notice that they have Ghost Walk debuff on them?
Okay.
Drops the sentry.
What the...
Wait, he drops a sentry. They can pick up the sentry and use it.
picked it up!
And they're gonna kill him.
Okay.
This is some big brain play. You need to be super smart. 'Cause
No!
He made a slot to pick up Aegis.
No!
And unfortunately dropped the sentry ward that they used against
It's
him.
so misleading. I thought it was Heimamar, and now I think it's garbage.
This makes me feel so bad for Invoker. He thought he was going to do next level play, and then he just puts down a sentry. He's like, hey, guys. I'm here.
I have...
That was a roller coaster.
All right,
So
I believe I have this one
somewhere
locked
in the middle, right? Because it wasn't a big brain play. Immortal players would not do that. They would be like, well, they're gonna use sentries against me.
It's just weird though.
Let's reveal. Lacoste goes for Archon. Jenkins goes for Divine.
I
And
also have
another
Archon.
Archon. And none of you is correct because it was Ancient.
Ah, that's so close.
Oh, that was actually close.
my argument was like, I think dropping something in general and trying to steal the Roche is good.
Yeah.
But I think anybody can make the blunder where it's like, oh my god, I dropped my consumable. It was a sentry. Fuck.
Can we play it again? Because I didn't see his backpack. Couldn't he just put that in the backpack?
No, his
I think he
backpack
could.
was
Was
filled
full?
with his Aghanims
Yeah,
items.
you're right.
He had 3 items, 3 parts of his Ags in the backpack.
I think that's
Nice try, nice try.
That's
But
a
he
very
did-
human
he
blunder.
did have a full wand. He could put his wand down, but he probably is like, oh, the word
Could have
cheaper.
could have put one of the items
Yeah.
in that area around the Roche pit when he was
Yeah.
getting in.
I mean, I thought the way they were
Yeah,
fighting
he could
was not
put
that
the
bad.
sentry down himself. Or would that reveal him? Maybe
He
it would.
can't place it in the pit.
No, you can place
He would
it
have had
outside.
to place it outside.
Yeah, but it's
then
counter-
it breaks his Ghost Walk.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well.
Ready for round 3.
Ready
Fever?
for round 3.
Four.
Let's follow the Marcy in our next clip.
Marcy Darcy.
Yeah.
Good items, no magic one. I like it.
No, this is
Just
a
naked basher. This
Naked
has to be-
Basher,
This is
BKB.
low MR. This
Yeah.
is garbage.
Okay. Whoa.
What?
That's a good
The
RP.
troll was... They're all
Then
AFK.
skips over. Still probably gonna
kick.
get
Where's
the
your
full
Where's
team
Ranger
wipe.
going? What is going on?
Marcy died.
Did Marcy even click anything other than ult and then go AFK?
Don't be upset with our subject.
Did we have Herald yet?
I don't know, but I think it is.
I mean, there's more than the amount of ranks of queries, so it is not
I've got
necessarily
my
one of each.
query in here. I'm ready.
I'm seeing people writing down.
Jenkins, any thoughts?
Jenkins?
I'm going to guess that...
That's a Guardian. That's
Herald.
a Herald. That's a Herald.
Herald 1.
It is indeed a Herald.
Is it 1?
I don't
If I
know.
get
I
extra
just
This
said
could be
Herald.
the lowest MMR player too.
I don't think you
No.
can get lower than this.
Kezu, you are doing very well with 2
Somehow.
points.
Well done.
Jenkins,
Jenkins, what's
you
going
gotta
on?
step it up.
It's hard to tell the difference between Guardian and Herald.
I feel like there was very little gameplay in this clip.
Yeah.
Like
There was not
nothing
much
was being
going on.
done.
He did hit a big RP, though.
He did.
But his troll and Marcy
I know, people
were AFK.
The thing is, I'm in my own head because I thought the first one was Herald because it was another one of those funny
Yeah.
movements. And then this one was like people just losing control of their heroes. And I was like, okay, maybe there's just not that many Heralds around and we can only get Guardian replays.
The
We can
next
get
time
more.
round, we are gonna look at a Brewmaster for our next
That's
clip.
a difficult hero to play.
So let's see if we can get some points on board here.
Good build.
I don't even see him yet.
Yeah, where is
Yeah, you can
Oh,
see his
there he
items
is.
at least. No, it's minute 11. He's got Boots Wand.
He's Grandmaster
Vessel.
Brewmaster.
Yeah, this guy's
This
good.
guy's
He
good.
does have
This
level
guy
30,
is-
Dota Plus,
He's
Grandmaster.
toggling.
Okay.
All right, I got
He's
this.
toggling. He's going in and out.
Dyer's
Okay,
bottom
wait, he
tower
got
is
hooked.
under attack.
He did get hooked.
He has
matter.
he has a good fasted.
He's running.
Bro, this guy's
This
good.
guy's
This
good.
guy's good.
This guy's good.
Dude, this is some
He's
pro
running.
player.
This might actually be a pro player.
Yeah.
He's juking.
Holy cigar.
He's fine.
He juked towards the on.
Oh,
yeah, bro.
look
come
at him
on.
go.
If this guy's immortal, keep playing. Or if he's divine, keep playing. You're gonna get immortal.
Well, I know this clip, actually.
You do?
Yeah.
Wait, is this monkeys forever?
Yeah, it is monkeys.
I mean, it is an immortal player. We can all lock it in, right?
I actually recognize his set.
He's
on
gonna
Brew.
miss
This
a
is
Sonic
monkey-
Wave. He's gonna dodge a Sonic Wave here.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Oh, and the pause. Yeah,
Let's
this
just,
is high level.
just give us all 1 point. Just
Give us all the
one point.
points.
I've seen,
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen this
yeah,
clip. I've
let's,
seen this clip too.
Oh yeah, he's still
Dies in the end, doesn't matter. But you can
Doesn't
tell
matter.
by his items, because he has a Quelling Blade, he's playing into Slark, Malarkey, he has Double Circlet, he does an upgrade.
Turn your
What
board
do you do?
around.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
you guys
Immortal.
all get points for that one.
This one is kind of obvious.
Immortal.
The like movement
Good
and the little
items.
clicks is like,
Swapping
good.
stances.
yeah.
Good.
He's
Good
very, very
Brewmaster.
good at Brewmaster. He's one of the best brewers.
It showed a level 30 skill showed. All right, next one. We're looking at a Dark Willow.
Ooh. Whoa, whoa,
Shit,
whoa.
look at her build.
She's
It's,
rich.
Oh, this is Turbo
It's
again.
turbo.
Must be. 36 to 35.
Boots of travel.
It's gonna be between Ancient or Guardian, because she has Ancient Guardian as her neutral item. It has to be one of the two.
Very good.
Okay, gets hooked in. Ooh. Oh my god, there's a 4,000 DPI player.
What is up with these Queen of Pains? I think
What the? I think we're supposed to look at all the missed
Misses,
skill
yeah.
shots, but I don't know.
she didn't do anything.
He all checks.
He did not do nothing. Yeah, that was.
Very many all
I mean, I think if you're all chatting after something so like not important happening, you're probably bad.
Yeah.
Because that was not like Willow owning. That was just everybody missing skill shots.
That's why they were laughing.
This is a. What is this? Is a
What is this? What rank is Marcy?
Willow.
Willow. You mean.
That's what I mean. What rank is Willow? It's going great.
I'm locked
I
in.
have one job.
I'm locked in. But not the same as you.
Between two.
BKB is what I think. Other ranks, these
She had a
Archons,
BKB?
Crusaders, yeah, they would not buy a BKB.
The item
I
build
think.
was good, I will say that.
Okay.
But it is turbo.
I'm gonna
We
go.
got a Crusader, a Legend, and an Archon. This Dark Willow was Archon. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Jenkins!
3-2-2.
How many
Good
times
job,
did
guys.
you put
Catching up.
Archon on your board, Jenky?
That's
3-2-2.
That's the second time.
Look at that. 3-2-2.
Okay, I disrespected the Willow too much. My bad. I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize.
All right. Next clip is Axe.
His top tower
Mogul Khan.
Not
Good item build.
Not turbo.
tower is under
I like it.
Yeah, those are good items.
Yeah. Blink Blade Mill
for
is waiting for his
BKB.
Yeah.
opportunity.
In a
He's
BKB
not instant jumping the techies.
I mean, it's nighttime, and he does see it.
He is jumping.
I swear, this is not the first time that he died. But
They
look
all
at the
hate-
build on Lifestealer. Yasha. Mjolnir, Yasha, Corrosion.
I feel like I have no idea. Can I see the clip for the first 5 seconds? Or even just a
Can we see the clip again?
or
Is
a
that
pause
thing?
picture of anything?
Dire's top tower has
Clip
fallen.
again.
There's Warlock, Clockwork,
Radiant's bottom
Sniper.
tower is under attack.
They're pushing high ground
Sniper
with
mid with Clock, Warlock, Lifestealer lane.
Why are they not infesting?
But if he can die.
The wards are not that...
Manta, Basher, Ags, on Lifestealer.
Wow,
Hey.
this one is tough.
Gotta put your answers in.
Yeah, I feel like I'm really wrong.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, Jankos, what do you got?
Archon again.
I'm going Archon again, yeah.
A legend,
I got
3,
divine.
very specific, and a divine.
I don't know.
This axe was legend. Congratulations.
Legend
Lacoste.
3, there we go.
I don't know, it wasn't 3, but it was...
It was my 3rd legend attempt, that's what I know.
I was leaning like a little higher because I think yours was good because the lone druid. Who the hell plays lone druid in like low rank?
That's true.
But then,
yeah, I
but then
didn't
like
the
that was.
items on Lifestealer.
But then the items are stupid. The jump was stupid, and Techies isn't. This is a real low rank hero right now, at least, depending on where that clip was taken from, I guess.
Okay, next clip. Lina.
Ooh, good build.
DiMaggio.
Really good build. Oh, 24 minutes in.
24 minutes in. We're looking at
okay,
Turbo.
it is Turbo.
I would prefer if it's Yasha Kaya instead of Kaya Sanj.
Good hiding around
No,
the
he
tree
got
line.
really nice positioning.
Yeah, that's good positioning.
Took him half a second to attack Enigma.
He has good clicks.
He's gonna kill Witch Doctor. I mean, I would
Run back in, run back in.
I would do this on purpose.
Wait,
Yeah,
is
kill
this...
the axe. Kill the axe. I've seen this clip.
Yeah, I think this is... I've seen this clip made.
Brother, stop.
This is hilarious.
He turned on the blade mail.
I've seen this clip. I don't know what.
It's unlimited bounces on
This
the chain
axe.
frost. This is too funny. Keep going, keep going.
Oh, that was
He
really
despawned.
That
was funny.
It was a high level play because he bought back. He
Yeah.
knew
Yeah,
what the
these are good
skills
players.
actually do, what talents do.
This is hilarious.
good.
These are good players, like messing with each other.
That was really
I don't know.
funny.
I'm between two.
If
Yeah,
you recognize
same.
yourself in that clip,
I'm
play.
really between two.
I'm
I'm gonna go.
time to write something down.
I'm gonna go higher because I think
You want your points to go higher.
I think no.
We got a divine. We got an ancient, and we got a divine.
Divine.
It's none of those. Sorry, guys. This was a Crusader Lina.
What?
Wow.
Yo,
They just had a
she's
lot
good.
of fun.
I feel like
did
that
good
was
stuff.
S tier griefing. Maybe it's just somebody who doesn't play ranked. They only play turbo.
Maybe.
That is a possibility.
There's people out there like
but
that.
there would be hidden ranks then, no?
No.
And then
can't
you
see
would
it.
see who you're playing with. No?
That was the best low rank guy we've seen.
Okay.
Yeah, that was good.
The stuff he was doing in fight, that was good. You should try playing real.
I like these axe players jumping into mines.
Yeah, they're
Then
good.
buy back and kill your
to
own
kill
teammate.
their teammate, yeah.
To be fair, Lina deserved it.
For sure.
Lina
That's
killed
true.
him.
That's true. I don't know how well versed you guys are with observing Ringmaster, but that's our next clip. It's minute 10. He's got the mana boots.
Level
Radiant's
5,
blood
minute 10,
grenade
not
is
too
under
good.
attack.
Would prefer if it's level 6, especially
5 or
It is the
no?
correct skill build.
it is.
Wait, is that a
he
carry?
hit
That's
that.
that's a carry.
Let's see if he hits him
He
one more
hit
time.
another one.
Okay, that's a good dagger. One more time.
Holy.
All right, this
And he
guy's
turned around because he knew
Because
he
he knew.
He knew he was
Alright.
gonna hit it.
1 star.
But it is Carry Zeus.
Yeah, it's carry Zeus.
They had double.
What if it's
Maybe it was double mid and then he went carry,
Okay.
so it could still be
Yeah.
high rank.
All right. I think. I mean, I don't want to give you guys free points. You already wrote down your thing. I'm just gonna say he had a blood grenade and a smoke in his
Yeah,
inventory.
these guys are good.
These guys are good. And I
Now
think
you
Carry
know what you
Zeus.
need to do.
I
It won't
locked
be
in
good.
my answer.
I think it's just an edgelord playing Carry Zeus. Like, this is a good hero.
We got a divine, an immortal, and an immortal. It was indeed an immortal.
It makes sense. I'm pretty sure this was like either.
I got
like you
baited.
said, it's the edgelord who wants to play
Yeah.
Zeus carry,
Yeah.
or they double mid, and then he has
It
to
did
end up
look
going
like
carry.
they double mid it.
I think so.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like a Hobo Harry Zeus or something like that. Some guy who's like,
That makes sense.
"There,
Hobo
this,
Larry.
this hero's actually a good carry. It's like, shut the you have a 33% win rate.
Our points are 4, 3, and 3. That means that we only have one question left. So there's a
This one
chance you
bring up
guys
the-
all tied.
We have to guess. You make up which rank is. It's from 1 to 5, and if we guess correctly, we get 5
I don't think they
points.
even know that.
Achiever's gonna make it up.
No.
She's
But
just
there's
gonna
no
pretend that
tiebreaker
it's-
needed, guys. This one will just be worth 3 points.
There we go. Nice.
We'll see how it goes.
Well, unless Lacoste and I win, Kezu doesn't.
And if you want to, we can add some points for speed.
Sure. I'll write it down before. How many points do I get?
If you're faster, you get a higher priority. Then you get 3 points. Otherwise, you get 2. The last one gets 1. But you do get a point if you're correct. So there you go.
I'm fine with that.
Let's see this Tidehunter.
Oh, this inventory
this
sucks.
It's bad.
He has 1,300 gold saved and no quick buy.
Top tower is
Tranquil
under
boots on
attack.
Tiny. This sucks.
Probably prepping for Midas.
You got the Ravage, though.
Okay, Ravage is not bad. Level. What is going
Achiever already wrote it before this started, and I'm gonna keep my answer.
Radiant's middle
Okay,
tower
we got
is under
the
attack.
first person there. If you got it right, you get 3 points.
Okay, this is not good.
Dire's top
I'm just
tower
looking at
is
the
under
rank
attack.
system, locking in my answer.
No, you can't lock it. You haven't written anything down yet, so I see Jenkins writing before you're writing.
This is bad.
Jenkins got his out in a second, so if he's correct, he's getting 2 points.
But it's still going. I don't think we need to see more of this.
Yeah, I don't need anything.
I'm.
There's some sucking going on. Still didn't spend any gold.
Oh wait, I meant the other one. Whoops.
No, you can't do that.
Okay, so I have locked in my answer.
I meant to write Guardian. That's what I meant.
So
Yeah, he
good,
lost.
But then
He lost.
you get 1 point because indeed you're last.
I don't
That's how
care.
it works. But we do have,
we all
a
have
Guardian,
Guardian.
Oh, do we all have Guardian?
and they're all wrong. This Tidehunter
low.
was Archon. So it's a little bit above Guardian.
Well, I was not.
What am I-
It's actually
I was-
2 ranks above Guardian.
I was not going to
because
guess Archon.
it's Guardian,
This was
Crusader,
Not
Archon.
good. There was
But
a...
I still get the point for writing
No.
it first.
No, that's
Yeah,
not how that works.
keep it up.
No, that's not how that works.
Congratulations, Kezu.
Thank you, guys.
You did it.
You've earned your
I'm a
spot.
bit-
You're nervous.
I'm nervous, guys. Sorry.
You've
for
earned
the
your spot
handshake.
as a coach of OG.
I also
Yeah.
want to shake hands.
Yeah.
He's nervous.
Keep it up.
Congratulations.
Woo, let's go.
We got a new guess the rank champion.
That's me.
Very
me all the whiteboards.
sporty winner.
Your prize
That's your
is,
prize.
is
Thank you for the
whiteboard.
prize.
Like
Keep
the
it
There you
up.
go,
Here, you can
there
have
you go,
Lacoste
there
as
you
well.
go.
I don't want him. Keep him.
There you go.
Very good.
He's yours.
We are going to take a break because, of course, we're all here to watch some Dota 2, believe it or not. And we've got a very exciting series coming up, and we'll come up after the break. It's Extreme taking on Team Liquid, so stick around.
You agree with that? Oh, you strongly agree. Oh,
Strong
God.
agree.
Well, Mira, I hate to be this guy, but I strongly disagree.
Welcome everybody to a game of Commend or Report, where Ted and I are going to hear some statements, maybe controversial, maybe not, and we're going to see how much we agree with each other.
Either strongly disagree or strongly agree, or anything in between.
Anything in between.
Indeed. All right.
It's a spectrum. It's beautiful.
Dota has too much power creep.
Well, I'm going to go as so far towards strongly agree that the cup is in danger of tipping off the table.
Too much power creep. So there has been a lot of power creep. I think often people will not adjust quickly enough with how the game goes and then blame it on power creep. You know, I see that happen a lot in the Dota community
You're
where
saying
people.
it's my fault.
No, not you. But some people, they will like instead of going with the flow, they will just complain about the state of things. But there definitely has been. So I'll put it on agree. This is agree, right? Agree, but like it's not painful.
Agree, but with caveats. You're like, no, I
It's
agree,
like,
but...
yeah, but it's fine. To me, it's fine. I think Dota's in a good place right now, and I think that if you want to adjust, you can.
You would rather be too hot than too cold.
I would not rather be, because if you're too hot, you can't take your skin off. If you're too cold, you can put on layers. I prefer hot weather to cold weather, but too hot versus too cold, I would not want that, so I'm going to disagree.
You're going to disagree. You know what? I agree. I like being in warm. I like the heat.
Yeah.
But when it's too hot, He can't sleep, he can't do anything. He's suffering. He
sticky,
can't go outside,
it's
he's sweating. Ugh. So I'm going to go, I would rather not be too cold.
We see eye to eye here.
Yeah.
Saberlight suits Liquid more than 33.
See, that one's interesting because before Liquid won TI with 33 and Saberlight stood in at the start of last competitive year, he looked really good with them. And everyone was like, wow, he suits the team so well. They play so well around him. But then it's because when you have to stand in for 3-3. But when 3-3 came in, there was a rough patch. They gelled together and then they looked incredible. So I wouldn't say he suits them more, but he does suit them.
Okay.
Do you follow?
Well, I want to see how Saberlight does with them before I make a complete, not just as a stand-in, because they sometimes get that stand-in bounce, where a stand-in comes in and everyone goes, woo, and you have a great series, but then how do they go over the months and everything? So I'm going to say completely on the fence, I neither agree nor disagree, I need more data.
So I'm gonna go like slightly, can I go on the line of disagree? Where
Absolutely.
I'm like hovering a little bit towards agree. I do want to emphasize that last year, Saberlight, when he stood in at the start of the year, he looked really good with Liquid.
Looking forward to seeing more of it. So,
Do you think music should be listened to in albums rather than individual songs?
You agree with that? Oh, you strongly agree. Oh,
Strong agree.
Well, Mira, I hate to be this guy, but I strongly disagree.
Wait, you don't think music should be listened in full albums?
No.
I respect that. To me, when I say strongly agree, I think music is best enjoyed on a full album, but that doesn't mean you can't listen to an individual track and enjoy that separately.
Of course.
But I think with the kind of music that I really love, for example, my favorite band is Tool, and I'm obsessed with them for
I would not have had you pegged as a Tool fan.
I mean, it's all over my, all the cons,
years.
really. I think I've talked to you about it multiple times.
Maybe, but when people start talking to me about Tool, I tend to glaze over.
I see. So
that's just Tool fans. They start talking, well, have you ever heard of Tool? And I'm just like, yeah, let's just move on.
So I strongly agree, but you know what, I'll push it a little bit.
Sorry, there you go.
Push it a little bit, towards the line.
Okay.
Because I think you can enjoy music regardless.
So I agree absolutely with that. But I'm talking about albums in 2024.
Okay.
And albums in 2024 are not like that. And if you look at albums from the past, you would get the LP and it would be like the double sleeve and it had all the artwork and stuff. And that was meant to be, you put it on and the whole album plays and it's a story and a lot of the songs bleed straight into the next. So it is much more of a journey. And because of the nature of music now is pumping out albums every year, there's only really ever 2 or 3 decent tracks on a lot of albums these days. So you know what, I'm going to move from strongly disagree to disagree because I think it's era dependent. That's how I feel about it.
You make a great point, actually. And because of that, I think I'm staying on the strongly agree, but you are right. That
Okay. Would you move like a millimeter back towards?
I would still want to be on the line of strongly
Of course,
agree.
but like that
Yeah,
much?
yeah.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Productive.
The majority of your gaming time right now is spent on Dota.
No, no, it's not at the moment. I will happily admit I've been playing a lot of other games. I have not been playing a huge amount, but I do still play, I'd say, at least every other day.
If you had asked me this at any point in the last 15 years of my life, I would have strongly agreed because all I've ever played was Dota. Don't hate me for this, but I'm obsessed with Deadlock.
She's a Deadlock.
Ever since TI, I've just been playing Deadlock. Every time I go to play Dota, I'm just like, but I want to play Ivy. So then I log into Deadlock. This feels really wrong. This feels like I'm doing something. This is wrong, but I'm so sorry, Dota. Deadlock has my heart right now.
We all need breaks. I think people expect us to just play Dota or out of their minds.
But the thing is, I've never not played Dota. Like, I've never been interested in any other game.
I mean, I have been interested in other games, but Dota has been the main thing. Well, Mira, thank you for playing Commend or Report with me. I had a great time. It was a good discussion.
It was
Did you
wonderful
enjoy
time.
it?
Wonderful
it was really
time.
good. Right, we hope you guys enjoyed it too. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back. I know you never left, but I say welcome back anyway. Good to have you here. Good to have you here as well, Brian. How you doing?
I'm good, Sheaves. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to some top tier Dota 2. I think we all are, because we have very important best of 3 coming our way. And we're still having Jenkins and Lacoste, by the way. Also, still hello. Great. Glad to have that out of the way. We got Extreme Gaming taking on Team Liquid. And Team Liquid, for people that normally tune in around this time, you're like, Team Liquid's in this tournament? I know, they don't normally play around this time. And that's a shame, but that's also why we got Brian, because Brian have been watching all of their games and he's gonna tell us all about Team Liquid.
I'll pretty much sum it up in one word and just pick Ogre, you know?
Okay.
They've had very mixed results. I feel like every series I've watched them, it's been inconsistent of like one or two games, since they are 2 and 3 right now, have just been lackluster showings. Like yesterday they played Waska, they won 2-1. Game 1, they made a sick comeback. Game 2, they fell completely flat, and then Game 3, they stopped. That's pretty much like the summary of Team Liquid's results so far in Group Stage 2. And Insania, I hate to say it, if he's not playing Ogre, they're suffering. He's 8-1 though on Ogre this tournament, and most of those games, or half those games, excuse me, are in Group Stage 2. So it's not like they were just crushing it against the weaker teams that got knocked out. So going into this series, it is about ease of execution for them. They look shaken. I think they're one of the most vibe teams in all of Dota. That's always been the case.
Okay.
And it's really mixed signals right now. Like, it really varies from game to game. So we're going to get a good impression of like how they're, even having them show up earlier on in the day, I think is going to mix them up a little bit. So we're going to get a defined vibe check from them in Game 1.
Yeah, because Team Liquid, I think, because obviously we haven't seen them play on this time slot, but we've been watching them and their games and their record most of all. Every morning we look at the record and see how all the teams are doing. And Jenkins, every time for the first 3 or 4 days, it was Liquid. They're 0-3. It's been bad.
And it's an unexpected thing. They're TI winners.
Yeah.
You know, they have a new player on the block. It's not like they haven't played with them before. Saberlight. El Saberlito stood in for this team and looked good on a previous tournament, which I can't remember what tournament it was, but nobody expects this from them. But to be fair,
it was ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
Right, of course, KL. One thing you have to understand about this group stage versus other group stages, if they did get knocked out here, it's not like, oh, they got knocked out in a group stage. This is top 8. These are the best 8 teams on the planet.
They got knocked out of the group stage. It is going to be me.
Well, that's what people are going to say.
But they're TI winners. Come on.
And I feel the same way about Extreme, who are their opponents. The series have been close. The teams are just all really good.
Yeah.
And I think the meta is in a way where you can always have a comeback. A game can go one way for 60 minutes and then one high ground push, and it goes back the other way entirely. Maybe it's a reflection of the types of carries that are being picked right now. Maybe it's a reflection of high ground being really hard to siege. I don't know, but that's the trend. So for any of these series, it could go any way. I don't think this will be a 2-0. I think this will be a 2-1.
2-1 anyway. Lacoste, we have seen 2-1s coming heavily out of Extreme. But when you're looking at Liquid, they have also obviously have got 2-1s. How is your confidence level? Because they have been a little hit and miss, as we've been saying.
It's hard to say. We expected more, I would say, from Team Liquid, coming in hot from the TI win. They skipped Wallachia. This is the team that has a lot to offer, but seems like something's not clicking the way they kind of expected with Saberlight. Saberlight is also not 33 when it comes down to what he does. I would say 33 is tier of his own, pretty much, when it comes down to him drafting, helping with the draft preparation as well, and the way he plays. Saberlight is, I would say, slightly more limited when it comes down to some of these things. So maybe it's also a lot of pressure on him, considering who you're replacing in Team Liquid as well. You're replacing two times TI winner, so that's not an easy thing to do by any means. He also played with them, as you mentioned, but I think it's just a matter of time until they click together.
Yeah, I'll just say for Saberlight, we had an interview with him after their win yesterday, and he mentioned his own patience as being something he's working on a lot over the last year within Dota, and you can feel it in the games. It feels like he TPs a lot to recover his safe lane in situations where he's having a good game, and then it ends up, Jenkins can tell you all about this from firsthand experience of what happens to an offlaner if you like TP to your own safe lane at 9 minutes and die. Jenkins?
Yeah, then your carry says, oh, you can take my lane, I'll go farm top. And then your carry goes and they farm top, and then the carry feeds, and then they go and siege your safe lane tower, and then you feed as well. The game that was going really well for you is fucking ruined by BSJ because he made a bad call and he blames you.
This is oddly specific, Jacob.
It is a little bit specific. It's some personal
And then he kicks
pain.
Kyle from the team, and he blames Kyle for all the mistakes.
A little bit of personal pain coming through. You know, I'll ask you to contain it.
I'm sorry. I lost it. I'm sorry.
It is something I am concerned about Saberlight because I feel like with 33, it's more you'd see him farming ancient stacks. He even said yesterday that he embraced his inner 33 in Sand King game 3 and just got really farmed, and they ended up crushing the game. So I think it's really important to note that we need to make sure he sticks to playing his heroes with making not reactionary plays.
Okay.
I also want to go back to something that Amar talked about his offlane, because he's probably the best offlaner in the world right now and has been for quite some time. Except for 33, I would say. 2 of them has looked really good for a really long time. He plays for himself. He plays greedy. A lot of the times you would see Saberlight kind of sacrifice his own farm, and I think you need to be able to scale in current meta. As the offlaner, you can't allow yourself to, buy some pipe first item on Pango and just be like, okay, guys, let's see what we can do with that. Because if you fail that one fight, your game is kind of cooked.
Yeah. And speaking of failing one fight or failing maybe a little bit in general, let's focus our attention on their opponents because they have not had the greatest success. They're 1-4. Losing the series here for Extreme Gaming will get them eliminated.
Shiver,
I know it's still top 8 and you're still thinking top 8 is fantastic.
That's not what I'm going to say. I don't want to call it failing because they have failing upward. Extreme is succeeding downward. That's what they're doing. They have some of the most impressive games in the most losing, devastating series that I've ever seen. They just, for some reason, game 2, absolutely clap a team. And then game 3, they're just back to whatever they were at game 1, they throw. And I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on with their team and their comms.
Not against Tundra. 66% of the time in that series, they played well, and that's what matters.
They misclicked Puck in Bandit instead.
But they won that one!
And then they won!
Yeah!
By picking Sniper.
Because they're getting better!
How the hell am I supposed to read this team? I mean, I love them. We rated them S tier in terms of fun to watch. They'll pick really crazy stuff for Ame.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll pick him something that's super farm intensive, and he'll carry on a Morphling. Sometimes they'll pick him Alchemist and Nature's Prophet, and they'll play some crazy fast tempo and run at you. This team is hard to read.
Yeah, I mean, we saw literally this morning Tundra, who was tied for last, take a 2-0 off of Pari Vision, who was tied for first. And when you see Extreme Gaming, their win-loss in games is 6-9. Like, it's not even that bad. It isn't. I knew Lacoste was gonna react. But the point is like, if they had 2 games go their way, like they're 8-7, suddenly their series scores 3-2, and we're having like a completely different narrative for Extreme Gaming. So it's just, there's really not that big of a difference in caliber of team from 8th to 2nd.
Yeah, but I have to agree. And also Ame, he looks really good. When he owns, this guy dies 0 times or maybe dies once. If you remember his Morphling performances, his Alchemist, his Nature's Prophet as well. I really like the global presence that they had when they played against Tundra in that game 3, where they had Dawnbreaker, they had the Sniper from the distance, they also were playing into favorable matchups. But this team knows how to play extremely fast. This is something that they needed to do, something that they've been lacking ever since pretty much the team has been formed, where they're losing the laning stage and then playing for the comeback. I think they also figured that in this meta, you can't allow this to happen.
Very true. We have a US Air Force wisdom room for you guys to look at because there's one difference between the 2 teams that is, for me, a very interesting one. It's about the position 4s. It is how often a support carry an item worth more than 4k gold. And the difference between Boxy and PYW is quite big. And we do know that PYW likes to think in problem-solving big items, I would say, Lacoste. He goes for the Hex sometimes as his first item.
Yeah, on a Dark Willow. That was really nice, but he's also not too afraid to pick up smaller items. A lot of the times you would see some like casual Vlads coming out, but this guy, I think, has a pretty good read what needs to be done in a certain game. Something that if they're lacking X factor in the draft, he's going to become that. He's going to take slightly more farm, and he's going to be able to transition that farm into an item that they really need to win the game.
Yeah, do we feel like this stat also kind of highlights a little bit in Boxy's case, Brian, that maybe Liquid themselves, the cores, are a little bit more greedy, and therefore Boxy can't get that much money and can't get that 4k item?
I would almost argue it's more like the hero pool that Boxy has been shifted to since TI. Like TI, we were thinking of as the Tusk like extraordinaire, and like these 4-position melee heroes, a lot of times like Tusk will buy an Ags. We know PYW is playing a lot of Hoodwink, who goes like Gleipnir a lot of the time. And when I look at Boxy's pool, it's Muerta, Pugna, Shadow Demon. These are all like Atos, Drums, Glimmer, Aetherlands, 4-staff type heroes. So I think a lot of it has been why Liquid is not necessarily looking in TI form, because the two supports are playing significantly different hero pools compared to back then, and it's a pretty dramatic shift already on top of having a new player.
Yeah, and we are moments away from the draft, as we can see the timer in the bottom right of our screen. Jenkins, what do we want to see from the teams? Because I feel like this series is going to be a little bit of a wild card in terms of what to expect. And we already mentioned the Ogre coming out for Team Liquid. If it's that big of a deal, I don't think we've seen Ogre being banned ever, so I doubt that that's going to be an issue. But what do you want to see coming out from the squads and how to deal with them?
Well, for Liquid, they've been doing a lot of picking Mickey a like Giga carry and then a bunch of buffing heroes for him. You mentioned the Ogre. They've been doing like Pugna, Medusa. They've played some Marcy. So I think there's a lot of focus on that, whereas like Liquid in other patches has played differently, I guess. Like Nisha's always going to be the spirit or whatever, but it's a lot of pressure is on Mickey to carry this current roster based on what Brian was saying, that Saberlight is more sacrificial. And that's honestly also how XG has been playing, other than when they pick the sniper mid. So I could see XG maybe going for like a dual carry and just trying to win that by having more carries, because they did it by accident in the sniper game, and it worked so well.
One thing they also did, and one thing they don't do well, is not stacking. This is the second worst team at stacking. Out of 16 teams, only Enigma Galaxy is worse than Extreme Gaming when it comes down to the stacks. They invaded enemy stacks. There was a game where they had 0 stacks 10 minutes in, while the other team had like 20, and they invaded, got those stacks. So we know that Team Liquid as a team, they love to make stacks for, before it was 33, of course, now it's going to be for Saberlight, for Mickey, depending which heroes they're going to play, but you got to be careful about that, because Extreme Gaming, this is something that I haven't seen in a really long time. Somebody having 0 stacks and just going for the enemy.
I really like this first ban, Dusa. You mentioned stacks, even though Extreme Gaming is not the team that's necessarily known for it. I've been watching Liquid, and they just look completely puzzled on how to deal with Medusa. They've been getting cheesed by it a lot later on in the draft, and it's something that since most of your bans before the second round are in the first round, you just take it out now. They seem to want to fight on Liquid. They want to up the tempo, and it feels like Medusa, out of all the heroes in the game right now, just says like, nope, you shall not pass.
Yeah. I mean, Ame also is just the guy that understands this the best.
Yeah, they've been owning with it too.
Like the Sanj and Kaya tech really made it so that a lot of the heroes that would traditionally counter Medusa don't feel like they're that good, like the Pangos and Diffusal Blade type heroes. So I think just don't give Extreme their comfort zone in terms of that.
We got the opening of the Pugna versus the Clockwork, two of the most popular sports. I say that, but I feel like we have seen Clockwork missing a little bit today and yesterday, whereas Pugna has been on the rise.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming, they've been opening up with Clockwork at the group stage 1, and they had mixed success with it. It's more answer to Pugna. We just had an interview with Whitemon. You did ask him about Pugna. Why is this hero super strong? Because it is very durable. You are getting healed by your Nether Ward. You also buy into Glimmer Cape. Clockwork wants to stop that. He wants to show to his mid laner / off laner with the rocket, with the hook shot, where Pugna is, try to burst him down from 100 to 0. Because this hero, if he has a good positioning, if he's not dying first, is going to provide you with so much sustain.
I would like to mention that I feel like a hero like Pugna, his stock has been going up through the course of the tournament, and Clockwork's has been going down. And I felt that too, but I just looked at it. Clockwork is 2-9 in his last 11 games, like across all teams in group stage 2. So I think people are kind of solving this hero, kind of figuring out, like, I would prefer the buffs.
So what you're saying is even a broken clock is right twice a day?
Right twice out of 11 times. Yeah, exactly. Well said. Come on.
Only it was 2 and 12. It would have been perfect.
Yeah, it would have been
maybe after this game.
Yeah, potentially. All right, we got ourselves Shadow Fiend and Doom banned out by Liquid. They really didn't take a lot of time thinking about those bans, as we got Extreme Gaming thinking about theirs. I always feel when the Doom gets banned out, you have to think about the Alchemist.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Then again, Extreme has first pick
They do.
out of this phase, so they could pick up the Alchemist themselves.
Yeah.
I think that it's been kind of shown that the best counter to it right now is Doom, and nothing else from what we've seen has seemed to work against Alch, which is why a lot of teams are first phase banning it right now.
Yeah, Liquid has not picked it a single time, so it's just kind of interesting how different teams... I feel like there's 2 or 3 teams I've seen so far in Group Stage 2 that haven't even touched Alch, and then there's like 2 or 3 teams that get it
all the time.
All the time.
Yeah,
so,
if they can.
Yeah. It's so fascinating how teams have different priorities of farm, and I do agree that Mickey's usually, what you mentioned earlier, Jenkins, he's like this right range right clicker that's like pumping out the damage, and that's partially why Ogre's been so successful with them. I did like a segment where I just analyzed Bloodlust, and it accounts for about 50% of Mickey's damage when he's attacking during these fights based on the Solar Crest plus the Bloodlust. And I feel like SF as a hero is severely underwhelming without a single buff, either like Beastmaster or Ogre. But it is banned out here. Beastmaster's already taken out. I guess I'm like, Alchemist does seem like the creme de la creme of all the carries left in the pool. They banned Enigma though, which would not imply they're going to pick Alch.
Yeah, that he farms the Eidolons.
Okay, they go Luna.
Luna. They wanted to secure the lane for Luna. Not many heroes want to play into Enigma because you're just stealing a lot of their XP, a lot of gold as well. Your lane is always closer to the tower, so that makes you vulnerable to twin gate rotations. So that's a good ban. I don't mind Luna. This hero, Stonks has been kind of going down, I would say, compared to some other carry heroes like Alchemist, like Morphling as well, but she's still super strong in the lane. I think Extreme Gaming, they didn't do anything out of ordinary right now. It's just Clockwork plus Luna, which is totally fine, and that's what we wanted to see for them, something that is more stable rather than experimenting with their Juggernauts and the Mirana carries.
Almost certain we're going to see a DK out of Team Liquid based on what they've been picking so far. We'll see. So they go for the Willow. Maybe they'll just pick their offlane since they
Kind of what I was
see
thinking,
the duo.
Because there's a few decent carries that they get picked. They could also go for like a Morphling. And if there's just low disable on the rest of Extreme Gaming's picks, then the Morph looks really good. Mickey's look great on it. It's great against Luna as well.
What's your offlane duo with...
Maybe like a Pango?
Okay. Primal's been looking good for them, but it's against Clock, so probably not. You could also go Mars, but they haven't really been picking that, even though I would say Saberlight is a Mars specialist.
They need a melee guy, that's for sure. These are 2 very squishy backline supports. I'm even eyeing an Earth Spirit eventually in the draft, just given these 2 supports that they have. They really want somebody to just go in and tank some stuff.
Has Earth Spirit been winning on the morning shift? Because I feel like every time I watch it on an evening shift, it's been looking rough.
Just now
it's
lost.
been winning. But it looked good when it lost.
But it looked good, and it was even... No one thought that he could play it into the Timber Saw and was good enough for the game. It wasn't in the end, but, you know.
Yeah, it looks like there's a streak of losses on this page, but it's about even win rate on Group Stage 2 Earth Spirit, so yeah.
I'm glad to see the Underlord come out, because I feel like there's been so many games where it's just a perfect Underlord game, but then
it's never picked.
Nobody picks it.
I agree.
Yeah.
What makes you say a perfect Underlord game?
Well, I don't think this is a perfect Underlord game. I think it's great against Luna, though. The lane is good. You build items that Luna doesn't really like to play into. Crimson, Pipe.
I know it's not the most popular hero, but what about Rubik? I mean, you are playing in Underlord. There's some really good spells to steal.
True. I think Rubik is the best Underlord counter in Dota. I actually think you really consider it right now for PYW. It's just...
Has Rubik even been picked a single time this
I don't know, but
I agree that if you're going to pick it, now's the time. But...
I remember like 2 weeks before this tournament, if Underlord was picked, the team would ban it, or they would pick the Rubik themselves.
Rubik's been picked twice this last week.
And they will.
There it is. Good call.
Nice one, Lacoste. Yeah, the Rubik obviously. You can also steal great things from Willow.
Yeah.
Can't really go wrong with any of that either.
Nether Ward, Blast, it feels like a really good game for him. Now, probably looking for maybe a flex from the offlane. That's the only thing that can do that is pretty much Primal or Pango, but I don't like Primal as much into Dark Willow. I think there's a good option to go for Mars, because I love to kill these supports if I am thinking about getting the jump in and just going for the 2 supports, but they will go with something that is more stable late.
More of like the semi-carry, scaling option, which is fair. Now this puts pressure on Liquid that, okay, you need to come invade our stacks. You need to stop us from farming. Because if Extreme goes late, with the heroes they have right now, they're gonna win. Like unless Liquid picks some like crazy scaling heroes. Bristle and Luna are both essentially carries.
Is it the Morphling or the DK? That's the question, I think.
I think it's gotta be Morph.
It's gonna be Morph.
Morph against.
Oh, they elect
Yeah,
Storm.
the question was,
because Pugna.
would it be now or later? Indeed, which one would they pick first?
That
Pick
implies
the
they
mid
think
first?
they have at least
They have
3
3
carries.
heroes. Yeah. I
You
think
gotta protect this Storm now. I mean,
Yeah.
Puck has to go most definitely, because looking at Extreme Gaming, it has been one of their more successful combinations with Clockwork, so they can run across the map. They did win 3 out of 4 games with Puck plus Clockwork combination.
the current response to Storm is Ember.
Yeah.
But it's XM, so you have to ban Puck, and then you're considering banning not the Sniper, the Viper.
The Viper,
Sniper's
yes.
fine. If you want to pick Sniper into Storm, go for it. But the Viper can be a bit annoying. He has Huskard as well. He did not win, but he Huskard.
I remember he seemed a little bit unfamiliar with the Huskar a little bit. Like, it was a good Huskar game,
with
but
the
he
Earth
was...
Spirit as well, because
Yeah.
he didn't play much of an Earth Spirit. It would still be a relatively good Earth Spirit game, I would say, where you have another hero that can... I just love finding these 2 supports in the backlines. I think that's pretty crucial, because you have double save coming out from Pugna and Dark Willow.
If Liquid Morphlings, this is going to be the nicest Rubik games I've ever seen.
Yeah.
What
You're
makes
just like
Rubik? Oh, because you steal.
you just
yeah.
have 2,500
Yeah.
HP with Underlord spells. You're just better Underlord.
Well, they
banned
banned the
the Morph.
Morph,
Okay.
so they'll deny that one.
Yeah, that one would have been very good. I mean, I still think the DK is fine. I don't think it's going to shut down a Bristle and lane by any means, though, is the only issue.
I just think you want to carry at this point that does its own thing. Like Morphling is really hard to gank. It sustains really well against Bristle because you want your supports to play around Storm here, like 100%.
Could you Razor and just try to like
You could. That's absolutely
destroy
a liquid
the
thing to
Bristle
do.
and lane?
There's still Alchemist available.
There
right?
is.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Still in the pool.
It's been banned in most of our games.
Yeah, that's surprising.
It's so funny because you guys are morning shift on night shift. I don't even see Alk touched in our drafts. Like, it's so weird how these metas develop.
That probably then also means that Liquid's not going for it.
That's what I'm saying. They haven't picked it a single time, and it's usually not on their radar. But we've been liking Alk against Bristle. I don't know if you guys have seen similar results. We like the timing matchup against it. Like
the timing seems good.
Damage is mixed. I mean, there's a lot of physical from Luna and Bristleback, and we've seen a lot of ACs being purchased early on Alchemist just to tank up the team. You also have Underlord with the auras to remove some of that magic damage that is going to come out.
Hey, hear me out here, guys. Necro carry.
Not sold.
Okay.
Not sold.
If you didn't have Pugna, because he also gets countered by Nullifier, you know. Other than that, though, it's a perfect suggestion.
Yeah. I'm feeling the Razor. I feel like Liquid could really up the tempo here with their heroes.
It also threatens BKB, which is a huge problem for them right now. Like, their entire lineup's countered by BKBs, and Razor's always been good for that. That is just pure tempo. That is just...
Well, they're all inning on
back
the
to
tempo.
TI. They were first picking overall Nature's Prophet in all of Grand Finals at TI, and they 3-0'd
Man,
that.
if I'm Extreme, that's scary. To see them just go back to their TI roots.
They don't have any, like... You're a Nature's Prophet specialist there, Jenkins. Like, isn't his biggest fear like dying randomly on the map? Like,
yeah,
when
these
he's
heroes
farming
you
stuff?
don't really care. Even like current Clockwork, you can just hit the cog.
Yeah, but there's still 1 pick remaining.
Yeah,
There
casual
is.
Earth Spirit still available if they want to run.
That?
Whoa! New hero.
That's not
pretty
good.
much.
That's not good against Nature's Prophet.
I agree as well.
That is
yeah.
not a good hero against Nature's.
That's a weird pick.
How
That's like,
does he do against Storm then in the mid?
it creates momentum there. Like, you're usually going to hit 6 slightly before him because you do have a favorable matchup. Like, Storm can't really do much to you, but I guess it's like, I think Underlord and Nature's Prophet as side laners are very good for alleviating that pressure. Like, even just a Nature's Prophet ulti coming out or Saber TPing mid and using a couple Firestorms. This is like an XM type hero, but I'm really leaning towards Liquid. I like the Nature's Prophet pick, and I think it had to be addressed. And we mentioned like all these gap closing stunners, and they just picked Death Prophets.
I wish this was something else other than Death Prophet, because this hero also needs relatively, like, she needs some time. She needs some space as well. She's also very cooldown dependent. I'm just wondering, like, you need to buy Road of Athos. You have very limited catch, so that's going to tank you up a little bit. But from the games that we've seen, and I think we've seen Death Prophet 3 times so far, the hero didn't look too good. I think the hero has 1 win, 2 losses.
It wasn't the win on Extreme though? I seem to remember that in Group Stage 1 we did see an XM and they were able to go for a fairly fast game with that. But I might just have bad memory as well. Who knows?
Doesn't say they've
No,
picked
he
it at all.
did not play it.
The bad memory. Told you.
Shiver, I believe this is going to be decimation of the highest degree for Extreme Gaming, which is fine because they'll still win game 2. This is such a fast tempo. There's lots of mana battery for the Storm. There's 2 global heroes to jump with the Storm. Liquid is going to 5k gold lead this team at 10 minutes.
Okay, let's see if that indeed comes true. We're ready to jump into game number 1 of this best of 3 via the PogChamp Pandas.
Second series of the day, it's Extreme Gaming up against Team Liquid. For 2 teams that desperately need to start getting these wins in. They both had a rough start to the group stage. They managed to at least get 1 or so in. They need another. They're going to be fighting hard for it here.
Yeah, Extreme in particular absolutely need to win this game or they are pretty much guaranteed out. Liquid has some more fighting chances if they do end up losing this. And Liquid have with a very, a TI approach, we could call it, in a way that they've gone for this strategy of a very strong lineup that can scale very hard but also fight very early. And this Nature's Prophet pick, this is one I was actually looking at for this game too. There's not really many threats to catch this hero. Feels like he can play his own game. While for Extreme, it feels pretty all in. I feel like they have to do well in their lanes or this game is going to be pretty painful. In particular, XM on this Death Prophet, I feel like he has to have this really solid start because I do feel like they are going to be limited in some catch but to find this Storm and this Nature's Prophet. And overall, this hero, they said on the panel themselves, it was 1 and 2. I believe it was Sacred who actually was the one who ended up winning it when he was playing in the Offlane as the game is the Death Prophet, and we'll see what he can do with it. I feel like they just have to win the lanes. And I just don't know how the lane is in particular versus a Storm anymore. Versus Ember Spirit, yes, Death Prophet can now still probably crush, but versus Storm, this hero's got better versus a lot of these matchups that used to be counters, because you can just click your Static Remnant on the range creep.
See how well Niche is able to deal with XM in this matchup. Overall, obviously, with the carry for XG, it's Arme on his Luna. As we were saying earlier in the day, right, this is one of the carries we have liked seeing him on.
Yep. Definitely one of the better ones that we've seen him just playing this kind of standard pick. In this lane, they have tried to counter it quite a bit there, Liquid, going for the Underlord. Not a traditional pick, but one that can be pretty annoying for something like Luna inside the laning phase, contesting every single one of these last hits. He's got a Clockwork behind him, though, so it's a very strong lane that XG's gone for, but Liquid also having good damage with Boxy. Cogs will trap, not going to connect with the pushback.
And then on the top lane, both teams with a fair bit of spam. I mean, between sort of the supporting capabilities of the Rubik and the Pugna, obviously we see a lot of Pugna, Rubik a little less so. Has this still ended up as a pretty good draft to be playing the Rubik in, or are we going to sort of feel potentially the lackings of this hero?
We could see the lackings, but this is probably one of the only situations you can pick Rubik. It's versus Underlord. I actually think there's very few other routes that you can go for. This is Ame.
He's pretty far
Shadow
up the
Realm
lane.
is ready. Boxy, he's baiting them.
Ame's in trouble. He's gone. First blood for him. He's got stick charges as well, Boxy. There's another Firestorm. Tiaming with the Battery Assault will at least manage to find Boxy in return. Ame going down first. Up top, they get aggressive and will manage to find Mickey. Cost them the life. Of course, PYW, but XXS will happily lose his support to get the chance to kill off the carry.
And we're going to get to see this matchup, in particular the Bristle versus the Pugna in lane. This is not easy either. The Pugna is constantly getting healed, getting mana injected every time you're using a spell, so you have to address the Netherward early on or it starts to really rack up. Not only just a heal, it does a fair bit of damage to the Bristleback every time you start using those quills. So we will see that matchup as it persists, not only in the lane, but also the game, as Decrep is very good versus Bristle in a lot of situations. If you pop your eggs, if you don't find the Pugna, you can just Decrep the target or Decrep himself. Because inevitably we will see that eggs, of course, come out for the Bristle. But looking at this, at the Rubik in particular, right? It's about the Firestorm in 99% of the situations, and we'll see what PYW is able to do because we just don't really see this hero picked anymore because of all of the weaknesses. And even though they do have Clockwork Luna, Ame might just die again.
Well, this is rough. Can they get the vision for the Shadow Realm hit? They can't.
They can't.
Ame will be able to juke it out and actually be able to turn, because Boxy's taking a lot of tower hits. They get the cogs down, they'll be able to kill Boxy off.
And Saberlight is actually going to take 2 tower hits as well, Ame.
Well, they needed that.
Won't be able to
because as you can see already, Arme having a very tough time getting the CS. He's having the slowest start right now out of the cores.
That's what Underlord's able to do versus a lot of these agi cores. I'm just wondering why we don't see it as much anymore. I know the hero is quite a bit weaker than it used to be, but interested to see that they've picked it up this time around, just because you can see it just in terms of last hitting. It becomes problematic very early. Yes, Luna has good base damage, but Underlord just has like a 20 base damage advantage almost in every scenario when you play the lane. And I think Hezu, I can't remember who was the one who was saying it, but the items that Underlord builds is something that Luna does not really like to play against. Or most agi cores in particular, but Luna probably more than any, because it's also a pipe potential for the Underlord. And looking at the global threat, well, we can talk about that a little bit more from Liquid also, is the Nature's Prophet plus Underlord plus Storm. They have crazy ways to pressure the map.
Set up here onto Tianming.
Be okay. He's got a healing Lotus as well.
And this pressure's not going to let off anytime soon. Oh,
whoa.
Sam.
A solo kill.
He was just having to contest him around the water rune and get the kill solo.
He had Bottle as well. I guess he just contested for the rune. All right, this matchup is, in the past, the Death Prophet used to do very, very well versus Storm. Looks like still is going to be the case, as he has this advantage versus Nisha at the moment. Thought it would have changed because of the static remnant, in particular with the static slide, but very nicely done from XM there. And I imagine he's going to go Atos this game, right? So having that extra catch, if he gets a good advantage, could be nice. But as we said, XG draft, it feels like it has to do good in these lanes. So getting that kill is a good start. But Ame is going to be slowed down quite a lot here.
Yeah, but it's only going to get harder for him in this lane.
Does feel like that.
As Tianming this time round, he will die. Foxy and Saberlight get the kills very easy against him.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork, it actually feels like it's like you're countering yourself when you pop the cogs. You're like, oh my god, actually, I'm stuck inside Brambles. I'm stuck in Firestorm. I can't move. Immense amount of damage there.
Not an easy lane for the two of them to play.
No. And Boxy is going to get a ward behind the tower, so very early that he wants to place that, because I feel like they know that how well this lane is going down bottom, that they want to start prepping for diving past the tower, looking for the kills when the Luna goes to the jungle to resort. XXS is cutting creep wave. He's taking quite a bit of damage here.
Oh, he's insane. He's got the charges there.
He always heals from the coils, and he's got.
That's true. Actually, yeah, it's always hard to find the nether ward. As we're seeing.
It's like deceptive, right? It like looks like they might kill the Pugna, but every single one of those coils heals him so much. So XXS does have to be careful. He also doesn't have a Quelling Blade, which he might have to purchase on this Bristleback.
Foxy, he's come over towards the mid to try and help out Nisha. They're coming in with further TPs. He actually tries to TP out, gets pushed to stop by the cogs, drops the Bramble out. XM's going to try and chase forward with the last moments of the Exorcism, won't be able to keep on top of him. Top lane,
they find him.
This leaves him on his own. They're able to run down XXS, get the Bristol out of the lane.
Nisha.
He's still got mana to zip with, and he's got Insania by his side.
And they keep chasing. They got a Siphon. Insania could be in trouble.
They'll be able to settle for him. So Nisha will be kept safe.
Tianming will take away that regen rune as well, so Nisha won't be able to get a fill up here. Tons of attention being put, but as of the lane still, even though 5-4 Liquid, they have a 2k advantage, even from these movements that are going on. Mikke is free farming completely in this top lane. He's about to hit 6, so that Wrath of Nature is about to be online. XXS did just buy a Quelling Blade. I think he got it delivered on his courier that died when it went top, but he didn't have it for some time. Now we'll be able to break out a Sprout and potentially survive, but it's a slow start for the Bristle. And for the Luna.
Yeah, Saberlight just having the easiest of times down here.
And he's on treads, so wants to play very aggressively and wants to just play for CSing in the lane in particular. Not going to go Auras, he's going to go extra catch as far as we see right now. Going to queue up that Atos, more control that he's trying to get. Natural build-up on an Underlord if you're not going to go Auras. Probably goes Auras afterwards, though. But would be interesting to see if he goes for more of like a kind of battle-heavy build. Be cool, but probably the Auras. As XM, 35 seconds until that next EXO to probably take this mid tower. We'll see if Liquid wants to fully defend it, because it's down to 300 HP already.
Nisha. Should be pretty fun, as long as it's just XM around. Nisha can continue to sort of hold the wave off.
Yeah, now he should, once he's got his level 6, he should be just fine. Until the point in silence and maybe Natos comes out as Mikke.
Remember the rotation top.
They've got the Underlord ult.
The ults off, start backing away. Tianming staying in on top of Insane. He'll be able to drop down the nether ward, and the backup comes in from El Saberlighter. Firestorm onto Tianming. They get the kill, and he's ready to return to his lane. In fact, Boxy, he's going to go back with him.
They might get aggressive onto Ame here. He's got to be careful. Ame will be able to back away. But there's that global threat that we were talking about. You have to bring the numbers on XG. You have to be prepared for these moves. And Nisha,
he's trying to battle this with his amplified damage rune, but the Siphon's too strong.
That's his last raindrop burned away. Tons of pressure on this tower. Rotations. They're bringing XM. They're bringing Tianmin and Ame. And they get a kill.
Sableye having to hold both of them back. Moxie also come across to try and assist in taking a kill in return.
XM's still here. He's got the Exo wraparound.
They're going to go straight into the trees to try and hunt them down. Insane will be able to drop the Nether Ward. Can he get his way out of the Ghost? He can. He's being chased down by Ame. Pops the Eclipse just to kill him off. We'll get the kill.
And he gets the courier. Nice pickups there. XM trying to chase this Exorcism at the moment, not being very value. Can turn it into some Ancients at the least, so turns it into some slight value here.
That does mean he won't be getting the tier 1 mid for now.
No. They're going to give that lane to PYW, though, to get his level, since he is only level 4 at the moment.
Dire's bottom tower
Really wants to get that level 6 on the Rubik, as we mentioned. A hero that we don't see played too often, but we know the purpose of why they picked it. It just isn't even going to be any good. If he's able to steal that Firestorm in particular, it will probably be pretty nice, but we'll see if he actually is able to find those grabs in the mid game. Because it feels like a lot of attention is going to be put on him too, because he is one of the main disables for the team. So it feels like the Storm is probably going to look to jump this Rubik in most of those starts of the team fight. It's Liquid. Bringing Nisha toward top, even though we did see him die, he is actually ahead in net worth over the Death Prophet.
Seeing if anybody comes in to try and defend against this push from Mickey. They will. It's going to be the Bristol. Can they dive in and go for XXS? They're certainly going to try. They're bringing over the gate as well. Yeah, so it's a very dead Bristol. Not a chance for XXS to survive, and they can get the push onto the tower. PYW and XM have turned up.
Not quite 6 yet on the Rubik. XM doesn't have the ulti. Tianming.
And he came from the back lines. He's having to walk straight back to the safety of his teammates. Sableye.
He's going
the tower taking a lot of hits here. He'll actually get caught out and dragged underneath it.
Cool rotate, Tianming. It looks like he's just like some sacrifice.
He just sort of walks through them.
That was cool. I don't think they anticipated that type of movement. Ame also making his way toward top, looking to get involved into some pressure, perhaps for this tower. They have a catapult. Liquid does not look like they have the TPs at the ready to be able to defend this either, so this should just be a tower that XG can trade. Bottom, Insania will be able to get that tower.
Yeah, they're putting some pressure onto the tier 1 mid as well. Liquid Boss, they get the chance. TPs now will come in. Ame's committed.
Oh, they're actually committing.
He's put the Mask of Madness to try and push this tower down.
Foxy's here. Ame's so deep.
Trying to get the ult, but he is gone. Not enough damage. I mean, they were nowhere close to him. Tianming and POW, they could just sort of sit back and watch and be like, oh, we can't save you, bro.
Maybe they did just think that they were going to end up sacking that tower, but they're going to end up losing another kill as well.
Yeah, that was a rough way to go about trying to get that push on top done. Now Sableye not going to be able to finish the tower. They'll get the deny.
But he gets the steal. So PYW, let's see what he can do with this Firestorm, because that's the concept on paper of what he wants to be able to grab in this game. Let's see how much he can deliver with it. It's a 4K lead in these first 11 minutes, even though the kill's fairly even.
Yeah, I mean,
which is much better in the economy game.
And now Sableye just getting so much farm.
Yeah, and they're slowing down the Luna. That's what, 2 times they've been able to find Ame. And the Nature's Prophet versus Luna matchup can be pretty scary in terms of that range. Whenever you start getting these items that build up, it's probably going to be the same build that we see every time on these Nature's Prophets. You just outrange and poke this Luna from a distance. It can be pretty scary. And once you get to those later stage items, the Parasma, the Revenant's Brooch, you eat them alive.
Yeah.
So with this type of start, Liquid, they're in a really comfortable position into this mid game. At least for me, I do feel like XG, this draft was about getting an advantage in the laning phase, and that's not the case so far.
It's not quite the 5K 10 minutes that Jenkins
it's pretty much,
but it's not far off. Yeah, 12 minutes in, 4K lead for Liquid.
Yeah, and that's pretty devastating. Feels like these
that's
next few hits...
That's the 5K now, so yeah, it just only a couple minutes later than Jenkins reckoned.
It feels like these next few hits have to hit for XG, or I have massive concerns into the mid game. They have a haste rune on XM. He's going to look to finish off this tower. He can save his Exorcism perhaps for the fight. Nisha gets the deny.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Oh, they're looking for something in the jungle.
She's going to commit.
He's going to go straight for it. XM and PYW are here to help out. He's used a lot of mana for this. He's coming over through the gate here, Sableye, ready to turn up to the fight. And Nisha's getting healed up by Insania, and he's still got some more mana to play with. They'll lose Boxy, but they'll find PYW. And XM did pop the ghost for this.
Can he get more out of it is the question. You have to transition this into another kill or perhaps a tower with this EXO. Getting a kill on the 4 positions, not quite enough. Nisha survives and he's pumped back up to full with well, not full, but healed up significantly from the Pugna.
Yeah, they don't mind a support for support trade there where they're indeed getting their use of the exorcism out of XM.
And El Saberleto, he can hang on to this tower. The EXO's continuing to poke it a bit here, but...
Yeah, but they're coming to an end. They don't even feel strong enough to try and get that tower for now. Got to be careful.
So much explosive damage on Liquid. If you come up, anybody can get burst, even something like the Death Prophet who has this morning ritual facet. Right now, XM's still 3-0-2. But wasn't able to finish off that tower with the EXO. Now it's cooldown for 80 seconds.
Yeah, and he's
Liquid's
just not
strike.
quite able to keep up in farm.
No.
Falling behind a little bit on all 3 cores really relative to the positions that Liquid has against them on the other side.
And Liquid, they can make these moves as too because they've got that global threat. Wisdom Rune. They're going to sack it.
And no chance to contest at all, and Liquid might find...
They might find exit
catch here with a smoke up from the 2 of them. It's a bit risky behind the tier 2.
He's pretty fragile still at this point. He hasn't been able to do his Ancients.
But they want to try and dive this Liquid. They're going to go for it. They get the Atos set up. Nisha's in, bringing in the damage. There's no chance to react in time for the rest of the team. XXS has gone. Tianming will come up with a hook shot to El Saberleto. El Saberleto tries for a very...
That was an interesting TP.
A very wishful TP there underneath a clockwork battery assaulting him. He's going to try and walk it off now instead, El Saberleto. He won't succeed with that either. They'll lose the Underlord. Now XM's coming across. Nisha, he's going to jump off, but caught by the silence. And now with the damage coming in from Arme, it's going to be a cleanup by XG. They get the 3 kills.
Nice positioning there from XM, but Saberlight tried to TP under bat. That was a bit of an interesting one from him. Gets punished. Good wraparound.
Heavily. I mean, that's a good hold there. They needed that big time from Extreme. A little bit of a slowdown against Liquid's momentum.
A needed one. XM with the Invis Rune sneaking behind. Nisha did not see that coming. Yeah, that was interesting. This was kind of a save your body syndrome again, right? They were trying to get a little bit of a kill as well out of it,
he
but
didn't need to be here anymore.
Nisha.
He didn't need to be here anymore. We'll go straight in. Didn't expect XM to come in from the tree line with that silence.
They go a little too far going for these extra kills as Saberlight will sip the monster.
Big kills here from Extreme.
And big that Ame got both, I think it was? Oh no, he got Nisha at least, but
and
XM
it continues.
Gets another
Straight
one.
into the top lane, XM and Tianming, they'll find themselves insane here.
Nice moves. 12-11. Getting the ball rolling again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
XXS is just very poor. It's a concern for me.
Sure. Well, it's just not hard for Liquid to collapse onto him and kill him.
Even though Bristleback, as we've seen in a lot of these games, can turn quite a bit of these fights, they have overwhelming damage for him with the Underlord plus the Willow and that Storm once he gets the Shard. So XXS, I feel like he needs to just sit back, finish the Bloodstone before he shows up again. Once he's got Bloodstone, then he's going to have that tankiness to be able to deal with Liquid's pressure. As XM, he's hit level 12 too. So even though he didn't get maybe the best usages out of his Exorcism a couple times, now he's got the level 2 with the Atos, and he's got the point in the silence as we saw. He could be a bit dangerous for them to deal with in these next few moments on this Death Prophet, unless they isolate him. But it's not been the case. I feel like this the Clockwork has just been following him, Tianming.
Liquid, they're going to have to be a little bit more careful about their next move.
And PYW, he has Firestone again. He was able to get that steal during those last moments. And does have a 4-staff. I think I saw 2 4-staffs picked up. I believe one was Mickey's.
Going to go for the attempt underneath the tier 2. This time down on the bottom lane, but they do not have enough damage between these two to take out XXS.
And they're ready. If they keep committing, their PYW's patient. He's ready for the lift and into that Firestorm. Playing nicely to protect XXS to allow him to get that timing for the Bloodstone. That's pretty much it now, finished.
Yeah, they're going to try and go with the smoke move now that they have the ults back up Extreme.
Boxy looking to attempt maybe for a solo play on Ame, but the whole team is here.
Yeah, they'll settle for an easy kill.
Another good grab. XG.
They're slowing down Liquid's game plan.
They're slowing it down and they're
starting to
fighting
get their
back
momentum,
nicely.
and you can see Arme's net worth climbing up the ranks. Only slightly behind that of Mickey's now after a slow early game.
He's level 14, so you're matching even the XP of this Nature's Prophet who's been on his own entirely. Ame's joining the team and still keeping up in the levels, so very important to see that. And there's that Bloodstone finished up for XXS, so he's in a much more comfortable position now to show up.
And not too far away for XM to get the BKB as well, so you can have the 2 cores. Pretty hard to burst, really, if you're Liquid.
Yeah, not really the most physical damage until later stages of the Nature's Prophet coming out from Liquid. Nisha.
Not much he can do here, but 70% for XXS in this 1v1. So they just sort of let each other mind their own business.
Nisha does go for that shard build rather than finishing up his BKB. Does have it done for these next big burst damage, but as you mentioned, the BKB is very close for the Death Prophet. And finds himself another rune. So XM continuing to get this rune control as well. Has an Arcane for the next. They could smoke with this.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got their ults up.
It's just a question of
5-man. They're very strong, and they
middle tower
ideally need to try and find some sort of fight that forces Mickey to turn up to. Because for now, Mickey's been a bit more quiet on his involvement in these fights. Extreme, they're going to want to try and find him, and sort of keep tabs of how far ahead he's getting.
Either find the Nature's Prophet or force a fight around a Roshan so that your Exorcism is very valuable. That could be a choice.
That would be the big one, actually, if you go around the Roshan.
I think if they can get that with an Arcane Rune, they can put the pressure to Liquid to try to show up at that fight. And I don't think Liquid wants to fight head-on into this Exo once he's got BKB. But he's still a little ways away, so maybe they wait for it to be finished on XM before they make that big move. As Boxy will have an answer there for a bit of that Death Prophet and the Bristle. Does have a Vessel. Tianming will be able to survive. With Vessel, they might go for XXS here. Can't quite get the angle though. He's going to be able to join back with PYW. XG's done a very good job of slowing things down. And that is going to be the BKB. So XM, he's got it done. He's got his tier 2 neutral coming out as well. And there's that Arcane Rune popped.
Look what they're going to try and smoke between Nisha and Boxy.
They're going toward the gate. Ame.
Tianming was waiting for them here. I mean, he might die, but at least gives a good bit of information to the rest of the team.
He tanks the gank. Ame, they're still pinging him out. They wanted to get the Luna. So I think Tianming's pretty happy with that.
Yeah, gets his carry out.
Yeah.
And PYWXM, they're setting up around the power rune spawn, see if they could catch someone by surprise. Not going to be the case, but it'll be a shield rune. So you grab down this DP, you can start getting a very, very effective push around, either going for the next tower, as you say, maybe even just forcing the Roshan.
Because they've got the Bristle back too, so you don't even necessarily have to commit with the Exorcism.
Yeah, it's pretty safe to take it. They could take it slowly but surely and have this very strong setup for when, and if Liquid do try and come over here.
And I don't know if Liquid wants to actually full contest. It feels like their lineup is more about just building up more of a lead with their heroes as the Rocket almost actually gets the last hit. That was so close.
That was close. Can we get a replay of that?
It was like
it was close, right?
Very, very close.
What level is the Rocket?
I think it's just 1.
It's just 1 now.
Okay, they'll pop the ghost.
Yep.
I think the Arcane, Arcane
let's have a look.
Right out, but
how close was it?
Dude, it was so close.
It was just a little bit late.
That would have been insane. Can you imagine? That Roshan will drop though, but they do use the ghosts. So for the upcoming fight, they won't have that at the ready. But they do have the Hairball for XXS, so he's got a good damage increase. And Ame now with the BKB, he can turn up to the fights a lot safer. Not having to worry about that immense magic damage that Liquid does have. And Ame has claimed top net worth also with these moves.
No, he's cleaned up his game nicely after what was not an easy lane for him.
No. This is culminating into a fun mid-game here. 21 minutes in with this Aegis. Extreme Gaming feeling strong when they're grouped up. Liquid. Probably going to avoid, I would imagine. Looks like they're actually setting up for the fight. All right. BKB is actually done for Nisha, so...
Okay. And they have obviously Mickey ready to join.
There's no Exorcism. Maybe they do know
quick
this.
jump over towards Tianming first. Get rid of the clockwork. Tianming's gone.
That's a quick kill. Firestone was stolen. Success over here.
They know he's kind of split from the rest of the team.
He is.
You're going to see him under the vision here of the creeps, and they'll make
it
it jump quickly.
They've got the Vessel. XXS is in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, playing around this area with nobody near to back him up, that was a bit of a ballsy move, really, for him to be that far up.
They've got to be careful how they split up versus this global draft. They get picked off. Ame will be able to back up toward his team.
I say that.
He's still
even without the Bristol. I'm sure he's got the Aegis, but they're not scared here, Extreme.
Ame feels comfortable because he's got the Aegis plus the KB Manta, so he's got ways to play around the spells. It's a very aggressive position from Ame.
Yeah. They're like, we don't care that you killed our Bristol. We're ready to keep this push going.
I feel like that's got to be the Liquid game plan. in a lot of these situations when they do group up, right? If you see them group, they've got great ways to split up with Nature's Prophet. Ame, that's probably why he's looking to just force the issue, right? Like, if they're just going to look to catch him when they do split up, Ame just wants to play as aggressive as possible. And he'll be able to get another tower.
Bottom tower has fallen.
And they've got control of these Dire Ancients as well, too, with that ward they've been able to place down.
Dire's bottom tower
Mikke,
is under
full
attack.
TP over. They've got vision of it, though. Can they set up here? Doesn't look like they'll be able to in time. But a clever ward. I like that they placed that one here, because you know that the way the Nature's Prophet is going to play, just splitting up all over the place. So that could catch him off guard.
Dire's
My voice is cracked pretty hard. That could catch him off guard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
2-2 in the mid. Unlikely that Liquid look to hold on to this one.
It's a cool, I mean, it's very cool by Ame that he's just doing this, right? Just forcing the issue.
Push, push, push.
Yep, they're going to start TPing back to go for that reaction, as we mentioned, that ward. Okay.
Getting a catch could be pretty hard, though. Yeah, Mikke. He's already out of it.
Do you maybe you replace this ward on the side of Extreme?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Could definitely be possible, since it's going to be wearing out very soon. It could just get one of those catches on an NP that's massive, since he's so farmed. Ame.
Boxy. Trying to play around with Ame. He's going to force out the BKB and the Eclipse.
Can Boxy get himself out of this? It looks like he will. The hairball. Oh! Not enough.
He's fine.
That's a BKB from Ame. Boxy able to just force that one and somehow retreat away.
That gets out the BKB and the Eclipse. And keep this tier 2 alive. They're actually holding on to it. After it all, XM
gets the force out. It's crazy how much Willow does with this facet. If you get on top of these heroes. I mean, Boxy, you can see, he actually was threatening the kill onto Ame. 1 minute left on this Aegis. Weren't able to grab a tier 2, but attempting to go for this pressure.
Tower is under attack.
But Mikke and, Mikke is keeping himself kind of in line. They're both just keeping that farm consistent versus each other. And this matchup, as the game progresses, some of this itemization, as we were mentioning for the Nature's Prophet, is very scary for Luna. But Ame still has good farm. If he can keep it consistent like this so he can get his Conda timing,
Radiant are
that's where the matchup can look pretty okay.
Yeah, and with the way that they've managed to slow the game down Extreme and get back into it, there's always going to be that potential of them grouping up as 5 and just shoving down a lane, and maybe that can be a bit too overwhelming for Liquid at the stake.
There might be that chance with it for sure.
The push, the fireman is very strong. Ooh!
That was a
funky looking one.
During the zip.
Yeah. Oh, XM. It walks into this.
It's a lot of burst.
They're ready with the fear. They're going to be able to take him down immediately.
Uh-oh.
He did not respect that at all.
Can they get out with the rest? That's success.
It's very low on the mana. Trying for the Bristol. Forced back to safety. He should survive for now.
He can read himself away, but look at bottom. They're taking the tier 2 during that as
they
well.
get some space there. McKen is down here. But XM, he had no respect for the fact that there could be heroes up there.
Can't make those type of mistakes this game as this Death Prophet. It can quickly get to a point where it's going to be Ame versus the world if you do die another time on DP.
Oh, it feels like it already is, honestly.
It's starting to get there,
You
yeah.
just got to look at the difference in net worth. All on Ame.
I've got worries for Extreme. Unless they get, I feel like it still has to be the case when the Death Prophet respawns that they probably still want to look to accelerate things. I think the later and later this game goes, it just looks harder and harder to see the possibility of them fighting versus this NP Storm scale.
I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen Liquid in their playstyle this game.
Chilling.
Not be too hungry to turn up because Extreme's pushing this tower, we've got to be there. You know, Mikke, he's not been completely uninvolved. 2-1 and 8, still respectable, but he hasn't been in everything because he knows he doesn't need to.
No, look at it. I mean, you can look at the last hits of how he wants to play, right?
Exactly.
He's literally just farming. It's
Cleaning up the
330 on him.
Like that is definitely the thing that for Liquid. This is not one of those games where Liquid have a lead, they have to close it up.
No,
they have a
they
lead.
can chill.
They just have to make sure they don't make any mistakes and sort of sit back and let XG try and do the work.
And the other thing is too is like about the Underlord in particular. The Underlord is that super anti-carry in a way, right? When you start getting the reduction, when you start getting these auras, it really limits something like Luna a ton in the team fights. While Mikke, he doesn't really have too many things that feel like are going to start limiting him as it progresses. Lose another hero.
Double damage.
Anisha now with an amp damage.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Yeah, dangerous moments for XG. Just Can't fall further behind. I mean, even with this deficit, it's starting to feel very difficult, as we were saying, for Ame.
Yeah, they had that bit of a window, really, in that period from when they shut down that tier 2 push top from Liquid.
I think
Roche got some momentum back, shut down a little bit the lead. Took tier 2 mid.
I feel like they kind of, like I was saying, I feel like they got to force stuff, especially now that they have a Conda on the Luna. This is probably their biggest next timing that they can get.
Yeah, just group up and go. Honestly,
and just go for it. I think maybe you just go for the push, because otherwise Liquid's just going to split you up and keep doing exactly what they're doing and progressing.
You have to. Yeah, here's the smoke. They've got to make these moves.
Let's see what they catch.
It's a good hook shot. They get the push back. He's able to get the BKB off, though. Nisha's fine. Not enough lockdowns to stop him.
And that's the Eclipse used there from Ame. They didn't end up using either of the BKBs, though, on XG, so they can continue for this push with the EXO. It's just how hard can you actually force, because as soon as they show 4 heroes in the mid lane, look at these 2 side lanes. Mickey shoving bottom, Underlord shoving top, and they have ways to react since they can just, you know, global TP back. So they're going to have to back up and address those lanes. They forced a BKB from the Storm, but immediately, look, the gold just continues to grow for the side of Liquid. Foxy been looking to strike. Running very aggressively.
Liquid just doing their best not to get caught. They know they don't need to be dragged into any of this unnecessary action.
Immediately, Mickey just TPs toward the top side. There is that ward. I feel like they can keep replacing this one. I'll keep mentioning, because that could be one that catches Mickey once off guard. But he's being very careful. Shoves the wave in. I see most of these Nature's Prophet do this as well. They just throw the Mjolnir static charge onto a Treant, and it cuts a creep wave, and then they can apply pressure onto the towers. Top tower. It's going to take quite a beating. They have to respond to it. XM will be the one to do so.
You can still feel that sort of sense of urgency here from Extreme. They need to do something.
BKB is going to be back up for Nisha. Can they get the catch this time around? The hook.
I tell you, he keeps hitting them, Tianming.
Too far away from his team, though. Can they have to follow up?
He's got the telekinesis and indeed the BKB. It's just easy for Nisha to press. They just don't have that crazy sort of follow-up to the hook shot to stop him from getting the BKB off every time.
That's the problem with the Rubik in a lot of these situations, instead of having one of these other normal...
Because it's literally what hook shot into lift.
That's it.
And that's it. That should disable.
They've got a silence afterwards, but immediately BKB gets popped. He actually gets a pretty cool steal. I don't think I ever see anyone get this. He gets the Fiend's Gate, so that maybe can catch them off guard in some way, but not the most, you know, not the best one that he can get by any means. Top. Ame shows.
Coming down. I'm just going to put the BKB look towards Nisha. Here's the backup coming in from PYW with that stolen gate.
Nisha gets the TP out, and here comes Mickey.
He's joining the fight. They want to try and take this hit. It's Mickey standing his ground, take out PYW. They're trying to move towards him. XM's got to be careful as Mickey hits very, very hard.
But Mickey's in a world of hurt. Look where he's positioned.
Mickey, can he get away from this? He's on the retreat.
Can he actually get away?
And he's going to be able to walk out of this. XXS is trying to come over towards him. They'll turn towards the Death Prophet. They take it out. Mickey's going to be fine. He gets buffed up by El Saberlighter, healed up by Insania.
He's actually going to be fine.
I mean, they could continue to maybe see if they could clean up some more here, Liquid.
They sure will.
As there's the chase, a big sip from Nisha comes straight in. Mickey TP's forward. They take XXS out. Tianming be able to hook shot away. He should survive. But the struggles are very real here for Extreme in these fights. And Mickey's just able to TP in underneath the, like, the 3 of them. They couldn't kill him.
He was literally standing. That was the one time that it looks like they probably would have been able to get him because he was on low ground, but his team comes in to bail him out very quickly. Ame, he gets scared to contribute forward to Saberlight. Like you said, the auras come in, and Mickey is just fine.
Level 23 now.
And they've got now this tremendous lead at this point, at this 30-minute mark.
I mean, this is the crazy thing. You know, Mickey turning up to the fight, able to walk off the stage from Insania.
And the fear that comes out there, catching Ame, but Ame probably too scared to walk in anyway as his BKB was down and walking into 4 heroes.
And the fact that Mickey was able to take this fight with pretty much like a 2,400 plus gold unspent. And he's still just able to get away with this, get in there. It's looking rough for Extreme. They had that little bit of a hope around that turnaround at the tier 2 and getting the Roche, but other than that, Liquid, they've been ahead the whole time. And Liquid, they did a great job of not making that same mistake again.
No, and also, I mean, overall, Liquid's just been playing the economy game. They're just playing the split push. The entire game, they've had a significant gold lead. Like you said, at the 10-minute mark, it was a 5K lead. Now it's up to the 14K, and their lineup just, it continues to scale. It has the answers, it feels like, for everything XG wants to do. I mean, Ame, he has to go Super Saiyan mode, it feels like now at this point, because his Bristle, is completely answered. His death prophet now has completely fallen off a cliff.
It's going to be slow, though, because he feels he has to get this Lincoln, so there's not going to be any explosive damage output from him anytime soon.
That's an interesting one, this game.
What's it for?
Like Vortex in particular, so he doesn't just die in one stun, I guess?
It feels like he kind of needs to dream bigger in this
I feel like he needs to go much bigger item this game, but he's committed for the Lincolns.
Okay.
See if it ends up paying off for him. They're going to go for their Tormentor. But Liquid now, firm grasp. Nisha, Parasma finished, has a regen. He's got the Aegis. And all the auras, as we said, for Sableye, they're completely online with that pipe with the Crimson. He can go for BKB next. He's had some funny deaths on Sableye, but his job, it's been done. He's been able to show up in almost every single one of the fights. And now it's difficult to see how Liquid loses grasp of this game.
I mean, I guess what the Lincolns stops it from being easy for Mickey to sprout him, right?
Yeah.
But then, obviously, I feel like most Lunas in this matchup would just buy the Hurricane Pike, right? Because he doesn't have that.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Against the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, and I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes with the Ame's builds, I really don't understand it. But Ame is the master at times. But yeah, this one doesn't. I'm not really too sure of. Mick is about to hit 25 as well too. So he's already hitting the critical mass point at 34 minutes, when we're going to see the OP Treant come into play. I mean, maybe it really is just so that he can get the BKB off, right? So he doesn't just die in a single vortex. Not sure. There's just so many ways to pop it.
Yeah, it's not like there's some big crazy spell or crazy item, right? There's no Hex or anything. Oh, there is it. Did they get the Hex yet?
No.
No, not quite.
They can just pop it with Wrath of Nature too from Global. That's it. There's just so many ways that you can just deal with this Lincoln Sazame.
Well, there you go.
So, yeah, it's so that he can get... I imagine that's the only reason why.
Oh.
Nisha, gonna persist forward anyway. Takes a good chunk of damage. Backline.
Gonna have to zip out for Nye. They've got the BKB and the Exorcism. They're in on towards El Sableye, but the heals are coming in from Insane here.
Big damage on El Sableye.
Tianming's got to be careful. As they zip back forward, they get the Vortex in on towards XM, and the damage from it comes in. They take XM out. He's gone for a minute, no buyback. Ame is chasing down the backlines. We'll be able to clean up the two supports, but now he's in a lot of trouble. Mickey steps over towards it. They zip across. They'll take out Ame. They'll look towards XXS. Mickey's going to keep his distance from the Bristol for now, but Niche is in, still with plenty of mana to play with. They clean up the fight here, Liquid. Triple kill for Mickey. Only Tianming survives.
And they're going to heal back up with the Fiend's Gate as well. Reset, 230 damage on the Underlord, and 25, it's been hit. 3x Treant damage is online for the push. That felt like perhaps the final hurrah that XG was looking for. A decent wraparound when it starts out, but they can't clean up the cores. They only end up taking out the two supports. Mickey ends up force-staffing himself out and doing an absurd amount of damage.
It just feels like he's had a pretty easy game.
It is.
They got him the space. They had the perfect kind of 20-minute window up until this point where Mickey could just free farm to his heart's content. Now they're ready to close it.
It feels like the draft just fits perfectly to the style that Liquid wanted to play versus this, where they can just not have to feel pressured. And now we see the ridiculous Treant damage, of course, coming into play as the Raxes die in a second. And they can just play the global. They can play this way where they split the map up. And it felt like, yeah, XG just on a massive timer in this game.
Anish is in. They're ready to fight up and close towards the fountain. BYW is dead. No buyback available on him.
They can start hitting tier 4s, perhaps. Saberlight starting to threaten it.
Top Rax to fall. Liquid, they can swing across towards the bottom.
Yep, Insane just going to heal them back up to full. They still have the banner in the mid lane to keep the creeps alive. And that's likely one last fight that could come up here for XG. Can they kill a core, Owen?
Let's have a look. Armate back in action.
Let's see. Mickey's got a full Satanic now.
And the Rax, they're already gone. The Mega Creeps are out for Liquid. One more fight's all they need to close this game up. XM has been forced to put the BKB. As he can't get stuck into the fight. Liquid just chilling and ready to pick their target.
3 Treants online. Mickey has plus 700 damage. Besides just how ridiculous the Treants are, the damage that they provide for MP always is just insane. He'll back up reset, but the Megas, the damage has been done. And he might even just pick up another item.
Pretty close to having the full Daedalus.
Oh, he did go Daedalus. Oh, so he didn't go the Revenant's Parasma build, though. They didn't feel like he needed to this game.
He's that far ahead.
Yeah, he felt like he could just go for the straight right-click build that we've not seen every single time on Nature's Prophet. But Mickey does like that build more.
And Mickey's back in. TP's over, ready to
Look at
join
this
them.
damage.
Look at XXS just get evaporated by Mickey. He has got buyback available.
But the buildings don't have buyback.
Tier 4's falling here. So they want to give it one last shot, Extreme. As they're in. Hook trying for Tiaming. There's the buyback from XXS, but straight away, Elstable
Ame.
punching into Ame. Ame gets caught by the fear. He's gone. He has got buyback available. Insania, he's just surviving. They couldn't even kill the Pugna. As Insania gets out alive, nobody to fall on Liquid. The push resumes, and this game, it's over.
Ame, he's caught as well. Dead in a second. It's over.
That's a rough one. Rough one for Extreme. Liquid, they pretty much had this game completely under control.
Yeah,
and
it's a
there was just that
masterclass
one
from them.
slip up. When they went for that tier 2 top, the push didn't work great, and they said, well, you know what? We don't even need to be doing this. Let's get back, let's hit some creeps. We're going to have the scaling, and they really did. You can see the panic kind of set in that mid-game for Extreme, where they're like, we got to do something, but there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, I think they've not immediately after like the lanes in particular, but this does feel like a game where they have to have better time in the lane, smash even harder. Because once you start hitting, like mid game looked okay, and then right afterwards at like 25-30 minutes, you start to feel that impossibility because they never could get a gold lead, and Liquid, they could just dance around them on the map.
Yeah.
There's just great macro play and a great understanding. I feel that Liquid just, with this type of draft, they know how to play it versus the draft of Extreme, where Death Prophet, this is a hero that can suffer when you do get split up versus the map. You have to force the issue with every EXO. If you don't get these massive connections, the hero falls off a cliff.
And I feel like as well for Liquid, getting the, in particular really, these 3 cores, it's pretty ridiculous. Like, this is like the Dream 3 global core lineup, right?
But no one
having
plays.
Underlord Storm and Nature's Prophet.
But no one's
you
playing
can play the map
Underlord.
so perfectly. I guess
You know,
they're not.
that's the cool
they're
thing.
Not.
That's why it's a little
you
bit
never
of a switch
expect
up.
it.
So
yeah.
And I think this last pick, Nature's Prophet, it really was just the nail on the coffin with the way that they can play around the map. Perhaps there was waves for Extreme to play if they got an advantage early, but Liquid, they did this at TI. They know how to play this NP draft.
Yeah,
And they
absolutely.
executed
This
perfectly.
game was well under control for the most part here from Team Liquid as they'll take game 1 against Extreme.
Yeah, solid stuff from them. We did have them given an edge after the draft was done already. I don't think it was as strong of a start as we were expecting it to be. But either way, I don't think there was ever any doubt with who was ahead in this game, Jenkins.
Fever, I don't know if I told you this, but I watched a Vince McMahon documentary.
I think you've told us this quite a few times.
And I learned you got to hype up the match. You know, I was trying to be devil's advocate a little bit there. I did believe in
No, you didn't.
Team Liquid.
Oh, you did.
I did believe in Team Liquid to this degree. Yes, Shiver, I absolutely knew that this was going to be the case. They picked this at TI. I agree with Odie Fogged that they absolutely know how to run this lineup. And to be honest, the Death Prophet just didn't work out. That seemed like Extreme is out. Or they're mathematically very likely to be out, or maybe they're not feeling themselves too much, or they're experimenting with stuff. But it was a failed experiment, Lacoste.
Okay, they're not out.
They're not out yet, so they still have to play at least one more game, maybe 2 more games, and then we'll see what happens. But yeah, I was not feeling this Dead Prophet pick. I think their draft was fine with 4 other heroes, but the last pick, Dead Prophet, this is something that happens with the team. I mean, they also picked Rubik, which looked good on paper. It does counter Underlord when we were talking about him getting the Firestorm, getting the big Pit of Malice. There were some really nice spells to steal, but something is off with this team, especially from the offlane, something that we did talk about Tundra, where their offlane and support duo didn't really do much. They did wake up earlier today and they showed that they can improve. For Extreme Gaming, XXS, he doesn't feel too comfortable, I would say, playing these type of heroes that is like Bristleback. We talk about him being the Blink initiator when he's playing Centaur, when he's playing Mars, he really does shine. And this Bristleback just doesn't feel like it's a pick for him. And also the heroes that they had in this game with the Dead Prophet just doesn't feel there's too much synergy, and most of the damage is physical, so it's very easy to itemize against it.
I think they're trying to figure him out. Not you, I'm pointing at you, but it's more like I'm taking the point from you. XXS had that Beastmaster performance where he did 5k hero damage.
Yeah.
I'm sure his team was giving him shit over that. I'm sure he was beating himself up about that. Any Dota player would. It sucks when those games happen.
Yeah.
And then you're kind of like, okay, what am I going to play now? Like, what are my heroes for this tournament? I have a very small amount of time to practice, to do my pubs. What am I going to play? So he actually was spamming the Bristleback in pubs, and he had something like an 85% win rate with it over 10 matches. It was actually his most played hero.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense for 10 matches. The math doesn't work out, but
we know what you mean.
You know
it's
what
all
I mean.
good.
And I am concerned that if the hero that is actually working for you in your pubs and the hero that you think is like, okay, maybe I'm feeling a little uncomfortable on the Beastmaster and that archetype of hero, let me try the Bristleback, it's working for me in pubs, and then that doesn't work, what do we do for XXS?
I think we have to go back to carry. I think we're going to go back to jug or some stuff. Because right now, they feel lost. A lot of the times we do say that Extreme Gaming, they show up really well prepared for game number 1. And this time around, didn't feel like that's good of a preparation, I got to say. Because they got dismantled, getting picked off. You would see Boxy run in, and suddenly you have this global presence, Storm zipping in. You have Nature's Prophet TPing or Underlord with the gate. So this is very easy type to execute, especially if you spread them around. And that Prophet, she's the type of a hero that wants to be with the team. They need to go together. But if you're not doing anything with the Exo, it feels bad. And also, how many times did we see Ame pop Eclipse just to kill Pagna immediately? And I don't think it's working out. I also think they need to start thinking about lanes. Again, they look the best when Ame feels comfortable, when he's controlling the tempo, when they are ahead. But if they lose all the lanes, pretty hard to come back.
Yeah, it's also pretty hard to come back if you can't see things. Seeing things is incredibly important. And that's why we have the Kitty Award of the game, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Sheaves. I feel like the story of this game, as Lacoste was mentioning, was XG having a difficulty grouping up against the global presence of the Storm and the Nature's Prophet. And it felt like this was pretty much the story of the game here, where they're all grouped up. You see that XG and XM just feels like he's going to force things, and there's a ward in the river from Liquid that sees that even though they were all just together on the side of XG, that the moment one of them separates, they have so much catch, so much punish on the side of Liquid, and it felt like Liquid could take all the fights that they wanted and avoid all the fights that they didn't want. And on the other hand, you could just kind of feel the panic and forced nature of the movements that XG was making, and that just sums it up right there. Like, that's your overall last pick Death Prophet, and your team was literally just right there. I'm sure all of us can relate in pubs where you're like, wait, where'd everyone go? And
no.
you just happen to be on an enemy river ward as well. It's unfortunate, but definitely back to the drawing board with that last pick, and hopefully XG can show us a little something different in game.
Well, to be honest, every series they've played so far has gone the full distance, so let's see if they can keep up that trend in game number 2.
Covered in gold, covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams, we will shine, only believe, only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. We just wanna be the
NHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Game number 2 coming your way, Extreme and Team Liquid. It's Team Liquid that took game 1. We're going to find out if Extreme can continue their trend of forcing a third game to the series. Yesterday we saw them take their first series victory in the entire second group stages here at DreamLeague. And if they want to repeat the success and still be kept in the tournament, or at least have a chance to make it further than just this group stage, they need to win this upcoming game. Let's find out if they can. I'm joined by Jenkins, by Lacoste and BSJ, and we are moments away from the draft from game number 2. It does feel a little bit, Brian, that the Death Prophet that we got from Extreme in the previous game was not a success. A little bit of experiment.
Yeah, they were cooking up some secret sauce, maybe added a little bit too much salt in there, but I would say that XG, they're notorious for forcing game 3, and Liquid is notorious for not having 2 solid games in a row.
Hey,
so
what
we're
a
looking like
combo.
some 3-game Dota here, and we'd love it to go, 90 minutes, get some like tier 5 items in there, maybe 3 or 4 refreshers per team. That's what I'm eyeing for game number 2, Shoot.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the track record of these teams, there's definitely potential for that. What do you want to see, Jenkins, game number 2? Because I know we have all our own ideas about what Extreme should be doing differently every time. What do you think this time around is the problem?
Here's 6 neutral items, Shiver.
They don't exist.
At 90 minutes, they spawn. Nobody's ever seen them before. Now, I want to see some XM Sniper. I want to see some XM Puck. I want to see some XM Viper. Go back to the classics. Play some tempo. Have Ame play a fast hero. Cut out the bullshit. Don't pick Luna. That's old meta. Let's go back to the fast heroes and then get XM one of his Siggy's mid.
I'm looking at XXS. My boy from the Offlane, he's been kind of struggling. I want to see some Blink Stun paired up with the mid that can go around and also make a play happen, because that Prophet's definitely not that hero. I think if we substitute from the previous draft, put this Bristleback to some of Mars, because I said it multiple times that these 2 supports, they need to get jumped. Otherwise, they have pretty free spell casting, which they did in most of the situations. A lot of times you would see Luna using Eclipse, getting on top of Insania, dying. Maybe there's going to be a casual buyback. Suddenly, there's not enough damage to kill any of these heroes because they are super tanky. Tankiness that Underlord brought. So I want to see something from the offlane and the mid lane that has synergy. Because right now, from Bristleback and Dead Prophet, I don't see any.
Okay, well, let's see what we get. This time, Alchemist, even though it got ignored the entire previous game, first phase banned in the side of Team Liquid. Also, the Naga Sand King Tusk removed. Beastmaster and Muerta get banned in the first phase. Muerta was ignored again in the previous game. That does mean that of all the heroes that Liquid banned out previously, Dawnbreaker is left in the pool. So is Medusa, and that's it. Yeah, those are the heroes that made it through that did not last time around. Pugna first phase pickup on the side of Extreme. I think nobody can be unhappy with that.
Yeah, usually Liquid responds to Pugna with Muerta, so I'm curious, since Muerta's taken out, what they decide to go for.
Maybe Dawn, just valuing that very highly.
Dawnbreaker looked good in most of their games.
I mean, I could also see Nature's Prophet stock going up, just knowing that Ame's probably feeling like playing it himself after watching the last game, and
yeah,
the more normal carry, I guess, didn't work out.
I like the Primal a lot, actually, because they did the Primal yesterday, I believe it was. No, it's 2 days ago. Where is it? It was 2 days ago against Tundra. It was a later pick Primal, but there was just very light disable, and yeah, Primal just runs rampant when Pugna kills the decrep target.
I think what you do now is, Because Clockwork, Dark Willow, these are two of the stronger heroes against Primal Beast. Supports that he doesn't like to play into, needs to maneuver through the Clockwork cogs and Bramble Maze. So Team Liquid, they have the first pick in the second phase, so they could ban one of these two and pick up the other and just pretty much secure the lane for Primal Beast. This is the hero that also feeds off supports who don't have any ways of stunning you.
The Alk ban might be explained by this Primal pick because Primal likes usually the ranged carries, and I'd say Alk's pretty much the only melee carry in the meta right now. So, like these BKB range guys, he loves playing into them, and I think they would opt to ban Clock, pick Willow, more likely if they do what you're saying, Lacoste, because they just have not had success with Clock. I hate to say it about these like best players in the world just won TI, but Insania just looks day and night when he's playing these defensive saver supports or like utility guys. Compared to the aggressive like Clocks and Tusks, he just doesn't look in his element there, and the win rates reflect that.
So what game is the perfect game for the Ogre Magi?
Every game's an Ogre game, Sheaves.
Well, why don't we see it more?
Yep. As long as they don't get Pugna, they have pretty much opted for Ogre in the last like 3 series. So I really do think they just value Pugna higher, and so I would be shocked if Ogre is not picked by Liquid here. I just think they'll probably go Boxy's hero in the next pick, and then they'll go Mickey plus Insania's pick in the 3rd, 4th, which is like Ogre plus range guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, surely Nature's Prophet is going to come out on one side.
You think so?
Like I feel like
I think so later. Later on, we're going to be seeing Nature's Prophet.
It's just he's like a hero who has 6 and 2 win rate, so it's really high, but it's also a hero that's been picked late on in the draft and like a perfect situation. So I just wonder, like, is it good enough to jam it in this current meta, or you know, like Primal Beast, for instance, I think is one of the best heroes in all of Dota against nature. So I highly doubt like he would pick it.
Yeah, Extreme. I don't think Extreme would take it.
Yeah, you just have the trample to get out of the trees, and you just kill him when he's on the map.
I could also just see like Ogre Morph. That's also.
That's I think it's going to be 3rd, 4th for Liquid. Yeah. Or do you think XG might snatch the Morph beforehand because it's pretty decent against Primal, I'd say?
I could see that. Maybe not the Ogre.
Yeah, no, they're not going to take Ogre most likely because of the Pugna. Have they ran 4 position Pugna? They have not. So this is... They've actually only played Pugna 1 time, XG, so... They do opt for the Hoodwink as opposed to the Willow. They leave Clockwork in there.
I think they've been prepping. I think they've been discussing what we talked about, the 2 support duo, but also decided to go for a different route because we've seen a lot of Dragonite as a response to Primal Beast, so they're already prepping for it to have like break mechanic from Hoodwink, break mechanic coming out from Primal Beast later on with the Aghanim Scepter if necessary. Good vibes inside of Extreme Gaming, Ame, with some big smiles.
Yeah, Let's see where they go from here.
No.
No.
What's he cooking there, Jenkins?
No, he's thinking Juggernaut.
Oh, God.
At least Jenkins is. I don't think Ame is.
I saw him lose to the Decrep on the other side.
Yes.
So there's no way they can lose now, he's saying.
It's
and
the
Will
perfect
is giving
draft.
up.
It's the perfect Juggernaut game.
Will is like, I don't want to see it. Are they going to pick
Are they going to pick
against
Jug or not? Come on.
How many times can I stand the same joke, please?
Let's pretend it was the first time.
Yeah, let's do that.
Maybe for the viewers as well. That was a good one, Brian.
Thanks, guys.
Funny. Love it. All right. Extreme is actually taking a lot of their
They're
time
really thinking about this Clockwork a lot. I was going to say, like, it's good against Primal. You can't charge into the cogs, or you can, but it immediately zaps you. Oh, no, you can't charge into the cogs now.
You can charge, but it zaps you after you go through the cog.
Okay.
But then it comes to mind that they do want Pugna as a 4, which you do Clockwork for, because so far Tianming has played both. Clockwork and Pugna.
No, PYW's played Clock 3 times.
PYW can... I'm sure they can play both. I would guess these guys are both playing it in their pubs right now. Both heroes are very strong in both positions.
Yeah.
I would argue they would want the Clock to be 5 just because it lanes really well against both of those heroes, I'd say, for a team like
you would want to have Clock in the lane against Primal, Pugna as a 4, with some melee position for XXS. Makes more sense.
Does Liquid ever pick Pango themselves? Because it can be flexed. Never mind, they pick Puck, so they're probably not going to do that.
You wanted to see next time Puck. You're going to get it.
Yeah,
how about the Sniper from Nisha right here.
Oh.
Immediately.
Yeah, because it's so good against Puck. It's also good against Pugna, I think. You all have 2 things to get out of Copper Cog.
Concussive grenade out of the Cog.
I know.
It's really impressive stuff.
I would not be surprised if they just...
Oh no, here's what's gonna happen. Liquid's gonna pick Sniper, and then Extreme's gonna pick Spectre. Okay, they go for the Tiny. Well, Nisha's the one guy that has made Tiny look like
relatively
okay. Hero. Yeah, he looks fine on the Tiny. It's a classic mid counter.
Yeah, he's rock solid on it.
It is.
Hey, an Ogre.
Ignoring Brian's comment, you can jump the backline Pugna, toss him in. You can toss Clock out of Cogs as well. So honestly, in terms of it being a good Tiny game, like in this patch, it can't really get better than this for seeing only 3 picks.
These are some really tanky boys. This is not much damage, at least now. Puck has no explosive damage. Damage from Clockwork needs to come in. Pugna also wants to get multiple rounds of spells in a fight. And I see Tiny, I see Primal Beast. These are some of the tankiest, because after the Bracer nerfs, we're still looking for the heroes that have high strength gain. And these 2 are pretty much up there. Back to you, Jenkins.
I'm just looking at some heroes that are very strong against Morphling. And I mean, honestly, in terms of carries, a lot of the heroes that are like listed as the best counters to Morphling are just not in the meta. I could see Liquid just going for a Nature's Prophet again, trying to up the tempo. That could be fine as a like pseudo counter to Morphling in the sense that you're just playing faster than he likes to play.
That's kind of signaling Nature's, to be honest, those 2 bans.
Yeah, but then surely it's going to be a Nature's ban coming out for Extreme right now.
Yeah, they might opt DK ban instead, just because it's more of a meta hero that still is in the pool. But I would not hate the Nature's ban, because looking at like Razor is something they pick, which you'd never pick in a morph. Gyro you'd never pick in a morph. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of the common picks left for Mickey are block picked by this morph.
Luna is still in the pool as well.
Luna's okay against morph, but she's also felt really underwhelming.
Luna's
but they do ban it. I think what Jenkins was mentioning about the tempo is something they have concern about, and Luna definitely represents that. True, I agree. Well said, Elephant.
Well said. All right, so for Extreme, we're looking for an offlaner. We had an instant Dawn and Timber ban from Liquid. They did not need to think about that. They go for Centaur. Nice and stable, right?
Yeah.
That's what we wanted to see in game 1. They didn't overcook. This looks pretty stable in terms of how they're going to be playing out the draft. So I'm liking their draft way more. Just want to see what Team Liquid is going to close out their draft with.
I think we might see a new hero from Mickey. I just don't know what it is, or it's going to be DK.
Why is Nature's Prophet no longer an option?
I think Centaur, pretty conceptually good counter to you. Puck, also a far better mid against you.
Hear me out. Lone Druid.
I would not hate it.
It's one of the highest win rates against Morph. It's good against Puck. You don't care about Clock or Pugna. I'm not sure how the Centaur lane goes, though.
Centaur's
fine.
low armor, so you're probably fine.
Probably fine.
0 armor hero. That looks like a Lone Druid pick from...
Yeah, that was a Lone Druid type smile there.
That's a... Yeah, I agree with Lone Druid drink from Saber there.
They have a full minute to discuss this one. I do like just a casual Dragonite. I think that's fine. Would give them some extra lockdown. For Puck, for Morphling as well. Seems like they already have the pick ready, but to go back to your Lone Druid point, nobody wanted to touch that hero after the nerfs at TI, but I think that hero is playable with a different facet.
That's Insania going, I don't want to support a Lone Druid.
He's got to play Ogre. I think he's got to have a very relaxing game on his hands.
He looks relaxed.
Yeah. I mean, Lone Druid is not the choice here. It's going to be the Monkey King.
Okay, I was thinking they might have gone that mid originally, like where the Tiny was picked. I thought that was another option for them. So it is a good game for Monkey King. I liked the Lone Druid because I thought of something that like punishes Centaur's low armor in lane, and Monkey King absolutely does that. I think he has like several Bloodlust targets on the side of Insania. Primal Beast is really good for that for the move speed. Tiny loves an extra 80 attack speed. So it doesn't just have to be like a ranged hyper carry to pair with their Ogre.
He'll multicast it anyway.
True.
So he's good.
True.
On all 3 cores, imagine that showing to a fight with some Solar Crest, Shard, and multicast Bloodlust on 3 of your cores.
Feels good.
It does feel good.
That sounds so strong. Tiny definitely hits really fast, so you want to right click a lot with that hero. I like the Monkey King. I think it's a fast tempo hero in the hands of Mickey. He'll be going through the portal. He'll be setting up ganks. I definitely think that it's not like a completely free Monkey King game by any means.
Yeah, you're playing at the Pugna. Puck from the mid lane, you're not playing the matchup, so you're not going to be dumpstering him. But
even Clock hitting you in trees with like Rocket and his ult.
I just think he has a lot of follow-up to his Boundless. Like, if he ever sees Puck, like, and he Boundless strikes, the time
they can definitely burn him down.
I like Liquid here, but I think XG's draft is better than it was game 1.
Okay, well, that's good news for the XG fans. We're going to find out if they can keep up with the tempo of Team Liquid in game number 2. But first, we're going to enjoy the tempo of the PugChamp Pandas.
Time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we get into this one between Liquid and Extreme. I'm ODPixel here with Fogs, and looking forward to see how this one goes down, because this is going to be basically Extreme playing for their tournament lives, right, Fogs? If they lose this, they're pretty much going to be out of the tournament. So they've got to win. They've got to win somehow.
And look at the heroes that they go for with it, right? They go for literally their absolute most comforts. You have the Puck, the Grandmaster XM, super comfortable on this one. XXS playing more of a team fight style, and the Morphling, of course, from Ame. Looking at these two supports, also two of the stronger ones. Looks like they are going to be pairing the Clockwork with the Centaur. That's a bit interesting. Rather than having the melee plus range, they're going to do a double range bottom versus the Monkey King. An interesting approach.
They're that scared of the Monkey King, I guess. What?
Yeah.
They don't want to get slapped by him.
Yeah, but that's what Pugna's usually there, because you go decrypt and all that too. So I don't know. That's a bit of an interesting choice. We'll see what PYW is able to do with it, because that can be a bit devastating when you're playing double melee into Monkey King. So we'll see how that goes down.
Oh, that's what. Yes, I thought you said they're playing double range into it. Yeah, they're playing double melee.
No, they're playing double melee into it.
Oh.
That's why I'm like, I don't know.
I guess they do want to get slapped by it.
I'm not sure, but it's, he can play around it with like some pushback plays, and they can cut the tree with the cogs if there is some like a mistake that comes out from Mickey. But an interesting choice that they've gone for there. XXS also, to point out, he went for Counter-Strike. The Facet.
That's a different game. What's the deal?
The Facet, that is. Not the horsepower.
He's not out of the tournament yet, you know. He doesn't have to start looking up a different game.
Not yet.
You know, he can still play some Dota.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see how this lane ends up going, because this does feel pretty tough since they've gone for this type of setup. And I've seen Mickey a lot of times, he just thrives when he's playing versus double melee. And this is a lineup where Liquid, they want to play fast again, get that type of lead. But XG, we will say, a way better draft, and it feels like a way better approach in case things go wrong. That last game, it felt like once things start going wrong, the game feels almost hopeless for them. This one, they're going to have the backup always of this Morphling, of this Puck, and toward the later stages of the game. If they can get there.
I'm looking forward to see how these lanes go down, because just thinking about it more, right, it's not only that the Pugna could have been pretty good against the Monkey.
I know.
It's the Clock.
The Clock versus the Primal.
Could have been pretty good against the Primal.
That's why I was saying I'm kind of confused to see why they did want to go for this one, but maybe just wanting to have that hard right clicker in a way to just attack the Primal Beast. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if this approach works from Extreme, as they're going to start just pulling waves bottom with the Clockwork. But that's just the way that you're not going to be able to play the lane. You have to just play to pull. So that does mean that it's going to be literally free farm for the side for Mickey. So yeah, just interesting to see that they've gone for this type of approach. Because I feel like most other teams, they would have just done it the standard
the other way around.
Yeah,
they would not have made this switch up.
Clock versus Primal, Pugna versus Monkey King, because you've got Decrypt to play around, and you've got ways to like blast and harass. Which Pugna is one of the best harassers in the game at the moment. So yeah, we'll see if this does pay off. Looking at the mid lane, XM, he is playing his super comfort pick. Nisha, he's one of the few that they were mentioning on the panel that is still making this tiny work versus the Puck. Also versus Pugna can work, because you've got the coverage of an Avalanche, and they might just actually lose Tianming up here. He cut his tree, so no bushwhack.
They'll still get him. That's, indeed, that was a bit clowny.
Yeah, but, I mean, there you go. That's also the problem with Pugna versus this lane is there's a lot of damage for this fragile hero.
So in this bottom lane, when would you say it kind of gets spooky for this Dire duo? Is
literally as soon as Ogre gets 2.
Okay, Ogre 2.
And they go.
And honestly, with the way that they've been able to get the XP, he's actually going to hit 2 kind of a similar time to when Mickey gets level 3.
Yeah, he's been giving him that a little bit of extra XP because of those creep pulls that were going down. PYW will get a side pull off here to maybe deny some of the creeps.
Okay.
But I can imagine they can get aggressive almost immediately once they do have that level 3 on Mickey. And
yeah, he's going to get it right with this creep.
And they do, yep.
Yeah, level 2 Insania, level 3 Mickey. So, Extreme, I have to be very careful on the next couple of waves.
Getting aggressive onto Boxy. A good blast, a good connection, but he is just fine. Being able to play himself around the tree line there. And right now, XM, he is handling himself in the mid lane. I've seen this mid lane now go much better for the pucks. I talked about it ad nauseum at TI. There's lots of different little interactions that happen with the phase shift nowadays where you can dodge either tree throws, tosses. So you're always keeping yourself sustained, and it just feels better for the puck overall. In the lane. In the game, though, Nisha, he's been kind of the biggest one that always has the answer versus the puck. Just remembering back to when Quinn was playing versus it as well, especially at TI, when he just seemed to always have his number. And this is not just a Tiny who's not amplified. It's a Tiny with a bloodlust at some points in the game. Now, we'll have to see if these lanes in particular do work out. Right now, it's not too bad for XXS, but they're putting hero pressure on Mickey.
Yeah, and this is the point, right, where you're able to get the Jingu up and you're able to start getting some heavy denies against the Centaur.
And PYW tries to go for a pull, but it actually pulls for Insania into a small cap. Top lane, Ame continuing to try to push Saberlight back. His CS is pretty good, all things considered, even though he doesn't have this clockwork to prevent the moves. But the kills, you know, Tianming, I'm just going to keep watching this Pugna in particular. One misstep.
Yeah, he could die.
And just dead.
Very easily against these two.
Yeah. Success. Now they get the connection, and now he's dead.
I don't know, Fog.
I don't know.
I mean, what's going on? I feel like I'd kind of like XG to win this the next one so we could ask them why they did this with the lanes. You know what I mean? I feel like that's one of those questions that's got to be asked.
Yeah, I agree. Boxy can play himself out of this, and Tianming will get the blast connection. Can he get the trade?
He's going to live. All right, there we go. I got to kill top.
Yeah, I don't know, stacking. So many games I've just seen XXS and PYW just struggle so much, and I feel like this game they chose to sack him.
They chose to struggle. Yeah. And this is the thing as well. We've seen so many games, right, where a Monkey King gets a free start and then it's just game over.
Yeah, he can make moves everywhere. He can itemize for the game too. This game, it's a pretty natural corrosion into defusal if Mickey wants to go for it as well too. So, and it's gonna be very fast timings because he's got a literal free lane. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be some sort of good old XM rotation. Or maybe Pugna, Tianming make his way down here trying to gank the Monkey King.
Yeah, maybe at some point soon. We'll get a courier snipe, PYW.
He's dead.
He's looking very dead.
Giving more kills here to the Monkey King lane.
Enabling his timings. That's going to be the corrosion pretty much done when he gets his courier back out. He did get the treads delivered before they got the courier sniped. Does have that increased potential inside the laning phase. And now I feel like you can actually maybe even leave Mika alone.
Yeah, he doesn't need anyone else.
He doesn't need anyone else versus
Centaur. He can play this lane perfectly solo now.
Yeah, so they can start looking to double check the runes with this Hoodwink and Ogre Magi versus the Puck, and they have this Tiny, so they actually have kill threat if XM's not careful too. If he steps up just a bit too far.
And they saw him drop the ward. Yeah, they're going to be able to get that D-ward.
Immediately taking that one out.
Tianming's coming with the rotation.
Monkey King's got ways to play around this.
He's already off the trees there. Nothing to be caught in the cogs by PYW.
And he expects there to be a ward there because of the way that Mickey dodged the gank, so he puts a sentry to check, but it's not actually there. And now mid, XM.
They caught him. He was not able to jump out to the orb. There's not a gold difference, but it feels like there could be one pretty soon.
Yeah.
This is starting, Fog.
I think it's going to have to be the Ame show again, because the Puck just feels like it's also going to have these answers versus the Tiny. As we said, it's quite a bit of lockdown from a distance versus him. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Mickey's actually queuing up the Battle Fury. Maybe because he's feeling I've the freest. The free game.
I'll tell you what, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that one.
That might give us a game free. I'm not a big Battle Fury believer in this patch.
You usually are too, so. There's Tianming. Can he play himself around this? He's got the decrep. Kaboom. Will drop down. They're going to contest the Wisdom as well too, PYW. He's getting pushed away. Mickey's going to be able to steal this one. They're going to be able to get double Wisdoms.
Yeah, I mean, XXS is trying to get over, but there's no way to stop Mickey from grabbing this. You don't want to walk up, surely.
He might just die.
Okay. Oh, that was a lovely little jump there from Mickey. Okay, XXS, at least he'll live.
But he builds up the Jingu and can potentially look for another play here. I mean, Mickey's been pretty on fire in these last few games that I've seen from him. His Morphling performance yesterday. Can they cut the tree? PYW wants to try, but Mickey very ready to make the aggressive move first. Another Boundless in 2. Won't be able to line it up. a masterclass in the safe lane. As the choice made from XG to put this lane down there, it's hurting XXS quite a bit. He's bottom of the cores already. Trying to get the XP under the tower here. They're going to deny a couple of these creeps. Gold lead 2K, and they have the XP advantage because they were able to take this double wisdoms. Ogre's level, quote-unquote 5, but he's 6. He's got multicast online because it's Ogre. As again...
They catch him once more, but the Decrepify is going to be there.
Live. Now can they turn it?
Good dream call onto both of them.
They don't have damage.
And backup's coming in from El Saberlito, so they have to be careful how they try and push on and finish these two, and they won't be able to do it.
That's the first dream coil used there from XM. Power Rune. XM should be able to get it. Boxy does get trapped. PYW.
This should be a kill.
We'll be able to find him.
There we go.
Give it XM.
He's going to turn that niche up. He's going to get the toss back into the grab. Ame's walked over to have a look at this.
He's got a point in morph. He can get involved. He can turn into the tiny.
Mickey has arrived as well. I don't know if they want to fight into this. He's got the avalanche on the three of them. He's going to try and burst through them with the waveform, but he doesn't do quite enough damage. Niche is able to walk away.
And now Ame,
he's in trouble. He's dead.
Oh, the desperation from XG, and it's not working. They're losing everybody.
Oh, this is
a beatdown already.
And it's going to be the one they go out on in terms of being able to stay in if they lose this. This is rough.
And Mickey is committing for Battle Fury because he's even getting involved with that Cornucopia too.
I mean, he's buying this not because he thinks it's good, but because he thinks the game's already over. He's like, I'm just going to buy Battle Fury. I can do what I want. This game's over.
Oh, and Ame gets pretty close to getting the kill, but then gets baited. There's the stick charge, and then they have, as we said, a ton of control to deal with this Morphling. That did feel like a bit of a desperate play for Ame, trying to get a bit of a trade kill, getting involved there. But losing another hero, it's a 4K lead pre-10 minutes, and they took double Wisdom Runes, so these supports, they're very high level.
Yeah.
Liquid feels like everything is just going absolutely perfect for them, and for XG, things are quickly kind of snowballing out of control. Can they get this kill onto Saberlight? They can't get the Clockwork
found
range.
XXS.
And they find the Centaur with just the two supports.
Middle tower is under attack.
Blink's going to be fairly almost done here for Nisha too. And they've got this ward behind the tower. They're even hunting already. Oh, XM, he just used his orb. Tanya, he's on top of him. Nisha's here. They've got the stun.
And Bushwhack's a follow-up. He's able to jump out in time with the Waning Rift.
He will be able to play himself out.
TPs are coming in. They can get something going here. The Dream call out onto the three of them. XXS moves into position. He's got the Who Stomp on towards Nisha.
They found XM.
And the backup's in from Mickey now. They're trying to finish Nisha off. They will get him. But now they've got to potentially run in with the Stampede. Mickey's going to look towards Tiaming. He'll turn with the Decrepify to slow him down. It comes to an end in a jump forward. Tiaming trying to hide under the tier 1, but they'll slowly but surely run him down, get the Jingu built up, and claim another kill for Mickey.
He's got Boundless. He's got Jingu. Might look for another move. Hasn't even had time to choose his neutral item. There we go. He will be able to get that safety bubble, but he's looking for another kill. Won't be able to find a target. But the tower, that objective will fall. They kill Nisha. They slow down some of his growth toward the Blink, but it really is Liquid just feeling like they're getting absolutely everything. Supports getting involved.
Radiant's top tower.
And these timings are going to be fast.
Let's see what they can go for now as this... Yeah, they're looking at this Monkey King. You know, Mickey's going to have an incredible battle.
It's going to be so fast. With treads, with corrosion, it's going to be pretty insane that he gets this timing. Then he can go for whatever item he wants to afterwards.
Yeah, he's just going to be so farmed.
Yeah.
It really is just the fact that he's had such a good start that he can go for this build and get away with it.
And he bloodlusted, right? So he's
That's
always
true.
going to have
That is
that
actually,
extra bit on
that
top
does
of
enable the availability of the Battle Fury for sure, because you have this buff up, giving you that attack speed.
And Ame, yes, he's got the Vlad. His farm, it's not too bad when you look at the cores in particular, but these Morphlings, they need so much time in these games, as we've seen. Most people have not been able to make it work in every scenario. Ame has had one or two where he has made it work, but this one, it's looking already very difficult for him to play versus, because the Blink now, it's on the Tiny, so it feels like the aggression's going to start coming Ame's way also quite quickly. There's the smoke. Actually, just has to. They have to attempt to slow the pace of the game down
somehow.
Somehow. And XM.
All I know is it.
The Blink's up.
There's the setup. The toss. Into the Bushwhack. He's gone.
They just make it look easy. And it's going to be the Power Rune also for Nisha. They can just continue making. They can continue this three, just making moves around constantly while the Monkey King is able to pick and choose and even get involved. Because Mickey, even though he's gone Battle Fury, he can fight early.
No, he can. He's that far ahead and has just the perfect sort of lineup around him. And in fact, he's going to find PYW.
Oh. Won't be able to get the finish off, will he?
Well, he might.
He just might. One more hit.
One more hit, one more! Oh, Houston comes in clutch just in time by XXS. So what do we save for now?
But Mickey just continues to stand his
And there it is, 12-minute Battle Fury for the Monkey King.
Has to be one of the most far Monkey Kings that we've seen.
Easily.
100 CS, 7.3k net worth at the 12-minute 30 mark. Crazy acceleration that Liquid's already been able to put. And of course, we're just gonna have to keep factoring it. Bloodlust on all 3 cores. It's strong. It's a Bloodlusted Tiny, it's a Bloodlusted Primal, it's a Bloodlusted Monkey King into this mid-game. XG, as we said, they have to start slowing things down or grouping up and finding opportunities to get a better type of scenario where they can pick some heroes off. But they're just low level as well, as we were mentioning. The support's not 6 yet. PYW will jungle, so he's got the 6 now. He's got the hook shot available.
Trying to get the pressure onto this tier 1 bottom. Liquid will let them take this.
The one also like small hopeful thing, of course, is as we see with Ame, there are some good heroes he can turn into this game, right? Turning into the Primal, turning into the Tiny, that's where he can look to get involved a bit early, but he has to be very careful because they do have tons of kill threat early on to him too.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're going to try and make the move towards mid with the smoke, see if they can catch with the Dream Coil setup.
They've got a ward down, it's going to get taken out right away. Take the hook shot though. Get both of them inside.
She's able to bounce up with the sharpshooter, and Nisha's already in with the avalanche onto the 2 of them. Look at the Dream Call out on the 3 of them. XXS moving into position. Who's stomped down onto both Insania and on towards Nisha. They'll lose the 2 supports here, Liquid. The cores are turning up. Mickey eyeing up whether he wants to get involved in the fight. They won't. They'll back off. So
good catch.
Get over. They get the double kill, and they don't lose anything for it.
Good catch on the 2 supports. A great hook shot coming out from PYW. They'll take whatever they can get at this point. They have to use quite a bit of ults to get it, but they need to get these type of kills to slow things down to get Ame online. And just find an amp damage, so he'll be able to back up, farm these jungle caps very quickly, and they will be able to get that Wisdom Rune secured. It doesn't get stolen away there from Liquid.
It's just going to be difficult for Ame to keep up with Mickey after you've got such a quick Battle Fury as the Monkey King. And just the fact that it's not only Mickey that has this crazy level of farm. Nisha and El Saberlighter right behind it.
I love that you're just going to keep calling him.
That's his name!
It is tagged.
I'm contractually binded to call them how they're tagged up, you know.
Tianming. He will not be so lucky to get out of this one. Mika is here. He's got the gap closed.
More money for the Monkey King.
More money. More problems. 15 minutes in. We're actually pinging the tower, potentially. Nisha is going to look to set up on the mid lane. I think they saw XM for a second here. XM, careful how you show.
Oh, yeah, the tiny combo into the boxy follow will do it if XM shows. There he goes, showing in the mid. They
get the silence.
Can't quite get the setup. No, maybe still. They can. As
he's going to maybe lit. No.
No, the final punch comes in before the phase shift or the orbs back up.
Instant trap set. They're just super ready to make that move for onto XM. They were pinging it even before he showed. It's actually checking the map. There was no ward. So they just anticipated that he was going to go for that farm. And Nisha, he's going to go Echo Saber. Doesn't need to go the Condor route. Doesn't feel like he does. And he's got that Bloodlust, so he can go for this right-click scaling build as well this game.
Is under attack.
Look at Insania's position.
Not a bad courier snipe there. He's able to take the recipe out from Ame, so there won't be any Manta available. Nisha's in with the combo. He's got enough on his own. He certainly has with that Echo. Second slap
hook shot.
Tianming down.
They should have Nisha here. He's completely alone. No way he gets out of this.
I mean, he's going to have Avalanche back up.
No way.
But Ame, with his own Avalanche toss, will be able to ensure that Nisha doesn't get a second chance to get the round of spells. So they get Nisha.
XG will take that.
And yeah, Ame getting the kill on that.
He did lose his Manta on the Courier, so did lose the recipe to a random Ogre Magi inside of his triangle, so is going to be delayed on that front. But it's not like he has any silence to dispel, so he can wait to be able to get that one when it respawns. Should be able to still get that farm. Yeah, just watching Mickey's growth. Almost the SNY finished. But it's a big kill. Anytime you can bring down this Tiny, it's a good influx that Ame, he desperately needs this game. He hears the Lotus Pool, and won't get caught there from Saberlighto. Aggressive wards placed. XM again. Has to be so careful how he showed himself. He showed.
Look at the bushwhack opening.
Just these two supports do so much damage at this point. They can connection. He's got a haste.
Oh, Oh, and he's quick enough to get away before the avalanche comes in from Nisha. So XM will be fine.
Good getaway. Like you can feel like the sweat dripping off XM's brow probably constantly inside of this game, though. He shows instantly they go on him, no matter what. Even if it's just 2 supports, just constantly putting that threat onto him. But Ame will say, good information. Thank you for showing me where those heroes are.
He's still farming well, honestly. For him to only be this much behind Mickey on a Monkey King that's having the freest game ever and dodging hook shots is pretty impressive stuff from Ame.
All things considered, right? You know, these silver linings are definitely something we are looking at here for XG in this game with the way that Liquid just been able to decimate this laning phase. And El Saberlighto will just go down the Shiva's route as we're going to watch this hook shot again.
Just as he's hopped off the tree. If he stood there a moment longer, it would have caught him.
Foxy.
He's got a lot of backup.
He does.
He's in with the combo. They're going to be able to burst for XM. He's able to get the phase shift up, but nowhere else to jump.
Time and time again, Nisha, he gets the grab. And he's got that extra burst damage because of this Echo Saber. Another 1,600 gold for him. It really is Ame versus the world. And it's not really that easy of a game for him when he's playing versus BKB piercing, disables, and just everybody has a stun, right? Every single one of the heroes of Liquid do have a way to lock him down as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Saberlight might look for an angle here if he has any TP rotation, but not the case. Looks like they're just pressuring towers instead. Tier 2 top is dead. Pre-20 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower
What's
is
McKay
under
going for
attack.
next after his SMY? He's looking to go straight for that nullifier. Against the Pugna.
Sure.
Dire's middle tower
To Decrepify, one of the few things he has to worry about, and having just straight raw damage as well as a Monkey King, it's nice. You know, when you're playing with this big damage you already have, these boundlesses are gonna hurt. That's also sometimes the benefit of having like the Battle Fury build. You get this plus 60 damage, then you get this nullifier, you're gonna have another plus 60. You're gonna hit super hard. Tianming. Yes, you creep off.
Look at the sharpshooter snipe there from Boxy.
And they're looking for the next move already. They want Ame. Mickey will scout him.
Up for him to start onto the Morph. Instania is going to find XXS, or maybe XXS is going to find him. Mickey is going to lay down the Wukong's command with the hook shot across P-Rider. He's trying to help out, but it's straight into the Wukongs. They just die immediately. They're lucky to jump out here, XM, but he's still going to get found as El Saberlighto gets him with the grab. The 3 of them dead.
And Ame lucky to even get out. Nisha still hunting. Close. He's got a blink. Does he have Spidey senses?
Oh, he's going to go for it.
He does.
Has he got enough damage? He does.
He does.
Is under attack.
Spidey senses.
It's a painful one. It really is, this one. Extreme. Not looking good here, Fogged.
No. I mean, they made this choice to go for these lanes. They chose to sacrifice success, and he's literally been not able to get involved this Centaur.
And it just really feels that in all of these games we've been seeing with the Monkey King getting through later in the draft, you just cannot. You've got to change something in the setup in the laning to make sure that the Monkey King doesn't get a free start. And this matchup felt like it was one of the Monkey Kings getting one of the freest starts with what they put down there in the lane against him.
They put double melee versus Samoan. And he's actually switching the build. He's queuing up Scotty. So he's like, you know what? I don't even really care about Decrepify.
Yeah.
I just need to deal with Morphling, go for the Scotty anti-heal, give him extra HP as well.
Yeah, it's good.
Very valuable.
He's going to be very hard to take down, Mickey.
And they already have a crit on Nisha too, so his damage is even more explosive. As we see XM living on a sliver of XP, maybe or HP in a couple of these situations. Now it's just not going to be the case with that small crit that he's picked up. And the Wisdom is able to get claimed, and Boxy is soon to surpass even XM and maybe even the Centaur in net worth with the way that this is going. When was the last time they got a kill? I mean, they got Nisha, what, at the 16-minute mark when he overextended it. Oh, and XXS, look at bottom. He showed under the ward for even a second there, and he's just... It's a painful one. If you're an XG fan. If you're a Liquid fan, you're loving this.
Absolutely, especially for the Liquid fans that have had to endure some of the tougher series that Liquid did start this group stage with.
Pretty much a solo kill there from Boxy. Tianming also going to get brought down. It feels like they just have nowhere to go. Nisha, just blinking into the Ancients on top of Ame. Shield Rune takes 0 damage. Meanwhile, they're chasing XM. Look at the map state. Look at, like, nobody can play on the side of XG. They have 3 heroes dead, and they're just getting run down on every lane. XM's potentially getting caught off by the Monkey King, too, and amp damage.
It's an amp damage.
They've got him.
There's the setup.
Liquid is masterclassing the way that they're playing with around the map, too, right? They're just completely controlling everything. There's literally no places for XG to step outside and farm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ame comes and cleans 1 Ancient up, and then every single time, it's almost at risk of dying for that 1 Ancient.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Mickey swinging across.
Might continue.
Dire's middle tower.
They have any control. And they don't understand. People get Ame to the side. Actually, I said they still get him with the Atos. He's got the Manta. He's able to waveform away.
He's got the Avatar.
He wants to go in.
Toss him back.
Have they got anything further? They've got the grab. They've got him caught. He's been decrepified, so a little bit of protection, but not enough. Mickey still takes him out. I don't know how much more of this they're going to want to play, Fog.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's their last hope, though, right?
Yeah,
so
they needed
probably
the win
will continue,
here
but this
to have a
not
chance.
killing anyone. That's these timing. This is the most insane item timings I've seen from a Monkey. He's got the Scotty coming out also, and he's level 18.
23 minutes.
What's his GPM? It's 715.
You know, the Battle Fury paid off perfectly here.
Yeah.
How fast he was going to get it. Mickey knew, he was like, nothing's going to happen. I've won this game. I'm just going to get Battle Fury first.
Sure.
Completely out-farm them and outplay them.
This game's completely over.
He faced 0 challenges this game.
Yeah.
Okay, it feels like.
And it was the choice of XG to put the lanes like that. Again, we're going to keep reiterating it. You know, putting the clocks.
I feel like we've got to ask, or at least the panel's got to check, at least like in the interview, if Liquid have any idea, maybe, because obviously we're not very smart. You know, we're casting the game, we're not playing the game.
Sure.
Liquid, maybe they have an idea why XG did this lane setup against them. Because on paper, doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, and in play as well, it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, Clockwork just naturally versus Primal Beast. Right? That's a natural one. And also
people do.
It's just multiple different reasons, right? It's like the natural counter versus the Primal. It's a melee plus ranged lane. Same thing for bottom. Pugna has been traditionally played. I mean, it's traditionally played as a 5. Or, I mean, it's played both, depending on the team. But, yeah. They asked for this a bit as, I mean, Liquid, they also kind of got exactly what they wanted, I felt, in this draft, as we see the punch onto the Roche from Saberlight. And I mean, we have to say, though, they have executed it pretty much perfectly, right? Nisha playing this Tiny, he's been spectacular on it, but they've just set the trap every time. For XM, in particular, just unable to play his puck. Even though it's one of his most comfortable heroes, he's 1 in 8. I mean, all the score lines are going to look pretty sad on the side of XG because of how this game state is, but they just haven't been able to play the game.
It's just a bit too much for Ame to be able to carry this one.
Yeah. Scotty's done, Shiva's is done. They already have the HP counters versus the regen of the Morph as well, on top of just having this insane item timings. Let's look at XXS. He's looking to like cut some creep waves or kill some couriers maybe? Unsure. XM shows for a second, immediately starting to get run down, and he can't get away. They're just bullying him. 1 in 9. They're really giving him no hope to even get farm on the map. There's also the clock.
He's dead.
He dead.
Everybody dead.
Oh, another one. Dive him.
Dead.
Building. Dead.
Very deaded. Building dead.
Bing bong.
Game dead. This game, not the actual.
Yes.
Dota 2 is amazing. But this game,
it's dope.
It's dead. As this top one, tower's gone.
Next tower, puck. He's gonna buy back. They don't want to lose Megas at this point at 26 minutes in, but XM might just get jumped right away. The final chance.
Here we go.
XG's gonna try.
One more shot. There's the jump. Who's stopped on the one, but the BKB was out already by El Saberlito. XXS, he's dead. He has got buyback. Now look to Nisha, but the Bush Raid's going to catch Ame. It's a beautiful setup there from Boxy. Ame has to wait for back to the fountain. They get the grab nonetheless. The sharpshooter shot comes in from Boxy, and GG is called. Whew. Rough one for XG. They needed the wins. They weren't even close to getting them. Liquid, they stomp them. This game too
beat down.
It was a really, really rough one, this one.
Yeah, an absolute beatdown. From start to finish, just pretty much perfect play from everybody on the side of Liquid. Great draft. Whoever called for the last pick, Monkey King, it felt absolutely perfect too. It just seemed like XG, they had literally 0 answers versus this.
Yeah, it's just one of those heroes for Mickey, right? There's if he gets the hero as a last pick, he's probably going to win. And if he gets the hero as a last pick, and you don't have any answer to what to lane against it in the lane, then he's definitely going to win.
He's been on, as we mentioned, He's been on fire in a lot of the games. Liquid has had a couple of these games that they've struggled, but I mean, Mickey, for me, in most of them, he's delivering. His Morphling performance yesterday, his Nature's Prophet earlier, and a couple of the other ones that we've seen from him. Yeah, he's on fire. He's not really making many mistakes at all. In this game, he literally made 0, 12, 0, and 11. Wow. Dominates the lane, moves all over the place, and he gets to go Battle Fury.
He does. He does indeed. The Battle Fury can still win games when you get it at 12 minutes in, and nothing is done against it. Mickey, he was cruising through this game. 12-0-11, as you say. Rough times for Extreme. As I said, they needed the wins. They didn't get them. They didn't get close to getting them. Team Liquid walk all over them today and get the 2-0.
Yeah, painful as it is for Extreme, I will say this series does mark their exit. They will not move on to the next stage, to the playoff stage of DreamLeague Season 24. And it's unfortunate for them that it happens in a series where they did not get even a game win, unlike all their other games today. Of course, the series that they have tomorrow will still matter because seeding does matter for the amount of points you get, but this will be the end of them. At the other side, though, Lacoste, we do have to start by highlighting Team Liquid because this felt like one of the more comfortable games I've seen Team Liquid play in a while.
Pretty much. I think this might have been one of the biggest stomps that we've seen so far in the tournament, especially for the group stage 2. They were completely dominating from start to finish. The whole series, pretty much, they had their numbers. We saw that Extreme Gaming, sometimes they do a very well-prepared draft. This was definitely not one of them in both of these games. Team Liquid, they were really cooking this hard, getting this Monkey King last pick for Mickey. Mickey, as Fog pointed out, is not making mistakes. He bought Battle Fury. First part of the name is Battle, so he battles enemy heroes.
Right.
He goes for the 7-minute rune, steals that one. Perfect gameplay from Liquid. This is what I expected him to play. So far in the tournament, they were a bit lackluster first couple of games, but seems like they are shaping up.
I agree. This team won a TI.
Yeah, they're good.
They're a good
team.
They're a good team.
Very solid. And
who could have foreseen it?
This is something that I'm going to quote Mira really terribly, but in prior DreamLeague seasons, she has said something along the lines of people often forget about Mickey because let's be honest, he's on a team with Nisha. Nisha is the shining, bright star of the show a lot of the time. And in some tournaments, he just proves that he is the best player. He's carrying the hell out of Liquid. Nisha had a really solid game, but Mickey played so well, and he's had such a good tournament. The amount of games where he has literally 0 deaths, he might be the most 0 death player in the tournament.
Yeah, he's also taking over the captain role, so he has to focus on different stuff, but he's still able to play his game. Sometimes we would see these captains taking a little bit more time to focus on other things as well. Sometimes their gameplay is suffering because of that, but Mickey seems like after taking the captain's role, his individual gameplay is also getting better.
It is definitely getting better. I will say this game too, I know we were thinking that Liquid had the better draft, but we did say that Extreme had a better draft than the game before that, so I was expecting a little bit more oomph from them in this game in particular. Why couldn't they get anything off the ground here, Lacoste?
They fell apart so quickly. They were just lacking damage in this one. I thought that the lanes are not gonna go as bad as they did because of these early rotations. You have Tiny, Primal Beast, Monkey King. These heroes are very Ogre as well. These heroes are super difficult to kill. You just don't have enough damage. And once Ogre hits that level 2, level 3, he's the strongest hero on the map. Immediately they start to play aggressive. They're also playing around Mickey. Primal Beast has a pretty free lane as well, the way they laned, and you can always do something with the Primal Beast. If you don't like your lane, creepscape, drag it, there's always going to be extra farm for Primal Beast.
Yeah, I really like the early Primal for this team. They're obviously trying to figure out ways to slot in Saberlight with regards to play. I'd say more so with regards to draft, because anytime you're slotting in a player who's exceptionally skilled, like that's probably going to come naturally, but the draft is something you actually have to talk about first. And the Primal Beast, like you said, it's something that can always just wave cut. I think giving him like very high priority in the draft, maybe his hero pool is currently a little too limited for that, and that's something that they can work on going forward. But definitely looks good for them. I like the early pick Primal.
Yeah, it's. I feel like it's kind of classic Team Liquid what we're seeing here in terms of the group stage 2 in general. Not classic in terms of DreamLeague, because generally they didn't do so well in DreamLeagues, but they did not do well for the first half of DreamLeague. They went 0-3. They're now 3-3. So they're on the cusp of either just straight up making it to the playoffs or playing tiebreakers to do so. Depends on results later today and tomorrow as well. But it's looking very good. It looks like something did indeed click. Something that is also clicking. I don't know where I was going with this, Brian.
Brian clicked some buttons.
Click some buttons.
Oh, okay. I was clicking there, Sheaves. I've got the Acer Predator head-to-head. That's what I'm clicking on right now. And for this game, I decided to go with the carries, Mickey versus Ame. And this is just going to be a pure outclass in terms of the stats. We have about 7K net worth advantage going for Mickey. We have a yikes on the K to D score, 12-0-11 compared to the 1-4-2. And for the damage output, 22K to 9K. And we've got some clips here of Mickey just kind of steamrolling the map. This is a Treads Battle Fury Monkey King ganking. That's pretty indicative of Snowball if I've ever heard of one, because you should usually be farming. This is going to be a sick Wukong's into a several-man stun. And you're seeing how these 22K damage numbers got racked up over the course of this game. Panel's already talked about it. We'll say it again. That was a flawless performance from Mickey this game. And after that fight, it even looked like Ame might have escaped, but this is the life that he was living pretty much the entire course of the game. So hats off to Liquid and sayonara to Extreme.
Sayonara to Extreme.
Computer, can we pull up a picture of Ame, please?
No, we cannot. We can, however, pull up a picture of Nisha. Actually, it's a live picture. It's video. We've got the technology. Hey, Nisha, congratulations on the series. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, yeah. I guess we're winning, finally.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about that because the first half of the group stages looked very different for you guys than the second half of the group stages.
Mm-hmm.
What do you contribute it to? Like, how do you feel like, you know, it's finally starting to gel again now?
I mean, maybe, I guess. I don't know. I think we just played pretty rough opponents at the first 3 matches.
Mm-hmm.
And then something clicked, I guess. I don't know. I don't think we play much better than we did at the start, but it's nice.
Where do you rank Betboom? Because they are your next opponent tomorrow. You're the only team you haven't faced yet. So if you're saying like it's opponents that, you know, hard and less hard, what do you think?
Okay, they're on the top of the group, and I think they beat us like 3 times already. So yeah, they're pretty high.
You got this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to know about a couple mid heroes actually, Nisha, because you've played quite a wide variety over the last week and a half, and you're one of the few mids that is able to at the moment pull off Tiny. Like we've seen other teams try, and it just doesn't look good. But you make it look good. So I would love. I will name a couple heroes, and if you can rank them for your opinion and what you think, that would be wonderful. Okay. And it's Tiny, Storm, Earth Spirit, and Invoker.
That's an interesting one. I'll go with Invo first.
Yeah.
Because like you cannot counter him on lane. Then I'll go with Storm because it's bugged. The damage is unlucky.
Yeah.
And then Earth Spirit is just broken as well. And then Tiny. Tiny's like okay, he's like there.
Okay, and if you're thinking, you're feeling like, I mean, we saw the numbers that Storm is indeed bugged with the overload. Why is he not winning more? Because Storm Spirit's win rate's actually pretty garbage right now.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. Maybe because I played it once.
Nobody has the numbers here. Lovely.
But I don't know. Not sure. Maybe player skill.
Skill issue.
If Mallorin plays it, it's pretty win, I guess.
We've also seen quite a few Embers slotted in against the Storm. How would you rate that hero if you were to put it somewhere?
Nah, I do not like that one.
No? It seems to be the new flavor, or at least the flavor of the last 2 days that we've been seeing against Storm anyway. How about that?
It's okay against Storm, but like it doesn't scale that well, I think. Like Leipnir is nerfed. Mage Slayer is not the greatest. You kind of lack HP. I don't know.
Okay, not feeling it.
Yeah.
Nisha, what did you do after TI in terms of something that you normally don't do after TI? Like something that you did because you won?
Did I do anything interesting? I don't think so.
Like did you buy yourself a present? Did
No, I
you buy something, or did you go somewhere, or did you do something?
I don't think I did anything crazy. I did go to Berlin, visit Jabba.
Yeah.
But to be honest, nothing crazy. It's still coming.
It's still you have something planned?
Yeah.
Ooh, what do you got planned?
But nothing to share.
Okay, that's fine.
Nothing.
That's fine. But you got
Alright.
something that you're planning for yourself, that you have specifically because you want TI.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Did anything else that you feel like in your life changed because you won TI? Because obviously it's a gigantic achievement. And we know several stories of players that, like, you know, they continue the drive. It's like, well, one's not enough. I need to win two. So nothing really changes other than you need to win another TI.
Yeah, I'll go with that one, to be honest.
Yeah?
Like, the second one is... the first one, when someone won it twice, winning it once doesn't mean that much.
I think you're selling yourself a little bit short here as well, but that's fair. We're going for the second one. I'm going to send you over to Brian, by the way, who's going to ask you some Dota questions.
Okay.
That is the exact opposite of what I'm going to ask you today, Nisha. As you said that you guys, you know, maybe it was a difference of opponents you've played throughout the group, but I've got a theory of my own, and I'm wondering, is it possible that now that you guys have been to boot camp for about 2 weeks, that it's actually the gym sessions with Blitz and the crew that have whipped you into shape towards the latter stage of Group Stage 2?
I wish I could say yes, but every time I ask him to come with me, he like, you know, he doesn't go because his shoulder hurts, something, so many fucking excuses. But if, you know, if you're here, suddenly he's going.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry I couldn't help you out there. I guess my question is, so I've seen even like Mickey overtime, sometimes Insania goes at nighttime. Is Saberlight joining you at the gym?
He used to, but I don't know if he's still going. But KP is going for sure. And Boxy sometimes, yeah.
I mean, he talks a big game. I know you've been bulking up, and that's like undeniable just looking at you, but does Saberlight skip leg day?
Oh, he does sound like a guy that skips, but he kind of went a couple times with us for leg day, yeah.
Nice. That explains the playing better over time. Thank you, buddy.
Okay, there's nothing Dota related coming from Ryan today. Really awesome. Nisha, this series that you played today was incredibly strong. Congratulations once again on getting now a 3-3 score. And tomorrow up against BetBoom, good luck. And hopefully talk to you again some other time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to head over to the other side of the studio because while we were talking to Nisha, while we were watching the whole series, this man has been hard at work. Kazu,
hard at work.
I know. I had to drag you away from you. You have to stop your research. Your research is done. What did you research?
What I researched, Shiver, was my phone.
What?
Because I will take all of you down memory lane of Kazu's 2024 photo pictures of all the talents. So, computer, can we roll memory lane?
A trip down memory lane.
Absolutely, Shiva. I'm gonna take you guys through my phone, through the best pictures I have.
You are supposed to block those. Those are not allowed on Twitch.
What's not allowed?
Nipples.
They're fine.
Well, sucks, I guess.
Nipples are fine.
I just handed off all the pictures. Jenkins, what's the backstory of this picture, if I may ask?
This is my Kickstarter for the game Relic Arena. Go wishlist us on Steam, relicarena.com. Thank you for the free shout out.
I tried to make a sticker yesterday out of this picture because he sent it to me and WhatsApp didn't even recognize it. Just made a sticker out of Suns fan.
I was really naked there, but
I believe
that's
you.
Why. That was real.
Brian, you got any thoughts on this picture?
I have to say it about sums up what you can expect from playing his game Relic Arena. Check it out at relicarena.com.
Yeah, not a sponsored ad, by the way. So we can go to picture number 2. I don't remember the order. So this is me. This is me and my boy Lacoste Stippy in Romania.
Yeah.
Playing the best game of all time, aka Japonski. Yesterday, Brian was it 2 days ago?
It was 2 days ago.
Yeah, he got really into it because this
I can attest. That game is fun. That's
you were so hyped.
It's a solo RPG, like dungeon crawler type of a game, but we played it as 2 because there's a lot of work. You have to write stuff down.
You need to roll the dice.
There's a lot of things to do.
Wait, you guys play as a team and solo?
Yeah.
That's kind of cute.
Yeah, write that down in your notebook for your future game, Jenkins.
Don't make fun of me.
All right, another not sponsored segment. Let's get on to the third slide of my memory lane. Yeah, so this was Jenkins, me, and Shannon in Birmingham. We went to some anime store. Was it an anime store?
Yes, it was an anime store.
Yeah, and Jenkins is just looking, you know, real cute. He's dressed like Sherlock Holmes. I don't even know what's on the pictures, but you know, it's a cute picture.
Those were gifts.
They were gifts for who?
Are they spoils or they have already been delivered?
Were gifts for someone we shall not mention. Anyhow, on to the next picture.
Never mind, remove this picture.
It might be hard for you guys to see. This is also in Birmingham.
Very hard for me.
This is someone who was always in the talent lounge, even though he was
I don't
not.
need to see
Jack?
the picture.
It's Jack Chen.
Yeah. If you were just saying that, I would instantly know.
So for everyone knowing, Jack Chen isn't really part of he wasn't an active talent because he was with G2IG.
Yes.
But every day, this guy would just come into the talent lounge and steal a computer and play some
He was playing
Dota.
15 games a day at this point. We would look and it was 8 a.m. and we'd be like, he was up at 5 a.m. playing, and his team was playing at like the first series, like 9, 10 a.m.
He was doing the homework, of course.
Yeah, but no, he is not the coach. He's the general manager.
But at some point, at some point,
he doesn't need to be.
It was him and their manager playing next to each other.
That is true. But that was, I think, after they were eliminated.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe?
checks
I don't
out
know.
with him not being there ever. All right, picture number, I've lost count. Next one. So this is, let's do a little quiz. So this is Tsunami and I. We traveled after an event. I think you were actually also there, Shivers.
But I've not seen Neil on a little thing. First of all, he's on Lufthansa.
Yeah. Jenkins,
Wait, no, wasn't it that I had a different flight from you guys?
This is gonna be a quiz.
No,
question.
I think you were with me. Which airport is this, Jenkins?
I have no idea.
It's
Germany?
a big airport. It is in Germany.
Munich?
Bing, ding, ding, ding. This guy gets it.
I didn't travel over Munich to this.
We went together here, I'm pretty sure. It was after Waluigi. First Waluigi event. PGL Waluigi.
Yeah, well, I know the
It's
event.
like deciphering another language. Listen.
Okay, going to the next slide. Sorry, guys.
Remember.
This is Shannon. At the first Esports World Cup, we went to Mama Nura.
Oh, that place is so good.
One of the best places. And if you can tell, he is having a lot of hot sauce, and he's really, really enjoying the shawarma.
Having the time of his life.
You know, the best thing for him is eating shawarma.
How hot is that sauce?
It's not that hot.
How many bottles did he buy last time when he was at EWC?
I think first time he went, he bought like 2, but then he emptied them so fast that the last time he went, he bought like 5.
He actually got a crate. A guy contacted him when he was talking about the hot sauce on his podcast.
He got a crate?
And then somebody gave him a crate of the hot sauce.
I think actually he would have been very happy with that.
He was very happy.
Yeah,
with it.
I bet.
He really liked that hot sauce. It was.
I want this hot sauce. If you want me to talk about your hot sauce more, you know, check me out. Let's get into the next slide. This is Jenkins also at the Esports World Cup. I'm pretty sure you try to taste what gold tastes like, Jenkins.
You're supposed to.
Yes, that was real gold. The
24 karat.
What were they
24
called?
karat gold.
What were we calling those?
The keys.
The keys. The keys.
Yeah.
Yeah, the keys.
What did it taste like, Jenkins?
I don't know why I did that. It tasted like, you know when you like are flossing your teeth and then you start bleeding? There's that like metallic taste in your mouth.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever licked a battery?
Yeah, no, it's like that. It is like that. Yeah, that's another good one. Like a mix between blood and battery.
Wonderful.
All right, on to the next one, please. This is Effie, I think. This is also, of course, at the Esports World Cup. I think we were maybe not enjoying...
No, Effie also hurt her foot, so she had to sit down the whole time.
Yes, her ankle was hurt, and we didn't have enough chairs, which I will say, that was not cool.
No, but they fixed that.
Okay, they did fix that.
Yeah, that was fixed fairly fast.
My bad. We'll get to
himself fired right
We'll
now.
get to the next slide. I don't want to get fired.
Apparently too.
This is the lovely caster duo, and this is Lacoste where the sticker
One
comes
of my
from.
favorite stickers.
Yeah.
Yeah, can be
It's
used
a good
in
sticker.
so many situations, and you can see Fogged as well in his PJs. Of course, always wearing that.
The
one
only
of the
outfit
most
he owns.
comfortable ones. Has only 6 pairs left.
That's a really nice turtleneck for Owen, actually. He should wear those more.
Yeah, and this is also an upcoming caster duo for Honor of Kings, which is what they're practicing right there.
Exactly. They were really deep into the
Yeah,
game.
they were.
Oh, man.
I was too. How
do you know it's a turtleneck and not a tortoise neck?
For people that didn't catch yesterday's broadcast, that's a side joke.
Yeah, check it out again. All right, we got into the next slide. I think we're like 2/3 of the way.
Oh, I remember this too.
You guys remember this? We did content. We were driving some gold carts.
Can I say the context?
Please.
So we were asked to record little videos for the start of the day, and once we realized that we could include golf carts in our content, we tried to think of any excuse possible to include golf carts in our videos, so that we could drive the golf carts. And, I did drive a lot of golf carts.
It was pretty good.
I had a race, I had a tour, I picked people up from sitting down or something.
Right after we got coffee, the only bad part was it was like 50 degrees.
Yeah, it was very hot.
Celsius, not Fahrenheit or whatever.
It's very hot.
On to the next. This is classic Slack. Just I don't even know what he's eating.
Meat. He
But
just eats
yeah,
meat.
meat. Yeah, I just had to include. You know, this is I think the Dream League before this one.
Yeah, because it's here. Because you see the wall where you always make the sound.
It's our green room.
Yeah, where I keep bumping against the wall.
Yeah.
On to the next one. This is Jenkins in, you know, one of the very normal outfits, of course, wearing plastic gloves. Jenkins, any?
I don't know what I was doing, dude. Those were dark times. I don't remember. Was that last week?
No.
No,
yeah,
those were dark
also
times. Don't worry, we have pictures from last week as well. Let's get into the next one here. This, of course, this is the newest
you're
ammunition.
such an asshole.
This is ammunition
took a
of
picture
today.
of that.
I was trying to check if I can find, you know, another nugget, a +1, a +2. I took some close-ups.
Of everybody.
Of everybody. I will say condolences to the rest of you because...
Oh, because Lacoste is the only one that won?
This is by far the funniest one. You guys will have
I need a
to plan
plastic
production.
sturgeon. My nose is too big.
Your nose be big, but the picture do be funny.
Yeah, that's true.
Very good. Very good.
Don't think we have many left, but let's get into the next one here. This is,
He
of
did us
course,
dirty.
Jenkins in the spacesuit, one of my favorite costumes of this Dream League.
Jenkins, how hot it was.
I don't remember that.
You had a heat stroke.
I think I blacked out.
Computer, run the next simulation, please.
Oh,
Look at this.
Fluffy cloud.
This is one of my
Saga.
favorite things to see here at Dream League. This is Griff's dog, Saga. She is so freaking cute.
And fluffy.
And fluffy. You just want to like cuddle her.
And well behaved as well. Very well behaved.
Very well behaved.
trained, very
She's
well
a
trained.
very good girl.
Yeah.
And this is actually not the only dog at the studio. No, we will not be showing Jenkins.
I was expecting that.
We will. These are two other little super cute doggies. Their names are Salsa and Delta. I couldn't tell you which is which, but they're
Delta's
both
the one
here.
in the back.
Delta's the one in the back. Salsa is the one in the front. Also super cute. And I think yeah, next slide. I don't know.
We have dogs in the studio.
No, we have a lot of dogs, but no, for real. This is the entire crew of the last Dream League.
No, it's not the last
Few Dream Leagues
There's
ago.
literally
It's a couple Dream Leagues ago.
It
Shiver.
literally says 2022. We're at 2024
I
right
can't
now.
read numbers, Shiver. So it says 22.
It does say 22.
Yeah, so
The
it
last
says 22.
long Dream League.
Yeah.
The very
real
last
Dream
long
League.
Dream League, because I think it's just good. You know, we're all together. It's the crew. Everyone deserves to be appreciated. And that's my trip off the memory lane.
I like that the whole wholesomeness is in there. That's wonderful. Thank you for this trip down memory lane.
You're very welcome.
Is this literally for the last couple of hours? You just been scrolling through your...
I'm just finding like the best pictures. I submitted like 10 more
Yazoo,
pictures of Jenkins.
This is what my 67-year-old mom does when she goes on vacation.
Yeah?
In the East Coast. She shows me PowerPoints, and I'm just like, yep, that's a boat. Oh, yeah, there's another boat.
Are you telling me you didn't enjoy my
I enjoyed it.
trip?
I enjoyed
No, it was good.
I enjoyed the PowerPoints.
Good, good.
Yeah,
But I'm
I
just
think,
saying, there's only so many fucking boats you can look at before you're like, Mom, turn it off.
I think there's one
That's
important
good.
lesson here.
Oh.
When you take pictures and they're for memory lane,
Yeah.
you got to include people or dogs. But
I
you know,
agree.
not just statuary like objects like a boat.
Yeah, or stupid pictures from airports that people did in the stupid other game, like Tsunami.
They did an airport picture?
Yeah, he had like three
most
like
of them
pictures
were
of banana
from the
pizza,
airport.
chocolate
yeah,
pizza,
in the other
a
game.
duck at an airport. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, exactly. Very good, very good. All right, so people know that we are not ready yet to start the next game, and that's okay because we need absence to make the heart grow fonder and all that. Bet Boom and Spirit, they will wait a little bit, and you'll wait a little bit, and we'll wait a little bit as well. We'll be back after a break. I don't know yet with what, but stick
We'll be back.
around. We'll be back very soon.
Send you down to me. Only angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away. Trying to find the words to say. You
back. Well, I know you never left because you want to see what's happening. And I can tell you what's happening. Packet loss is happening. We got a little bit of an addition to our crew. Welcome Owen with a nice hand microphone test.
Hello. Good evening to you all.
And I got an envelope. Filled with queries for packet loss. Jenkins, real quick, what is packet loss?
Packet loss. It's a game of telephone where we're all turned around. We're given a prompt. You have to act out that prompt. The next person has to act out the prompt. Then the next person has to act out the prompt. Then the next person has to act out the prompt. And then the last person guesses what the hell it is. But because it's telephone, a lot of things get lost along the way, which is why it's called packet loss.
Great. Okay, so with that said, and since you're standing, you mind doing the first one? Thank you.
Oh, oui.
Yeah, and we're all gonna be turned away when this is happening. So I don't know how you're gonna do it. Or are you guys just all
we're gonna have to stand up and.
Is he gonna show the camera? Is that what we're discussing?
No, because the people at home want to guess along as well.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna put the thing here.
Well, yeah. Last time we just had us like facing the wall.
Yeah. We're gonna just face the wall. But make sure you don't see the monitor.
Can I request a specific type of music?
Yes, you can. PogChamp Pandas. I'm sure they can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I get my mic muted for like a second?
Yeah, you can have mine if you want.
That doesn't make any sense. Can I get my...
Yeah, you're muted right now. He's talking to the band right now.
Oh, and it's too fucking funny, actually.
This is a next level efforts.
Okay, he said okay.
I'm good. Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're unmuted.
I'm unmuted. Okay, one second. Let me read it again because this is a really long one.
You can't sit there.
This is a really long one. Okay.
Turn me around, daddy.
All right.
Oh, that's ruined the carpet. Oh.
Ready.
Nah, you're good.
I'm waiting for the band to set up. they have to I made a very specific request.
It's a good fill.
I see what he's got. That's good. Good stuff, Jens. Oh, that's good. That's really good. All right, Brian.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Ice, baby. Ice, baby.
Brian, come over here for fuck's sakes.
This is a long one, huh? This is a banger.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. We'll do Shiver. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Oh, where do I walk?
He's right into it.
Drop the mic.
Oh, yeah, you forgot. All right, whatever.
All right.
Okay. There's a really important part you left out.
I don't know what part that was.
1 sec.
I couldn't even tell what you were doing.
You couldn't?
No.
Really?
I have no idea.
What you're doing?
Yeah, but that's perfect. So you don't either, so this is great.
Let's go.
Okay.
This is so hard to watch.
This is good. Yeah. Not what I did. What did you do? Go to them.
Keep going. It's good, it's good. Keep going.
She's adding the 10 walk. Look at the walk she's doing. That's not the walk.
This is it. That's missing. That's omitting a very, very important part.
Come here, Lacoste.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go.
Okay, yeah. Shaver, you understand?
I think this one's gonna be
No,
hard.
I have
Everybody's
no
adding
clue.
new moves.
No, go here. Jenkins, you watching?
Yeah, ready.
Okay, ready?
I should have asked for it twice. Is that allowed?
No, it's not allowed. What the f-
Keep going.
He's screaming so hard.
Oh.
Guys, walking like soldiers.
We're good.
All right, Owen, come.
Okay.
Good luck,
All
dude.
right. Show me what you got then.
Come here.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
No, he's the last
guess.
one.
Oh, I'm
You gotta
not.
show me what you got.
I'm gonna do it for the start.
I'm gonna try and put the pieces
Wait, he
together.
needs one person for the start.
5-5, little pop off, and here we go. Walking down the road. Oh, has a quick taste of something. Looks around to make sure no one was watching, and off he goes again, looking for the next one. What is he gonna find over here? Oh, what's oh, it's an ice cream. Ah, lovely. That one, oh, he's double-fisted. Yeah, 2 of those. Lovely ice cream there. And now he's going back to where he was at the first place. He's going to go there again. Oh, they do ice cream as well. They got 2 as well. Okay. Well, there we go. So I think what we have here is a young man enjoying, his venture out into the great world. And he visits a couple of ice cream parlors, tries one, thinks, they could be better, so he goes and finds another one, and then, you know what? The one he went to first was better than the second one, so he comes back and gets the second order at the first ice cream place.
No. Close enough. It's a guy getting 2 ice creams, and one gets stolen by a seagull, but he just deleted that part. I didn't just deleted it. It's gone immediately.
But then you started doing 2 at the
I was
end
looking at
there.
the ice creams, and then, whoa, it's got an ice cream,
Yeah, that part I didn't even see.
I did not.
No, I didn't give it.
It's my fault, because I fought the seagull, and I got the ice cream back. So I added my own part to the story.
I was so confused.
And that confused me because then I licked both the ice creams again. Yeah. And I don't know what you thought was going on there, dude.
I don't know. That's what he showed me.
That's not what I did. I added some other stuff, but not that one.
You added some shit.
You didn't even do the dance, bro.
I forgot about that. What was the dance about?
I didn't do the dance. He added
Well,
a
I
dance.
knew that was added. I said
She
you
added
added
a
some
walk.
extra moves.
She added a... She
it
added
was
that.
really nice to do so on the beat. That was wonderful.
You added some oddly sexual shit, and you added a dance, and then locked that shit in, bro.
Lock it in, bro.
Lock that in, brother.
Oh my goodness.
Sounds good.
Okay. And they were playing
That's how
ice
I
cream
eat
music,
ice
by the way.
cream.
That was ice cream music. That was
Pretty good ice cream
amazing.
music, yeah. Good stuff.
I'll do the next one.
That was
good. Keep it up.
Oh my goodness, this is so much text.
Yeah, they made them harder this time because you're too good.
Wait, so the prompt was ice cream gets stolen by a seagull?
A guy goes to get 2 ice creams, specifically 2.
Yeah.
Which you got.
Yeah.
And then one gets stolen by a seagull. And then I added the fighting and getting the ice cream back part, which I shouldn't have done.
Oh.
That was a mistake on my part. I got excited.
It was just hard for me to remember everything that happened during it.
Yeah, I got excited. I'm sorry. I griefed that one.
I enjoyed the method acting, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I need to... I was about to do it by myself. Kazu. Choosing you again, but this time you're at the start, a little bit of a fresher idea of what's going on. Okay. Once I start, it hasn't started yet, but once I start moving, I just warn you, keep up.
Okay.
Oh, I would
keep up.
Turn around.
I'm just having to make sure. Wait, I'm gonna put my packs in my zipper pockets. I might have to move a little bit more than average, and I don't want them falling down or pulling down my pants. Both a very valid risk. Please hold. Okay, I'm gonna actually be here.
Should I come with you?
Yeah, because this is where I start.
I need a lot of space.
Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah.
That's it. Good luck.
That's it. Okay.
No, that's part.
Jenkins!
Don't break it.
Wait a second.
What, do you also need a minute or what?
I need a minute, dude. That sounded like it was a lot of work. Can you get that?
I feel like I messed it up already.
I'm undressing him. This is not part of the routine.
Go ahead.
Ready?
Yeah. There it is, dude.
Okay.
Okay. Owen. Oh, fuck, I wasn't remembering. I forgot I was supposed to remember that. Okay.
This is hilarious.
Lock that shit in, brother. No, you don't add to it, you idiot.
I hope nobody gets hurt.
Same.
I think. That's it.
I'm gonna go mute my mic.
How did this happen?
Okay.
This is a good one.
Oh,
guess
good
I'm
luck,
wasting
Miguel.
I need
One
somebody
more
to help me
time.
at the beginning. Jenkins?
What do you...
With the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Lock that shit in, brother.
Yeah,
Lock that shit in, brother. Wait, what did he do?
Oh, look at the time. I really have to go. The bathroom is so far away. I gotta keep running. I'm gonna miss my bus. I'm still running late.
I forget what's happening here.
Oh.
I'm a big loser. Look at me. I'm a PV.
He had to go over there and mute himself. Because he knows he grieves so hard.
He grieves so hard.
What did you add? This is definitely not a part of it.
Oh my god.
So, Lacoste, what do you think was happening?
Brian's running back from his trip. He needs to catch a bus to go back to play some Dota. But he realizes he's a big loser. He doesn't know how to lose games.
Oh, man.
And he's showing to his stream that he's going to do better next time. I have no fucking clue.
You're rushing to reach a train through a very crowded platform. I will say I forgot about that part. But just before you reach it, the doors close. And it leaves without
that
you.
part?
That part got lost so hard because when Kezu was done doing it to his next target, he basically added the dance and then he added the pointing as if that's it, but that wasn't added to the thing, and then it turned into a laughing thing. Oh my god!
Close. That was close.
Close. I think we're doing good. I think we're really good at this.
We got time for one more.
I'm down to start this one.
All right.
Okay.
Before evening.
I've never started one of these
over.
before.
I'm feeling really hot right now.
They're gonna slip on all the sweat that we got on the floor.
Keep it up, Ryan.
Ask the band to do a song for this.
Yeah, if you can get a theme.
What's this?
I didn't do that. I just did this, like...
Okay.
This one, Keep it up. That was Owen that added the L.
He did add the L. You did.
Are we allowed to use like physical props at all or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, you can throw shit at us.
No, I'll just do it with just miming.
Whoa.
Okay.
Wow.
Holy. Holy Hannah.
Okay, so I grief, Kezu griefs. We'll start with Owen.
Oh my God! You doesn't grieve?
Oh, it's fine.
Are you serious?
It's gonna be some funny.
He doesn't know.
added.
He doesn't know.
If you can instruct the band if you want something specific, Brian.
Spice Girls.
That's fine actually. Do Spice Girls. That's good.
They're Netherlandian. They don't know
what is a song?
They
Name
don't
a
know
song
what
for
that
the
is.
Spice Girls. Give it.
I wanna be. What is it?
Am I waiting for the music or do I go?
You gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends.
Yeah, that's really good. Ooh, that's good.
That's good.
That's good.
Well done, Thomas. Or Tom. If I just say Tom, then it's
good
both,
job,
it's
Dandy.
both. It's both of them. Actually, could be
Dandy on the drums is nailing it.
It could be Jens. I didn't look.
I want to see how badly it gets butchered.
You eating with the knife?
Do I announce? Do I announce?
Okay. All right. Okay. Kazu.
Nice.
Not the high five.
No! I need a chair, yeah?
Yeah, I grabbed that.
I'm fine guessing this one. Sounds safer.
This is so stupid.
Beaver wants to guess.
No, yeah.
There's freaking sabotagers in this game.
Have we prepared the scene?
Oh my gosh.
Gotta lock
I'm not
it
the
in.
one that made this one. Okay.
Again.
You play about sabotage that he's sabotaging.
All right. And of course.
Was that it?
I think we're ready, Shiva, yeah.
Oh my
All
god.
right.
It went for like 20 seconds.
I literally took like 15 seconds to do it. Oh my god.
I'm ready.
Lock it in.
Oh yeah, lock that shit in, brother. Lock that shit in.
All right, he's saying goodbye to his buddies. Later. And he's on his way. Here he goes. He's happy. He's dancing. He's had a good night in the pub. And he's asking for someone to he's taking a seat. He's meeting friends at the pub. No, he's carving something. Eating. He just went out for some nice dinner. Oh, he doesn't like his food, though. Oh, he really doesn't like his food. He has to wash it down. Oh, he has to kill it still. There was a dead fish that's now actually dead. He doesn't like it. Oh, it makes him so sick. He ate something that was still alive. But afterwards, it was all fine. It was all illusion. All right.
Okay.
He ate something that was still alive and he made it dead, but it still made him sick.
Okay, no, it was I had chicken wings and then I wanted to add sauce to it and then I was eating it, it felt fine, and then the sauce was way too spicy and I had to
well, he already
but not
like
puke. It was more like a like when you have hot
started
sauce.
puking? Janky?
Yeah, Jenkins was the one that started puking. Owen actually nailed it.
I thought you were puking.
No, I thought Owen nailed it.
Well, he already didn't like it when he was eating to begin with.
No, I didn't express any dislike of the food. I don't know who started that one.
This is the best game ever.
All right, well, I think we had fun doing it. I hope you guys at home also had fun watching it. And don't worry, as you can see, there's a timer, I think, in the bottom right of your screen. The game is getting closer. The game will be Bedboom versus Team Spirit. And for our next break, we actually have a special segment because our wonderful PogChamp Pandas are here to have a wonderful concert for all of you. So enjoy that, and we'll be back.
Shot, new kid on the block, currents running strong like a solar wave. Locked, plugged into the socket, watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. Coursing through my veins like a power surge, call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shock, the future shock. 1 Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static-hearted. Once you got it, you're supersonic. You know you want it. 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 2 foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. So good.
You a taste and now you know it's real. Ain't got no time to waste, so tell me how you feel. Just let me be your bad girl. Take the reins, cause I know that you want me, boy, it's in your veins. Don't tease me, babe, you know it's driving me insane. Just let me be your bad girl. Come on now, baby, do it. Take the rock, get up all the time, take a shot. Call me baby. Don't be shy, I'm not that kind of guy, take a shot. Call me baby. Lose control, just let me in your mind and baby, let it go. Cause I'm a little rock and I'm a little roll. Just let me be your bad girl. Come on now, baby, do it. Take the rock, get up all the time, take a shot. Call me baby. Don't be shy, I'm not that kind of guy, take a shot. Call me baby. Take the rock, get up all the time, take a shot. Call me baby. Don't be shy, I'm not that kind of guy, take a shot. Call me baby.
Fight like an animal, spinning like a hurricane, shooting like a fireball, heavy like an airplane, crashing like a thunder, rolling like a steam train, fly like a cannonball, burning like a heat wave. We're half on the road, but we got a hold on it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We're half on the road, but we got a hold on it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We're now on the road, and we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a soul of it.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
What a performance from the Pandas. What an honor it has been to have you join us for more Dream League Season 24 action. And you know what? I got spoiled by that concert that I want to listen to them one more time as we continue our Group Stage 2 action. Welcome back, everyone, to our second to last day of Group Stage 2 action, at least barring any tiebreakers, which so far it seems that things may still be up in the air here at Group Stage 2. All these teams that we thought were doing undefeated runs ended up getting some losses. Teams that were looking shaky ending up picking up a win here and there, Brian. So things are encouraging for a competitive Group Stage 2.
Yeah, it feels like the first half didn't matter for half these teams. Like Liquid started 0-3, now they're 3-3. Tundra is suddenly taking a series off of one of the top teams, Parivision, when Tundra was 1-4. This is pretty much going to lock in who's first place this next series. So a lot on the line, not only securing their way through, but also the extra EPT points you get.
That's true.
For,
stage points.
First. Yeah, stage points.
Every little bit matters.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Though, judging from last year, there was quite a big gap between the teams who qualified with points and the teams who didn't. I went back and checked, and I was like, did it end up being like a couple hundred points like the DPC, right?
Yeah.
That came down to just the wire multiple times. But for whatever reason, last year's EPT points, it was like, oh yeah, it's like 1,000 points between 8th and 9th. It was actually like a really big gap.
Really?
But I don't know if you guys feel like this year will be more competitive across the field than last year.
Maybe.
I mean, because the big reason why is we got like the same teams in the finals over and over again, right? Falcons,
exactly.
Liquid, yeah.
I mean, with this start already, there is obviously room for, depending on what happens later down the line, right? But now you already have Gaimin not doing well. You have Liquid who are potentially not doing well. That's still up in the air. You know, they could still do the heroic comeback almost from a 0-3 position, but I think it's fair to say that the teams that are, at least some of the teams that are doing really well right now, aren't guaranteed to be able to continue that trend over the coming months.
Yeah, you want to name one? Who do you think? Name one team who's doing well right now that isn't going to be. I got heroic.
Well, that's already kind of come true.
So nice.
You're ahead of the curve on that one. I'll say BetBoom team, because BetBoom team's doing fantastic right now, and I had high hopes for them for much of last year. They would always get to like top 4, top 5, and then just completely get blasted out of playoffs.
I can't believe you still had hope last year. I gave up. Last year was like, yeah, I am betting against BetBoom every single time I get. When it comes to predictions, BetBoom's never top 4 for me, just because.
But they're always top 6, though.
They disappointed the last 2 years so many times. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not saying I was gonna be like, oh yeah, they're a bottom 8 team, but like, they just, for whatever reason, that squad just showed that they could not put it together on these lands. So I was just like, I'm never going to like back them until they prove otherwise.
Didn't BetBoom get like a lot of third places and 1 second place in Dream League as well last season?
They did get 1 second place.
They lost the finals, right?
Yeah, so
they were in the finals.
I think that was Birmingham.
No, but wasn't there also a Dream League
I think it was Dream League Season 23.
There was a Dream League where they got second, where they went up against Gaming Gladiators, and the score was 3-2.
It was 3-2. It was a very close final.
Very close.
So they've got a second place back then. That was the old roster. I think they got multiple third places, but in general, they were in that range, right? They were never the championship team. They were always there. But I mean, if you do that well, you're obviously gonna make it through the on EPT points, right? That's not going to be a problem if you keep placing there. It's more about there are some, like let's say the new BetBoom iteration, let's say Power Vision, etc. These are still new teams that are doing very well right now. We don't have data that suggests that they can keep this going for months.
Correct.
But it easily could happen. I mean, the talent is definitely there and they're playing really, really well.
Yeah.
But it's just you're comparing that to a couple of years, the last 2 years where we've had like Gaming Gladiators and Liquid, and you're like, okay, these teams, they just will make it. You just know it. They're not going to have one awesome tournament and then suck for the rest. They're, well, Liquid being the exception in DreamLeague. But yeah, a lot of the top teams in the last 2 years, the old BetBoom as well was just always like, it was guaranteed they would make it through.
Who's going to take Power Vision? Surely somebody takes them, right? Because I feel like they're a good contender. I'm not going to take them because I think no one is so sick and I don't want him to
fall
end
off
up having
again.
that fall off.
Yeah.
But they got to be a contender for somebody.
Yeah, because they have the same issue that I have with BetBoom team, is that teams from the Eastern European region have not very sustainable lifespans aside from Spirit. Yeah. Spirit is the only team that's been able to buck the trend in the last 5 years of an Eastern European team that can get on top and stay on top. Every other one is a flash in the pan in my mind.
Again, it depends what your definition of on top is, because the last 2 years, I think BetBoom were consistently a top 6 team, right?
Yeah.
That's still, it's not, the tournament winners, but being consistently top 6 is really hard.
I think getting at least one championship puts you in the conversation.
Yes, that's fair.
Did Azure Ray qualify last year? They didn't because they won and then switched rosters, right?
Yeah, so 3 of the 5 players won Kuala Lumpur last year, and then they became Extreme Gaming.
Like, would they have qualified if they kept their roster together? Was that something that was ever... I'm just wondering, like, if they had mediocre performances most of the year, but then a single win at one of the ESL lands?
Yeah, I don't think so, because
put you top 8?
We had the same growing points as we get closer to EWC.
Yeah.
And so Kuala Lumpur is the oldest event in that last year calendar. Therefore, it awarded the fewest points despite being a LAN.
Yeah, I guess like every year it feels like towards the end of the year, it's always much more consistent in terms of the teams that are top 6. Like you won't see a team like Heroic, no offense to Heroic, but you don't see like somebody who hasn't been getting top 6 consistently suddenly take it all in one of these tournaments. It feels like going into it, there's one of 4 or 5 teams that are going to win. There's usually like a Quest from last year that sneaks their way into top 4 unexpectedly, but I guess I'm not too surprised if it's a big gap between 8th and 9th again this year, just because also even during this DreamLeague, like seeing Group Stage 1 compared to Group Stage 2, like the quality of games is noticeably higher in Group Stage 2, and that just kind of speaks to like what the difference between
the best 8 teams versus
the next 8.
Yeah, that is true.
So the points for getting first, we don't know the EPT points for Thailand, but last year for Kuala Lumpur, it was 4,800 points, and Team Spirit was 8th at 5,200. So it was pretty close. Like if you get first and you get any other points outside of that, then you might be able to get in off of Thailand. I don't know what DreamLeague's first place is, but I can't imagine it's anywhere near the same number of points. But
this DreamLeague or DreamLeagues in general?
This DreamLeague.
Yeah, this DreamLeague will have the fewest number of points by far because it's an online event and it's going to be the oldest in the season. We do have the total prize pool point distribution, so you can see how the points grow as we get closer to EWC. So this DreamLeague Season 24, 13,250 points is, like, you can already see 5,000 less than the DreamLeague that we'll have later on in the year. And Bangkok is going to have roughly 20k points.
Half as valuable as the last DreamLeague of the season as well. Something important to consider.
Right. So recency matters and land performance matters.
So Liquid have chosen the worst possible DreamLeague to show up.
And Gaming Gladiators is like, whatever, man. It don't matter.
playing the
Time to phone it in for one.
Yeah, this is the one we have to suck in a tournament. This is the one we choose, and then they're gonna come back with a vengeance later on.
I mean, the important ones for this one is the points. The points you get off of it is good for this one. But if it means you also get to ESL 1, then that's just even more
that's
points.
top 4, right?
Then you combine that together, and then you're probably guaranteed if you do pretty well at both, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's a good point because the events are relatively close together. So if you do well here, there's a good chance you can carry on momentum to. It's only about a month from now, and then if you do well in both, like say top 4, that might just be enough points to.
But Senator, there's a huge patch dropping on
Crownfall Act 4 is going to drop, Senator.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's going to turn the game upside down.
Honestly, when that came out in September, I was so thrilled.
You were like, this is the patch that TI should be played on right now.
I was so excited. I was like, I can't believe they were on time.
Yeah, Crownfall Act 4 like really invigorated Dota for me, and I've just been grinding it nonstop. I haven't played any other games as a result. So, really enjoying that.
Big Kez fan, Brian, I
Absolutely.
imagine? Been spamming that hero?
Yeah, the new mechanic he's been working with has just been completely epic.
Game changer.
Absolutely.
I thought vector targeting was crazy, but quantum targeting?
Yeah. I've had to add 2 whole new hotkeys to my third spell.
You know, there's somebody watching right now who be like, who hasn't been playing Dota, but has been keeping up with it. Was there a patch? Did I miss something? I want to play Kez.
Kez actually uses one of Valve's new technologies. You need to put on a specific headset, and then you're playing with your thoughts only. But it's only implemented for Kez.
And then they're gonna change Pango, so then like in the future when you do Rolling Thunder, it's like a driving simulator.
Yeah, you bump into a wall and your whole thing vibrates. Your whole desk shakes.
You just tilt your head the way you want to turn.
Which I kind of passively do sometimes when I'm playing racing games anyway.
Yeah, of course.
This always helps.
Yeah, do the lean.
Do you think it'll be a substantial balance patch, or you think it's just going to be mostly content, throw in a new hero, and then letter patch numbers?
So I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but the last time we had this long of a delay on something, there was a major delivery, right? That was the Facets plus Innates. It's not going to be that big, because I think a system like that needs a lot of time.
We get one of those a year, basically.
Right.
And we already got that for 2024.
But I will expect this Crownfall Act 4 to come, aside from the new hero, I think it will implement something. Either it will be a big balance patch, or it will be a new system of quality of life, which could be, anything from improving the overall quality of pubs or changing the matchmaking algorithm, like some sort of system is what I'm hoping for.
Your optimism continues to amaze me, Cinder.
I know it's unbelievable. But at the very bare minimum, it's obviously going to be what they promised, right? Which is Kez and
Act 4.
Act 4. So, but I can't help but feel like there's something on top, but I don't know what it is.
Oh, you're setting Valve up for failure, aren't you, Cinderin?
Okay.
That's a bold gambit. I'm expecting
nothing.
Crownfall map and Kez and nothing else. That's all I'm expecting. Not even a balance patch.
Okay, I'm expecting big balance patch.
No.
Aghanim's Labyrinth Act 2.
Oh, yeah.
Dire Tide version 6. And
Dota Classic released.
Siltbreaker RPG.
Yeah.
Where you can play 10 different classes, and it is actually the alpha for an MMO they're working on.
This is why I've been very much enjoying your duo, the pessimist and the optimist, and I would like you to take those powers and join them together for our next series, because we're going to get into Bet Boom Team versus Team Spirit.
It's a lot of tournaments. Tournament after tournament like this, we play this tournament, then like, I don't know, 5 days or how much, and it's non-stop tournaments. You don't have time to rest. In our team, he's like a star.
Collapse says that he will come back.
He need to like have rest and come back with good motivation, I guess. It's all about motivation.
We played like 2 days with 1J and 2 days with Rue, and after we decided that Rue is more comfortable for us.
Satanic like is like hard carry, like Yatara. Like same playstyle, so it's easy to play with him.
But the Eclipse is out as well as the stun damage. He dies. King Jungle won't get away though, because Malik's back in with a 2-man who's stop and sets up for Satanic to start getting quite a bit of...
We're just looking on meta, looking what is the best heroes, and trying to pick comfortable heroes for every player.
I'm changing a bit stuffs because Satanic more like very greedy.
I think they have very good competitive experience because they play a lot of Yellow Submarine, but like they don't play much on like high level tier 1 team when you need to always be in focus and thinking what team can do.
I can see, yeah, I can say that we have potential. I feel comfortable to play with every player right now.
I expect from DreamLeague at least top 6 it will be a good result.
Well, lucky for you, Malik, that seems like a very real possibility as we get into this series of two teams that are currently topping the group right now. Effie and Purge, thank you so much for joining me to talk about Team Spirit, because Effie, you've been very, very pleased with the fact that Miposhka has been able to take this potential that you heard from him, but realizing the potential is a much more challenging idea, and he has been doing so not just on this team, but he did it with Laurel whenever he comes to the team, and he did it even before when this whole team came to be.
Yeah, I mean, Miposhka is just such a good captain, and a lot of people may have attributed a lot of the old Team Spirit's roster's success to, you know, their superstar players in Yatoro and Collapse, but this version of Spirit and them performing well and them replicating the same style of play, the same resilience, the same, you know, late game macro-intensive play as the old roster did, really tells me that Miposhka is the visionary behind a lot of Team Spirit's ideas and their style. And to see him be able to do it again with a new roster is really, he's just a very impressive guy. I'm a huge fan of Miposhka.
The fundamentals are rock solid.
You know what? The first time he came on my radar, I was very into like TI fantasy stuff, like who's got the best stats. Miposhka was consistently like a top performer for fantasy stats when on like a crappier team. It was like, oh, who's this guy Miposhka? He just always has huge wards placed, great KDAs. Like his metrics were just good.
So it wasn't just the wards, because I know TI fantasy for supports was often like, who places the most wards?
Because we're comparing him to other supports. So if he's on a worse team and he's also playing 5, you'd think that the better teams would have more points, but Miposhka was already there. That was the first time he was on my radar. And then a couple years later, he joined Team Spirit and, you know, did what he did, won a lot of tournaments. So he's very good. The team as a whole has been gelling well. They did lose their last series, but as a whole, I think the top 6 is super attainable. They just have to make it out of this group stage, and they got top 4, so.
Yeah, I have been very, very pleased with them, but this will be their toughest matchup yet, because they're going to be going up against a BetBoom team. And as much as Satanic has been setting the world on fire, it's Pure that I think has been carrying the torch for what a gold standard carry is supposed to be like.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's a very, very talented carry player. He's looking good in almost every one of his games, consistently carrying late game situations, making very few mistakes. But he did make some mistakes yesterday in his series, and I want to highlight some of those moments. He was playing Templar Assassin, he with the Meld Facet, and he was against a Bristleback and a Hoodwink, which ended up being tons of poking prior to this moment here. There's a sentry down in lane, which allows you to guarantee the stun, and they managed to run him down using a blood grenade and a quill spray. This is the first blood, 2.5 minutes in, but his lane was pretty struggle. He's only got 5 last hits here and 0 denies. Bristle was at like 12 and 5. He dodges that Hoodwink stun using the Meld, and then he comes back to the wave because he's like, okay, time to get a last hit on this creep here. But then the glyph from Falcons allows them to actually dive as he comes to transfer a tango. A great acorn shot as well. Guarantees that Pure dies a second time in this lane. This is so not typical for Pure as a carry.
3.5 minutes in the game, he's feeding.
Yes, and then he came back again at 5 minutes thinking like, I'm gonna try to harass this guy, and he's gonna die a 3rd time. Now there was a Blightstone on crit, very effective with the Bristle because they do a lot of minus armor and physical damage between them. He was extremely behind this game. Amar had a pristine, basically perfect Bristleback game, and after this, Pure managed to just AFK jungle and actually catched up and eventually caught Amar. So like, he uses very good skills to get back out of that situation, but you have to be careful that this doesn't consistently happen in your games because it's going to make the game a lot easier for his opponents. So just a little slip up that he had, but as a whole, he plays very well.
Can I then praise him for what he did in the second game after that? Because I think it's very easy to misread ideas when you're like formulating them. So like the idea of like the max meld TA with the new facet versus melee heroes has worked out for him so far. Versus Bristleback, it felt like a different beast. So in that game too, they ran back the same lane, they called for it anyway, TA versus Bristle, and he went for the refraction facet. And then he skilled 2 points in refraction, 1 in side blade at level 3, and that game looked different in that game too. Like he was able to adjust his skill build and the style of TA that he wanted to play almost instantly, which is the hallmark for a great carry, Brian.
Yeah, I think it extends past the laning phase. This team's understanding of like how they want to address particular issues. We talked about Bristle in game 1. They had Primal Beast Offlane, who also built Ags, and then Pure built a Silver Edge on TA. But in game 2, when he went the refraction facet, he was more of like a frontline tank. He went Butterfly and a bunch of right-click items like MKB against a Medusa, and the 4-position save Muerta bought the Silver Edge. So they have like a really good distribution of people's roles in the games, who counters who's meant to enable themselves. And yeah, I mean, that kind of adjustment, I think that's something where he probably communicated, I can't go for Silver Edge this game for this, and this reason. And he was really tanky in fights in game 2. Like game 1, his responsibility was kill the guy who's getting pulverized. In game 2, his job was much more of a frontliner. And it's so cool to see them take like the same hero, same matchup, change it completely throughout every course of the game.
And be able to adapt regardless of how well the laning phase goes or not. Because I think the most frustrating thing for me in pubs is whenever carry players get mad at when the laning phase goes bad, because every carry can win whenever a laning phase goes well.
Yeah.
That's easy. If you get all the last hits, you get a free lane, I expect you to carry the game. The hard part of the game is whenever the lane does not go well and you're able to recover after going 0-3 against a Bristleback.
I seriously felt that emotion when I was watching the replay, because when he died that second time, his TP was on cooldown, and I'm sitting there watching Pure walk back to lane in shame, not popping a smoke, and I was just like, what is going through this guy's head right now? It must be embarrassing. He must be mad, and then he just ends up winning the game anyways and not being too fussed about it. And that was just like a moment I was like, everybody should be like this. Like, they should just be like, this sucks, but I can do it.
As a carry player, I'd like to mention that it's not just the carry player who gets in their own head. Sometimes as a carry player, you do know what you need to do, and your team is demanding something of you.
That's true.
That you are not sure is what you're like exactly wanting to come back. Like my example is in that game, he farmed like a beast on TA and came back in the game after a bad start. That reminds me of a game where Skeeter was playing Gyro and he was like 0-4 out of the laning phase. And instead he just maxed out Rocket Barrage and was running around with his team. And it's like different heroes have different ways of recovering based on your lineup and everything. And so it's not just identifying, okay, it's fine, we lost our lane, but what is my hero's route back into the game? And that's largely dependent not only on your hero, but also the rest of your draft. So that's the cool part I love watching about competitive Dota specifically, is people just being okay with trusting their teammates, saying, I'm sure Pierre said, guys, I got a jungle for like 15 minutes or something. I'll see you in a bit.
And they bought him the time for it.
And he was like #1 network, I think, at 20 minutes or something like that, after that start, that Purge show.
And now they've refined their TA idea because of that sample game, he got the knowledge that you need refraction versus bristleback. Like you need meld later on, but on lane, you must skill refraction versus bristle. And now they're going to be even more confident in future games when they want to counter this bristle. Team Spirit also read that they're just too darn good at this TA and they take it out. Usually it's the Dawnbreaker that's respect banned versus Bad Boom at this phase of the draft.
Yeah, instead they opt to take out the Invoker, the Batrider, the Monkey King, and the Doom on Team Spirit as we take a look at our Game 1 draft, and they first pick a Tusk. Meanwhile, BetBoom team, they ban out the Naga Siren, the Shadow Fiend, the Medusa, and the Morphling. Very satanic heavy bans, and they go back to the Save Muerta, which has been oh so successful for them.
Yeah, it's a good point about the Dawnbreaker. It's been like 7 series since that hero wasn't either banned or picked by them. So I feel like there's just a high chance they're going to snag it here at some point.
I will say that I think Muerta absolutely owns Tusk in like every stage of the game. Maybe not like the super early levels, but once like you start getting more points in the calling in lane, and then in the mid game, like you can't burst Muerta unless you buy a blink, because she can just react with her ult if you ever snowball onto her. And then every time people snowball in, there's just a calling on the ground and they come out of it silenced. So I feel like people are overvaluing Tusk a bit. I do like the hero as a whole for the meta, but I've also just been so wowed by performances by Muerta, and me and Mira yesterday were like, yeah, Save is just the best Muerta in this tournament. It feels like day and night for this guy, and he had some really flashy plays in the late game. He sometimes builds more control utility, and sometimes he just builds like a hard carry, and I feel like that just makes Pure's job so much easier when it comes to scaling late game, and Muerta is the best hero right now. I think Hoodwink used to be the best for it, but I think Muerta has taken that crown.
Double saves coming out of Team Spirit. 2 banishes on the board with the Disruption and the Snowball, and they get a DK to follow it up.
I think the DK for Team Spirit has looked really good. Like, BetBoom did target Satanic's big hero pool, the 4 Protect 1 strategy that Spirit loved to run, but something else that they've looked very good on is their DK. Like, he has looked as impressive on this DK as he has on all of these other heroes, and it actually gives Spirit an earlier timing and more aggression, which is what I wanted to suggest for them in the first place, that they bring that style of play into their series versus BetBoom, because when they got ran over by Paravision, it's because they played too slow and their heroes weren't equipped for early game aggression.
I'm a little skeptical. I mean, it's nice for them to have Muerta on the other side, though, because Muerta basically just presses her ulti. She gets basically an 8-second Ghost Scepter for free, and she can do a little bit of damage in response. So that's one good thing going for BetBoom. But they are going to grab their Beastmaster. It's one of Miro's best heroes, without a doubt. It often gets banned against him, and it's just going to make them all do a lot more damage.
And you're definitely more comfortable running it when you see the DK and you have this idea that it's going safe lane and you're not getting countered by like a Medusa or a Gyro.
I was going to say, we're going to see them pass up on Dawnbreaker.
That's true.
For BB team, because yeah, I agree. I think this is the first time they've passed it, either ban or pick. It'd be really funny if they picked it right there. But they go for the mid Earth Spirit. I do think showing where this DK is going is pretty important. Like, theoretically, it could be a Laurel DK. And if there's one player I feel confident giving carry last pick to in this tournament, it would be Pure. I do feel like the carry pool is pretty limited for most teams right now, but he's just willing to spice it up with the Magnuses of the world. That's probably not what he's going to go for here with 2 safe supports on the opponent's side, but I would value the carry-to-carry matchup a lot here, because you can also pick a lot of heroes that buy like Hurricane Pikes and such. Like, the stuns from the supports are not very potent to most carries right now. Like, you can itemize against them, so I'm thinking, like, as long as I don't die to a Dragon Tail, I feel pretty confident.
What about like the Extreme Gaming use Nature's Prophet, for example, with like Mjolnir and Witchblade, eventually getting the Revenant's Brooch, I think, as well. Does that sound okay to you? Something like that? Or is that
I don't know if that's a pure hero, but in theory that'd be good. It does up the tempo of their draft a lot, gives them a +1 for the Earth Spirit. Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit, we see these two pretty much every game. I wonder like what the stats of these two heroes against each other are. I'm gonna look that up.
Earth versus Storm.
Yes. Elements.
Currently, Storm is at a 50% win rate throughout the entire tournament. And picking him now also takes away whatever minimal flex there may have been from sending DK mid, but now it's almost certainly going to be a Satanic DK and a Laurel Storm Spirit.
Everybody knows that Earth is immune to lightning base damage, so
that's right.
A big advantage.
And he's fighting. Earth Spirit's like a fighting
that's true. That's
ground
right.
type.
Yep.
I will say, though, that the last couple of days, Earth Spirit has been having some poor games. Like, this hero, if it's in a position where it gets rolled in and insta-disabled, the whole fight can be lost off of that. So it's like pretty solid for BetBoom to pick it here now, because there's no like Lion insta-hex as a response. Like, yes, there will be a Dragon Tail, but most likely the carry isn't going to be the hero like face tanking smokes and running in first at that stage of the game. So Earth Spirit is set up a little bit better than the games that we've seen him fail the other days. But like I said, I've seen it go so badly the last couple of days, and I'm starting to lose faith in it a little bit.
And also, Kiyotaka in general has been a little bit shaky on heroes that aren't his signatures, so...
But he's played a lot of Earth Spirit this tournament, so...
He wasn't on your list, though.
He isn't on my list of like excellent Earth Spirit players, but it's one of his most played heroes this tournament, so he should be comfortable enough on it.
The Earth Spirit is 3-1 against Storm in the matchup so far in Group Stage 2, and what's really funny about that is that Laurel lost 1 game with Earth Spirit, and he lost 1 game with Storm in this matchup, so... gonna express some skepticism about Laurel on either side of this matchup, apparently, according to Group Stage 2, but I know that's just a small sample size. I just think that I agree with Mira. Storm and Earth Spirit have been underwhelming. Their results recently are sub 50% across the last like 10 games. I looked them up last series. I don't remember exactly what they are now, but I think they're just reliable. I think the difference between Earth Spirit and Storm is Earth Spirit's getting picked more often, just saying, I don't care, just counter me, I'll do my job in the game. I do think he needs a reliable stun, though, and so I like that they already have the Beastmaster. The games where we've seen the Earth Spirit be the sole initiator for his team, it's like one missed roll and he doesn't BKB and just gets hexed or something, and it's like GG, so I do like what BB Team's doing to set up it better than I've seen in the past.
On the topic of reliable stuns, like, BetBoom Team have this BKB Piercing Disable and Beastmaster, and Team Spirit lack that. And BetBoom Team ban out the Dawn and the Enigma that would have fit the bill. The only hero left is the Primal Beast with the Pulverize, but you need to address that they're going to have this last pick carry matchup for BetBoom, and you don't have that hero that can lock down that carry when it gets the BKB.
The Lone Druid ban. That's respectful, TI.
Alright, they picked Malik's second most popular offlaner.
So this is why they go for the Primal Beast. Like I mentioned, this is the only one left between Dawn and Enigma being taken out that will pierce through BKB so that you have some kind of solution for the enemy carry when it comes out.
Yeah, I was wondering if they'd go Pango, but yeah, BKB Pierce is just stronger. Bet Boom, I think the most obvious is Luna at this point, but I'm a little surprised he didn't get banned.
Against Shadow Demon, I'm a bit nervous for that. I would not be opposed to Mag, but it also you can, because they have been picking that, but you can Purge and Power. I think we might see a completely new hero here.
Razor, maybe?
Yeah, okay, that's a new hero. That's very new.
Okay.
Pure continues to impress. A Meepo pick.
Okay.
I mean, it's good against Storm Spirit. You can chain net him and kill him, certainly.
In theory, good against Primal as well.
It's good against Primal. It's really good against Primal because he can't control all of your Meepos, and it does like so. They take this Primal because it's fine versus Zoo heroes, like the trample and it being tanky. But they really needed to address the last pick carry coming out of Bet Boom. But Meepo isn't a hero that's countered by a BKB piercing stun because there's just a ton of him.
And SDLT as well. You're like, oh no, one of my Meepos is Demonic Purge. What am I gonna do? Put it in the ground, or just attack with the other ones?
Put him on my head.
That's true.
The Storm Ags Shard plus Ags timing, though, is like pretty disgusting this game in order to kill Meepo. So I'll just say that if there's one player in the tournament, I mentioned it earlier in the draft, that I'm wanting to give last pick carry to, and I feel confident it's Pure. I feel like there's been a lot of underwhelming like off-meta picks, but they're the ones that have broken that status quo. So I'm leaning towards BB team, but also it's Meepo, so who knows?
They are in a timer for the reason that you mentioned, right? Because Storm is great against it later on in the game, and he's got his like BKB, his Ags as Shard, and then DK as well, the cleave facet. As the game progresses, he isn't threatened by the Meepo, but you've got this like Meepo Aghanims timing with the Beastmaster in the end. Are you gonna get to the point where you can kill him?
I mean, he should be lane independent at some point, which is definitely where he likes to be. To get some solo experience, push out the wave, do some jungling shenanigans. And he's got some solutions. Ags is decent now, but yeah, the hero is out of meta, without a doubt. So, but it's a cool pick. I really like it.
He doesn't fit the original archetype that you were hoping for with a ranged carry, though. So what, does Meepo being melee give any significant disadvantage that you were hoping to correct?
Not particularly against the draft that, Team Spirit whipped out. Like, they don't have any punish like in an AoE like until much later into the game. And you also have the Beastmaster, I think, is absolutely essential to Meepo working. You have to buff this hero up. Probably going to see a Drums from the Enchantress. Probably going to see like a Vlad's picked up on one of the supports, and you combine that with the Beastmaster timings, and that's like an extra like 6,000 gold for Meepo effectively because he's got multiple copies.
And you can get the magic resistance inner Beast Aura too at 10.
Is that a thing?
It's 10, yes.
Oh my Level 10 talent. So much to learn about Meepo. Let's get into our game number 1 with Cap and Synderen.
An important matchup, Bet Boom versus Team Spirit. We are starting off with a bang. It is Kiyotaka who has given up first blood to Satanic. That's one way to start the series, right, Synderen?
It is, and we started with Sandstorm, but where's the Sand King?
True.
Wrong track. Shame on you, Ban, for playing this in a game without Sand King. We will have Sand King games to come, I am sure of it, but we'll allow it because it slaps.
What would Meepo's theme song be?
Yeah,
I was about to say, it's got to be something clowny,
something
for sure.
circus themed.
Yeah.
So wait, who got the first? Oh, Satanic. Well, that's good news for the side of Spirit. I think it's fair to say that this game looks like stock standard Spirit draft versus something a little bit more creative coming out from the Bet Boom side, specifically because of the one Meepo pick. And this is not the first time that Pure takes this for a swing. I think it's the first time this tournament, though. I don't believe that Bet Boom have run it. And on top of that, did you notice the Lone Druid ban as well?
No, I didn't see that one.
So Spirit also banned Lone Druid last, which was peculiar to me. So it seems like these teams know each other very well, and they're starting to, you know, try to get that next leg up against each other with creative picks. We'll see if Pure on the Meepo can get the job done. What's interesting about Meepo is that, historically speaking, the way you counterpick this hero a lot was with just good AoE lockdown and teamfight damage. But with the changes to the hero, with all the extra survivability he has, I would argue that one of the most important things against Meepo is single target burst.
Sure.
Spirit don't really have that. Dragon Knight does consistent damage over extended periods of time until he gets like really farmed. Then we've seen Satanic just hard carry. Primal Beast has a lot of spread damage. Storm Spirit does okay single target damage, I would say, but not like overwhelming against Meepo. So potentially Pure could just run away with this game together with a Beastmaster with auras. It's a possibility. I guess Disseminate owns that hero though, doesn't it? If you think about it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something for Miposhka to consider in this game on the Shadow Demon to get some points into that and pay attention to the Meepo.
A little bit of lane pulling shenanigans going on here.
Yep. Kataomi being shown the door. The Tusk. No mana on Laurel, so Kiyotaka will try to squeeze a little advantage out of that, but here's the bottle.
And then we've got this lane, Beastmaster Muerta versus Dragon Knight's Shadow Demon, which I imagine has got to be pretty decent for Bedboom here. Maybe, I don't know how much they'll be able to pressure the Dragon Knight, but it is a strong lane, Beast Muerta.
It feels, just my intuition would tell me it's mainly just a farming lane. It's hard to pressure down the Dragon Knight for these two, but it's also hard for SD DK to ever do anything aggressive. So, probably just going to be a lane on raw farming mechanics, and if there's one thing we've seen in this tournament is that Satanic has probably been the king of GPM.
Yeah.
So
that kid knows how to farm, man. He really doesn't see. It's like a lot of times I feel like younger players, like they'll look pretty good in lanes, but he seems to have both the laning prowess and the like efficiently moving around the map, like K1 Hector style of farming. So he's kind of got it both ends, and you can see he's top of the board right now, 17-2.
I think that's how you have to play current carry. I think the carries that are very farm intensive do that too much, and I think the carries that are extremely aggressive and don't look after themselves enough also suffer. So you need to find that perfect balance where you manage to show up to the fights you need to.
Kiyotaka, ooh, he gets blocked. Laurel tries to hit him with the Rend, and it does land. It does do the damage, and he gets the kill. Laurel beating up Kiyotaka in the mid lane.
The last swing will do it. That's really nice for him. He's going to be able to push into the tower perhaps in time here, but maybe he'll... No, never mind. He's just going to hold the wave, because sometimes when you kill the enemy mid, you really want to push the tower quickly so they lose experience. But I think Laurel is opting to conserve his mana rather than burn the rest on forcing this into tower, and as a result, Kiyotaka will return and get some, at least some of this experience, but nice early game currently for the side of Spirit, you gotta say. Those top two net worths are quite far ahead of the counterparts right now with the DK and Storm.
Pure
Meepo player?
No, not at all. God, no.
Okay. It's fine, then we can still talk.
I hate this hero.
Yeah. All right, give me your top 3 of all time heroes that you think you have hated the most.
Tinker, number one.
Okay.
Easily.
Okay.
Tinker is the hero I would like to see removed from Dota.
Also, the new version still bothers you, or?
It does kind of.
Okay.
But definitely not as bad as.
All right, who's your number 2?
Number 2. Meepo is definitely up there. Meepo might be in the top 3.
Yeah, that's what made me think about it.
Because, like, Meepo, it's the hero's either trash or it's overwhelmingly strong.
Yeah.
Right?
Generally speaking, very polarizing.
Very hard to get him in that perfect middle ground.
What about Arc Warden?
Never had a problem with Arc Warden, personally.
What about Broodmother?
There was that period of time where Arc Wardens were all doing, like, Shadow Blade, and they would just suicide their Tempest double into supports and just, like, all in kill them. That was really obnoxious.
So even the old version of Arc Warden where you would just split pushing with the clone with a fat inventory, that was still...
I was always okay with split pushing, personally, because I feel like a lot of my heroes, like, I like hunting down solo heroes, you know? A Clockwork player, right? It's like, used to be
fair.
Clockwork was the MO of him was just hunting down the split push when it was so popular.
All right, you got to pick one more for your top 3. Doesn't have to be in order.
Phantom Lancer.
Oh, that's also got to be up there. Now that you mentioned that, I might want to change my list. But my number 1, without a doubt, is Brood. 100%, and it's not even close. I think that's miles ahead. I don't have Tinker in my top 3. I think Brood, Meepo, and of all time, PL is definitely annoying. PL, maybe Arc.
I feel like Phantom Lancer's getting more annoying now that he's doing like these spear builds. Eventually that's going to be, especially this new facet where it's like the illusions do more damage, but they don't have to control the illusion, and it's kind of being spread around. Eventually that's going to become strong enough that Phantom Lancer players are going to be, it's going to be even easier to play the hero.
Yeah, you know? just wait until PL is actually good.
Yeah.
Then we're going to have a problem.
Fortunately right now he's dog shit.
But yeah, that's what's funny about this type of conversation is some of these heroes have been in the game for like 10, 12 years, right?
Yep.
And they've gone through different versions of themselves, but there's never been a version of Brood I liked. They have all been super dumb. Like literally. But the current one is definitely more manageable than the worst one we've had.
Have you ever been a Brood player?
No, absolutely not.
I think I might not be a Brood hater because I finally relented and became a Brood player at some point.
Yeah, everybody gives in a little bit to some sort of dark side, don't they? Kiyotaka, gotta find Malik.
Good damage. Magnetize is also stacking up here. Now, Malik is going to live for a while. I think he eventually dies here. Picked up by the snowball, actually. Maybe they have a chance. They've already killed the Meepo. Okay, finally the Impetus does put down the Beast. But boy, his tankiness works out for Team Spirit. Still got the Magnetize going. Oh, this is now really going bad for Spirit. I thought they were going to start hunting down heroes. A dead shot from across the screen helps get the kill on Rue. And now a rollout from Kiyotaka. Man, what a great Earth Spirit play that was. He is in a bit of trouble here. He is going to get a lot of stacks of poison, and the Primal Beast is back. Oh, no. Oh!
Wait.
Did Kiyotaka kick him? What pushed him back?
Invisibility. It's those ghosts, I tell you. You can never trust them. I actually don't.
Did he get enchanted to spell the onslaught?
Oh, that could have been what happened. Was that? No, it's not on cooldown. So I don't think it was that either. I actually don't know what that was.
Weird. Maybe we could see that one again.
Yeah. Okay, let's pay close attention to the primal. What? Oh, it was the Wildwing Ripper, right?
Oh, what? Oh, okay. So Kataomi did make a clutch play.
Yeah.
He hurricaned him.
I think he pulled him out.
Dude, I was so confused because it looked like the Disruptor pushback.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kick from Kiyotaka. Just keeping his supports alive. They are going to try and kill him here. Malik is back for revenge. Kiyotaka is going to be blocked in, and they will get their revenge on this Earth Spirit, though he does go down in a spiteful way. Get the Magnetize
so much
out.
Damage. The Magnetize inside the Calling is actually a quite nasty combo.
It really is.
It's kind of hard to leave the Calling, but you also can't just stay in there and just burn over time, so... Yeah, a couple nice moves from BetBoom is going to not exactly equalize things, but at least maintain that status quo of being down the 2k when it looked like Spirit had a good counterplay onto the Meepo. The Earth Spirit did do a ton of damage down there, and I suppose while all of this is happening, Satanic is building more and more of a lead. That is the biggest concern here for the Radiant side, is the DK getting big. As much as we've talked about the DK versus Meepo matchup, I would say if DK is an item ahead, it's weird because neither hero is... I don't know if you would agree with this. I would say neither hero is really good at killing each other. The DK can tank the Meepo for an eternity, but the Meepo can also kind of kite you for an eternity when he has Ags and Dig.
Yeah.
So...
I kind of agree, but I do feel like the Dragon Knight has the advantage at some point when he gets like the Daedalus combined
when
with
he gets really big. I agree.
Dragon.
Yeah.
It just becomes so much physical damage he does. It's just crazy.
Eventually, and that you could make the case that BetBoom are on a timer in this game for that reason, because the DK matchup is tough, and ultimately a 4 or 5 slotted Storm is also going to be a problem for Meepo. You don't necessarily deal with Storm very well, and as a unit, I don't think BetBoom's lineup deals with Storm very well. So there's definitely a lot of positive to look forward to for Spirit here if they can just keep the game in this kind of state, where they're farming the cores that they want to, and not bleeding out too many kills, and that's definitely not been the case with only these 2 deaths minute 11.
Kiyotaka is chilling right now, but we'll see if he wants to try and make a move up to that top lane and shut down Satanic, since he has been free farming this whole way. Or maybe you're just content with drawing as much attention to yourself as long as your Meepo isn't getting interrupted, and that is currently what Kiyotaka's dealing with, man. Good dead shot from Save. Does that save him, though? Yes. Barely. Woo.
Damn.
Lives on 40 HP.
That was very close. Nice save, though.
Man, they really hating on Kiyotaka in this game. What the hell?
I think it's a good approach, too, though, from Spirit. If you shut down the Earth Spirit in this game, BetBoom's ability to take teamfights around what Meepo wants to do gets stifled a lot. So if I could shut down any hero on BetBoom's lineup as Spirit, it would be that. I would actually prioritize making Earth Spirit's game harder than the Meepos, because I think, yeah, because I think you have okay Meepo solutions for the time of the game where Meepo can be scary, but it's going to be facilitated by the Earth Spirit. He's the one who's going to make it work.
I guess my concern is you've got 2 side lanes that have heroes that are like relatively weak but good at farming, and are going to ramp up pretty quickly if you leave them totally untouched. You know?
Yeah.
I feel like it's not just the Meepo, but it's like the Beastmaster too, right? It's like you let him get to his Aghanim Scepter, then he's farming Ancient Stacks, he's taking Roshan, you know, like that all feels like it ramps up really quickly if untouched.
Do you like the Beast's choice to go Ags here, considering you're playing with Meepo? Because I think there's 2 ways of looking at it. One is you're making sure you guys scale together and that you can transition into a later portion of the mid-game and both be strong. But the other angle would have been to go the Dom into Pipe and then try to, you know, explode the game minute 25. So I don't know which version is better. This one is maybe the quote-unquote safer one, but you can clearly see that you're not putting pressure on the enemy team. So Satanic will have a free game. And then it's a matter of whether you think you can beat this hero later with the lineup that you have. I'm not sold.
My gut would say the second one is better, but I think it's so dependent on Meepo and what Pure wants to do in this game and what he feels like his timing is, and I just don't know Meepo well enough to say what that is. So.
I mean, a lot of the time, my takes on what heroes should be doing pacing-wise, I think sometimes you just have an outdated mindset because you haven't seen a hero like Meepo much in the last half year.
Sure.
So you're still thinking of old Meepo, and maybe there's like new tech or different ideas that the actually, you know, knowledgeable players about these heroes are going to showcase.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just a hunch. Also, I dare say if we went back a year, then the BetBoom lineup would definitely play Pipe, and it would definitely play Ench Beastmaster just rushing the map, right?
Yeah.
But so much has changed that maybe that is not as viable anymore. Here's your play, by the way, that you called for, the Roche with the drum. Drums of Slom. Ench, obviously great for this. And Pure is going to be like, I will go and hit Roche twice so I can claim that I helped. Oh, they don't give him the Aegis.
I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Yeah, I thought he was just coming in to say thank you for all your hard work. And reap the rewards. No social commentary on that one, of course. But no. Employee of the Month Beastmaster gets the reward.
He gets the $10 certificate to Denny's.
Oh, yeah. That doesn't go very far when you have to feed 3 Meepos, though.
It's true. He's got a family to feed. What is Miro going to do with this? It looks like he's going to pick up Blink Dagger next, so we could probably chill for 2 minutes or 3 minutes and get our Blink Dagger, and then we'll see BetBoom get pretty aggressive. Does look like they want to take this offlane tower at least, and they are beginning to get some presence into these triangle areas, see if there's any stacks. Any heroes to pick off.
This tower is just going to be conceded by Spirit, and I think that's a very good call. Like, you're fighting into Aegis, you probably have the expectation that there's some vision down there, and you just want to give Satanic more time to get there. rocking the 200 CS minute 15, not bad. But he is losing ground to Meepo.
Yeah.
This gap is not as much as it was earlier.
Can Maposhka hear the drums? They're calling for you, Maposhka.
They're calling for you to stay away, I think. Yeah, Miro doesn't. He's not scared of anything.
Or should he be?
Okay.
Immediately roars up and goes for the Shadow Demon kill. A dead shot comes out and he gets the axe to finish off the Shadow Demon.
He's too strong.
They can't fight him. Too damn strong. As soon as that Primal Roar goes off and he gets max drum charges, it's just not a hero you want to fight into. And Team Spirit are going to pay the price for trying to challenge him here. Roll in from Kiyotaka will go unpunished. Even though Satanic is here, they've lost both their supports and lost too much ground, it seems. Maybe if Satanic had BKB, maybe they would take it. But
well, that Drums of Slom definitely paying off so far. That was a play you couldn't have made with Dom. From Miro.
True.
And he didn't even lose his Aegis. So if he wants to put some more pressure, it is available.
It is interesting. It's that it's like getting aggressive just in a different way, right? The way we were talking about Pipe, we were basically talking about like 5-manning ending the game, but now instead it's like Miro's using this aggression, the team fight advantage that Drums gives you, and 5-manning around that rapidly around the map, not necessarily taking objectives, but getting kills, and they're getting the Dragonite, they've killed Maposhka, a really nice rotation from BetBoom.
This is getting scary all of a sudden. They wanted to wait for this timing of having the Aegis Drums of Slom, and now they're just going to town, killing them all over the map, taking the towers.
And the pure Meepo, it's like the pack rat setting of him using the S and Y into his Meepos. It seems like he feels like that is so strong that he can kind of do whatever he wants, and it looks pretty damn good. The snowball pickup isn't there. Larl dies, and now the Tusk's gonna die as well. That is effectively a team wipe. They got 2 kills top, got a kill bottom, now another 2 top again. They just killed all 5 of Team Spirit in the last 30 seconds.
What was the plan there?
I don't know.
That was Storm and Tusk against Meepo. Even if he doesn't have backup, I think he might 1v2 them. So I guess you had a Dragonite about to respawn, and maybe your idea was if we can stall out this tower falling, we can get TP reinforcements in there, but immediate Blink Roar just put an end to that. Kiyotaka not going to connect the roll. He wanted to get the kickback, and now he is in a bit of an awkward spot.
He is. Stunned up, hard to kill though, with the Blade Mail going out. Satanic has his BKB complete. He's got the kill on the Earth Spirit, and it looks like Miro's going to lose his Aegis, and they got the Meepo. The BKB Dragonite does manage to pull out all the stops and turn the game around for Spirit. They will absolutely win this team fight, claiming 3 and a 4th kill off of that one. Boy, Larl he got his game saved, man. He just has so many galvanized stacks now.
Damn. Okay, well, now it's like nothing happened.
Yeah.
So that's good news for Spirit. An overextension from BetBoom. Kiyotaka going for that roll between the towers is an extremely costly mistake, and he's got to be kicking himself for that because they know that they were in a good position. And then just forcing that play. And look at his inventory. He has BKB now. He actually had the gold for it. So if he would have just waited and not been over-aggressive, now he can make the play that he tried to. But that will cost them 5,000 gold, more or less. This position is extremely compromised, and Satanic just pops all his stuff and gets to work.
And the Meepos, man, they were all low from all that cleave damage that Satanic was doing in the dragon form.
Yeah, Pure is he's gonna need to get that axe, but it's gonna take a while. When you go Diffusal, Sanjin, Yasha, Blink, this is a pretty late Mega Meepo to get. And I'm a little bit worried that in the coming 5 minutes before he completes this item, if another fight breaks out, Satanic is just too strong against him now. And as you pointed out, the Storm got a little bit of recovery there. Larl is still not looking too hot, but it's feeling more like a possibility again with that one misstep that BetBoom made between the towers. It's going to be an immediate shard pickup here as well. Which one are you hoping for as Spirit? Maybe the Tusk one would be nice, actually. Will be Meposhka getting the cleanse. What are you cleansing?
Yeah,
Earth Spirit, Silence.
Silences from both him and the Muerta.
Can you purge the lingering ghost effect when people get out of the ring? I guess you can.
Yeah, I assume so.
So that's also, it's something, it does say the calling is dispellable. You can purge Enchant. And you can purge Diffusal Blade, which is nice. That's actually pretty nice to just have this on a hero that you want protection for. If you put it on the Primal Beast when he goes, I mean, I guess he has BKB and so does the Dragon Knight, so who really wants the Dispel right now?
I mean, if you give it to the Storm Spirit, he is a little bit more free, doesn't have to worry about silences.
Oh, he's gonna have to worry. Oh, nice save.
Immediate snowball pickup. Team Spirit baited that one out expertly. Can they punish, though? TPs are coming in from the Bet Boom side, and Rue very much slowed down. Disruption save now going to be used. Pure, he just brought all his people save. He's just gone. Dies so quickly to all that trample magic damage. Satanic's trying to get the Dragon Tail stun, catching up to Pure. But he'll be slowed down by the kick and will instead content himself feasting on a tier 1 tower.
These double saves on Spirit really coming to work there. Tusk saves the core, Shadow Demon saves the Tusk, and nobody will be a casualty on their side. So another successful sequence for Spirit. They get the kill on the tower.
It's very interesting. Bet Boom's lineup, the way I'm looking at it more with the status resistance to the Meepo and him having Shard and Ags. It feels like they want to get to a point where Meepo forces Team Spirit to go on him, but they can't control him enough, and he's always able to get his saves off. And then these damage over time heroes of Earth Spirit, Beastmaster with the Ags, and the 2 damage dealing supports, like they'll eventually win out. All the Meepo does need to do is just survive and draw attention long enough, right?
Yeah. Might become tricky with the... Oh, nice find. I'll get one. They'll maybe force BKB from Satanic too.
Oh, that pure damage is doing some work. Satanic, yeah, has to BKB. Almost got roared there. That was close
real close. Woo. Oh, that would have been a huge roar to get off. They would have actually just gained the whole map from that kill. Could have pushed out all of the waves and started thinking about that Roche #2, which is up. They killed it very early. This was maybe one of the earliest Roches of the tournament, actually.
Yeah, we used to be, well, like last year, right? We'd have Roshans all the time in the 10 to 15 minute window, but it feels like that hasn't happened very often this season.
Do you think Satanic should buy Blink this game on DK?
I'm okay with him just building raw damage.
You do have the Storm to catch. You have Primal, but Primal also... Okay, Primal does have Blink. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine with Primal's Blink.
I just want him to be able to threaten the Meepo.
Actually, everybody else has a Blink except Storm. We got you, Satanic. We'll set you up. You just go hit. Now there's a Crystalist, but there's the Roche #2, and this one is going on Pure, and he will also finish Ags in 300. So now the question becomes, can Bet Boom actually pressure with this? Are they going to look at a potential lane? They're going to look at a kill for now.
Bet Boom's set up for this kill for the longest time.
Yeah, they waited there a while. They'll be rewarded a little Rue.
High ground does look pretty difficult. It is not easy for Bet Boom to pressure that. Like, I feel like tier 2 towers, probably a given. They can probably take these last 2 tier 2 towers out, no problem. But
that begs the question, and again, this is where I'm a little bit unsure because of lack of recent experience. If Meepo can win a game like this minute 45.
Yeah.
Or if inevitably... Because what Meepo has a ton of now is survivability. He's way harder to kill. Oh, they're going to jump Miro fast.
Good grab. There's no saves on the side of Bet Boom, and they're going to get more. The Earth Spirit is dead as well. A slip up there from Bet Boom. Their other cores are the ones put forward, not the Aegis hero in Meepo. And Team Spirit take full advantage of it.
Yeah, and we're talking about whether they can go high ground or not. Let's get the tier 2 first, shall we?
Yeah, seriously.
That's
Silence into the Rod of Atos with Pure showing up, now trying to catch the squishier heroes, the Shadow Demon and the Storm Spirit. Earthbind's constantly missing. Larl seems to be baiting this out, and now that Satanic is here, Meepo does manage to dig underground. See if he is able to jump away. Yeah, no disables. He is good.
I'm surprised they didn't force that more. I think they could have got the Aegis. He had Pulverize. So, but respecting the potential counterplay of BetBoom, there also wasn't an outpost that they could have TP'd to with the respawning heroes on BetBoom's side, but that will mean that BetBoom retain their Aegis. As Pure is now planning on a butterfly. Interesting.
That is going to be pretty insane timing.
What a weird situation. He punched the centaur and then he kept like pump fake trying to bait the stomp and then he just gets ganked and dies. Like, what's Roof trying to do? I don't really understand what the point of that was. But
if he gets butterfly, he probably puts it into his pack rat slot, right? So then,
yeah,
all the Meepo's survivability is off the charts against Dragonite.
But only against Dragonite.
Only against Dragonite.
But it's still good, I think. Bit of a special game we have on our hands here. We might not get another Meepo game for the rest of the tournament. This hero generally makes an appearance like once or twice in an entire event. Even if it wins the one game it gets picked, the team might not run it back because they need very specific conditions to really like the choice.
Yeah.
So, gotta learn what we can while we get to see it. Definitely this whole pack rat approach with the S and Y and the build order here is not what I was used to seeing from Meepo the last time around we saw it. It was more the earlier Ags.
Yes.
It was generally diffusal Ags,
yep.
I think, was what most players were doing. So this is a bit of new tech from Pure. On a pro level anyway. Maybe this is like the most obvious thing to Meepo players that are watching, but like we already established, we are distinguished gentlemen, so...
Yeah, we're not scum.
That's right.
BetBoom.
Kiyotaka.
Trying to get out. He doesn't pop his
He's gonna
BKB.
die.
He just accepted the Dragon Tail headed his way.
Huh. Not been his best game, I have to say, on the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
That's his 6th death, and that's going to lose a tower as well.
Losing your tower while you still have an Aegis on Meepo.
Yep.
Somehow BetBoom have not managed to put together that, like, that setup where the Meepo forces Team Spirit to go on you, or they just get something in return. They've lost multiple fights, multiple pickoffs that other cores get initiated on.
Fine, Kataomi. They'll delay it, but inevitable death. Kataomi could become an X factor in this game with the Enchantress versus Dragonite matchup. He is clearly building to scale. He went for the fast drums pike on Ench. No like defensive or team-oriented items. I guess drum is like a bit of a hybrid. It's also good for you. That's always going to be an X factor later in the game. Okay, Satanic has to BKB. No TP though. His teammates are relatively far away.
His team is trying to catch up to him now.
Oh, no.
It's done. They cannot get there in time and a roll after them. Kiyotaka.
You die for 80 seconds without buyback against Meepo. I've seen this game before.
Oh, yeah.
This could be 2 lanes if the Spirit Heroes don't manage to string together a strong defense. Now, there's no Aegis, but Pure ended up going for the Scotty instead of the Butter, so he's very tanky. They're definitely going to try to press the issue here and see if they can force out a buyback, and when they realize it isn't there...
The clones have 3k HP and 25% status resistance. It's going to be hard to blow them up. Nice use of the Axe. Pulls them together. Cannot get that kill. But as long as they don't lose too much for it. Looks like they may lose one. Malachi's actually going to jump in and use his ultimate to make sure that Tusk can't get out. And they're doing good damage too. Kiyotaka just dies as Laurel comes back in. Now they're going to focus on that Meepo. The Meepo can still try and hop away, almost killing Rue in the process. Kataomi is able to finish the job.
You did your best.
And looks like the little Meepo that was low was able to get out.
Good defense, though. That was a 4v5. Roar, of course, unavailable since they used it to kill the Dragon Knight, but still. Spirit hold on, and all it cost them was the Tusk for Earth Spirit. That's a great trade. So... definitely not bad on their part. barely even took any tower damage because the fight broke out instantly. And this is something that we've cast some games of other teams where we've criticized this, that you're just way too willing to give up the first lane. Spirit weren't even willing to give up damage on their tower. They were so ready. They knew this push was coming, they were in position, they immediately go for the fight. Not giving Meepo any time to just get free real estate.
Little risky, but the reward is high. Team Spirit limit the damage done by Bet Boom from Satanic's error earlier.
Yep. And it's funny how, to me, this game really stands. It says something about how good of a tournament Satanic has had, at least in the games that we've cast, that this game stands out because he has died twice.
Oh, yeah.
His games have just been so clean, and it's a team effort of how well Spirit play the map and gain information, put pressure, and get vision out so Satanic can just play the way he wants. So that is showing that Bet Boom is putting some serious pressure on them, the fact that Satanic is slipping up, because it hasn't really been happening all that much.
Beastmaster, AC, Aghanim Scepter, BKB.
Yep.
He's pretty big, and he's going to work towards a refresher next.
Big fight coming here. 5-man smoke. They're down by 8k. Bet Boom seem to have predicted this. They have got good movement and a nice defensive ward. Could try to break the smoke with Kataomi first. Seems to be the plan on the left-hand side. He is gonna break them out now.
He even shows himself, daring them to go on him. Tries to jump away from Malik. Malik is going to commit. Meanwhile, Miro got the jump onto the Storm Spirit. The follow-up is not going to be there in time, but the Meepo is coming in. He's going after the supports. First, he is ignoring these cores, trying to catch up to Maposhka. Couldn't get him. Has to turn to the Aghanims for him. Look at Save and the damage from Kiyotaka was Satanic. He took so much magic damage there. That didn't look like a carry at all. That was a hero with 3,600 HP that was not taking damage from the Meepo. That was everybody else.
Yeah, we've been talking about the Ench as a potential problem and kind of just glossed over the fact that Muerta kind of eats Dragon Knight alive when she's given enough time. Look at that. Top damage in her team in the fight. The numbers on Dragon Knight are going to look mega inflated because he's dealing damage to Meepo.
Yeah.
But Save with the top damage in his team in that instance was absolutely huge. Getting the ult off, multiple nice shots onto DK, and that's just a matter of outlasting the BKB. When the BKB is down, where it's actually a really nice luxury when you look at it that Bet Boom supports can kill the enemy one together. That's kind of unusual, but when you're running a pure damage support and a magic damage support against DK, it's a nice plan. If that was part of the logic with when they picked this and not just the early laning focus and the mid-game pressure that these heroes bring. And Save also has just had a standout tournament on this hero, so they would want to pick it for him anyway. That's a nice little extra bit of luxury that he's that good against the DK.
Pure keeping things very stat efficient, upgrades his Blink Dagger to Swift Blink, and now is going to upgrade his Diffusal Blade to Disperser.
He just did not want that butterfly after all, huh?
Yeah, apparently not.
He was like, this is my first choice. Nah, I changed my mind. I never wanted.
Yeah, seriously.
He didn't even get it as his second or third choice. It was the Swift Blink into Disperser after getting Scotty.
Level 25, so he can take either the...
If Rue shows on this wave, he's dead immediately. He'll wisely stay in the shadows, and Pure will push it back out.
He chooses the 350 health over the Poof cast duration.
Yeah. What's the general cast duration of this? 1.5? So then it goes down to 0.5?
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool talent, actually.
It sounds better to me than 350 health, but again, not a Meepo player, so...
I guess if you look at how the fights are happening, right, he just needs all the staying power in the world. This is a game that's about surviving DK's BKB. If you don't lose the fight during the enemy's BKBs, I actually think Bet Boom are just relatively heavily favored even because their supports start killing them.
Yeah.
So then you have 5 heroes that kill the entire enemy team together. Whereas on the enemy side, the Tusk and the Shadow Demon are primarily just playing strictly defensive. They're not offering all that much aggressive damage. Disseminate has been decent against the Meepo. Maybe not as good as I would have expected.
It feels like the saves almost play against them because the if you're saving an ally, it just means the team fight's stretching out longer, which is to the advantage of BetBoom in the first place with all this 4 right here. They like the long, drawn-out fights.
Yep. Satanic is going to aim for a Mjolnir now. A classic anti-Meepo item. Begs the question if he should have bought it earlier in his build.
Yeah.
But maybe not all that familiar with this situation to begin with.
They're going to challenge Satanic here. Satanic, disruption finally goes off. He really didn't want to have to use BKB, but he may have to now. We're surrounded by Meepos, but he's getting good damage in. Got the Aghanim Scepter just in time. Satanic's BKB, it's out now, and the damage from the supports comes in once again. They just cannot rely on this Dragon Knight anymore. He just can't do it by himself. There are too many threats on the side of BetBoom. And every time Pure puts himself in the front, and he's always getting off that Aghanim Scepter. They just cannot seem to burst down one of those Meepos. That was with an Aegis, right? He could have afforded the mistake. He could have afforded a situation where he doesn't get off the Aghanim Scepter, and they still would have won that fight. But as it is, they give Team Spirit absolutely nothing. All the way into the fountain they're going. Primal Roar goes off. The drums go off with the BKB. Miro is healed up, and he's fine. Meanwhile, Team Spirit are slowed down, and it's looking like a dieback for Satanic, who doesn't have the BKB to get out of the Earthbind. They try and help him out with the Purge, but it's not good enough. Once again, Save delivers the damage alongside Kataomi. The supports in the back line are just fully countering the enemy carry. And with the dieback on the Dragon Knight, you have to imagine Team Spirit will not be able to stop this assault from BetBoom. BetBoom are going to close out this game 1. Laurel does manage to get 1 kill, maybe a second here. Gets that much, but what about Pure? Roll in, Kiyotaka. Now the Aghanim Scepter goes off from Pure. Still has 30 seconds left of the Aegis. Malik is almost dying to the BKB and the Enchantress, and will end up dying. A kick forward, Pure. He's going to jump onto the Shadow Demon, finishes him off, and now it's just Laurel, the last man left alive for Team Spirit. And he will soon join everybody else in the grave. Buys back, but again, 1 versus 3 with an Aegis on Pure. He could end the game anytime he wants, but instead it's the GG that is finally forced out from Team Spirit.
Great game. Very well played by BetBoom. And Spirit also showing some good moments, but I think the pivotal moment in this game, actually, where I was starting to feel much better for Spirit was when BetBoom had that 5k lead and overextended with Kiyotaka mid behind the tier 2 and lost basically their entire lead. I thought, okay, this is when Spirit start building some momentum and they will win one more team fight and kind of coast it all the way home. Yeah. But after that, BetBoom really sharpened up. I feel like all of their moves were successful following that one mistake. It was like they told themselves, all right, guys, stick to the plan, don't overextend. We know what we want to do. They get the next Roche, and they execute the subsequent team fights really well. And damn, look at that damage number on save. 22,500 damage done by the Muerta. Of course, you look at the other side, those numbers dealt by the Spirit heroes they're a little bit fake because of the Meepo factor. Miposhka, 30k on the Shadow Demon seems a little bit outrageous, but that's what Meepo does. You're like, wow, how did BetBoom lose when the enemy 5 did more damage than your carry?
Yeah, Miposhka, what a monster. He did 18k with Disseminate.
Yeah, it puts the numbers a little bit into perspective, but yeah, that was cool to watch. Meepo, love it or hate it, it makes for special games. I am not personally an enjoyer of the hero, but I recognize that it can be really good in the right game, and this was one of them, and Pure is a master of that hero, and he shows why.
Absolutely, a master of the Meepo, and BetBoom as a team outperformed Team Spirit in Game 1.
And maybe just a master of the carry role in general, because just when you think Pure couldn't make any more bar-raising performances, then he decides, no, I've still got more to show. A Meepo performance out of nowhere in this tournament, and a fantastic one at that. A full understanding of the hero. Big fan of SNY as the pack rat option. A little bit later Aghanim Scepter than we were expecting, perhaps, but we don't know very much about this hero right now.
Yeah, I think we saw that we had like 2 or 3 games on Meepo in the last week. and they weren't exactly like long games where he could theory craft his builds. So not only is he picking Meepo, but he's also clearly has some vision of what makes this hero work. Like I was wondering, I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen a Sanj and Yasha rush Meepo. And then yeah, just put in your neutral item slot and all your Meepos get it. It's a lot of stats and status resistance, and I think it was why he always got his Acceptor off. So hats off again to BB team, they look sick.
That was such a good pick. Like that was Bedboom team have been cooking some really impressive drafts the last few days. I wonder like where the theory crafting is coming from. Is it coming from Pure? Is it coming from all of these players? I'm pretty sure the Meepo call had to be 100% Pure. Like, was it something they were trying to build in their draft from the start? I'm not sure, but it just like looked really good. Like there was just so much single target damage for the early stage of Spirit's draft, where yes, later on as DK got stronger, as Storm gets his Ags and his Shard and whatnot, more AoE damage comes out. But the early stage of the game, like the lanes were strong, there was nothing to address it. They also had the Beastmaster, who had a really strong timing that they also had to address. And they had that one Beastmaster Ags timing that they played on, got the first Aegis, took a lot of the map. Then their second really strong timing was that Meepo Ags that they took the game, right? And it felt like every time Spirit could find a good opportunity or they took a good fight, there were so many issues that they had to deal with Bedboom's draft.
That's why I'm more inclined to believe that this was a response to what Spirit were presenting as opposed to a let's come into this game number one and I'm gonna jam in a last pick Meepo and they're never gonna see it coming. Because during the cast they even said that Meepo with the Aghanim Scepter functionally ruins what Storm Spirit and DK want to do, where they get just enough time to be able to burst someone down to like 90% and then the supports can come in and do the cleanup job and finish it off. But when you have to deal with Mega Meepo, you get that close and it's irrelevant because now it's basically like having an Eon disc almost.
Yeah, I think it's something where you talk about in scrims what, you know, say Miro, one of his common heroes is Beastmaster, like what carries does this potentially open up in this patch? And I wouldn't be surprised if they've ran it like once in a scrim or maybe even 0 times. And it's like just been something they've kind of theory crafted knowing it's an option. And yeah, definitely a reactionary pick there to what they saw. But like I mentioned early on in the draft, I was like, if there's one carry player I'm giving last pick to, and you know, take me away.
Carry me to glory.
Exactly.
And Pure did that indeed. And we can give some shout outs to the supports as well, as we can take a look at our Kadia Award of the Game for this game number 1.
Thanks, Neil. For the award of the game, it is a solid moment that creates some really good tempo in terms of killing enemy heroes. You got to get those catches, you got to see those opportunities, and there's always the little ward game here where they're trying to make sure their opponents don't have vision. Miro does end up dewarding. He does get a roar off, but he needs to run for his life. Kiyotaka jumps in to try to save him, but it was kind of just unnecessary, and he ends up dying without popping BKB. Not a great moment for him. And then on the other side of the map, they're able to grab Enchantress and go for that kill, which is just making things look really bad for BB team. But as the Enchantress is respawning, Satanic with this feels really comfortable to push up. He goes to the middle of the river. He ends up getting stunned a little bit. He's running with BKB and no Blink Dagger, and this ends up being a really, really big moment for BB team that kind of started from this cascade of ward kills. Once he dies, that makes them feel comfortable doing map control, which leads to them finally going high ground. It was just a series of events, all from 2 wards sitting next to each other like friends.
A series of fortunate events.
Yeah, until one of them is murdered mercilessly by Miero.
Classic Lemony Snicket situation there. Purge, thank you very much for the Kadia Award of the Game.
Thanks, Neil.
My pleasure, as we get ready for our game number 2 of Bedboom Team versus Spirit.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're a better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm blowing. So get ready and quiet down, 'cause here I come.
Killing the ones and twos. It's DJ Sound.
Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants in the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come.
mix. Haters, step back. DJ, spin that. DJ Willie D's in the building.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
I'll tell you who else is shaking after that game number 1. Team Spirit. Seems that all these 4-1 teams may not be created equal as we take a look at this first game, because that was an outclass, an outdraft, an outperformance, an outplay, an outpack rat.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I have no more outward.
Am I getting ahead of myself?
I mean, that was like a very gotcha last pick by them. So can we really call it an outclass, an outplay, an outmaneuver?
Yes.
You know, it was a bit unfair, but there was some of that going on, though.
Tell me what Satanic did in that game, and then you tell me what Pure did in that game. And I look at the differential between these two, and I see a massive power gap.
I mean, Meepo is one of the highest damage heroes in the game because he's got multiple little meepers.
Meepers.
You want to call
That's what we call them.
But Dragon Knight also did a lot of damage in the right moments. But yeah, he just got ahead, and I mean, there was back and forth. There was Team Spirit getting kills as well. Like there was moments of potential, but at the end of the day, like you got to kill the Meepos, and it's really hard when they have shards and eggs, and you just don't have enough lockdown.
Okay, that's a good advocacy for it not being that lopsided, but then why give Satanic a DK in the first place, BSJ? When I look at this Team Spirit, I don't think DK on their carry position. That's like a Falcons thing. I want 4 protect 1. I want a hard farm on Satanic.
I will say, I think they've been struggling a bit to find his place in the drafts. Like, we saw them pick Bristle for him a couple times, and it was usually like either overall last pick or like early on he gets flexed by the last pick for Malik, for instance. And once you start banning out Satanic's like hero pool, I do think he's way less flexible than Pure. He's obviously way less experienced, not taking away anything. Satanic's had some amazing performances so far, but I think, like, you know, you mentioned the destination for both teams being 4-1. Their journey has been very different. Like, I can't, you guys are, so Team Spirit, they lost last series yesterday to Parivision, it was 2-0.
Yep.
And on the other hand, Deadboom team lost the first series of the group stage 2, 2-0, and since then has gone 8-1 with a 7-game win streak coming into this series. Like, they're on absolute fire right now.
I really just want to say that this DK is a good hero for Satanic. He's 3-1 on the hero before this game. This makes him 3-2, but he's had standout DK games. This is not a bad hero for him in any capacity. That Meepo pick was just so good, and it made the DK, like, what does DK do to Meepo once that guy mega Meepos? Well, what do you do?
Yeah, the cleave does nothing. And also to say that it's not like a hard enough carry for him, the man didn't buy a Blink Dagger because he was like, I gotta keep putting these damage items in. He had Mask of Mana, Armlet, Sandrayasha, BKB, Daedalus. Like, those are the right items.
Maybe
he'll hard carry DK, but it was just a bad matchup.
Well, he'll be able to play a little bit more this time because Betboom team are taking first pick, which means they don't get to be as Satanic ban heavy in this first phase in contrast to the previous game. Instead, they are going to opt to ban out the Sand King, the Pango, the Enchantress, and the Shadow Fiend, and they first pick saves Muerta. Meanwhile, Spirit, they ban out the Naga, the Invoker, the Bat Rider, the Monkey King, and they respond to the Muerta with the Tusk yet again. So what were the first phase bans that Betboom went for in game number 1? Because I remember feeling like it was very Satanic oriented.
Yeah, it was SF, the Medusa and Morphling, the Naga as well, but in terms of Satanic, those were.
And then in second phase they banned out Gyro as well.
By that point, Satanic had taken his hero, so there were no more bans for him.
Well, they had taken the DK, but we don't know if they wanted to give it to him yet.
Yes.
And they do follow up with a Medusa ban, and Spirit take out the Monkey King, and surprisingly, offlaners have not been that heavily targeted in this series, in the bans, for the most part. Malik and Miero have kind of gotten their pick of the litter, at least in game number 1.
There's definitely more bans this time between the Pango and Sand King.
I do wonder if they want to. Are Team Spirit going to ban Doom here? Because they banned Doom last game, and it wasn't open to Miero. Also, BetBoom cover protected their Beastmaster with banning Gyro and Medusa, but this time around it's just the Medusa that gets taken out, which is the Doom counter. Gyro isn't taken out, which means that they don't want to play Beastmaster this time around. They could just be looking at that Doom, which would be scary for Spirit.
Why are you worried about the Doom specifically? Just
Because it's in the pool. So it was
you
taken out.
You just think it's like one of the best heroes in the patch, basically?
I think it's a very good hero versus Team Spirit, who are very dependent on Satanic, because it's like the anti-carry in the game, and also Medusa's banned out, but no Gyro ban tells me that that's the hero they're looking at, not the Beastmaster.
Okay, so if you're like scared of a Yatoro type player, dooming him is the solution. Is that what you're saying?
There it is. There it goes. They planned it out. And they go for Dragonite again. I'll just say about Tusk, I've been having mixed reviews on him. I was looking through his win rate. It is about 50-50.
Did you look at it as all-time, or because you were specifically saying against Muerta, you especially don't like
Yeah,
him?
it's hard to, like, there's too big of a sample size, to be honest, but I just noticed, like, he's actually, like, losing 5 games in a row, then winning 5 games in a row, so it's been about 50-50, and I do feel like one thing about this hero is the safe lane, I want the carry to utilize, like, the kill potential of Tusk, like an SF-type hero, and DK just doesn't quite fit that. Like, if I'm DK, I'd rather have, like, an Enchantress or a Pugna that's, like, a heal, sustain, just out-trade them kind of support, so I'm wondering why Team Spirit's gone for this twice in a row. It is likely going to be Satanic's DK again.
Well, then tell me, my Acer Predator friends, what have they been pairing this DK with on Satanic that brings it to success? What do they win with? Because you said, Mira, that there are 3 and now 2 with Satanic on the DK. So what are the lane pairings? What is Laurel playing that makes this DK succeed?
They had a Shadow Demon 5, it looks like, or a Willow 5, one or the other, with a Void Spirit mid, and then they did have a game where they won with Tusk and a tiny mid.
Oh, Void Spirit mid, whoa.
And then they had an Enchantress that they lost. Maybe I'm wrong then. Let's see. And then they just lost with Tusk last game.
The common theme that I see from their DK games is they have a very high DPS scaling support on their 4. Like, I see 2 Muertas and I see a Willow. And you know that these 2 heroes are going to take advantage of DK when his biggest contribution is that he'll stun somebody for a long time for you. And they'll also be able to scale and provide secondary damage coming out as the game progresses, which is really what you need. And Team Spirit didn't have that in their last draft.
Yeah, and they're not going to get it this draft either, because Enchantress is taken out, high DPS support. Muerta is on the other side. They could go to the Willow. We have not seen Willow very much at all during Group Stage 2. But I'm with you. I think that that's a good way to enable a DK.
Yeah, I think the 4 Tusk, I'm not huge on it. I think that what you want out of your 4 position when you're building for a DK, even if you don't like the idea of putting 2 melee heroes together, is that you need consistent damage at all stages of the game, because DK does have a weak point in his game where the most he does for you until he gets his items up is he is providing you that stun, but he needs the follow-up, and that was the issue that we had yesterday with Waska's draft. They proved us wrong though, because they played very reactively, but Team Spirit didn't even have like reactive abilities in that game.
Well, BetBoom ends up going for a Timber Saw and a Clockwork. Lots of damage sources that are effective against DK when BKB is not active. But we've felt a little bit unsure about how effective Timber Saw is against Dragonite, since Dragonite just does have a lot of regen now. So, but it also could just be mid on the Timber Saw. There's flex potential there for BetBoom right now.
I think they're setting up the TA coming out for BetBoom. Like, I think that's on the minds of Team Spirit. It's nice against tough supports where you can just buy Hurricane Pike or Blink and easily get away from it. Like, unreliable catch, but also it's just been such a staple for Pure. I feel like it's one of the range carries that doesn't need a buffing 5. Like, it doesn't really rely on attack speeds or auras. And so I'm just wondering, okay, Team Spirit, they pick Lion. Maybe that's to block Morphling, potentially. That's another hero in mind.
I think it's very important. You mentioned that they need to block the Morphling because it was left in the pool, and also it just provides you that single target burst damage to follow up on the DK. I'm really glad that they're running this Tusk as position 5. If they had run it 4 again, it wouldn't have been a good recipe for success.
5 seconds.
Their lockdown looks really good now, though, between those first 3 on Team Spirit. Once they do catch Timber Saw, he's going to have a bad time.
BB team's turn to pick.
They take the Dawnbreaker away from BetBoom team.
I mean, if you have a lot of disable, Having Dawnbreaker is fantastic as well. Lion can go in first, Tusk can go in first, Dragon Knight can go in first, and Dawn can follow up. And yeah, probably Offlane Dawn. Not, I mean, it's flexible, but doesn't feel like the most flex with what they have.
No, it's almost
Should be
certainly
Offlane.
Offlane. Yeah. It's a pretty scary lane for most carries, especially the ranged heroes that you would normally pair with Clockwork.
And the TA you mentioned too.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'd say the lane will be a bit rough, but TA would recover much better than most other carries, and I like her game matchups. I usually like Hurricane Pike long-range carries against Dawn. You don't get yourself caught in the ulti very often. You can reliably buy an MKB for the Ags. You just kind of like counter all of her timings. Most heroes that counter Dawn are the backline damage dealers or the backline controllers if you're talking about supports. She does get kited pretty easily as the game moves forward, so curious what route Pure elects to go. Or will they just take Kiyotaka's hero? Or they go the TA. Yeah, I'm fine with that. The lane's going to be a bit but I think he should recover fine, and maybe he'll go like a point or two in refraction as well just to get out of this lane, but maybe he just commits to the meld like we saw in game 1 yesterday, because it's really fast farming too.
I think in this one you max meld. You don't necessarily need that refraction because Celestial Hammer is what takes
Damage
away
over time,
your refraction stacks anyway. Whereas like Bristle, you want it to block the Quill Spray instances.
Can't argue with that. And they did pick Dawn into Timber, so it is like a pretty solid Timber game. I usually don't like Timber if it feels like you can ignore the rest of his heroes and or ignore him. And at this point, if they're throwing stuns on him, I feel like likely Miro's doing his job. And I like the Puck ban as well because they don't really have any reliable lockdown on the side of BB team. Maybe Storm for the last ban, maybe Earth Spirit because of the damage over time being really good against TA. But we did see the Blade Mill kind of sucking yesterday, actually, so maybe not.
I don't like Earth Spirit too much, just for Laurel. He hasn't impressed me on it, and I think Kiyotaka is very happy to play Timber mid versus Earth Spirit. Like, it can go both ways throughout the game, but ultimately I do give the edge to Timbersaw.
Okay, so they actually ban Earth Spirit themselves, so they're much more afraid of it. I do feel like a Blade Mill get in their hero would be pretty good for BB team, I guess. Bait out some spells.
It can be good. The other downside, and this is something that I planned for my segment for next series, if you just change stun the Earth Spirit and he doesn't drop the stone down, it is like so catastrophic for the team fight as well. So when they have this much stun, I'd be a little bit worried they could interrupt it a bit.
It's such a shame that Batrider has been so nerfed as a mid laner, because this would have been a really great Bat game. It would have addressed their TA threat, and it would have addressed their Timber threat.
It's the 10 talents, really. But nerfed too badly.
It really is a shame, because like that was a Laurel specialty back in the day as well.
Yeah.
Batrider was one of the like Huskars of old. I mean, he got banned anyway, but definitely not targeted as a mid ban.
When you think of heroes that could address also the Timber and TA threat, Viper is another hero that comes to mind, but that's something that no one on Paravision feels comfortable running, but I don't associate to Laurel either.
And it was kind of inconsistent whether or not it worked too. It's just so slow. It becomes very difficult to get around the map.
Why would they ban Ember? What's the pick that they plan to go for that says, yeah, Ember would have a pretty free lane here? Is it like the Pango? No, that's banned out.
They could send Timber mid.
Could be.
Kiyotaka's actually the one who's played it the most on BetBoom team so far this tournament over Miro.
Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't mind like an Underlord then, some beefy offlane guy.
I also think the Ember ban is because
Why
it would
was
have been
Ember
a
banned?
good hero to run at TA early on, because like there are threats that
Yeah,
TA
TA
does
can get
run.
pretty annoyed by that. That's true.
Do you guys think this is mid coddle?
Almost
like,
certainly mid coddle. Yeah, Kiyotaka definitely plays this hero. What do we like about it or dislike about this?
The Spirit Vessel is the obvious thing. Like, it's tanky heroes, good to rotate side lanes against Dragon Knight, and you also have good range. Once you actually engage on the Dragon Knight and do a little damage to him, you're just going to be like blowing him from 600 units. He can't stun you back, he can't attack you back.
Yeah, it's
So-
either the Orchid or the Spirit Vessel build for Coddle. And I'd say this game you're almost certainly going Spirit Vessel based on the enemy lineup. And yeah, he's a backline spellcaster and they don't really have gap close right now. I was going to say the DK, if it's a carry, does not have backline close, but Laurel will almost certainly rush the Blink. So very different role in the game for DK.
I like this pivot by Team Spirit. You put DK mid versus Coddle. Because of his high armor, he can easily like withstand the Coddle blasts. And whenever Coddle goes into the jungle to maximize his farm, DK can hit level 6 and punish him by hitting that tower early on. It also gives them that early Blink Dagger buyer to go and find that Coddle, because all of the gap close heroes were banned. in that last phase. So it gives them that kind of solution and the pivot to picking Satanic's Morphling here. Not that much lockdown for Satanic on the side of Bedboom, so this pivot here is really good for them. On the other hand, like the Coddle pick, if it hits its timings and gets a few good rotations, once he's level 6, like Bedboom could just play overwhelmingly fast again. If that doesn't happen though, I think the last pick Morphling was a really good call by Spirit.
Yeah, the pivot looks good. I'm a little worried about Dragonite impacting the team fights enough, because obviously he's going to be good once he gets Blink Dagger to like blink stun people. He went Fire Facet as well to farm. I just worry it's going to be too much farm potential on their team, and they're not going to be as good at like getting things done consistently.
Yeah, because while they don't have that much lockdown on the side of Bedboom team, they have a lot of burst. And oftentimes that's also the other thing that you have to be afraid of as a Morphling, because Clockwork's going to be able to jump on you from a distance. Coddle, hypothetically, from what I've seen, can do a lot of burst damage very quickly. And so your encouragement for the Morphling pivot is that he's going to be able to morph in time before any of the burst damage comes in.
I think burst damage is only concerning like pre-Manticide because like you've got the Vessel and whatnot, but like, mostly you're just scared of stuns as Morphling, and they really lack that, and he should be able to carry on paper. Like the only issue is getting run over, but I think DK mid, while it has fallen off, does contribute a lot in terms of pacing, so Spear can do it.
A lot of new heroes on display from a Bedboom team. Let's see if they go 2-for-0 in this series with Cap and Synderen.
Don't be nervous, I won't hurt it. It get crazy, baby, welcome to the circus. The money calling, I'ma get it where it's at. The dollars don't fold, put them in a stack. Don't be nervous.
It's my jam right here.
Oh, I was gonna say the opposite, but that's we have different tastes. That's fine. One of us better than the other.
Come on, I was being sarcastic. Don't.
Yeah. Yeah, just fitting in. If I would have said yeah, I don't, you would have been like, I know, right?
Welcome everybody to Bedboom versus Team Spirit Game 2.
Alright guys, you know what? The very nice and very calm music we had yesterday when we were talking about golf, I could do more of that. That was really nice.
I agree with Synderen. That music made it hard to think.
Oh, you were thinking?
I was trying to think hard enough to drown out the music, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's you, Cap.
Yeah, that's me. Bedboom versus Team Spirits. Very different drafts this time around. What are your thoughts, Synderen? Because I don't care about the thoughts of the panel.
Me neither.
Good.
But I do care about the duality of mid lane Coddle. It's very, it's very hit or miss. If things go well early on, you can snowball a game like basically none other. But I think this hero is, in this current meta, is maybe one of the potentially most timed mids. He definitely will fall off. And that means Bedboom's lineup wants to play on Coddle's timing and play a very strong mid game and try to dominate the map. I feel very happy for Spirit if this game is even minute 30. I think then eventually this tricore of DK, Dawn, Morph is just going to get the job done inevitably, even against a farm TA. Morphling is one of the better carry matchups against her. You get Refraction yourself, you're natural Manta buyer, you hit stupidly hard. You're hard to kill for TA with the minus armor because you have so much armor. So definitely the hero to watch for this game is that Kiyotaka Coddle.
And also the player-hero combination, right? Because you look at this game, everybody else is silvers and golds and platinums and grandmasters, and Kiyotaka's rocking the bronze tier Coddle, and that's for good reason too. He's only played it 9 times in his professional career. He's only won 3 of those games. So not a great win rate.
I wonder what prompted the pick here, because I think considering how unpopular this hero is, you need to have a very good reason to go for it.
I've got kind of a theory about that, but we'll see if Kiyotaka lives first. I think Save makes every mid laner he plays with play Coddle. Oh. Because then he could also play Coddle, you know? They could have the Coddle flex.
Right.
Because he really likes the Coddle, right? And so but, you know, you can't just pick that hero all the time. You
well,
wanna
they
have
did
some
last
flex
pick
on
it, so there wasn't much flex.
True,
in this
true.
instance. I thought you were making the case that Save loves when there's a Coddle because then he gets mana. So if he's not playing the Coddle when...
Or he could play more of a carry from the forward position.
Yeah.
Because he's got a mid laner that isn't going to scale.
Well, I'm very curious to see it. I find Coddle very entertaining to watch because he's so... We've had many games in the last year or two where mid Coddles go like 8-0, 10-0. They just run the map very early on with a Vessel and high levels. And then if they mess up once or twice, you feel like nothing had happened. So it's very entertaining to watch because of the pace that it sets, but also the stakes of every move are really, really high. It's, in a way, it's kind of what Queen of Pain used to be. Just that now QoP scales better. And compensates better for early deaths. I used to say that QoP dying 2 or 3 times, you generally don't win the game.
Yeah.
Like it was that extreme.
Yeah. Different now, but
yeah.
The Coddle still fits that narrative, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. A big part of mid Coddle is the ability to farm side camps. We'll see how much Kiyotaka gets to stack. When he pushes out the mid lane, ideally he wants to run north and then stack that camp into a double and a triple. Now that he has enough levels to push faster. I mean, you can also farm it as a single, it's just not as effective, but gotta do something with your time, right?
Yeah. Is it, usually when it comes to stacking and playing off of camps from the mid lane, usually it's better to be on Radiant side than Dire, right?
I would say in particular for Coddle, yes, because you can just blast the camp from the low ground.
Yeah.
This one you actually have to move for. For other heroes it might be less relevant because they need to move for both, and then yes, the distance for Dire is a little bit longer, but yeah, Coddle, the comparison is it's a quite significant difference.
Well, our side lanes, we've got another one of those kind of double melee matchups. It seems like we're seeing this more and more. I don't know, maybe it's just because Clockwork's so good, but, and I guess Ogre is so good. Templar, Assassin, Clockwork lane against the Lion, Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, this is a very volatile lane. Both lanes have clear kill potential and are very strong on level 3 that they have now both achieved, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the first blood happening up there. I would be surprised to see it happening here. But you never know. Maybe Kiyotaka oversteps once.
I mean, he does, like, Larl is prepared for a kill. He's got a blood grenade. He wants to make it happen.
Yeah, that's quite unusual.
We'll see, he actually manages to. I wonder if when he bought that blood grenade, I wasn't really paying attention. I wonder if the first time he got that Coddle low, he was like, I can kill this guy. Other safe lane, Timbersaw and Muerta versus Morphling Tusk.
Good lane for Timber.
Yeah.
They can't really do anything to him with Morph Tusk. He should just free farm.
Which means Dave should have an opportunity to maybe go through the gate or pressure mid.
Absolutely. And Miero, you're also seeing it here. He has 8 denies to Satanic 0. Just able to play up nice and aggressive, put the pressure, slow down the Morphling's progression. But the other two
Tusk that goes through first. He is already up there in the safe lane. Feeling like he can't do much here. The counter TP is going to come in before the dive even commences. Nice dead shot backwards. Hit him with the blood grenade. He does have an Earth Spike ready to go and will live off of that one. Nice 2-man stun. Malik's still kind of playing around here.
Bowling.
Oh, missed the second cogs. Good try.
Only a spare. Still not bad. Now what matters is that the next cogs, you gotta hit the first one, so you convert your spare.
Right.
Otherwise it's just a 10. That's not the best.
Scanning.
Are you a big bowling fan?
Yeah, it's fun. I like bowling. I think I like all social sports except boxing.
Is boxing a social sport?
Negative social.
You beat the shit out of each other while chatting it up with your bud?
I mean, it's still social. It's with other people. Not everything social has to be positive, right?
I mean, I guess what is not a social sport then?
I think you're so smart, Cap.
I'm genuinely asking.
That's a good question. Malik is cooked here, by the way. No escape. This matchup's actually very annoying. That's the thing. When clock gets on top of you and you don't have the Lion's protection, it's just so easy. Maybe first blood here for Katomi. What's not a social sport?
Are scanning.
Formula One.
Ah, that's a good answer. Well, they're still talking to their engineers.
You're still talking to the, and there's also the pit stops, right?
Yeah.
But for the most part of that sport, you're not interacting with other people. Golf, if you don't have a caddy, then you're just playing alone.
Yeah.
See, they exist.
I mean, bowling you play alone.
Shut up. Nobody does that.
Wheatley. Vessel almost online. It'll be combined with the pressure that Miro is putting on Satanic already, and a mid laner that is able to buy Vessel. Oh, that's a good gank.
Oh, that's so good.
Just enough. Well played, save. Katomi and save sandwich him.
Everything in that gank was perfect. That was so nice. The cogs into the silence, and then Timber hits both spells midair on a short chain. I think it's harder to hit the Whirling Death when you're chaining through from a short distance than a long one, because, you know, the amount of, how to say, build-up time in your chain to really prepare it, I feel like it's harder. They go for a counterplay of their own on Kiyotaka.
TP is coming in, but it looks like it's going to be far too late. Kiyotaka is already dead by the time save TP's in.
It's a good hero to kill. We talked about how much this hero is about momentum. Now save.
Yeah, he doesn't have his ult. All he has is the calling to try and protect himself, and that's not going to be nearly good enough. Team Spirit, they bounce back. Got some good ganks there from Bedboom, but they are overwhelming the mid lane now and keeping the Coddle down.
Pure will force Malik out of lane simultaneously, but he is, of course, a level 6 Dawn, so if they want, they can just make the move for him. Maybe they will with Miposhka. Yep, they
Trap
will
him
indeed.
inside the shard, so, okay, the stun doesn't... Wait, Malik! Whoa! Oh, God, they really just smashed their keyboards, didn't they?
What? I'm trying to wrap my head around how that even happens. Okay, so he couldn't have hit the spell. He wasn't in range. So I thought, okay, you know, sometimes you can misclick and click your hero portrait or something, and then you cast in the wrong direction. But that wasn't even the spell he was supposed to use first. He had to hammer that first. Okay, that was really strange. And who knows, maybe they kill him, maybe they don't. He has Blinding Light, so perhaps it is not the easiest for the Dawn to execute that, but that looked funny. It really stands out with how well these teams have been playing this tournament when they just completely botch a move. It's just so out of place.
Well, I guess get enough of these games for all these group stages.
Eventually it's going to happen, right?
Yeah, bound to be a few screw-ups.
Full vision for the Radiant for a little bit. You know, Kato, well.
Immediately use the Vessel on Rue, slow him down. There's nowhere he can go. Power of that Solar Bind. Such an annoying spell.
This is a good timing to push this mid wave with Coddle ulti. You have the Siege wave coming in and you're bringing Pure in as well. They want to take some serious advantage out of this. And even if they don't find more kills, which they might,
nice
snowball dodge. Will be okay. And now the counterplay actually. Oh, never mind. Nobody's dying.
Yeah, they've got too many heroes here in the top lane. Looks like they're trying to trade out a bit.
Yeah. This is a good call from Spirit to not take this fight mid. You have no business fighting into Coddle right now. You want to dodge him. You want to make sure Satanic keeps progressing his item build. Once he gets his Manta, things get a lot easier. Until then, that Vessel is extremely intimidating.
A little bit surprised Bedboom are trying to invest to keep this tower alive. The smoke, a little bit delayed there from Team Spirit, does run down mid, but the rotation is coming out from Bedboom to keep this tower up. They go for Malik over Satanic here. Malik is able to get out of the cogs with the hammer. Both heroes are rather mobile, so don't have the best lockdown, especially without level 6 on Katomi.
Now might have killed Katomi there if he had ult on Satanic, but has opted not to get that. But you're right. The defense top from BetBoom does not work out. They spend a decent amount of resources on not accomplishing anything. Spirit. This is looking a little bit... Laurel's farm this game is similar to what Satanic had last game in the safe lane. This is going to be a big Dragon Knight. Of course, again, the Vessel and the Timber Saw are two big problems for your hero. But you can itemize your way out of most in Dota as long as you're rich. So if he can keep this up, going Mage Slayer next. Great game, great item against Caudle and Timber. So can't disagree with that.
It's a nice life lesson there, Synderen. You can itemize your way out of anything as long as you're rich.
Just buy a house.
Just buy your way out of your problems. 1K net worth lead for Team Spirit after all of these moves between mid and top. But we're just beginning to cook with this Caudle, though he is out of charges now, so this gank will be a little bit more awkward as a result. But they finally have the Clockwork online with the hook shot, which is fantastic setup for the Caudle, and we're just going to see this duo and maybe +1. In this case, save.
Time for some Caudle cooking.
Run around, get some kills.
What do you think is his favorite dish? What do you think Caudle cooks? Does Gandalf ever cook in Lord of the Rings?
He probably doesn't. Honestly, he probably doesn't eat too much. He probably tries to keep it pretty light.
For the sake of his horse, or what?
Light. Come on.
Okay, the moment I said that, I realized what you said, and it was too late. That was actually a pretty good joke. I'm just stupid. What can you do? It's unlucky.
It doesn't work if you have to explain the joke.
I mean, it's unlucky. What can you do? Just make an easier to understand jokes I can't miss. I say that, and some of the jokes I've told you are just 10 times more obscure, and I'm just expecting you to get the reference. Like, you don't know that meme? Unlucky. Well,
Team Spirit are also unlucky because their 4-man move to this side of the map was hoping to catch the Timber Saw, but seems like Miro knew something was up. He played it really passive, and now he definitely knows Laurel shows himself and starts hitting the tower.
Yep, they still get the tower, so can't say it was all that bad. Objective claimed, Satanic. Only a recipe now away from the Manta, and that is the item I'm really looking at in this game. It's a true difference maker when you're playing against the Caudle to have that Dispel available for the Solar Bind and for the Vessel. That arriving soon. This might get easier for
Found his
Spirit.
mark. They know about that high ground ward, but it may be too late for Rue. Doesn't actually go for the hook shot on him. They got greedy and tried to go for more kills. Kiyotaka does land the blast. Rue goes down. Maposhka is able to get out of the cogs, though, so they'll only get 1 kill out of this.
Oh, he started digging.
He's really throwing around those Vessel charges. I mean, there's just no way they kill Maposhka there.
No.
Well, now he's back to no Vessel charges.
That's true. That's actually a kind of big deal. For a little bit, a couple of kills will be harder to obtain. And Satanic, he didn't flinch. He's just staying bottom. If the enemy heroes want to make moves all over the map, it's like, cool with me. I just need to get to 3 items, and I feel like I'm going to win this game, is probably his mindset on the Morph right now.
Yeah. And his Manta timing is so important, right? If you can't use this Vessel against the cores on the enemy side, then like you're probably feeling pretty bad. Now, Laurel is not going a BKB, he's going Mage Slayer. Blink Mage Slayer.
It's going to be good against the DK for a while, for sure. And it's also going to be good against the Dawn for a while. But yeah, the Morphling is a very big part of what you would probably want to do. Nice find here on Kataomi. Nice escape here on Kataomi. All right.
Sneaks that hook shot around.
So now, there's the Orchid. Big pickup on the Caudle. Now, this makes the dynamic with Morph kind of interesting. You just don't want to stack these two.
Yeah.
You want to stagger them, so you use one, and then if he mantas that one off, you have the other. And then you need to make the choice of which one is more important to stick. Is it the silence, or is it the anti-heal? Because whichever one you use first, Morph should be getting shift off no matter what you do. Because he can just Manta and press the button, and you will never be able to Orchid him before he does it. But if you get the Orchid, he obviously can't escape. Oh, this would be a big one. And they'll get it for sure. Oh my god. Just
heavy commitment there.
Out of play, though.
A lot of abilities were used. Can BetBoom get any sort of punish?
don't have the Vessel for this Laurel kill, and he
blink away
because he's not Vesseled. This charge that Kiyotaka is missing right now, making a pretty big difference. I think that's a dead DK if he had the charge. Because he got the second Solar Bind on him, Timbersaw was connecting, and now effectively BetBoom just pulled 4 heroes to this bottom lane to no avail.
And this is not the timing that BetBoom wants to be giving away pickoffs. They want to be the ones getting pickoffs that can lead them to do Roshan, right? Because they got a Deso TA. He's itching to take down the big rock man. You ever just call something differently just for the change of sake?
Yeah.
Sake of change.
Yes.
Yes.
For the... I can't even repeat it because it's so unnatural to say it. I'm actually impressed.
It's backwards day.
Nice.
Got it.
That's one of the nice things about English Cap. It has so many words. You can always insult people in like 100 different ways.
True.
All right, Vessel charge is unlocked.
Whole book of outdated insults, basically.
Radiant's
Oh, yeah.
middle tower is under
Are you getting me that for Christmas?
Think of all the words we used to use in like the 20s and 30s. Scallywag. Yellow belly.
Yeah, now they're only used by pirates.
True.
It's funny how they didn't move on. Guess you miss touch with modern society when you're just out on the sea all the time.
Stuck in their ways.
Radiant are scanning.
Does this game also kind of feel to you like Spirit are almost past the worst part already?
Yes. It feels like they are winning the game passively.
Yeah.
Every second that goes by, every tick of gold that comes in, it's just like feels like another 0.1% that comes in for Team Spirit.
It kind of is ironic that this might be one of the lower kill scores that BetBoom have had in any of their games, and it's with the mid Coddle, who is the one that wants to do the absolute most out of any hero they've picked. So definitely not really going the way they want. They will get the Roche though, which is good. See how much pressure they can put with this Aegis. Probably just going to put it on Pure. He does have the Blink Deso Lance, so he is ready to fight. But Spirit are doing a good job at not letting them get this snowball rolling with the Coddle.
I would also say that Team Spirit, I think one of the things they're best at is recognizing times where they don't want to fight or whatever, and just farming efficiently and like playing up to a certain item timing. I think that's where they found a lot of success with Satanic. They've been behind in a certain situation. They say, okay, let's just farm. And that if they're one of the best teams at doing that, this has got to be one of the harder lineups to execute that BetBoom have drafted against Spirit. We'll see what they can do with this Aegis, a 5-minute window.
Definitely not going to count out BetBoom's lineup more or less until the game is over, though, because there's always, we've seen Pure on this TA do crazy things, but he is 3,000 behind the Morph, which is actually kind of incredible that the gap is this big between the two.
Yeah. Templar Assassin is a hero that basically doesn't have an ultimate. Like, your toolkit is just entirely on your basic abilities.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, which means you could just be Templar Assassin if you wanted to. If Satanic wants to just, jump in and turn on refraction and meld people, he can do that.
It's, I guess the most likely targets for his ult here on Morph is TA and Timber.
Yeah.
Getting the Timber chain mobility and that burst damage against Timber would be come in handy for sure. Nero has the Ags. He's very tanky. Oh, the miss. The creep blocked it. Satanic. He would have actually been in major trouble there. He did not have Manta ready. If that would have connected, but now he's fine.
And now he's about to finish up his Conda. Oh, Malik is going to be spotted. Good catch for save. And Kiyotaka will join along for the ride to put the damage out. Ooh.
He has the Aegis.
They're going to try and take away that Aegis nice and quick here. Gets it done. Miro, he responds, chasing after Maposhka. Nice use of the shard there. Still going to be chased down by Pure or Miro.
That's still not bad for Spirit.
Yeah.
Tusk for the Aegis here.
And there's the Templar Assassin.
Yeah. Yeah, having the ability to Melt Strike and then turn into Morph is actually kind of disgusting. Yeah. And the refraction of
And they're
Morph.
going to go for the TA second time. They've got to burst it down. Oh, that was fast. Now, the Dragon Knight, both times they jump on the TA, and Miro's able to come in and clean house. And he's doing it really, really well. Satanic needs to get away from this Timber Saw. That's all he's got to do. Waveform away. Chakram doesn't land as a result. The dead shot does, though. Pushes him back in. Miro, though, is too far to capitalize on the situation. So, yeah, they do kill the Templar Assassin, but you lost your Dragon Knight for it, and your Lion. Can't tell if it was worth it.
It's kind of even, I guess. And it was also a proof of concept of how fast they can kill. So the Morph just waveforms in. Did he melt struck him, right? He waveformed in, melt struck, and turned back into Morph? Was that what happened? Because that damage was ridiculous.
He definitely hit him with the Kata. I don't know if he got a melt strike in or not, but definitely was a lot. I don't know. Did they time the refraction? Was it the refraction timing out, or did they actually get the damage instances to go through?
Yeah, maybe. That's a good question. I didn't notice there. I mean, if you pile on top of him with the... Which heroes was it that dealt damage? Was it only DK and Morph? Or was there a third instance?
There was the Earth Spike. Okay. But I think Lion only did one instance of damage from the Earth Spike.
Yeah, then it might have just been down. Maybe they found the perfect moment.
Well, we've got a little bit of problems here, but hopefully we'll be back up into the game soon. BKB for Malik is his build-up. BKB for the Dragon Knight is almost done, and Satanic is going to go back for a BKB as well. So 3 core BKBs is going to be the build-up for Team Spirit. So you talk about the time being like 5 minutes from now, maybe 7. It'll be very, very hard for Bet Boom. It feels like they got to get more done in this window right now.
Yeah, I think their solution to that problem is going to be Caudal Hex, inevitably, right? You're going to have to prevent heroes from getting BKB off, and then you do have some amazing teammates for killing Hexed heroes. Timbersaw as well as TA just burst anyone in the blink of an eye and can't count out Muerta either. We've seen countless examples of Save just becoming a carry in the game in his own right. So... But that's going to be the natural next step, I think, to try to solve that problem. He's going Octarine first, and sometimes we see Caudals also go BKB. And if he feels like he needs that overhex, then maybe Miro? Miro's also queuing up BKB. Or rather, he is queuing up BKB. Kiyotaka isn't yet. So you're right, when the BKBs come out, if neither of them is buying a hex, it could get tricky. Catching Malik.
Miro starts chasing after him. Laurel is around, but he got hit by a TA trap, so he's not able to blink in or blink out. Turns around, Dragon Tails up Miro, but he's still slowed down. Before they have the BKBs, a desperate TP away. Dead shot. Caught him just in time. That is multiple times. I swear.
They're timing.
Yep, they're going to go for the Lion as well. He's just dead.
They have so much burst. It's a matter of finding the right heroes. Damage is not an issue until BKBs are there. If you do find the Daunt, you just saw her get 100 to 0'd by Caudal and Timber in 2 seconds. Illuminate plus all of the Timber spells with Solar Bind on and the Vessel. So easy.
Now I feel a lot better about Bet Boom. We're up 5K.
Yep.
Like before we were trading out, we were just keeping the net worth even. It was like, okay, gotta get something better.
It's
now they
crazy what you can accomplish when you fix your Discord.
That's true, when you are able to communicate with allies. Another dead shot.
Nice TP.
A little bit too late.
Very nice from Nikoshka finding that little corner.
So Muerta really stood out at Belgrade. That hero was just dominating at Belgrade, and I felt like the calling was so damn good. But as I've watched DreamLeague, I feel like Deadshot is beginning to be that ability as well. Just the range at which you're able to hit a disable is kind of bonkers.
I think it's one of the hardest spells in the game to master.
Yeah.
It's very, very difficult to use, so I guess it makes sense that over time, as Muerta gets played hundreds of games by the pros, they get to that level. I think with most heroes in Dota, I would say with how talented the pro players are, I think they could pick up most heroes that they've never played before, play 10 to 20 games and be solid. Muerta, I think, takes more.
Yeah.
To use that spell in particular. It's just really, really... I'm not going to say it's not intuitive to use. It's just very... In terms of like even dexterity, the way you need to move your mouse and angle your spell compared to a lot of other abilities in Dota, you need to have pretty strong precision. It's not only about understanding the movement of the enemy hero.
Sure.
You also need to click and drag in like a very smooth and fast motion, which I would say that's way easier with Darkseer Wall because you're naturally pulling them toward your cursor.
Yeah.
So there's some mechanical part of that spell too that's not too easy to do.
I know what you're thinking about. The way you think about the map is a little bit different, right? It's the same when you play Timbersaw or say Pango, right? Because you interact with the map in a certain way, and it's the same with Muerta. Now you're all of a sudden interacting with trees, something you have to keep aware of. Kiyotaka and Miro, they've got sight of two support.
Such a good ward. Oh, they only get the one though. Kataomi couldn't find an angle to hookshot the secondary target. That would have been both supports.
And they showed 5 heroes there. Immediate smoke up from Bet Boom. They're going to go through the gate. They're trying to make this fast. They say, okay, we showed 5 heroes on this top left side of the map. Let's go to the other side. Like Satanic and these other guys, they're going to be farming super efficiently. They're going to be greedy on the other side of the map. Let's see if we can catch them. Problem is Team Spirit is too cautious. They've already backed out of this area, and they have grouped up together mostly back to defend that tier 2 and go for the D ward on that high ground.
I think they might be anticipating this move because they saw TA farming on the left side and she disappeared. So they might have thought she TP'd across to connect with her team and they're making this move. And they read Bet Boom's move perfectly here and they don't really get much out of it. But I say that Bet Boom have very good lanes. You have a lane that was next to the tier 2 tower top. You're pushing all the way into the tier 3 mid. Your bottom wave is going to push over time as well. So the amount of just passive free vision you're getting and control of the map is very nice for them right now.
And super scary with the TA traps. Like when you start getting this map control, it becomes easier and easier to control these choke points with multiple TA traps like we're seeing with this triangle now. Yeah. If you want to clear that out, you're going to have to send in Satanic with the gem. They'll push him back with a wall of cogs.
It's carrots.
Huh?
It's carrots. He has the carrot set. You didn't notice the cogs?
No.
They look like carrots. It's because he's a rabbit clockwork.
Oh my god.
You haven't seen this set before?
I know, I haven't. I was wondering what this set was, but now that you tell me it's a rabbit, I can see. Because
it's not funny when I have to explain the joke.
Whatever, man. He's got this scarf that's covering most of him up, so I didn't realize that it was a rabbit nose sticking out.
It really reminds me of the game Lies of P. Have you played that?
Yeah. Well, I've seen it.
Okay. Yeah. This clock set is it's like that steampunk mechanic.
Yeah.
Mechanic animal set, basically. Perfect for me. I'm also a mechanical animal.
Well, I know the robot part. Where's the animal?
There you go, then. I didn't have to explain that one. Good job. So still, status quo. I want to say that out of the 3 lanes, I feel like almost constantly 2 are pushing into Spirit's base. They're definitely on defense with the Dawnbreaker for the foreseeable future. But it's not that clear-cut how you're going to defend with Dawn. If you get caught by a Clockwork plus the burst of a Timber and a TA, you can actually die even while having BKB. So it is a bit scary here for the Spirit heroes. They're trying to set up to prepare for an inevitable Roche, but unfortunately for them, the spawn timing of this is actually really awkward. It's going to spawn at 29:45, so they have to be on the dot there with their heroes to kill it in time. And if it starts heading bottom, that's, I want to say, great news for Bet Boom despite it going to the Radiant side, because Bet Boom just have so good control of this bottom area.
Yeah, they've got double wards, like this mid ward and this bottom lane ward. That feels like they've got really good control of this bottom right-hand side of the map. They smoke up to go exploring into their own jungle area. Nobody's going to be there, though. Spirit have already backed away. Maybe Spirit all of a sudden will get better control of the Roche pit.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. They know when Roshan's going to spawn, so they're planning on just bursting it down right away.
We can't forget that, Cap.
Of course.
We forget it every time that TA is just like playing with cheats here. That's just that's such a strong innate in pro Dota. It's like insanely good.
Yep. It's an insult to injury that the Dawnbreaker passive goes off immediately afterwards to see, oh yeah, the TA has a passive that lets her know when Roshan is, and I get to see them do it. Cool.
It's like a real shocker. Oh, they were there! Oh, that's very good news for BetBoom getting that Roche. They will try to steal the enemy Tormentor as well by the looks of it. TA also good at that. I think... I mean, TA has just got so much nice secondary utility. We focus a lot on her ability to deal major damage and her laning, and like her carry-to-carry matchups and stuff, but all the other luxury, traps for map control, your ability to solo Tormentor, your ability to know when Roche is spawning. It's just... all these little extra things really bump her up in priority and strength. Especially the higher the level of the game is, the more her secondary things matter. Both the traps and that Roche timer. And, well, Spirit, you better start thinking about defending. Well, think about it now.
Refraction got burned through, and immediately the Dragon Tail stun came out. Now they don't... Okay, Satanic is able to finish off. Now Laurel's going to pop into BKB and chase after the Clockwork. Are they going to be able to push for more? They're going to deal with the banner for now. And Pesty Siege Wagon still up.
That's all they're going to get.
Not too bad. I mean, especially given the fact that you're dealing with, I think, BetBoom at one of their strongest timings, though there is going to be this window where Pure... He's got a Crystallis right now, but soon Daedalus. It's going to get to that one-shot territory.
It was just a really nice first hit. You know, the Tusk TK getting in there, Finger of Death, and then when he disengages, Morph kills him and gets out without expending anything. Just a nicely choreographed attack from, or defense, I suppose, from Team Spirit. And yeah, they didn't steal this, surprisingly. BetBoom were in position to take this Tormentor, but now it's going to go to Laurel. He stopped in his tracks on Miero. Not getting anywhere.
Fireball.
Yep.
Might not actually be the worst, considering the fact that Help will burn through the refraction, right? Maybe not as good as it used to. But.
Yeah, it's definitely not as good as it used to be, but it's still just more... Like, TA's development as a hero is interesting, right? So the old refraction, the perfect counter was doing like 10 damage. And now the new refraction, the perfect counter is doing, is it 60 or something? How much is it blocks per barrier? 30. And that's before reductions, right?
Yeah.
Because it follows the same rules as every other barrier. So if you have... If TA has 50% physical damage reduction, you need to do 60 damage to remove one barrier. So if you do 59, that sucks. Because then you almost take it off, but not quite, and then you have to do an extra hit just to remove the first layer.
Mm-hmm.
So something like Fireball is probably not that good because I don't think it ticks for... How much does it tick for?
Probably
75. Okay.
Might be perfect.
I mean, that's pretty good then. I think this ticks away one refraction per second then. That's decent. I actually didn't think Fireball did that much DPS. It's all right. Because she needs to have a lot of magic resistance before this barrier blocks 75, right? That's she's not getting there. But it means that heroes in the past that would like hard counter TA, such as Venomancer or Batrider, don't do it as easily because they don't just eat all the refractions instantly.
She doesn't get hard countered quite as well, right?
Yes, there are some of the atrocious matchups of the past have become way more playable, for better or worse.
Scythe of Ice is going to be the next item for Kiyotaka, so the Coddle is finally going to go that item. Yeah. But it looks like Miro is also thinking about it.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I was suggesting it for both of them, right?
Yeah.
For a reason. I think maybe you don't have to both buy it first. Maybe Coddle could get the BKB if Miro is close to his. He isn't, though. We're going to try to put some pressure here and force out something. And to waveform is all they're going to get. No BKB.
Good restraint from Satanic.
But I like this approach from BetBoom. I feel like one of them should buy BKB and the other one should buy Hex, and then they could do it vice versa. So if Caudle is buying the Hex and Timber bought the BKB, I would like to see Caudle buy BKB after this Hex as well. I just think it gives him a lot more freedom and he becomes more reliable in the fight.
Yeah, I would say, considering the fact that Miro, I guess Miro's already got BKB, but I feel like the Scythe of Ice is better on the Caudle just because Miro doesn't have Blink. So instead, use the cast range of the Caudle to get that surprise initiation. Scotty soon for the Morphling. He is very big. Again, he is still ahead of the TA. It's just that his allies are falling farther and farther behind their respective cores.
Especially considering how good of a start Larl had. He is probably not feeling too happy with the state of things sitting there. He doesn't, I mean, as usual, the players don't have access to this information. You don't necessarily know the... Generally, at this level, they can kind of feel whether they're ahead or not and where they're at. But, yeah. He could have definitely had a better game with the start that he had on that DK, but got slowed down by a couple of deaths against the BetBoom team and just the overall map pressure. The reason Morph looks so... really stands out in comparison to the other cores is that, well, if you own 40% of the map and you're giving Satanic half of that, then everybody else is sharing the last 20%.
Yeah.
So, of course, he's going to be taking the brunt of it.
Which is where they need to be able to win a fight and take over parts of the map. They got a TA jump. BKB's going to be popped. They all in for the Templar Assassin and do manage to take him and the Timber Saw. They just smashed them inside of that initiation.
Great ward. Great ward. They see the... I think TA was on the edge of that ward, and there's no hesitation. They just blow up her immediately. Team Spirit. Find a moment of opportunity to cut away half the lead. BetBoom doesn't have a save for the TA when she does get jumped. If there's any defensive support there, that's such a different story. But they can't protect her with anything else than Blinding Light. And Satanic. Okay. Well, they made a good move, so let's go. Straight down mid.
He's, I think, gonna get this. There's no buyback from the Templar Assassin. We'll see what Save can put together.
Well, with the Octarine, he can spam Blinding Light.
Yeah, that's true. Never mind. Okay. Too many spells.
What's the cooldown on Blinding Light when you have Octarine? Let's see. It's 12. And you can cut away half of that with Chakra, which is on a 7-second cooldown. So you have a blind every 6 seconds, basically. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty. So basically, there's 2 seconds where you can actually hit things. Otherwise, you've got the other 4 seconds. You have that 40% mischance.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What a move from Spirit, though. That went from 12 to 4k gold, and they took half of that mid tower.
And now you're going to see those other cores, their net worth, they're going to start keeping up a little bit. You got Nullifier on Malik, and he's going to get Harpoon next. So he is really building just damage.
Dire's top
Is this? Do you feel like this is just not an Ags game?
I think it could be, but I don't mind this angle from Malik either. The Axe obviously isn't great against Caudle or Timber.
Yeah.
So maybe you feel like there's not enough value. It's great against the TA.
Dire's top tower is under
Especially
attack.
considering Morph is opting not to buy Butterfly, then it would be even better, because then TA doesn't buy True Strike against you.
Yeah.
But this way you also make sure that you're not... Maybe their logic is we don't want to be too reliant on Satanic. We need somebody else to be able to output. They're going to hex him and push him in. Okay.
Immediate
Very
Dawnbreaker
early
ult.
Dawnbreaker ult. That's not great.
No.
Solar Bind, yeah, they're going to lose at least the Dawn here.
Did not respect the follow-up there. Kept his BKB. Doesn't use it. Team Spirit.
Satanic?
Satanic is going to turn and fight this one with the initiation, quote-unquote, on Caudle, of just waiting for Caudle to slip up into those trees. Satanic finds that much. He's got a Satanic, removes the rod, now gets hit by his side. He's got his team nearby, though. BetBoom They got to be careful. They don't want to overdo it here. The Templar Assassin does get jumped. Dragon Tail, not to too much damage, though. Pure gets off the BKB because Satanic is still on the run. He is fully strengthed up. He cannot do much damage, and you can see Laurel just doesn't have much to be able to throw around. They threw Finger and everything they had, and Pure barely got to half. Laurel's going to pick up the gem and TP out. Now that's a cool play. Nice heads-up move.
Damn. There were a couple of really cool things happening in that fight. I loved Spirit's trap. Satanic was just standing and hiding in the trees, and Caudle walked into him.
Yeah.
And that became the initiation. And then when BetBoom went for the counterplay with the TA, she didn't BKB on the initial blink and took a ton of damage, and that might actually have ended up working out in their favor, because Spirit kind of believed that they could kill her, so they threw all of their spells, Finger of Death, the whole shebang on her. She gets BKB Refraction off on half health, and that just means they're kind of leading the fight at that point very easily on overall resources. But they still managed to get Satanic out of there unscathed, so all in all, maybe slight advantage BetBoom, but they would have loved to find a Morphling kill there. Now we approach the interesting situation again, Cap, just like earlier. Let's see if Katsuomi gets out of this. Okay, I'm going to go with no.
Oh, but you were wrong!
He just barely got it off before the Dawn ulti landed. Very nice.
That was a sick play.
Yep, clutch. He had half a second left before he was completely dead. Well, he might end up dying anyway if he walks in for this. If they counterplay, they don't. Okay. Everything going right for Katsuomi. A clutch machine. Yeah, Spirit weren't ready for that counterplay at all. I think they really did not expect that there was vision there from the Dire, but BetBoom with the nice high ground ward were able to turn that one around.
Did they?
And now they're going to get vision of everything for a little bit. They'll know where they are. Going to see this here. So, Dawn ulti. Arguably a bit of a mistake from a push. Actually, I don't know what he could have done about it, because if he tries to walk on top of Katomi, he's going to get knocked back by the cogs, right? So I don't actually know if he could have blocked that hook shot.
Instant Hex onto the Timber Saw. He charges forward. Laurel has to use his BKB. This doesn't look the best. BetBoom sensing an advantage. Push forward. Shiva's trying to catch any of these heroes. Looks like it's going to be Rue. He knows he's dead. He turns around, just drains as much of their mana before he dies.
You know, he does have buyback, but they don't know when Roche is, unlike the other team that just for whatever reason always seem to know when Roche spawns.
Dire are scanning.
And I imagine BetBoom will be making their way down there. But only if they can get there in time. Big burst.
Gotta pick off on the Lion. They thought they were gonna be fine. They split apart a little bit, and Team Spirit immediately go for the 4-man smoke and strike.
How did they know to strike there? They didn't have any vision, right? They just went for it?
Malik, he's got a BKB, but it's Chain Stun City out here. Just Scythe of Vice into Deadshot.
If you guys can't have an offlaner, we can't either.
Apparently not. Satanic going for it. Got him. Satanic does manage to get nice.
If you guys can't have a mid laner, we can't either.
Mid lane for mid lane. Now support Maposhka. Now it's BetBoom will have an advantage, especially with the buyback from the Caudle. Trying to finish off save. Sight. Vesseled. Not looking good. Satanic is dead.
That is massive. They're going to be able to force buybacks here too. They push so fast with the TA. BetBoom have complete free choice here. If they want to take mid and try to force something, they can. They could have obviously just gone for Roche now at any point. The goal here is to force 1 or 2 core buybacks and then get Roche, and this is how you force them. Straight for the tier 4s.
Oh, counter sight immediately. He tries to blink in, denied. No moves for you. Your BKB or your buybacks are going to be for naught. They catch nothing with it. Absolute sick stuff, I assume, from Kiyotaka. Yeah, he's the only one with the Scythe. Miro is going to rejoin them with that secondary Scythe, though.
As you pointed out, Caudle has so much cast range during Spirit form. So if he sees the Tusk approaching, either he sees his movements and he immediately realizes what Tusk is going for, or he can just spam click Hex on top of his core that he thinks is getting jumped, and then if they do, the Hex just looks... It's like you can't even get a spell off there on the Tusk. And now they will take the Roche as well. They didn't get any barracks, but they built such a big advantage out of this situation.
And Pure, he's going for the killing blow. We've seen this before. Divine Rapier being queued up. The man knows that his time is now level 25 with the Meld Bash. They have so many stuns. With all these scythes that they have on top of Hookshot, Deadshot, Meld Bash.
Morphling is definitely killable for him. He can solo morph in a Hex if he has the Rapier. Puts all the more pressure on Mitoshka for the saves. Has to be really clutch about it. Satanic.
Deals with the ward real quick.
Now they're really cornered. BetBoom have 2 open lanes, mid and top. No tower in either.
Got the side. Jump in on the other side as well. The Lion is dead while they scramble to try and save their Morphling. It's the initiation from the other side that cost them big. A Dragon Tail stun looks like pure Satanic. Oh, no stuns came out in time. He was able to TP out. A buyback used by the Lion. Kataomi also bought back. It didn't turn out too bad for Spirit. They have this window where the Coddle dieback, they can actually get out on the map if they wanted to.
I feel like Kiyotaka should be buying a BKB or a Ghost Scepter here. He's getting killed the same way every fight. It's just Morphling jumps on top of him and he can't get away. With BKB or Ghost, I mean, Ghost is a really cheap solution to the problem that he's facing right now, actually. But he's eyeing up a Linken's. I mean, it's nice to block Dragon Tail and it's nice to block the Conda Adaptive Strike. But I don't know if that's a problem altogether if you just get one of the other 2 items.
Save continues to build up. He's really getting damage items now. Gleipnir is done. Add in some more control. Kataomi looks like Lion. That's a dieback for him. Burst it down. Satanic is in pretty deep. He's going to leave behind Malik, who's certainly dead. Satanic's just going to run for the hills, but it got hit by the side. Then now Pure's on top of him. Trying to pick him inside the snowball. He's got 400 HP to work with. He waveforms, gets his blink canceled, stuck inside the cogs. Not looking good. Satanic is down. Dieback for him. 2 minutes with no carry. 1 minute with no support. BetBoom. They could take so much. They could just end the game potentially.
And I don't blame Spirit for thinking they could get away with that. The enemy mid is dead. You really want to try to make a move here and take advantage of the shift in strength in team fights, but that's the thing about BetBoom's lineup. If you get the right jump and you have the TA just able to stand and deliver during a Hex, during a hook shot, these heroes are going to die really quickly.
They recognized it. Ignoring the barracks, going straight for the tier 4s. Don't want to give them an opportunity for multiple glyphs. The first one goes out now.
Radiant's middle barracks.
I mean, the Dragon Knight and the Dawnbreaker simply just do not do the damage to threaten Pure, or at least I don't think they do. Nullifier goes out. They do take him down once, but a second time, that's going to be the difficult part. They get back to the fountain, but no more tier 4s remaining. It's a totally naked throne, and GG is going to be called. Satanic knows it's over. Nothing can stop BetBoom from claiming this 2-0.
Another really nice game from them. I had my doubts. I feel like they, or excuse me, I felt like they weren't getting enough done with the Coddle, but apparently they didn't really need to put as much pressure in the first 20 minutes as I was expecting. They just eventually get there through itemization. They get the 2 hexes. They get all of just a very strong front line of the Timber. So I think Niero did so much work in this game on the Timber. Just constantly jumping in, giving vision with the Shivas, tanking up with the Ags. And the Team Spirit side were never really able to really deal with the Timber, and it just makes the fight so much easier for absolutely everybody in their team to navigate, get their damage off. And you look at the damage numbers on their team, that was really very much so a team effort.
Yeah.
Close among 4 of them within about 5,000 of each other, including save once again on that Muerta, doing so much. And you look to the Spirit side of things, those numbers pale in comparison. Only really Satanic is on par. Yeah. Mid-Dragon Knight didn't really get it done, and Malik in particular, just a rough day for him. This game did just not work on the Dawn whatsoever.
All right. Well, 2-0 for BetBoom over Team Spirit will put them first place in the groups.
That's right, they are now 5-1 in this group stage 2 with their full series score, and they've bumped down Team Spirit to a measly 4-2 score. Still nothing to be ashamed of because BetBoom are just built different. This has been an insane week for this team. They just keep getting better and better.
It really has been. I mean, dare I say it, they're looking like the #1 team in this tournament, in this group stage too. It just feels like they're playing so high tempo, they can play for the late game. They have extremely innovative strategies, and they have pocket picks that don't sound hard on paper, but it feels like they work for them more than it does for other teams. Like an example would be their Dawnbreaker that teams feel the need to either pick versus them or ban out. They flex that between position 1, position 3. They have their Warlock that they bust out sometimes. They have their TA that they've also flexed to mid. And when they give it to Pure, it looks like monstrous.
And they have a Meepo now.
Now they've got their Meepo on the last pick. In this game, they brought the last pick Coddle out, which is a hero that they revived from the grave, essentially. And it seems like they're just a step ahead of other teams, not just in play, but creativity.
I've played my fair share at Dawn, and I can tell you that Coddle matchup. Dota Buff confirms it 4th worst matchup in all of Dota, Dawn versus Coddle.
No, jeez.
I think that was the purpose of that Coddle pick, and you mentioned, Mira, like, not only are they really good at using Dawn, but when a team understands exactly what makes a hero work, they understand exactly what makes it doesn't work either. So that was just a really cool pick by Kiyotaka, and standout performance by Pure, just God tier again. I mean, everyone on the side of this team is just absolutely owning. Even Kataomi got his stylish escape on clock, so everyone got a little dose of flair.
That's the thing, it feels like every single player on this team pulled their weight. Like Cinder had mentioned, when you looked at damage numbers, a lot of them are equal. Like every single player is contributing to the victory. Whereas for Spirit, the Morphling last pick was a very good pick. It was a good game for Morphling. We saw he was topping the net worth. He was able to be explosive in these late game team fights, but it was just him. It felt like he was the only piece moving on the chessboard for Spirit, while the rest were struggling to do what they could wherever they could. And it's a shame that the Poison DK facet got so nerfed, because if it wasn't bad, that DK mid with the lane that he had could have maybe done a lot for Spirit, but he runs into a wall where he just had to sit back and farm, and your Morphling's also farming, and you're just waiting for something to happen, and nothing happens.
Yeah, I think the key against TA plus Coddle, like both these heroes, is you need dispels. You need dispels for the meld strikes, the traps, the Spirit Vessel, the Orchid, the Solar Bind. And I think what made the pick even better than it already was for the Coddle is that sometimes when you have supports like Enchantress or something on the other team, they'll just go get a Lotus Orb, or like some utility offlaner that can buy these items for their team. And they had a bunch of heroes that needed items for themselves, so nobody could afford this. You saw like Laurel trying to hold on to his BKB as a DK, and then he just suddenly gets blasted by like a single Meld Bash stun, plus all the other Coddle Blasts coming through. So I just felt like the itemization of Team Spirit is really difficult. Like, they didn't do anything wrong. I feel like their heroes they had BKBs, they had to use them at the right time, otherwise they get blown up by Timber plus Coddle and the TA. Just at the same time though, they had some cool plays, and it was sad that Rue had to skip the blink that game. He had like no blink at 40 minutes, so online it's very difficult for him to get the proper initiation. We did see that one fight that you saw what happens when they land this Lion Impale into the Dawn ulti and just get a clean wipe, but aside from that one, it just looked rather convincing for a BB team that's 9 wins in a row. That is really hard to do against the theoretical top 8 teams out there, so wow.
The record speaks for itself. Let's see what our Acer Predator head-to-head was for this game number 2.
Thanks, Neil. For the head-to-head, we had to focus on the mids, these 2 unique heroes that we don't get to see very often. Dragon Knight's been in some games, but not so much in the mid lane. Take a look at the hero damage dealt between them. Kiyotaka played the Keeper of the Light, 31,000 hero damage dealt by him. The GPM's higher, actually, on Keeper of the Light, despite Dragon Knight going to Fire Facet, but he didn't buy that many damage items. He bought kind of utility things. And another interesting stat is damage received. This is one of the other upsides to Dragon Knight, is that he's tanking damage that isn't going to be meant for other people. And these are very different numbers, despite them having pretty similar deaths. Kiyotaka went for a fast Spirit Vessel. You can see how effective it is here, getting pickoffs, especially on heroes like Lion. He just has this big range advantage. He amplifies the magic damage that they are going to take, and these blasts just come through and just end up getting kills. And on the other side of the coin, you've got Dragon Knight looking for like blink stuns, which are very effective. He can get some burst kills here, but in the same vein, it's just hard to match what Coddle did for them this game. Just 2 great picks in a row for BetBoom team.
2 great picks, 2 great games. BetBoom team are on fire right now. Thank you very much, Purge, for that head-to-head. And I mean, you were saying, dare I say, that they're the best team, but their score is proving it. They are 5-1 right now. This team is setting the pace for all of Group Stage 2 teams to try and match. And I don't really see many other teams catching up to them anytime soon. But maybe playoffs will bring a different beast. Right now, though, we get an opportunity to speak to one of the winners from a BetBoom team. It's Kataomi. Kataomi, congratulations on a very, very clean series. I was hoping to maybe get a little bit of insight on these fun picks that your team was whipping out in this series. So, what was the discussion like for a Meepo last pick? I know Pure has said that he and Save are kind of co-captaining for this team. Are they talking with each other about like, hey, what do you think the last pick should be? Or does Pure always get to decide his hero?
I mean, in first game there was like all the carry heroes banned actually, like good ones, and we was just looking what left in the pool. And basically it was free Meepa game and Pure plays it, so he just said, just pick the Meepa, it's like free game for it, and we picked.
And it was right. So then how about when the support heroes are available? You are one of the few players that's actually been able to play Naga Siren, mainly because your team has so many other heroes to be afraid of right now. So do you think Naga Siren should be as guaranteed banned every single game as we're seeing in this tournament, or do you think she's overrated?
I think Naga is completely broken on support role right now, and on carry is literally unplayable. And I'm super grateful for my team that they are very good players, so I get to play like imba heroes, you know. So enemy ban like another heroes. So I just play, you know, Naga, Cloak, Tusk, and stuff like this, like imba heroes.
So you are having fun on these other meta supports. So you're mentioning Tusk, you're mentioning Clock, you're enjoying them right now.
Yes. Of course, it's imba heroes, which I'm getting, like, enemies let me play for some reason, because, I mean, my team is gods, I don't know, like, we have so much good heroes that the enemy is scared of.
Yeah, I've noticed that. So then that means that I take it that you enjoy the kinds of supports that get into fights, because I know you've also been playing a little bit of Warlock. That one didn't make your list of heroes that are your favorites right now. So do you enjoy the heroes that really get into the mix as opposed to staying way back and being team fighters?
Of course, like, when I don't get to first pick Naga Tusk, you know, if it's banned, so I just get my... Like, we first pick some Invoker, basically, and then I get second stage fun heroes, like CM, Warlock, I don't know, like these heroes. It's like, I mean, Warlock is insanely fun to play. I wanna play it every game, but I cannot.
Wait, so then which support heroes do you not enjoy right now? It seems like you're having fun on all of them.
I think it's fun to win Dota on any hero.
Well, then you're on the right team, Kataomi. I'm going to pass you on over to Purge, who's got some questions as well.
Yeah, on the topic of your unique hero pool, on your past team entity, you were a little bit abnormal there. You're playing like Alchemist 4 and you play a lot of Winter Wyvern. Is Winter Wyvern at all viable as a 5 right now, or are there just better heroes?
I'm pretty sure I can make a Wyvern work, but I just didn't get my hands to it yet. I'm pretty sure I can make it work.
Okay, why is... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Like, there is, I think, a lot of more undiscovered heroes on POS 5, which is very good. Like I have right now in my list for testing. And I will try it, like, to get it ready for Bangkok.
Okay, that sounds great. Why is Tusk so effective as a 5 right now, when historically it's always been a 4 position hero?
I think it's just... I mean, Tusk is actually a very hard hero to play. You need to be like super insanely high skill to play this hero. Like not like any player can play Tusk 5 and 4. Basically, like, I think I can play Tusk very good, so that's why I pick it. It's like strong lane, it's always safe, which is very important. It's initiation, damage, it's like everything basically. What you can expect from a POS 5 hero.
Okay, and then my last question is, your guys' draft is pretty consistently opening with supports right now. Do you guys feel like you've figured out the formula of drafting for the patch at the moment?
I mean, I think so, yes. I mean, we have a lot of first pick heroes, which is enemy is scared of. We have more than 4, so enemy cannot ban like every hero. And it doesn't matter if you first pick mid, support, if, like, you know, we rate these heroes for first pick.
Okay, great. Thanks for answering my questions.
And I got one more for you before I let you go, Kataomi. It seems like you're having a lot of fun because you're winning a lot, but I know that sometimes your laning phases may be a little bit shaky. So yesterday we saw Templar Assassin versus Bristleback, your Falcons matchup, and Pure had an awful laning phase at the beginning of that game. So what's it like for you as a 5 position in that situation? Are you just let him go run off into the jungle? What do you do in bad lane situations like that?
I don't know, we get destroyed so hard, we said, I cannot do anything, I go portal. And I just went portal. I just dipped, I don't know. You need to just dip from this lane, you need to try something else, you know, bottom lane, mid lane, you cannot recover anymore.
I like that attitude then, because oftentimes as a support, sometimes there's like a sunk cost fallacy where we're like, well, I've already died 3 times here. Maybe I should, maybe this 4th time though, I'll be able to win the lane now. But you're saying just dip.
Yes, you just dip. You don't try.
I'll take that into consideration. Kataomi, you are doing fantastic in this tournament. Can't wait to see how BetBoom team do in the playoffs, as I believe you are now secured to make it to the playoffs, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kataomi and all of BetBoom team. That's it for them, as they are going to be on the playoffs. And we have some time before the next series, so I was wondering what's going on else on some other channels right now. Let's see what's popping. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Rumble is about to begin live here in the studios in Stockholm. We've assembled 10 of the finest warriors ever seen and getting them to do battle for the title of who is the #1 talent when it comes to wrestling. That's right, Run VT.
Pyrian, what are you up to here? What is this?
This is the 10 Superstar Royal Rumble, Neil. Oh, look at that! BSJ just kicked Lacoste in the face!
Wait, that's Purge!
That's Kev, sorry! That is BSJ battling Kev, is that right? Oh, he's on the turnbuckle. Look out, Kev. You're gonna give him a... What is this move? Careful, Kevin. Oh, he's thrown him out of the ring!
Purge, you fed in like the first 10 seconds of that game.
Did I do anything other than stand there and get beat on?
No, mate. You got owned.
That's what I feel like right now.
Who's going to come in and challenge now?
He's
Oh, hello.
taunting.
Who's this coming in?
Pyrian Flax is coming in now.
Do I have an entrance? Oh, I just go flying in. Look at my trousers.
You're
I
literally
never
wearing that
messed up
shirt
about
right now.
Oh, you threw me out of the ring. This
Oh my
is Brian taking on all comers.
How'd
Oh, I
you get
kicked
back?
him in the face.
Oh,
Bam! That's how I fight, baby. Dirty. Twist his arm. Oh, he kicked me.
Oh, he got you in the
Right in the nuts.
Oh, that's not cool. Wait. Break it. Break it. Give him the clothesline. Oh! Oh, Brian, that's not funny. Don't laugh.
This guy's owning.
Oh my God! You saw my face. This
That's
is
right.
ridiculous.
Right hook. Right hook.
Referee.
Take him out.
Brian, I didn't know you were a Marcy man. These punches.
Absolutely, I am. I've got I've got
hello.
some dip
Who's
moves.
this?
Enter Kazu.
It's Kezu.
My
He's
biggest
seen
weakness.
enough.
Oh, he
He's
got
biting you on the back of the head, Brian.
That is the Mike Tyson move right there.
The real question is, Brian, how often do you wear flip-flops when you
That is the optimal footwear.
I think I'm dead here. Oh my God!
Who just did that to? Oh, he did that
Wait,
to
who
me.
won that move?
Kazu with the power bomb.
I'm exhausted. I've already taken 2 p. Okay, 1.5. I guess Pyrian's back.
Oh, you're gone.
Now I fight Kezu. That's for helping me.
Oh,
Shit. Oh shit! Summon Yanis. We need fogged.
Get fogged in there.
Oh, here he comes.
dude, that looks a lot like.
It really looks like him. That's amazing. He's biding his time. Classic Yanis.
That's version 2, I think. That's a big improvement.
Out you go, Kezu.
Yeah, this is Fogg's
German
typical
tourists go
outfit.
home.
It's business on the top and then joggers on the bottom.
Am I just gonna own Yanis here? I'm beating him up and throwing him out.
Oh my God.
I feel like you managed to let Kezu take me out.
Use your size advantage. Use the size advantage.
Kick him in the face or something. Yeah, there we go.
Push him
Stamp
off.
on him.
Finish
Stamp
him.
on him. Here comes Dominic.
Nah, he's resilient.
Am I exhausted? I think I'm exhausted. Oh!
You still got some green HP there.
Oh, Lacoste!
Lacoste is here to help Yanis, who I just punched in the face.
The Super Flannel Brothers.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Oh my God, look at that move!
I think you're Australian breakdancing.
That's the Australian breakdance competition.
That's the Aussie
Very
breakdancing. I'm just dancing with Lacoste here. Oh, I just slammed him. Now I'm going to break his arm.
Did you guys buy your shirt at the same store?
I think we must have.
I like the respectable 1v1s going on here. Like the third party's just like waiting.
Yeah, a bit of respect. We
Get
need
in
help
there,
here.
Jenkins.
Andrew, help me, Andrew.
Now, we saw Jenkins 1.0 because OD Pixel has been creating... all of these wrestlers. And I think he nailed it.
But that's his old hairstyle on Jenkins.
I can't handle the This is 2023 Jenkins.
Oh, look at this. We're doing the same moves. I can't handle Lacoste, no. Not my leg.
Oh, my God.
Andrew is punching.
Oh,
my
man.
God.
Jenkins nimble.
Oh, my God.
Andrew's some kind of gymnast. I could imagine him wrestling like this. I'm just beating up Lacoste.
We got several ones going on now.
Kev, this is brutal.
It is.
Get back in there, Jenkins. Don't give up now.
This is accelerated.
Arkosh, represent.
I'm getting into the mix now.
Get in there, Neil.
What's my outfit?
Go on, Neil.
Money.
Dollar
Dude,
sign.
I need a money suit. That looks clean.
This actually looks
That
like
is a
something you
color
would
you would
wear.
wear.
That
That
is
is a
I have a
color you would
purple
wear
suit.
For sure.
Come on, Fog, get up.
Oh, my God. Look.
Fog the Neil is just out for the
Wait,
count.
why? You just got in the ring. Why are you knocked out?
I'm just conserving energy right now.
I'm stepping on your neck,
What
Neil.
happened?
I'm stamping on your neck, Neil. Oh!
Get up, Neil.
What's Giannis doing? As if. Oh,
Jenkins
Lacoste with
already
the
out.
flying
He's gone.
kick
Oh,
to the face.
Synderen.
I punched Lacoste in the balls.
You trying to step on my neck? Is that what's going on right now?
Oh, the Synderen has entered the ring. The hairiest man in wrestling is here.
Why is he shirtless?
Because you got to see all his back hair. Look at this guy. He looks like a drunk guy from the crowd that's just waded in.
Neil, I can't see.
No, just because I'm
Sorry.
lounging. Where's my
Oh my God.
where's my turnbuckle spot?
Oh!
Oh my God. I'm just chilling. I'm just getting a break.
Dude, Synderen, the stamina.
Oh, look. Oh my God. Lacoste absolutely took him out. Neil, this is the end of our
I feel like Neil was
relationship,
camping in the
I
corner,
feel.
saving energy. This is cheap shotting.
I've just thrown
Up,
you
he's
out
off.
of the ring.
I'm hanging it. You
You're out. You're out.
Are you kidding me right
I'm sorry,
now?
you're out.
I was in there for like 2 minutes.
whoever's
You're
in front
gone.
of
You're
him.
gone.
Yeah, I
I'm
know,
sorry. You're
he's-
going to have to leave the ring.
What is
Get
this?
out of the...
Who
That's
is this guy?
Cap.
That's
That
Cap,
is
I think.
Oh.
He looks like a Wall Street banker. Kick his ass.
Is Lacoste just down for the count?
God, am I
Oh,
going to win
Synderen's
this?
back.
I think I'm winning this, Kev.
Oh, dude, I love Synderen's model. It's so good. Dude.
Synderen's is
Oh,
the best.
Synderen's went for the kick.
So good.
Wait, Synderen's working the crowd.
Oh!
Oh,
You think
oh,
we get
Lacoste
into
is
each
out.
other? These two are casting partners right now, so Cap and
Get him.
Cinder technically working together.
Those
Lacoste
Get him,
is in big
Synderen.
trouble. He's out of the ring.
Oh, knock him out, dude. Those
Oh,
stand
Cap's
holds.
betraying him last minute.
God.
I'm
This is
dead.
what he's always wanted to do once SVG's out of the picture.
Guys, I think I'm dead. No, I'm okay.
Oh my
I'm
God.
That
all
was
right.
my
Look at
move.
this.
I did that move earlier.
Look at this, Sin. Do something. Oh, Cap. Oh, he's killed him.
How did
He's
that
killed
feel?
him.
He's dead.
And I'm going to take... This is for my friend... Blammo!
How are
Dude, you just
still
knocked
alive?
him out.
I
Dude,
think
Cap
I
just
did
went full to
actually
zero
TKO
there.
him. I'm
This
just
is
gonna-
for Sunspan.
Austin's going out of the ring. Out you go, son. Whoa!
Oh my God.
This is rigged. Tyrion just
you
wants
watched
himself to
this
win.
before?
I did
He's
not.
been in there for
I
a
did
minute,
not set
Tyrion.
this up. Also,
Your
I-
KDA is like 4-0-2 right now.
This was today because I'm wearing the same shirt. As you can see, this,
Earlier,
I did this battle earlier.
Did you shave Synderen's back, or was that a...
Are those tattoos?
I ran
Are those
over him with
tattoos
my
or
car.
back
and
hair?
I
That's
ran
back
that
hair for sure.
That's back hair?
far. That is back hair. That was Shiva added that. That was a nice touch.
It's a 1v1.
Bam!
Finish him.
Oh, I'll try. Now, let me kick him in the ass a few times first. Punch him in the dick.
This is literally
Kick him in the ass.
Shadow Fiend versus Shadow Fiend right now.
Oh! People's elbow, and out he goes, surely. Chuck him
Finish
out.
him.
By the ears.
Grab him by the ears.
Who's left?
Lift him up.
No.
Throw him.
Cinder, don't.
Oh,
He's
he's
Smack his head off the
escorting him to
turnbuckle.
the edge.
Okay.
I'm just going to walk him around a little bit and then toss him out.
Just hold him by the butt.
Yeah! Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen,
That was weird.
your champion of the King of the Ring, it's Period Flags!
After what he said about me in Phoenix, I told him I was going to come back and take his belt. The title belongs to me.
And right now, we're gonna have to see if Waska are able to make it out in Group Stage 2. Let's find out after the break.
You're a dead man, Neil. You're a dead man.
Got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Easy going up now. And do what you do. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction.
I think it's a pretty good era that I would like to know more about.
La cosa bien es no ser dotero nada más.
Hello, this is Omar from Nigma Galaxy, and I'm gonna play Would You Rather. I will choose what I would do in different scenarios.
I would rather play against the guy with the 25 win streak, I guess. There's gonna be more chances, to beat him than winning with this guy. I mean, your chances to win with a guy that has 10% win rate is not that high. I think it's lower.
Ya, prefiero el 10%, ¿no? De win nada más para mi amigo nada más. Porque estaría más tranquilo, ¿no? O sea, si pierde todo va a estar con una actitud horrible. Y si gana 10 partidas va a estar motivado pensando que es el mejor jugador del mundo.
I would rather the enemy team have 25 win streak because it would give them fake confidence.
对手有25的胜率吧，因为连胜了之后会连败的。
It actually depends on the situation, but I mean, I like to play some fun Dota, I don't really like farming a lot, so yeah, I choose the guy that's gonna fight with us, even though he has a bad game. If it happens, you should just believe that he's gonna win the game eventually, so there's not much you can do on support, like.
Que prefiero que no tenga neto, pues, que compre la pelea con nosotros porque y así lo cargamos nosotros, ya como que nos llevamos el cargo del equipo, ¿no?
I would rather my carry have 6 slots and not join any fight. At that point, he can probably solo win the game.
装备很差，一直来打架，因为他来打架的话，我们就是作为辅助就能收割。就有一些不太会玩的 carry 吧，他们就会一直在刷钱。
I think I would choose the food that is spicy. I'm not really a big fan, but I mean, if you let me this choice, I would rather choose spicy food.
Eso, tío, esa pregunta es muy personal porque yo odio el picante, ¿entiendes? Así que prefiero que no tenga sabor y comer así, pero prefiero que no tenga sabor simplemente porque el picante es horrible.
I would rather choose to eat unseasoned. Other teammate likes it, but the others, they're like not that tolerant.
一定得是有调味，就是比较辣、比较咸的那种。因为我不太喜欢吃那种清淡的口味的食物。
I don't know, maybe I would travel to the past to improve something in the past, I can relate to Dota, maybe I would do something different on main games of my life, on the TI or whatever. When it's like elimination match, maybe I would do something different if it's Dota related.
A ver, no hay motivo para viajar al futuro, tío. Tengo que ir al pasado para hacer las cosas bien. La cosa bien es no ser dotero nada más.
I would rather travel to the past just because I kind of have an idea what happened. Like going to the future is a bit ambiguous. It's unpredictable, so... But it still would depend like on what era. I would go like 14, 50 years ago at the time of when Islam was founded. I think it's a pretty good era that I would like to know more about.
回到过去吧，这样就能改变很多东西。有关 Dota 的可能就是回到过去，在一把比较关键的比赛里可以做得更好吧，就可能 TI12 吧。 生活里可能会更想回到学生时代一点吧，然后可能会就是做一些自己觉得更有意思的事情。感谢大家收看，希望你能喜欢我的选择。
Would you rather be Team Falcons or Team Waska right now is the question that is on everyone's mind.
Well,
you never know which one, like it's 50-50. People are out there like, Waska Falcons?
Are they?
It's 50-50, Kev. I need you to believe that it's 50-50 because right now Waska are on the edge. If they lose this, they are guaranteed eliminated from a DreamLeague Season 24. And Falcons have a little bit of a margin in that regard, but still, it's delicate, it's slim, and it's going to be dependent on the right heroes to pick. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. You need to get the right heroes on Falcons, and you need to have good performances with your team. Even if you win your lane in huge ways, it's very important that your rotations afterwards as an Earth Spirit are effective. So this was Game 1 versus BB Team yesterday here. And keep an eye on the Earth Spirit here. He gets chain stunned, doesn't get to put down a second boulder due to this tornado follow-up after the stun, so his magnetize just doesn't get full duration in this engagement. And this fight ended up going slightly okay for Falcons, but not the best. Later on, he goes on Miero here in the mid lane. He did not know that the Invoker was going to be here. Watch this. Tries to Rolling Thunder, or he tries to roll away while Cold Snap. That gets interrupted. He ends up dying here. So his performance in this game was just a little bit lackluster. Later on, tries to TP bottom to go for a kill. Gets spotted by the TA trap, unfortunately, not entirely his fault, but another sign of his impact being a little bit less. He's forced to instead farm the creep wave, which is okay, but not fantastic here. And then looking for Pure, gets spotted by a trap once again, tries to spot Magnetize, that completely whiffed. Wasn't able to pressure Pure at all in this location. And then later on here, jumping into this fight on Invoker, he has Magnetize ready, but he doesn't use it before pushing the Invoker. And then by the time he gets down there, gets mana, pops it. This haste rune spawns for Kiyotaka. He's able to run away. And by the time he gets unsilenced, he can't put a second boulder down to secure that kill. So in this game, at least, Malorine's Earth Spirit had a little bit of a tough time being as effective as the other heroes in the game. That led to him having lower farm net worth than his opponents, which made his impact a little bit harder. They ultimately did lose this game, I believe. So.
Okay, but I don't blame him individually because I think there's something more systemic about Falcons as a team, which may be showing why, a hero that has stuns like Earth Spirit, it's not really in Falcons' wheelhouse as we take a look at our Wisdom Rune presented by the US Air Force for this series. We're comparing average stun duration per hero for every single team in Group Stage 2. You can see Waska are in 4th place with an average of 39 seconds per game, whereas Falcons 16 seconds, Effie. It's because they're doing these hoodwinks. You can't guarantee stun on hoodwink. You can't guarantee stun on rolling boulder.
Also, the rolling boulder stun is like
barely anything.
Barely anything. Earth Spirit is not a stunning hero the way people think he is. It's more like a mini stun disruption. I'll stop your channeling. I'll stop your TPs. It's not gonna lock. You know what? You know where Falcon stun comes from? It comes from Skeeter playing DK.
Exactly.
Okay, Skeeter's not playing DK. They've got like Amar and Bristleback, Malrine on Primal Beast. I mean, sometimes Amar will play Sand King. Maybe that adds.
Maybe. A Tusk Walrus Punch.
Which hero has a 43-second stun? I don't understand. That graphic makes no sense to me. The average stun duration by hero, 43 seconds.
Probably means by per game, is my guess.
I know, Kev.
Then why did you bring that up, Ted? Doesn't make sense.
To make myself look stupid.
Because you've shown that you have the brawn in the King of the Ring.
Hey, so for the record, I did not rig that. Owen did it before I even came in, and he said to me, I've got the video ready for the WWE thing. And I was like, cool. He said, you win, mate. And I was like, what? I was like, dare I? And I did. I ran it.
You know who won the last Royal Rumble?
Me? It just
no,
happened.
it was Fogged.
It was
no,
Fogged.
A few days ago, we did another simulation
Well, we can't be having that.
in the green room.
Bin that
Fogged
off.
won.
So now we need to do the best of 3. We need to do Hell in a Cell, Pyrian Flax versus Fogged.
I would
in real life.
Smash him. Yeah,
where then Ted throws Fogged off of the cage.
Yes,
Goes
right.
straight for his shoulder.
Like in 1998,
Oh
Undertaker did it to Mankind, and Pyrian Flax is going to do it to Fogged.
And then I'm going to hit him with a metal folding chair. Blammo!
No, I prefer my combat sports limited to, what was that post that you saw that Dota is capture the flag with monsters and wizards or something like that?
Monsters and babes.
Monsters and babes.
Yeah.
I see. Queen of Pain's not that popular these days, though.
I was playing her this morning. What are you talking about?
Winnipeg's not that
We
popular.
have seen her once.
And you played TA too.
High tier
I did
games.
play TA. It was not great, but I was learning the hero.
Did you
Haven't
win?
played it. No, we lost that game, but that was not on me. Our offlane fed mercilessly.
Naturally.
I'm sure it wasn't your fault. Yeah.
I'm serious. It wasn't my fault.
Sure, it wasn't your
Mid
fault.
was good.
What about Waska's offlane as we take a look at our game number 1? Is this Mars gonna feed relentlessly? Which is actually crazy. Now that I'm looking at it, what Mars first pick?
Yeah, that was first overall.
What?
Huh. That's pretty abnormal. I mean, it gives you some pick solutions against these like ranged right clickers. Team Falcons went for the Dragonite, which is probably, if I'm gonna have a ranged carry, that's probably against a Mars Arena. That's probably what I'm cool with.
Yeah.
Very high HP. If you get stunned before you press BKB, your armor is gonna defend you. And in a lot of cases, you're getting directly on top of the guy you want to kill anyway, so the Mars Arena isn't necessarily going to separate.
This is weird because I remember Mira saying that. I think it was you that said you liked the fact that the Mars would come in and separate. Might have been you or Brian. Said that the Mars comes in and basically says, "All right, you supports can't help anymore."
Yeah.
But they've banned the Pugna, who would normally be the hero you'd be expecting to do that. So what is this for? Is this just literally control?
Honestly, I cannot fathom this pick. Like, I've been trying to come up. I think they just want to try running their draft in this order, in this way, because there's like no value out of a first pick Mars.
If they're gonna go out of this tournament, they're gonna go out on their own terms. Give Sacred Mars.
I mean,
They did this 5 days ago against Extreme Gaming.
Did they win?
They did first pick Mars. Oh no.
Oh
no,
They lost, but they were playing against a melee carry. It was against an alchemist, so.
it's just not ideal. I mean, like instantly Falcon just picks DK because they see the Mars, and like so they did flex Mars to Dark Mago and mid at one point. I saw Dark.
Oh, that's true.
I saw Dark Mago play Mars.
Well, that was actually the game. Excuse me.
So maybe they think that when they first pick Mars, they have the option to just throw it mid, bait the carry pick early, and then counter pick the carry with Sacred's hero.
But you could also just put the
Solved.
DK mid, couldn't you?
You could, but it's not as good.
Right, but you can still just.
Also, 9 games out of 10, Falcons is gonna pick DK anyway, so I appreciate Waska going for it, baiting out the DK, and Falcons are like, oh no, I have to pick my DK.
Do you see the problem with this approach? Is like, even if you bait out the DK pick, what are you gonna counter pick it? Because
They can go mid or carry.
Yeah, people would just say Doom or Razor, but then Falcons take the Doom for themselves anyway. And then if you don't feel like you have the good counter pick here because you banned the Razor, they took the Doom, then you're stuck just playing it offlane. And then when you think about offlane Mars versus DK, that it's not a good thing for him because the way Mars operates, he wants to like blink, arena stun and burst the target that he goes on. But DK as a carry is so durable that he will live through that initial burst, press BKB, and turn the fight, which is why Falcon saw it as a really easy DK pick here.
Isn't that a tsunami emote?
I don't know what you're talking about. I just knew that Mars would be first picked by Waska.
Is that actually an emote of yours?
I just saw it. Yeah, it was in Twitch chat.
It is.
Interesting.
But it's topical.
It is.
It's not self-advertising.
How did you do that?
SFM.
5 seconds.
I went into SFM and I animated Mars nodding up and down. Something funny about Mars's model? You literally cannot close his mouth.
Oh, really?
You can pose most heroes, but like if you try to close Mars's mouth, it's the most cursed looking thing ever.
Oh my god.
It's like pursed lips that's like overneath his teeth. It's disgusting.
Overneath.
Overneath.
I like that. I know exactly what you mean.
Thank you. I couldn't think of a better way to describe it.
Can I say that I'm concerned for Waska?
You may say that.
I think we all are, Mira.
So I do like SF versus DK. When you think about like SF being paired with an offlaner like Primal Beast that can disable through BKB, and then SF can just shred someone like DK with such high armor. But that isn't the case. Like DK does counter this Mars initiation with a BKB. Like it is something he can play around. I think Hoodwink versus Enchantress on lane is very good for Enchantress. I think that the Clock SF lane, like on paper, should beat Doom, but because Doom is playing with a Snapfire, he always has the cookie save and the cookie disengage, so that lane isn't as threatened as it should be. So Falcons just have winning lanes.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And then if Doom jumps in or DK jumps in, you also have Mortimer's Kisses to like just make team fights or ganks easy. They have the damage to pair with the Doom, so things look pretty good for Falcons
10
here.
seconds remaining.
Maybe it'll all come together with this mid pick. Because again, I'm assuming at this point that Waska are committed to sending this Mars to Sacred in the off lane.
I'm just hoping they didn't pick Earth Spirit because it's looked pretty cack the last few times I've seen it, in the hands of some really good players. Malreen's played it and it didn't look amazing, so no one played it and he was super frustrated. He was doing the hands on the head thing quite often. I'm just thinking, pick something else. Come on, let the Earth Spirit sit still for a while.
And the problem is Falcons have last pick too. So it's not like they can get caught off guard by Dark Mago's hero pick here. And the Mars Flex isn't that valuable because there's no hero you could pick for Sacred that would be worth the Mars Flex. Except maybe Enigma, but then Enigma isn't set up for a good lane versus Enchantress in the first place.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, his most picked hero is Pangolier, and I think that's still available.
Last ban by Falcons.
Okay, what about a Tiny?
Looks like, it's probably going to have to be, eh?
Possible. They
There's
ban
a lot
out.
of jump. Oh, they got the Primal Beast has made it
Well,
through.
they got BKB piercing disabled, that Mira pointed out.
Yeah, I mean, that's
pretty
what you
huge.
need versus DK. Like, the way you play against DK carry is you make sure that when he presses BKB, you either have something that can stand its ground against him or something that disables him. So, the mid-primal, I mean, the nice thing about mid-primal as well for Waska is that even if Falcons pick a counter pick here, primal doesn't have to lane. It can just drag waves, go to the jungle, dodge the bad laning matchup. So, this is probably the best mid-pick they could have gone for.
And
What
it's-
about Invoker?
It's good against Enchantress. Isn't it banned? Oh,
It's not banned.
Huh.
You got the Tornado to stop him in his tracks. EMP is super annoying for a lot of these heroes.
Looks good to me, yeah.
You talked about the lane dodge, and I think this was, wasn't it Malreen's Primal Beast that completely dodged a Viper that was specifically counterpicked against him? So,
Malreen has not played Invoker this tournament, and he's played like 12 to 14 heroes. A little gap in their strategy there.
how about Earth Spirit? I hear Malreen's Earth Spirit's top tier. I definitely have not seen any technical segments. To the contrary.
Well, you kind of predicted it, Neil, was saying he played this matchup before and dodged it. He
Yeah, but
actually
this,
won the game.
this seems like a disrespect move. It's like, Dark Mago, you ain't got the sauce like I do. You don't know how to walk between tier 1 mid and tier 2 mid. That's a me thing.
I mean, it should be a good matchup.
Oh, wait, Mago's playing the Mars.
What? That's so absurd.
Yeah, doesn't he just lose against Viper?
Yeah, and he can't lane dodge as effectively as a Primal Beast would hypothetically be able to.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know why Waska do this. Like, they pick heroes and then they flex them oddly, or they don't flex them, and they'll put Mago in bad matchups instead of flexing their heroes. Like, they're still doing the same thing that made them lose drafts all the other days that we've watched them. They did the same thing here today. I don't understand why you would put Mars versus Viper mid. Just dodge the matchup.
What if they want the Primal Beast against the Enchantress? Because that is a good matchup. If you kill the Enchantress, that opens up killing the Shadow Fiend a little bit easier. Could it be kill the SF and sacrifice mid a little bit? Would that make sense?
But then why last pick the Primal? Because they banned out Huskar because they're like, we're going to pick a melee mid.
Yeah.
And we don't want to deal with Huskar. So we're going to take Primal Beast. And then they give the other anti-melee mid, which is Viper, away. And then they're like, oh no.
Well, it's not as bad as Huskar, arguably. And they still had flex potential based on what that last pick was. And they're
Yeah.
just saying maybe this is the best they've got. It's on Magnus 5 position at least.
Thing is, I don't think Primal Beast lanes well against DK, because when you trample them, you just press Dragon Tail.
that's
Like,
true.
it's not even a good... I don't know why...
I'm not a big Viper
Whatever.
believer, but I think Falcons got this.
It's so frustrating watching Waska draft sometimes because we can see them have moments of brilliance in terms of play, but other times I feel they're very stubborn in their ideas, and I hope that I am proven wrong, but I don't think their lane configuration here is good. I don't think their Mars opener is good either.
Agreed. The council of this side of the table is in agreement.
That must mean that we have to be big Waska advocates, Purge.
Love them.
Love them.
They're so good.
I think this Mars flex at the last second into a Viper, god tier repositioning.
They made him feel comfortable, but it was a trick this whole time. They're going to do something spicy, like smoke 30 seconds into the game and put a good ward down.
Oh my god, then we need to get at the game right now. It's game number 1 with Captain Synderen.
Welcome, one and all, to a game of Dota 2.
We are here in the royal court
Yes.
of Manchester, enjoying a nice late night tea
Quite.
with Dota Capitalist.
Yes. And Cinder and Dota.
Yes. Oh, look at Viper. He's smoked. He might be placing a ward.
Oh, shit.
He's checking for wards.
Wait, who has that voice line? This is Gyro, right?
Which one?
Oh shit, it's Viper!
Holy shit, it's Viper, yeah.
Holy
That's Gyro. It's a reference to which TV show is that again?
I don't remember. I don't know.
Why do I not remember this? This is going to bother me, Cap. I don't watch shows, though, so I'm not supposed to know this.
It's right. You don't know any media. How do you know this? And I don't.
It's from Top Gun.
Oh. Okay.
There you go. That's a TV show, apparently, not a movie.
Yeah, that's...
Close enough.
It's
from before I was born.
Air Force,
I get a pass.
I was Marine Corps.
It's from before we were born, Cap, so we're good.
True.
That's crazy, isn't it? Top Gun is from 86.
All right, so Waska are hanging on by a thread. That's currently their situation, is they are hoping to be able to somehow win out the rest of their series, and then Falcons also loses, and Liquid also loses, and there's like a 3-way or 4-way tiebreaker for 4th place.
Yep.
That's the hope. The more realistic one is get yourself some wins, you can get a higher placement for some more points. And more money.
Yeah. It's definitely, I mean, you could argue Waska have everything to play for because they're still playing for the potential, but you never want to find yourself in a position where you're dependent on other teams' results. That's always... It always leaves so many what-ifs, and ultimately, if you end up with a scoreline that could have got you tied, but then you were 1 series short, you're going to have regrets about that, etc. So, you know... Ultimately, every series, you just got to bring your best, and I'm kind of with what Effie said as a pattern of problems that I'm seeing for Waska compared to the other teams, because I actually think in many of their games, they're playing really well. I think they're very much on the same page. I think they have good teamfight execution, but the biggest Achilles heel for this team seems to be the draft. Maybe teams have figured out a little bit of hero pool issues or shortcomings, because if you enter into a game and you first pick this Mars and you end up putting him mid into Viper, and you last pick the Primal Beast into DK, I don't feel like you're setting yourselves up to have a good time. This lane for Malrine should be very easy against Mars, and I genuinely think Falcons are going to win. They're going to win 2 lanes, and then they should lose top.
We'll see if that comes to fruition here. Blap, blap. 36 gold for Crit.
Yep.
He turns on the little shredder to clear through some cogs.
I guess I should be a little bit careful with maybe judging this top lane too early, because in theory, Doom against SF, if you're playing with an aggressive 4, can be interesting. Shadow Fiend is really bad when you come up nice and close. Doom just pops Scorched Earth, you cookie him in, and you just stay on top of SF.
Yep. And
if Clockwork ever doesn't have protection ready for you, you're just going to get run down and die.
Yeah. Or it's even possible you accidentally put, you know, the Doom and the SF in the cogs together, and
yeah, that's
kind of a mess.
Yep. Very true. And I find it to be a lot harder to predict the way cogs work when you have expanded armature.
Yes, same.
With the old, with no facet back when that wasn't a thing, it felt sometimes it was a little bit unpredictable, but mostly the cogs made sense. Now with this armature, the pull range is enormous, so it's really, really difficult if a teammate is on top of an enemy to separate the two of them. That used to be a lot easier to do in the past.
For sure. Well, lanes are looking very good for Falcons. So it seems that the criticism, harsh, but completely accurate. 13 and 11 on the Viper. That is just going to be a rough start for our mid lane. Crit's going to take a lot of damage from Udomi here. Does get him inside the cogs. Again, the little shredder goes out. Crit's farming in front of him. It's like, I'm ignoring you, little robot man.
Oh, nice little extra gold, why not? And in the meantime, we get to see the exact thing we talked about. He's not going to be able to kill Pyke, but he'll get him low. And of course, you can imagine that situation if Snapfire is actually part of the play. That's very easy. Now, all right, Cap, do you want the good news for Waska or the bad news?
Hit me with the good news. I'm an optimist at heart.
All right, I don't got the good news right now. I'll give them later. The bad news is this mid lane's going to get even worse. So these first 2 levels are the easy ones for Mars. Now, Malrine is going to be level 4, soon to be 5, and I genuinely think you can barely lane anymore.
So the optimist is that there will hopefully be good news?
The good news is that you first picked this Mars.
Yeah.
So you can just not do that next time. You're not forced to do it again.
Right. You don't have to repeat your draft.
Yes. Yeah. You get a do-over. You get a mulligan.
Mulligan, yeah.
Although generally a mulligan doesn't include a loss. It's just
a freebie.
Yeah.
Did you ever have one of those moments when you were drafting for one of your teams?
A mulligan moment?
Where you wished you had a mulligan.
Every game.
Oh.
I mean, definitely. There's been... I think if you could give me a mulligan for any game I've played, then I will guarantee you, almost certainly, that I would use it on a game where I got last pick brooded. Because those games back then were genuinely 90-10s or worse.
Sure.
When you just were like, oh man, we forgot about brood and we have no solution, and then you played against some brood specialist, and the game was just lost. Yeah. There is no hero in Dota like that anymore. You cannot possibly, I would argue, you cannot possibly make as strong of a last pick in Dota anymore as you could back then with brood. And there was also a phase with last pick Huskar where it was similar. It was just like 90-10, you know?
Did you never get a meepode? Like,
yeah, that too.
I remember a couple of those wild card.
Okay, good rotation. They're going to bring a ton of heroes here.
Yeah, they're going to make sure they have enough firepower to kill the Viper without losing anything for it. Now, it does leave their side lane solo. Pyke does pay the price for that. Crit got a kill on the Shadow Fiend, but you know, you're losing all of your lanes. You got to try and win something. Change the dynamic a little bit. I think that's fair.
Unfortunately, Falcons got first blood. They killed DSF first. So you didn't even win on that rotation, really. But you do need to, I agree, you do need to do something. The one thing you cannot do as Dire right now is just sit in the lanes and accept defeat. It's a very tricky position to put yourself in, that you're kind of forced to make moves all the time, because it's hard. It's hard to execute these plays. But to finish off on your Meepo thing, then yeah, he's also in that wheelhouse. Meepo back then also just had borderline auto-win games.
Yeah.
But the thing about that was there were way fewer players that could pick it, and way fewer teams that would identify that it was a good Meepo game when it was. Whereas Brood was very obvious and straightforward to play, really. Just the biggest mistake of Dota.
Yeah, I just remember, didn't Abed play, he played a couple of Meepo games in like the wildcard matches.
Yeah.
I was curious, because you played in one of those wildcard ones, right?
Yeah, it was that exact one, actually.
Yeah. But you did not get Abed Meepo.
A couple of teams gave Abed Meepo, we first banned it.
Nice.
And then Kyle was like, we're good on complexity, we can beat it, and then they lost.
They
that
were
was
not good.
Very smart. Pyke is trying to get
Whoa,
away.
He's got a little bit of Lotus that gives him some HP, and the Scorched Earth is run out. Can they do the Breathe Fire? Amar just might die to the tower. It's close, but he's got some stick charges. He's okay. The Breathe Fire did not finish him off.
Okay.
Pyke lives.
He does. And, okay, good news for Waska. There's your good news.
Hey!
They get both wisdoms. Oh, crit's too late. Damn it.
Just remember, guys, if you don't know what the good news is,
it's wisdom. Oh, if Yadomi also kills Amar. More good news.
Level 3 battery assault. Can he do it?
It's gonna be close.
Oh, no!
All right, that was too much good news, Cap.
Too much hope.
We're out of news.
No.
Tune back in tomorrow. In other news, breaking news mid-tower.
No more news, but in other news.
Breaking news mid-tower is falling minute 7. Courtesy of Snaking's Enchantress. Very classic Falcons early game move with that hero.
Yeah.
They're gonna make
lane win into tower push.
And here's the thing about a game like this is, I think you can always make the argument that Dota is a very multifaceted game. You need to be good at the draft, you need to be individually skilled, you need to have good teamwork, you need to have good comms, etc. It's just such a shame if this game just ends up being Falcons walk over them because they messed up so bad in one aspect that Waska don't actually get to showcase how well they've played this tournament.
Yeah.
There are going to be games like that, and they got to salvage this problem soon, and they're going to try to against Snake.
Oh, got a cookie now, Skeeter. He was waiting a long time to pounce, and he does. Hits the Dragon Tail on Pyke, but no follow-up, so they'll just have to content themselves with a kill on Yudomi. Falcons do bring all of their heroes to this part of the map, though.
They'll get this tower for it, and Skitter will just return to bottom lane immediately and take the farm. So something Falcons do very, very well is make sure to bring Skitter. It feels like this is the aspect of Dota that Falcons have learned the most from Gaming Gladiators, is moving the carry and using Snaking's Enchantress in the first 10 minutes. This genuinely is I'm not going to call it a carbon copy because they have their own take on it, which heroes they do it with, and the exact moments of opportunity or whatever. But the overall concept and the overall idea of how they use the gates is very, very reminiscent of how Gaming Gladiators were just rolling over tournaments earlier this year.
Right.
See what Snaking's next plan of attack is. He's taken the mid and top towers minute 9, so that's obviously very great news.
Good, and he is closing in on 6. Doesn't have it yet because of the Wisdom Rune steal from earlier, but once he gets 6, then he's usually able to play in the enemy jungle without too much recourse.
Matthew's level 4, despite him getting 2 wisdoms.
Yeah.
That's actually unbelievable almost. That is rough. And
yeah, they'll burn out.
We'll just run down the next. It's gone.
Serial killer on the loose.
If you had to put a number on it, how big a percentage of the map do you feel like WAS can control right now, 10 minutes in?
Like 10%.
Okay, maybe that's a little bit extreme. 10% is the size of their base.
I mean, okay, if you take away the base, right, the actual map part where you play and hit neutrals and stuff.
10%?
Yeah, they kind of only just own the side lane camps. I don't think they own anything in the middle, basically.
They have really good wards, though. They've placed 4 nice wards out in the top half of the map. I would say bottom half they have no claim to whatsoever.
Yeah.
And then they probably own like the absolute top, where Pyke is farming right now. And then the right side, and maybe also under the own ward where Clock is farming. So you're just such a negative person. I don't think they have 10. They have like 20.
20. You're right, Sigrid. That's much better.
It is. It's twice as good.
As big.
There you go. But the thing about map control, Cat, is that it's not the size of the map that you have. It's how you use it. So we'll see how Waska use their map. They're going to make a smoke move, try to find a moment of opportunity, but Sacred...
Good TP away. He is out. Nicely played. A pin here. Meaty follow-up from Udomi. Hits the hook shot, gets them inside of the cogs, and they just run out of damage. The Vipers coming in with the haste rune. Yeah, that's why they were running.
Uh-oh. So you just made a smoke move to kill your own support. But you did save your primal, so he got out. It's rough. It's hard to watch because Waska have kind of done this to themselves almost. It's not just that Falcons are outplaying them. They asked for it.
That play has like no outcome besides maybe scaring Falcons to back up.
They can't kill them. Like those games can be a little bit frustrating to watch because I know how good Waska have played in some of their games. They've been very, very good. We saw them yesterday in Game 2 against Liquid. Did a great job, but it's just a shame if they don't get to show what they're made of. And it's a combination. Falcons are obviously amazing at this game and at this stage of the game with this type of lineup, which furthermore emphasizes you gotta have good lanes against this team.
Yep.
This is how Falcons win half their games, and you're just letting them.
Especially if you're going to give them Enchantress.
You gave... there's not a single surprising pick on Falcon's draft. This is all of these heroes they play.
Yeah, I would say the Viper's a little bit surprising in this
That's the only one
current
that's
patch.
a bit of an outlier, but it's not surprising given the heroes that you showed at the time.
Sure.
So you can't really be surprised that Malrine can pull this one out of the bag, especially because he's a friend of MR, and to be a friend of MR, you need to play Razor and Viper.
Correct.
And so he should have known. As a matter of fact, that's why Creepwave split up as a team, was that Crystallize said, I refuse to play Viper. And then they were like, we will never talk to you again.
He's been ostracized.
Yeah, just...
You are not of the Brotherhood of the Viper.
Radiant are scanning.
Imagine you build your team and your friendships with each other over who can be the most impressive of playing heroes that are just inherently unfair in lane.
Yeah.
And then Amar is like, I'll play Timbersaw with max reactive armor against heroes that can't damage me. I will play Huskar against heroes that can't harass me. And I will play Viper and Razor against melee heroes in favorable matchups. Who can one-up that? Oh yeah, and I'll play Doom, so I can just anti-carry the guy I'm laning against. I'll just Doom him and he can't fight back. What are you gonna do?
The way you describe it is just...
It
really is it's a playing style. It really is the most scumbag playing style.
It's extremely oppressive, and I think that is the best way to play Dota. In games, if in strategy, nice hook shot. See if they can get something out of this.
He's gonna turn around and doom him up, but the physical damage is still there. They got the pin on the cogs. They got the kill, a second kill for Waska. They'll still pay the price for it. In fact, they want to try and get 2 kills off of this one. The arena's gonna be used though. Dark Mago wants to make sure. And he does get out successfully after netting a very important kill for them.
That's a good trade. Definitely a good trade. They also got a lot of rotation out of Falcons and used the Doom to only kill Clock, which he wasn't even the one killing. So, but yeah, if you think about it, in strategy games like Dota, when games have really high complexity, putting pressure and playing aggressively is mostly going to be the best strategy, because it's hard to grasp and understand what you can get away with when you're constantly dealing with not getting to structure the game plan that you are imagining, right?
Yeah.
If you're the ones on the receiving end, you constantly need to come up with solutions, and it's a lot harder to come up with solutions than running the show. As someone like Amar, it's ironic that the hero I feel like he got most famous for is actually his least oppressive hero, which is the Mars. But aside from that, his entire primary hero roster is extremely oppressive in nature.
You know, what you're talking about has made me reminisce of an old team. I wonder if you would think of this team like in the 2013, 2014 era. A team that had a very specific play style.
Veggies?
No.
Well, it's worth a shot.
I think our play style was just relying on Quinn.
That's not a bad place.
He was OP. Turns out we were playing with one of the best players in the world.
2013, 2014 oppressive team. The player that I can think of...
2014, 2015 maybe.
I mean, definitely Ice as a player used to play that way. But I don't think his entire team was playing that ideology. So I'm guessing you don't mean DK.
No.
What team in that era did that a lot? I mean, a lot of...
It wasn't necessarily laning phase focused, but they were very much in your face. Played fast, really aggressive, and it was a playstyle that was different than a lot of other teams and created for some upsets as a result.
There's been multiple iterations of teams with Puppy that have been very aggressive too, but it's also not them. I'm actually not sure what team you're thinking of.
The old MVP Phoenix.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, right?
That's
like
right.
They were a team that had a unique playstyle that they played super aggro, played together, dive in your tier 2s and stuff. And as a result, like the more constructed, established teams, their game plans would fall apart in the face of so much aggression.
They were the team to either knock down or knock out OG from TI6, right? The one that they were considered one of the favorites for, and then they only got top 8, if even, right? I feel like there was this game where MVP Phoenix played like Darkseer and PA and just ran them over.
Got a Doom onto the SF. He's trying to cut up to the corner of the map. This place is kind of awkward here. Amar's just going to BKB TP out. Hits by the hook shot. Do they still have the chase down? Oh, yeah, they've got it with the Primal Beast coming in. So what a great turn there from Waska. Somehow there are 5 heroes in this corner of the map. Mars probably going, what the hell are they doing here?
Yeah. If you want to dive that area and kill a hero up there, you better bring Burst. Like, if you're trying to kill someone slowly next to their base, their response will come in. And Falcons, these heroes that they brought were not fast at killing. This one looks a bit quicker.
Does indeed. Even still, he gets off the arena, but Waska have already used so much of the resources getting the kills.
Skitter
Doom
needs to start up on his classical music. He was off by a couple of beats there before the arena went down and took 2 hits from the wall, but, well, we'll find a little squirrel afterwards. That answers the question from last game. What does Coddle cook? Squirrels? Yes.
Oh.
He's a sick old man.
Go squirrel hunting, huh?
Mm-hmm. He's also a creep. The way he interacts. He has, I believe, Coddle has a voice line for every female hero in the game.
That is true.
And some of them are really creepy. What is that?
That was 2013 Synderen.
Oh, okay. I was like, I'm just talking about that's creep, and then it just bring up an old picture of me.
Yeah,
what the
production
fuck,
was-
production?
that was
Hello?
busted hell.
What? They realized how bad the timing was. They took it off immediately. Oh, yeah, that's probably...
You're talking about an old creepy guy.
That's a bit tasteless, in my opinion. Excuse me?
Radiant's middle tower.
Nice deny from Dark Mago on the tower. I am not.
Oh, hook shot through, hit Snaking as well. A double spear.
Nice.
Snaking gets pinned to a cog, bounce back at the same time. Funny interaction.
All right, Waska with another. I mean, so here's the thing, right? You were 7k down minute 15 or whatever, which is a terrible position to be in. But if Falcons, this is what Falcons sometimes do in their games, is that they play hyper efficient around the maps. They're really maximizing farm. If you're good at taking initiative in the game and finding pickoffs when the enemy team isn't together, the net worth lead isn't actually that important as long as you outnumber on all the moves, because then you're compensating. So if they can keep doing that, nice reaction here, or foresight rather.
Yeah, foresight.
Shout out to Pyrian Flax, of course.
Of course.
Matthew. Another kneel for Coddle.
Yeah, he's having a rough one there, Matthew.
Is under attack.
Do you know what Coddle says to Brood?
Something about legs, right?
I think he says an old man could get lost in those eyes.
Oh, eyes.
Doesn't he? I think so. Something like that.
Yeah.
I remember that quote because I was like, that's so weird. What a weird old man. I like the hero though, but he's also one of like the 4 primal beings of the universe or whatever.
Yeah,
He has seen it all.
Extremely powerful according to lore.
Yeah. Only 3k, Cap. It's
closing.
I still don't think the game state is necessarily great, to say the least, here for Waska, but I was expecting this to look worse. So definitely got some fight in them. After that bad start, they have recovered it quite well. This is a little bit of a fake lead because there's a Tormentor unclaimed on the Radiant. So in reality, this is probably a 6k lead-ish now, 5.5 for Falcons.
I'm trying to find the voice line.
Oh, the Coddle one?
Yeah.
With Brood? Yeah, there's so many, right? You have to scroll through all of the responses he has.
He did a really good job of following the Warcraft 3 technique of just lots and lots of voice lines.
Yeah. I've always praised the sound design of this game. It's something that Dota does better than any other game, in my opinion. Any other game I've played, actually, is you can close your eyes and you can imagine the fight because all the sounds are so iconic and so unique and so distinct. Have you played that minigame that you can play online where you can just get Dota sound after Dota sound and you need to guess them? I forgot what it's called. That was really fun to play as well.
All right, so I found his line to Broodmother. I swear there was one about eyes or legs, but the one I see is, "Mother that you are, you have my great respect." That's not creepy at all.
Maybe they changed it. Maybe they realized it was weird.
Yeah, maybe realized.
There was definitely one. I'm sure. There's no way. They find Clockwork in the river. A little bit of a pick there for Falcons.
I feel like it's kind of okay just because Falcons is so grouped up. You could see that Waska are pushing in the other side of the map. The question for me is, when does Waska feel like they could take a team fight? They already have 2 of their BKBs. They still want a 3rd one. That's on Dark Mago, so maybe it's that. Maybe it's just timing, which they're currently going for it right now. 3-man smoke to the corner of the map to try and interrupt Roshan. And they're not the fastest at doing Rosh, that's for sure. They could really conceivably get here. The scan goes off. Falcon's going to vacate the pit. They back away. Smoke breaks. Waska doesn't immediately jump forward. They don't have everybody just yet. They're coming through the gate right now on the Clockwork. A buyback, hook shot in. Got the Dragonite while his BKB is going through. It's going to wear thin soon. Can they finish him off? Oh, Pyke certainly trying. It's not the fastest. Nice pin, though. And now the Requiem on top of that. Maureen's going to take a chunk of damage. And Waska, they're winning the fight. They might still be able to do it. Looks like Crit is going to try and gun down the Mars. That's going to be a little difficult. Snaking's also quite difficult to bring down. Amar's sitting in the middle with his Doom still up, apparently. A pin goes out, hitting the 2 supports. Looks like Amar's going to be run down. Dark Mago, can he finish off that kill? Oh, the Doom, and now the kisses are raining in. They're both going to die. The cores of Waska fall. Now it's just up to Matthew. Matthew, no! He doesn't have the damage. He throws out a boomerang, but he doesn't have any more spells. There's a bushwhack up. He gets hurricane, turn around, bushwhack, gotcha. Now an acorn shot. It bounces back to Crit. Matthew gets the double.
What an awesome fight. Oh my God.
The last man standing. Matthew the Hoodwink, level 14 after that fight.
His 3k gold. And it was such a cute attempt from Amar as well. He walks in and he whirlwind pulls the Hoodwink toward himself and tries to get off the stun. He instantly gets bushwhacked and killed. And then in the fog just throws out the acorn shot to get Crit. Matthew got 5,500 experience from that fight. I think he started the fight level 10 or 11 and he ends it almost level 15. And look at this from Amar. So he goes for the whirlwind.
Hurricane.
Very nicely done on the Hoodwink stun. Very quick on the bushwhack and Crit. The acorn shot can bounce off Roche, and that's just like the perfect storm of everything for Waska.
And the best part is Waska, they went pretty even in that team fight, but now they can fight for Roshan on their own side, but Skeeter got the initiation of Pyke. This is very different. He's already forced away, though, trying to get away. BKB on Skeeter allows him to pursue. Requiem's going to go off. They start backing out. But now, though, okay, Skeeter no longer has the BKB, and Sacred is trampling him. Can they finish off this Dragonite, though? Once again, they're running low on damage as the team fight extends. Their burst damage just doesn't quite do the job. Nobody dies on the side of Falcons, and they're going to pick up more on Waska, surely. Nice pin, stop of the Viper, a better bushwhack on 2. Allows Waska to retreat without further losses, but they did lose the Primal Beast, and the Falcons now control the pit.
Dang, these fights are great. I'm very impressed with Waska's recovery of this game. I'm not going to say I wrote them off after 15 minutes, but I thought this lead was going to start growing, or continue to grow, rather. But they're definitely making Falcons work for it. They'll get the Aegis finally here, as Matthew in a little bit of an interesting spot here. They'll know he's there now. Skitter sees him, because the Lotus disappears, but he's probably too nimble here and could just TP out.
Yeah.
Wants to run all the way to safety first.
Wait till he can scurry in trees or not. Oh!
Shouldn't have waited so long.
Well, there he goes.
Yeah, Skitter got his blink ready again. So ironically, running further killed him.
Yeah.
Also, he ran into the enemy watcher, I think. Or was it unclaimed at the time? Not sure if it was unclaimed. It was claimed.
It's lit.
Such a nice name for a buff. Lit.
Lit. Yudomi. Okay, let's try this.
Tanky.
Yeah, Snaking has proven a couple times he is very hard for Waska to bring down.
No. Okay. I killed him.
That hero is something else, man.
Easy kill. Just needed 4 of them to kill the enemy 5.
Yeah, I mean, he does have Treads, Drums, Pipe. He is pretty damn farmed. He is 88 CS.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Man's been hitting some creeps.
I mean, that's just a completely standard Enchantress game from Snaking, though. He has this pattern of how he plays both Chen and Ench, where he secures the lane, does very well early, and then he makes sure he scales, because he knows for either hero that his overall late game impact can be massive on these supports if he gets all that gold.
Right.
And the thing that makes it so powerful is that you're farming through pressure on both heroes. So on the Chen, you're farming by split pushing waves with your creeps and also semi-jungling. And on the Ench, you're farming by jungling the enemy side of the map. And they never feel happy to run into you and gank you, because it's like, yeah, we killed the Ench, but it takes a lot of resources. Your teammates get a lot of information for it.
And maybe
And
we're
the time
missing
it
some
takes.
neutral camps in
Yeah.
the process because
Exactly. And even if you kill him, it generally takes a lot of time, so that's
Dire's middle tower.
moments of opportunity wasted. Sacred. Did not get stunned there by Skitter. That could have got scary, actually.
yeah, I'm surprised that he went for that. Aghanim Scepter, though, that's why. He was really close to a big pickup.
Break the Viper, break the DK.
Break the Enchantress. There's
And-
so many
yeah.
good breaks. Wow.
Sure. Break the Aura on Doom, +3 armor.
The toughness aura.
Yeah. Lest we forget.
Breakable. Yes.
Yes.
Hurricane Pike for the Viper. It does seem like if Falcons get the initiation, Waska's response very oftentimes just doesn't have enough damage, right? We saw like Skeeter went in, blink stun like he's doing right now for Mago, and he just sticks on the SF. They have to do something to him, and they just do not have the damage. But maybe with a break mechanic, that could make things very different. Again, still probably have to wait out the BKB. Pike in trouble. Hook shot, Cogs caught on 3, throws out the arena. That's not enough to save the SF, but maybe can Waska still win this without their Shadow Feed? The Primal Beast, it's up to him and his Ags. Falcons, they get outside of the base, even though some heroes got low, and it looked pretty dicey there. 3 heroes stuck together underneath a tier 3. They were able to retreat, reset, push whack. Catching 2 here, no follow-up from Waska. 45 seconds. Without the Shadow Feed.
Yeah, this is really difficult to defend. The Viper Shard, and just going to keep healing. She still has Pipe ready, by the way. That was not expended in that exchange, and you still have the Aegis, too, on the DK. So some serious problems that Waska have to overcome. Next wave is approaching. Snay almost has his heal, so he could heal Skitter up to full if he wanted to.
Trying to kill that creep wave. There goes Greaves. Now the charge in from Sacred, but he knows if he steps just a little bit too far to kill that wave, he probably gets blink stunned. They're just going to have to give up melee barracks.
They just don't have the damage without SF, and Falcons know it. They know how strong they are. They'll
Nice spear back. Mago is stuck, though. Was it worth it to kill the Enchantress? Gem, actually, maybe it was worth it.
Get much follow through, though.
Yeah, not for now. Pike needs to farm up his souls.
That's one lane down. Now Falcons, obviously 3 minutes until the early Roche spawn. We'll see if they just want to play map control until then, or if they try to find a moment of opportunity to strike. They should know for a fact that Shadowfiend doesn't have buyback, or he would have expended it for that first lane. So for Amar, that could just mean I am going to look for Pike again. And if we kill him, we take a second lane.
We'll see whether or not Falcons wants to get that aggressive. Malrine, he's level 19. He's going to try and pick up a Butterfly as his next item. Skeeter's going to grab an AC, so just stacking armor on top of armor. So even when he gets broken, which between the Primal Beast as well as eventually a Silver Edge for the Shadow Fiend, they'll still have a significant amount of armor no matter what.
Surprised they only have the one Pike on Malrine, and that they're not getting... They aren't getting more Force Steps, are they? Okay, Ench is now getting one. But he did go Drums Pipe before, considering Force. It just seems like a... It seems like a good tool against the enemy team, and I know I'm saying that against Arena, but as soon as the Arena is over, or if you aren't even in the Arena to begin with as the initial problem, just repositioning against this Dire lineup is extremely powerful.
Sure.
But yeah, they will get that second one eventually coming out on Ench. Skitter has 5,000 HP currently, and 51 armor.
Yep.
Barrier, very good.
Turns on the armlet, activates the shield rune, just for a little bit extra.
Yep. And they do want a siege. They're not waiting.
Get a high ground ward, Smoke's gonna break. They go for the Primal Beast. Now they BKB him, Hurricane toss him back in. They certainly have the damage to deal that. He does not have buyback.
Such an easy kill when you Doom and the enemy team doesn't have saves.
And having a hook shot back. Now another bit on cooldown. It was kind of a risky maneuver going for, I guess, another hero that wasn't the Shadow Fiend, but the Primal Beast does not have buyback, and Falcons are able to just push this once again. 4 versus 5. Matthew tries to sneak in a bushwhack. Falcons are not going to be caught slipping.
Yeah, that's 2 lanes. In comes Dark Mago.
Tries
really
to look for a spear back or something, but just immediately BKB TP's out. Now he's lured Pike into his death. Pops the BKB far too late. Waska ultimately are just working with too few resources.
I mean, okay, if you want to fight and try something there 4v5, I'm okay with it if you think you have an opportunity, but you did it after you lost the racks, basically. And then didn't really commit to it either way. Maybe the plan of the Mars just failed because he overshot his blink and he ended up short, so he didn't get the spear back that he was looking for. I don't know what it was, but it definitely did not work. And now, it's just another 4v5.
Yep.
Which is even worse, because I think missing the Shadow Fiend instead of the Primal is a much bigger problem. You don't really have the damage to kill Falcon's heroes. Looks like Falcons are still going to respect this, though, and just play the map. They'll get the 35-minute Wisdom Rune.
We got Roche coming up. The Butterfly is very, very close to being done for Malrine. So
they can do whatever they want. They can take their time. They're in a very commanding position.
Oh, and he took the 0.2 Predator damage per missing health.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I'm still not convinced this talent is worth taking over attribute bonus.
Yeah, an extra 10 damage on average is not that much to write home about.
So your Predator Innate gives you 0.35 plus 0.05 per level of your hero to damage you do per percent the enemy target is missing. So right now, if they're missing 50% health, Viper hits for an extra about 60 damage. That's nice.
Yep.
But out of that 60 damage, like 10?
10 of it, yeah.
Is coming from that talent.
If they're 50% HP, he gets 10 extra damage.
That's if they're half health. And you think about how other heroes just get a 15 talent with 30 damage.
Yep, yep. It's
real bad.
But, you know.
I mean, if he thinks the Viper Strike talent is not worth it, fair enough. I genuinely think even if you're using Viper Strike and it's doing reduced damage, a lot of the time that will still be better than the other one.
I would agree.
Maybe we're undervaluing it. When heroes get low and Viper will struggle to just finish them off, this will push it over the edge. But
an extra 16 damage, 18 damage.
I personally think this is the worst 20 talent in the whole game. Maybe the worst talent overall. That's a tall order or a big statement, but it's definitely, it is without a doubt.
Of course, we're operating with what is written on paper. It's entirely possible that it's bugged.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. Can never count that out. It might be the best facet in the game, or talent. Maybe it does plus 20% damage.
Dire are scanning.
Now you're talking.
Per missing health.
All right, well, Butterfly is done. Aegis is required. Malrine, you're not going to just farm up for the full Scotty, right?
Right.
Okay, he wanted his tier 4 item. That's fair.
Onyx.
I was like, what are you... You're not actually going to farm up 5,000 gold right now, are you serious? No. Man just wanted his neutral item, which he is not chosen yet. Must be a hard decision.
Mars Refresher. He needs to be careful how he presses his buttons, Margot, to have mana for this. Arena Refresher Arena is 850, and he has 843. But he has a Soul Ring and a Mango, but he also needs to BKB and Spear. So the sequence here is Soul Ring pre, Blink, Arena, Spear, and BKB. Refresh, use your Mangoes, Soul Ring again, and then you can use your Volley. But
okay, that's simple.
That's a lot of things to do in the heat of the moment. Let's see if he pulls it off. First Spear. He's doomed. Now it doesn't matter.
No more combo. All of those lists gone. They go for the Viper. The Viper is the one with the Aegis. How many heroes are they going to lose to take away that first life? It's the Mars. It's not Sacred, so it's just one. But it is going to be Megas as they retreat back to their fountain to heal up. The buildings have no retreat.
And these towers fall fast to this double dragon army.
Oh, trying to get a bushwhack. Nice blink forward there. Good reaction. Still hit by the Requiem, though. Got off his BKB right before the Primal Beast grab, and that probably means Skeeter no longer much of a threat left. Death Requiem, maybe a little bit of Primal Beast damage. None of it is enough to finish off the Dragon Knight, and that's just one hero. There are 4 more to go. If you want to be able to push back Falcons. Hook shot in deep. Yodomi lands one. Pops the Ghost Scepter, immediately enchanted.
Hook shot for what?
Hook shot for style.
That's a less known song by Lil Jon.
Yes, very good. Hook shot for what?
Yep. Well, that's that game. Nope, never mind. They glyph.
Want to give Falcons a
Well,
chance for...
that's that game.
There it is. Good job.
All right, Falcons get it done. I have to say, I think a simple recap of this game is Falcons had stronger lanes, and they crushed the lanes. And then Waska did a very good job at fighting back in 2 moments in this game, but those were the only 2 moments of the game that they really stood a chance. Everything else was cruising for Falcons, nice execution from them, and it begs the question, if Waska can pull off these fights and execute this stuff when they are in inferior positions, what if they could get off to an even start with Falcons? Could we look at a very close mid-game? Could we look at a potential Waska win? A lot of questions to be answered, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of this kind of approach to the game where you're like, we're just going to outplay them. It doesn't matter that we fall behind. I think at this level of play, Falcons are just too good, and you cannot consider this to be a winning strategy. Maybe you'll win once in a while, but you got to win 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Got to win the majority in this series if you want to be able to have even just a chance of moving on to playoffs. Falcons, meanwhile, increase their chances being able to get top 4 with a 1-0 over Waska. See if they can make it 2.
Waska just want to do this whole tournament on hard mode. They want their backs against the wall. They want no margin for error to be allowed, and that's when they will unleash the beast. That's the only explanation I can think of for why they would do this draft.
No, you know, Mago saw the Viper. They picked the Primal Beast. He was like, let me cook, bro. I'm going to Viper in mid. No, I think it is a shame that Waska are so good at spellcasting, but then they always do this to themselves. I mean, throughout this tournament, they've been so stubborn in their approach to drafting, and it's been very frustrating to watch because they somehow pull off even very difficult drafts, but dare I say it, Neil, I think this is the worst draft of the tournament.
Did you see every single Group Stage 1 match, though?
I didn't, but I didn't have to.
Because this is still the worst.
Because, like, they open with first pick Mars.
They did?
They open with first pick Mars. They don't ban Enchantress. They pick Hoodwink because they want a combo with Mars, but then Hoodwink gets Enchantress. And then they take Doom so that Waska doesn't take Doom. So then suddenly their ability to counter the DK that comes out disappears. And then they just go clock SF, and then that gets countered by Snapfire. And then the overall last pick, they pick Primal Beast, who doesn't win lane versus DK, so they should have just put it mid so that it can cut waves and farm anyway. But instead of giving it to Mago, Sacred plays it, and then Mago goes mid. It was a lot. It was a lot to wrap your head around. Neil, Ted.
Effie knows this is the worst draft of the tournament because she didn't feel a disturbance in the Force at any other point until now. This is like when Alderaan was destroyed. If you remember that reference, maybe it's a little old for you guys, but
The War of Stars.
Exactly right. That was the film. Yep.
That was the film.
That wasn't great. That wasn't great, unless you're a Falcons fan, in which case that was fantastic because that felt like a free dub. I'll be interested to see if Waska turn up in game 2, as they occasionally do, where we're like, man, this team is struggling, and then suddenly they pull out a draft and a performance. You're like, there's that Waska magic, and you get very excited in particular.
I do.
And then they lose the 3rd game. But this is what they need, is consistency, and they've lacked it throughout this stage. Group stage 1, I think they were 2nd in the group. They might have finished 3rd, but they were very good. And that's pretty consistent if you get out of the 1st group stage. But this group stage, they've been very inconsistent. Against better teams, you can't fluff around You got to be serious people.
Especially now you're one game away from elimination.
You
no
are.
more shenanigans.
I mean, I do respect their approach to Dota, which is they're very good at skirmishing. They're very good at spellcasting. We saw that one fight that they took near the Roche Pit that was really solid by them. But they need to be able to set themselves up for winning situations within the game, and they weren't set up for like a great core-to-core scaling game because the SF was not set up for success versus the Doom. And like, if you're in a position where you can have a better mid lane matchup by putting the Primal versus the Viper and just dodging the Viper, dragging waves and whatnot, and you don't do it, there's like some kind of stubbornness on this team where there's some heroes that Dark Mago just won't play. Like, because I remember versus Betboom was at TED, did we cover that game? Where they could have run their Timbersaw mid on Dark Mago versus the Magnus, but they didn't make that swap. They just played it on a losing lane for Sacred anyway because it felt like Mago didn't want to play the hero. So they really are shooting themselves in the foot because they're really good at taking fights and they're really good at spellcasting, so it is a shame. That being said, Falcons did Falcon things. Good job.
They did. Falcons are falconing it up, and Waska continue to be their own worst enemy. Let's see what we got for our Kadia Ward of the Game in this game number 1.
Thanks, Neil. For the ward of the game, it is the ward near the Roche Pit. If you mentioned that team fight near Roche, that was fantastic. And that was probably the coolest fight of the game. Some really nice vision here for Falcon with that ward on that, just above the top of that ramp, allows Skeeter to go in first, popping the BKB, getting that nice support kill. But unfortunately, when you pop the BKB that early on Dragon Knight, you're going to become a little bit of a fixture, especially against a decent amount of magic damage. That was a great spear by Dark Mago to push the two together. They're able to take down the Viper as well afterwards, and everything looked pretty good for Waska at this phase. It was a long fight, but that first ward to get the Dragon Knight stun started the brilliance.
And that's what justified giving Dark Mago Mars. Plays like that.
He did get a shard really quickly.
He did.
Sticking heroes together against a wall.
He's good on Mars, just don't make him play it against Viper.
And they got smashed in their lanes and they were only behind by 3k, which is really not that bad. So if they just won the fights afterwards, we would have been like, wow, what a draft. Which we did say every time that it looked like they were going to win to Effie, just to push her buttons.
Just to be like, it may not be the worst draft, but it kind of was. Maybe in game 2 they can finally turn it around. They have to, because if they lose one more game, Waska are eliminated from DreamLeague Season 24. Let's find out in game number 2.
So there's also a reason for that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried this table is actually not long enough for this.
This one?
Welcome, everybody, to Commend or Report, where Shiva and I are going to figure out whether we think the same way at all, or, yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
No.
We'll see.
We
We'll
have
get some
nothing
statements.
we have nothing in common. Nothing.
Apart from our height.
Yeah, we're tall. Strong agree.
Strong.
Tall is good.
Tall is good. We got the first one out of the way.
Food from your home country is the best.
Okay, so Denmark and the Netherlands have very similar cuisines, I want to say.
Yeah.
And I think that over history, we are not known for using too many spices or anything. So most of our food that is traditionally Dutch or Danish is fairly bland. That's my association with that.
I'm assuming we're talking about the cuisine itself, because there's a lot of very good restaurants in Denmark.
Oh, yes.
Which was part of why I put it here as well. I was like, yeah, there's a lot of very nice places to go to eat. But yeah, overall, the Danish options, the traditional ones, are good, but not the best.
You only enjoy Dota when you're playing with friends.
Well, I will be very honest, I play solo most of the time. So there's also a reason for that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried this table is actually not long enough for this. Yeah, I almost exclusively play solo as well. That doesn't mean I don't enjoy playing with other people, but considering I don't look for it as much as I just play solo ranked, it's hard to say I agree, because then I would be prioritizing that, right?
Yes.
Every time I'm playing Dota, I'd be like, hey, does anybody want to play? So, yeah.
Yeah, I generally play solo unless I can play with Owen, but always ranked, and I can't play ranked with Owen at the moment anymore because he ranked up too high. So
that 6 Battle Fury Faceless Void can get you really far.
It really gets you really far, apparently.
Imagine how good he is if he's not griefing. All right, next question.
Being a host is the hardest job out of all the talents.
Like, what do we consider being hard? Because if you go over all the roles, play-by-plays, okay, I'm gonna, if you have the base skill, right? Play-by-play is just say what's on the screen.
Just. Oh, this is juicy. I love this. You hearing this, Owen?
I say
you just say what's on the screen, dude.
I
It's
say
easy.
as a baseline, as you have the skill, okay, but you say what's on the screen.
All right.
Analysts also say what's on the screen. For example, for me, the hardest job would be the analyst, because I'm not that good at Dota, so it would take me way more hours to be good at an analyst versus the amount of hours it would take me to be good at either play-by-play even, or a host.
So do you want to put it neutral then? Because in terms of like total effort, the hosting role is less, but for each individual event, it is more prep. Yeah.
It's hard to say.
It's a difficult question.
I think we can agree play-by-play of the easiest.
Yeah. Whatever, man. Easy. Yeah. Anyone can do that.
Yeah. Just say what's on the screen.
Yeah.
You prefer nighttime over daytime?
Okay, that is mega easy.
Yeah, are we talking in Dota or are we talking in real life?
Life. I mean, also in Dota, I like Night Stalker. You can also push this off the table if you want. I'm a night owl.
Okay.
If I just get to choose my schedule, I go to bed between like 3 and 4 a.m. and get up at like noon.
So you're a night day, I think if we're
very much
talking
a night
about
owl.
in real life, I am a day person, but not a morning person, if that makes sense.
So you're...
I can be a night person, but I shouldn't be, and I prefer sleeping, because I always wake up at the same time, no matter what time I go to bed. So...
Okay, so but let's say you could choose your perfect schedule. When do you go to bed and when do you get up? You just get to choose.
Okay, well, I will wake up at 8.
Okay.
Regardless. So I would want to go to bed at like 11.
Okay. That's not completely down here, is it?
Okay.
I mean, it's your glass.
Sure, I'll go over here.
Okay, I think that's... Because a morning person gets up at like 6, right?
Enigma Galaxy could be dark horse and go further than people expect in this tournament.
If I had to guess, the community expectation is not making it out to top 8. And I definitely agree that they're a dark horse to make that.
Yes.
But I don't feel very strongly about it that I'm like, okay, there's a high probability, but I think it's decently likely.
So they are a dark horse.
Yeah.
Because there is a chance they make it out of top 8. It's just not very likely based on past results. And actually, I would even say...
Yeah, you could move it a little bit.
As in, it's less likely for me that they... But then I guess this is less likely that they're going to go out for me. I don't think they're going to make it, and I think even if they do better than expected, they still will make it out of the first group stage.
Yeah.
But
I think it's reasonable.
But they can be a dark horse. Sure.
Yep. Good job. We agreed on everything almost. Not really. We agreed on
I mean, we
half.
agreed on a lot. Yeah, it's not bad.
It was also not the challenge to agree.
No.
But, you know.
Play-by-plays have it easy. I think that's the easiest to agree on.
Love some spice.
This early on, 17 minutes in the game, he's holding that. chasing down onto Matthew. The sharpshooter coming through as well. Lars going to be careful though. There's a lot of damage, and with the secondary strike coming through, it's going to be enough to bring him down. Not sure how Pike finished him off there.
Seguimos practicando juntos, podríamos como que mejorar más y todo eso. Aparte que por ahora no contamos con carry, ¿no? Estamos con Pike, que es de Viscos, nos prestaron. En realidad bien, creo que tuvimos un comienzo que para hacer un equipo nuevo fue algo que nos incentivó bastante. Nosotros comenzamos a formar este equipo en etapas de TI, creo que fue una semana antes del TI, y ya veníamos jugando contra equipos que venían practicando casi un año juntos por ahí, ¿no? En mi experiencia creo que nos ha ido bien. Hemos clasificado a 2 torneos, que es la DreamLeague y otro que era la PL. Experiencia creo que nos ha ido bien.
Pretty happy with what they got. Cuckoo, 1, 2, just 2 auto attacks. Jokum, he jumped in as well, but over on the high ground, it's Akashi who's already dead, and WS. They just 2v3 them. Oh my goodness, look how many Requiem's Lions there were on that.
Yo siento que mi experiencia jugando con mis compañeros de equipo fueron buenas, en pubs o profesional, ya que llevamos jugando bien tiempo, ¿no? Con Matthew, Sacred. O sea, en realidad la meta de todo jugador en todo torneo es llegar lo más que se pueda hasta ganarlo, ¿no? Creo que eso no cambia. Pero siendo realistas, es como que nosotros ahorita estamos practicando como para poder dar un buen performance. O sea, ahorita, por más que quiera decir las palabras como que todo jugador que quiera ganar el torneo, no me veo ganando el torneo hoy en día. Porque siento que tenemos que arreglar muchas cosas y hay otros equipos que son como que los Tier 1, que son equipos que no son invencibles, pero son los más estables.
He's in with the Omni Slash. Let's see if it does enough damage to get the kill. The hook shot comes out, trapping the two of them in the cogs. Exit, puts the BKB, zips up, exit, finds the knife. Armate's in with the Blade Fury over towards Matthew. Matthew's able to protect himself with the ult, and Armate's dead.
Matthew does indeed concede that inconsistency has been an issue for them, and it has been on display here in Group Stage 2, but at the minimum, the team has shown growth from their formation post-TI. It was just at PGL Wallachia that they got 15th, 16th place, so now making it to top 8 is already a step above, and they competed in RES earlier in the month as well, where they got 5th, 6th. So that part's RES was a less competitive tournament in general, but the reason we're being so harsh is because we know that they can do better.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great group stage showing in Group Stage 1. They went 10-4. That's fantastic. The only team that did better was Falcons at 12-2. So, but this is the nature of DreamLeague when we have Phase 1 group stages and Phase 2 group stages. Phase 1, you can have these teams like Waska that have great stages. Then you get to Phase 2, and there's more prep time. You can really identify the errors that they're making draft-wise, and all the teams you're playing against are the top 8 teams. So some of the teams get super exposed here, and that happens to some of the series that Waska plays now. This is probably the second one in the last couple days where it's happening.
In their Group Stage 1 matchup, so Falcons and Waska were in the same group. Was it a 1-1 split, or was this one of the 2-0s that Waska suffered?
Twas a 1-1.
Twas a 1-1 indeed, my good liege.
My good liege.
My good liege.
Why, it's like being back home.
I want you to feel comfortable, Tad.
Thank you.
The good news is, guys, this game 2, uphill. It's all uphill from here. I mean, downhill. I mean, whatever. It's better.
We're on a hill.
We're on a hill.
There's an incline.
We're on it. There's an incline that is not leading us to the first pick Mars. Like, there will be.
Well, that's
if they do, we'll let out a primal scream of anger.
Well, DK is banned this time, so it would be better, but... Yeah. I mean, they already revealed that their idea was to flex it to mid, so it's not like they're gonna catch the carry pick off guard with a last-minute mid flex, right? What happened to their Pugna? They were owning with their Pugna in Group Stage 1. You know, teams are now giving them Pugna. They're not taking it. Snatch it up.
I remain confused by that.
Grab that Punga.
This is the same issue that I had with Liquid constantly trying to pick up these Clockworks and Tusks for Insania. They had so much success on Ogre. Why are you straying away from something that worked for you for so long?
Enchantress is a pretty good hero.
Oh yeah, for Falcons, I'm thrilled. And so if Waska first pick or respond with a Punga.
Hey,
Punga bunga.
The problem is, Enchantress is considered a counter to Pugna because she can decrep. I mean, she can enchant off the decrep, but still, it's something that. Oh my god!
Let out the primal yell, Effie.
You don't have to beautiful. Do it. Okay. That's beautiful.
You know what?
What?
Let them cook.
Okay. What did they cook for you last time? My liege.
So last time they burned the dinner in the oven, but they banned out the DK, right? So like the big oomph factor of that DK isn't there for Falcons. But the thing is, they already revealed what their plan is with this Mars, is that it's something that they can throw mid. So it's not going to catch Falcons off guard where they're going to pick a carry for Skeeter that Sacred magically counters because, wow, here comes the flex. That's not going to happen in this game too.
It barely even happened in game one, if I'm being honest.
It didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
By the way, that shot of all the cameras and what they're looking at and stuff, it's crazy, isn't it? Crazy.
How so?
What are
It's
those?
just mad.
Could you explain to the viewers, Ted?
So that's all the different shots. So there'll be that shot probably multiple times in the production gallery. It's showing what all the cameras are currently seeing that we've got. So we've got multiple cameras in the studio, obviously all the webcams for all the players at home, and then you've got the cameras in the studio looking around and getting new shots, and then the director or the vision mixer, whoever is there, will be deciding which camera you switch to at the director or producer's cue. So you have this big wall of all the possible things you could see, and then like some kind of timeline master, they select what you, the viewer, sees, and the rest of it goes unseen.
It's like you're watching TV and you have every channel at your disposal.
But you don't have the remote control. The director does.
Who's got the remote control in Waska? That's what I want to know. Who picked
Supposedly
who picked the
DPMS, their coach.
Okay.
They banned Viper,
Well,
That's gonna
that'll
change.
solve the problem, Mira.
protecting the Mars flex to mid. They've left Doom in the pool for Amar and Falcons, though.
And Huskar, which got banned right before they picked.
Hey, they ran back
got
their
the Viper.
Who was that lad there a second ago with the really straight hair?
I wasn't seeing.
Can we go back, production, to the previous player cam?
What did you say, Purge? I didn't hear.
Well, last
That is rivaling
that's
Whitemon
Dark
for
Mago.
straightest fringe.
That's Dark Mago.
It's up there. Don't
His
make
hair
it
is
fringe.
a Mars arena.
They banned Huskar in the last phase last game, prior to the Viper pick. So I would find it funny if Falcon just snagged the Huskar at the end of this phase. And said like, okay, well you banned Viper, we're just gonna pick the other guy that dumpsters Mars.
Marine also big heavy on the fringe here, but not as straight as the other guys. Interesting. He's got more of a curve to it. I was saying he reminds me of a young Trolls. Don't you think he looks like a bit like a young
little bit.
Synderen?
He's got a similar cheek shape.
Kind of a babyface Sind.
Equally good at Dota.
Sind never drinks water, of course.
Definitely not as good at Dota.
Because Thind is much better.
Yes. Sind was amazing at Dota when Mallory was literally an infant.
I mean, Sind was playing before Malrine was born, probably.
Just about.
Was Malrine 18 or 19?
I think he's turning 19. I'm gonna Google it
Has
because
Trolls been
there's.
playing? Was Dota
there's
1
no
out
Dota.
18 years ago? Or is it?
No, you said 2004 is his starting date.
I don't think
Okay, so
Well, that's
20
around there.
He's
Yeah.
20.
years. Well, then there you go.
20, okay.
Warcraft.
What if, through some twist of fate, the day that Trolls booted up Dota for the first time, Malrine was born?
He was conceived at that moment.
Oh, man.
A star appeared in the sky.
Someone got to make a documentary of that. Nice camera pan.
It zooms in from the universe.
Wah!
A star was born.
As Trolls is cussing out his teammates for quitting.
All right, they got the Pango over on the Falcon side. I actually like, so far, the Pugna against Pango. It doesn't seem that bad because you can save one of your allies, but it's not necessarily a bad thing for Pango himself. Like, he's still going to just be hitting other people in the engagement.
And then ultimately, you're just rolling Thunder, right? And it's not countered by Mars, so that when Mars does take this team fight, you can, blink your way in and cause some chaos back.
If they can beat a Bloodseeker pick out here somehow, that would be beautiful.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. They played Shadowfiend last game with the Mars. It's kind of effective because you can... Dark Mago got a really fast shard last